Chapter 1. The Emergence of Crimson Stars. This story is purely fictional. Any characters or locations mentioned bear no relation to the real world. Additionally, this world is devoid of nuclear weapons. On September 23, 2029, a Sunday in Star City at a prominent university. After concluding a day of part-time work, Bin returned to campus in high spirits. Over the weekend, he had earned 300 yuan by toiling away, which would suffice for his living expenses for the week if he was frugal. Upon entering the dormitory, he noticed two reclusive gamers engrossed in their mobile devices. Bin, you're back. Hurry up and join us. I've been utterly wrecked by Wen Liang and can't carry on, Lu Bo exclaimed as if he had found a savior upon Bin's arrival. Who's carrying whom? Have you even looked at your own stats? A 1-to-8 ratio, and you dare speak of carrying me? Wen Liang retorted, exasperated. Isn't it your fault? Every time we try to help you, you refuse to engage and insist on last hitting those minions. When the minions reach the tower, can't you wait for me to finish before going in? By the time you finish, the enemy would have run away. Well, you went in first and ended up getting killed. Bin shook his head, chuckling. All right, enough of this bickering. You two are equally matched, neither should blame the other. You're both terrible. By the way, hasn't Shenhao returned yet? Bin inquired. Not yet, he's off on a date. He might not come back tonight, Wen Liang replied. All right, but seriously, you two just stay cooped up in the dorm every day? Don't you ever think of going out to find girlfriends? You're both in your third year and still single. Isn't that a bit shameful? Where can you find a girlfriend that's more entertaining than games? If I have that time, I'd rather play a few more matches, Lu Bo remarked. Exactly. And don't lecture us, you're no different. I haven't seen you pursue anyone either, Wen Liang added. I don't have money. The earnings from my part-time job barely cover my own living expenses. If I open my mouth for more, I'd be left starving, Bin replied helplessly. With your looks that rival a reader's who needs to spend their own money to woo a girl, there are plenty of rich women at the school. Just charm one of them. Isn't that better than your part-time job? I have good values. I can't bring myself to rely on others. He took out his phone to call Shenhao, but it showed that the phone was off. Bin frowned slightly. This guy going on a date and not even charging his phone? Shaking his head, Bin lost interest in worrying. He played a few rounds of games with the duo, helped them secure a few victories, then took a shower and went to bed. After 2 days of labor, he was indeed exhausted. In the dead of night, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, as everyone had drifted off to sleep. You are my little apple. Suddenly, the explosive ringtone of a phone shattered the tranquility of the night. Bin, startled, quickly covered his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and promptly answered in a hushed voice, Howsy, where have you been? I've been looking for you all day, and your phone is unreachable. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end finally replied, Bingu, can you come keep me company for a drink? What kind of nonsense is this at this hour? We have classes tomorrow. Bin replied, exasperated, yet still asked, where are you? On the rooftop. Holy crap. Bin instantly sobered up, flipping out of bed. Don't do anything rash, you'll be right there. He hurriedly threw on some clothes and dashed out of the dormitory, racing up to the rooftop. He had known Shenhao since middle school, their bond strong enough to share a pair of underwear. Hearing that his friend was on the rooftop at such a late hour filled Bin with concern. He sprinted straight from the 3rd floor to the 7th. Typically, the rooftop of the dormitory was off-limits to students, as the iron gate was almost always locked. However, this posed no challenge for some resourceful students. Countless keys had long been fashioned for that lock. It was unclear how Shenhao had obtained a key, but the iron gate to the rooftop was already ajar. Upon reaching the rooftop, Bin found Shenhao sitting despondently on the ground, surrounded by a pile of beer cans. Bin sighed in relief but felt a surge of anger. What on earth are you doing here at this hour? I thought you were going to jump. Shenhao looked at Bin, whose face was contorted with anger, but whose eyes radiated concern. A flicker of gratitude crossed his gaze as he murmured, I'm sorry, Bingu. I didn't mean to worry you. Bin shook his head, moved closer, and sat beside Shenhao, casually grabbing a bottle of beer and taking a swig. Now tell me what's going on. Shenhao gulped down a mouthful of beer, anguish etched on his features, before finally saying, I broke up with her. After 3 years, our love ultimately succumbed to reality. Bin hesitated momentarily, but felt no surprise. Having seen Shenhao's despondent demeanor, he had already suspected the worst. This guy had invested too deeply in that relationship. Those who feel such intense emotions often end up suffering the greatest losses. Patting Chun Hao on the shoulder, Yongbin offered words of comfort. Take it easy, finding a three-legged frog is harder than finding a two-legged woman. There are plenty of them out there. The road ahead is long, you're not ugly. So what's there to fear about not finding someone? But I really loved her. Chun Hao replied, his voice cracking. Can you show a bit of ambition? Love doesn't pay the bills. It does. Just seeing her makes me forget my hunger. But she still cheated on you. How do you know? Given your character, if she didn't cheat, you wouldn't have broken up with her. Come on, tell me, whose bed did she end up in? Bin Gu, are you here to rub salt in my wounds? Chun Hao looked at Yang Bin, speechless. Of course not, I just want to know which scoundrel dared to betray my brother. This grudge must be avenged, Yang Bin declared, righteous indignation in his voice. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, Chun Hao's eyes glimmered with gratitude once more, gritting his teeth. It's that bastard Wang Yuehao. He thinks he's something special just because he has a bit of money. He set his sights on Xia. And the most unbearable thing is that Xia actually betrayed me for him. So it's him. Yang Bin nodded. Don't worry, brother will help you break his third leg. Don't, Bin Gu. That's illegal and not worth it, Chun Hao hurriedly protested. True. Then how about I help you get him back in kind? But he's already with Xia now. Are you really going to target her too? Chun Hao exclaimed, eyes wide. Don't think too much, that guy has plenty of girlfriends. Lu Xia isn't even on his radar. Why would she betray me for someone like him? Chun Hao lamented. Because he has money. Bin Gu, are you genuinely here to comfort me? Because it feels more like you're trying to infuriate me. You're reopening wounds and pouring salt on them. Chun Hao despaired. Haha, I just want to tell you that such women aren't worth it. Remember, you're a man, you must know when to hold on and when to let go. Don't lose yourself over a woman. Come on, tonight you'll drink with you until we're wasted. And tomorrow is a new beginning. Yang Bin clapped Chun Hao on the shoulder. Yeah, but Bin Gu, we have class tomorrow morning. Doesn't matter, brotherhood is more important. Bin Gu, you're the best. Shut it, don't get mushy. Close the door, we don't want to get caught by the teachers. Okay. The campus was eerily quiet in the dead of night, with the occasional whispers from dorms, indicating that some were still awake. All-nighters for gaming and attending classes the next day were commonplace in university life. Tonight, the moonlight was particularly dim, yet the starlight shone exceptionally bright, illuminating the earth brilliantly. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, two young men lay sprawled, surrounded by a multitude of empty beer cans. In a hazy stupor, Chun Hao suddenly pointed at the sky. Bin Gu, don't you think? The Big Dipper. The 9 stars are especially bright tonight? Haha, you must be really drunk. I've only heard of the Big Dipper with 7 stars. Where did 9 come from? Oh, it seems I really am drunk. It seems. There are indeed 9. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. There really are 9. It seems. We're both drunk. Yeah, this feeling of drunkenness is quite marvelous. I think I even see the North Star falling down. I see it too, trailing a long tail. It's magnificent, much prettier than a meteor. Hey, there's another one. The North Star has appeared again. Really, it's even red. Haha, I'm really drunk now. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow, everything will be all right, Chun Hao declared, flopping down to sleep. At this moment, Yang Bin, too, was in a haze of drunkenness, but his eyes were curiously fixed on the crimson North Star in the sky. After a long while, he finally succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. After the celestial phenomenon manifested, it seemed as though some kind of restriction had been lifted and a surge of spiritual energy erupted across Blue Star. This energy rapidly enveloped the entire planet. However, the newly emerged spiritual energy bore a hint of decay. Ultimately, the energy infiltrated every living being on Blue Star. While some individuals exhibited no unusual changes, the majority experienced mutations. Their eyes turned blood red, their bodies began to decay, and even their consciousness was consumed, transforming them into mindless, flesh-eating zombies. That a small fraction of individuals have acquired extraordinary abilities, and most of these individuals are those who have been directly illuminated by the Crimson Star. Chapter 2. The Advent of Doom. September 24th, 2029, dawn. Help! There are monsters! Countless shrieks and cries shattered the tranquility of the morning, as the entire academy was engulfed in desperate howls. What on earth is all this noise? Yang Bin was roused from his slumber by the cacophony below. Rubbing his still aching head, he groggily rose from the floor and made his way to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. Before him, the open space in front of the dormitory was littered with dismembered corpses, the ground stained a deep crimson with blood. Figures drenched in gore were gnawing on severed limbs, their bloodied mouths, crimson eyes, and decaying skin inducing a profound sense of horror. Yang Bin hastily recoiled, his normally steadfast mind now clouded with terror. I must still be dreaming. He shook his head vigorously, pinching his thigh harshly. Ah! A scream escaped as Chun Hao was jolted awake by the pain. Benji, why did you pinch me? Chun Hao asked, a look of forlorn confusion on his face. Does it hurt? Of course. Try pinching yourself. Is this not a dream? Yang Bin furrowed his brow, forcibly suppressing the fear that surged within him, and cautiously extended his head out once more. The horrifying scene remained unchanged, the infernal sight assaulting his senses. He quickly retreated again, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. What's wrong? Chun Hao queried, puzzled by Yang Bin's demeanor. See for yourself, Yang Bin replied weakly. Being all mysterious, Chun Hao muttered, shaking his head, before stepping to the edge to look down. Upon seeing the chaos below, Chun Hao was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. Ugh! He immediately doubled over, retching on the floor. Yang Bin paid no mind to Chun Hao's distress and swiftly reached for his phone to dial emergency services. However, after numerous attempts, the call would not connect. It was at that moment that Yang Bin grasped the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly opened Weibo, only to find a multitude of desperate pleas for help. As he scrolled through the posts, the images and videos mirrored the horrific scene before them, throngs of people resembling the living dead, friends and family transformed into ravenous creatures, attacking anyone they encountered. This phenomenon had erupted overnight across the globe, and the internet was in an uproar. Many speculated that the apocalypse had arrived, likening the situation to scenes from off-world films. This theory gained widespread acceptance, and as of now, no official statement had emerged to refute it, further validating the belief. Yang Bin perused the images and videos on the posts, most of which had been clandestinely captured by individuals hiding in their homes or corners, the angles often poor, yet still revealing terrifying scenes. After browsing through several posts, Yang Bin's heart sank as he too came to accept the notion of zombies. Perhaps the end truly was upon them. The reason for such a sudden calamity remained a mystery. After some time, Chun Hao finally raised his head, having exhausted himself from vomiting, and with a face full of dread, he asked, Benji, what on earth is happening? The apocalypse has arrived, Yang Bin sighed. The apocalypse? Chun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Check online. Chun Hao promptly retrieved his phone, and, after a brief glance, his complexion paled once more. So, Benji, what should we do? Chun Hao asked, panic creeping into his voice. We need to find something to brace the iron door and prevent the zombies from getting in here. Having survived alone since childhood, Yang Bin had experienced much and remained relatively clear-headed. The two searched for a while and eventually discovered a long ladder left by a maintenance worker in a corner of the rooftop. They maneuvered the ladder into position, one end propped against the iron door and the other against the wall at the rooftop's edge. Surprisingly, it was secured quite tightly. Since the rooftop was seldom frequented, the zombies were unlikely to discover their hiding place quickly, providing them with a temporary sanctuary. Benji, what do we do next? Do we just hide here and await rescue? Chun Hao inquired. Waiting for rescue is certainly not an option. From the information online, the world is in utter chaos, and the authorities are likely overwhelmed, unable to provide assistance anytime soon. If we simply wait, we might starve, Yang Bin replied gravely. What should we do then? First, we need to observe the zombies' behavior and understand the situation before devising a plan. Our vantage point here allows us to monitor what's happening below, and we should also keep an eye on the internet for any strategies to combat the zombies. Agreed. At that moment, the cries from below began to dwindle, likely because those who had been shouting had succumbed to their fate. The zombies appeared particularly sensitive to sound, and yelling would only hasten their demise. Aside from their dormitory, the nearby buildings were experiencing the same phenomenon, with the initial outcries gradually fading into silence, leaving only the growls of the undead. Benji, how did these zombies come to be? So many people below have transformed, yet we remain unharmed. Could it be that we possess some unique constitution? Chenhao pondered curiously. I'm not sure. Perhaps we were simply fortunate. After all, while many have become zombies, a considerable number remain normal. With just the two of us, the odds are not insubstantial. As Yongbin spoke, an image from the previous night off, the Big Dipper, and that crimson star flashed through his mind. Looking up at the sky again, he saw nothing of the sort and could only shake his head, attributing it to having been intoxicated the night before. True. Benji, do you think Lu Bo and the others will? Chun Hao expressed concern. Among their dormitory group of 4, though Chun Hao was closest to Yongbin, he also shared a decent rapport with the others, and such a crisis naturally stirred worry. I don't know, Yongbin replied, shaking his head. At times like this, it's all a matter of luck for them. With just the two of us absent, their risk is comparatively lower than that of other dormitories. However, if one of them turns into a zombie, the other will be doomed as well. Upon hearing Yongbin's words, Chen Hao fell silent, offering a silent prayer. Suddenly, he remembered something and hastily picked up his phone, preparing to dial. Yongbin quickly intervened, asking, "Are you planning to call that woman or your family?" "Of course, my family. I'm worried about my parents and want to check on them," Chen Hao replied. "Oh, then don't call." "Why not? You've seen the situation below. The entire world is in chaos. If your parents were safe and you call, the ringing phone could attract the nearby zombies, turning their safety into peril." "Ah!" Chun Hao gasped, quickly stowing his phone, a sense of dread washing over him. "Thank goodness you're so rational, Benji. If you really want to make a call, you could check on that woman." Let's skip that. While she did wrong me, I wouldn't go so far as to harm her. Since we've broken up, it's best to treat each other as strangers," Chen Hao said with a wry smile. "Yes, I was just joking. Im relief du okay," Yongbin chuckled. "Don't worry, Benji. Im not so fragile." "Good to hear. Benji, do you think our phones will lose signal later?" "They might, especially if the zombies destroy the communication towers. In that case, the phone will only serve as a flashlight. So, while we still have service, let's download some movies for later entertainment. What if the battery dies? Then it will just be a brick." Chapter 3. Special abilities. Upon the rooftop, 2 individuals observed the situation with the zombies while perusing the latest news online. Suddenly, Chen Hao, glancing at his phone, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Bingu, take a look. There's a video of someone engaging a zombie." Yongbin hurriedly leaned in closer. The footage was posted on Bilibili and appeared to have been filmed from a window, offering a rather good angle. In the video, a man clad in a security uniform wielded a riot baton, fiercely battling a zombie. The man was tall and evidently well-built, suggesting he engaged in regular exercise. Each strike of the baton against the zombie produced a dull thud, indicating considerable strength. However, the zombie seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly lunging at the man regardless of the blows he dealt. Fortunately, the man's agility allowed him to narrowly evade the attacks, countering with renewed vigor against the undead foe. After 2 minutes of intense confrontation, 2 additional zombies, attracted by the commotion, approached menacingly. Upon noticing them, the man was taken aback, decisively abandoning his current adversary to flee. Unfortunately, in his haste, he reacted too slowly and was tackled by a zombie that sank its teeth into his ankle. With a cry of anguish, the man collapsed to the ground, and before long, the other 2 zombies closed in on him. The ensuing scenes were likely cut short by the filmer's sheer terror. Yet the fate of the man was all too apparent. After watching the video, both were rendered silent. The peril lurking outside was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. After a long pause, Yongbin spoke solemnly. From the video, it appears that the strength of the zombies is comparable to that of an ordinary person. However, their lack of sensitivity to pain makes them akin to an unkillable cockroach, which is exceedingly troublesome. "Bingu, are we really going to have to fight those zombies?" Chun Hao inquired, a note of apprehension in his voice. "What do you think? To survive, we must confront these zombies. If you do not slay them, they will feast upon you," Yongbin replied bluntly. "But I am terrified," Chun Hao whispered. With a sigh, Yongbin remarked, Do not speak of fear. I share your trepidation that we are merely ordinary individuals, unversed in taking lives. How many possess the courage to slay a zombie? Yet, given the state of the world, we have no choice but to face this reality. Yongbin patted Chen Hao's shoulder and continued. Our position is advantageous, and we still have time. However, we must conquer our fears during this interval. Otherwise, when we finally confront the zombies, our dread may cost us our lives. That I understand. I will do my best. Chen Hao replied, his complexion pale. Yongbin nodded that he himself was not in a much better position than Chen Hao, being only an ordinary student. However, his experiences had been more varied, having navigated life alone for many years, which naturally made him more contemplative. He understood that if they could not overcome their fears, death awaited them. Looking down again, he found no living souls. Only swaying zombies remained. Those who were still alive had hidden away, too fearful to emerge. Yongbin furrowed his brow. This situation rendered any escape from the dormitory impossible. Yet their food supply was limited. If they could not leave, starvation would inevitably claim them. That a plan to extricate themselves from this predicament was imperative. Yongbin mused. Raising his gaze, he glanced at the adjacent female dormitory, only to suddenly spot movement. There seemed to be a struggle occurring within, due to the considerable distance between the male and female dormitories. He could not discern the specifics. However, Yongbin surmised that someone might be fighting off zombies, stirring his curiosity about who possessed such audacity that he fixated on that direction, yearning for a clearer view. When, unexpectedly, the surroundings began to blur. Almost instantaneously, the female dormitory appeared magnified before him, akin to adjusting the focus of a telescope, becoming increasingly distinct. That in no time, the scene within the female dormitory was vividly revealed. On the 6th floor's corridor, four tall young women wielded an assortment of makeshift weapons, benches, clotheslines, and bedboards, striking ferociously at several zombies before them. Judging by their physiques, they likely belonged to the physical education department. Evidently, the four were from the same dormitory, and remarkably, none had succumbed to the zombie plague. They were exceptionally fortunate. However, amid such dire circumstances, their audacity to venture beyond their dormitory doors was indeed commendable. Fortunately, their physical stature afforded them a distinct advantage over the comparatively shorter zombies they faced. The corridor's narrowness allowed them to wield their weapons with fervor, seemingly aiming to push back the zombies ahead as they sought to reach another dormitory. Yongbin shook his head. These women were overly naive. Despite their armaments and physical advantages, their actions would only attract more zombies, and soon they would realize their folly that Yongbin had predicted. Within moments, zombies from other dormitories, alerted by the noise, emerged and charged toward them. The four women, witnessing this unfolding chaos, turned pale with fear and hastily retreated to their dormitory, promptly locking the door behind them. A horde of zombies surged to the entrance, pounding relentlessly on the door. Observing the violent tremors of the door, Yongbin surmised that if they lacked sufficient barricades, it would not withstand the onslaught for long. Yongbin withdrew his gaze, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying perilously. Fortunately, Chen Hao was quick to support him. Bingo, what is wrong? Chen Hao inquired with concern. Yongbin shook his head and pointed toward the distant female dormitory. Haozi, can you see what is happening over there? Are you joking? It is far too distant to discern anything, Chen Hao replied, exasperated. Yongbin nodded thoughtfully, perplexed by the situation. I have over 100 degrees of nearsightedness. Though I do not wear glasses, my vision is not particularly good. How could I see so far? Furthermore, the clarity is beyond mere eyesight. Could it be a special ability? Yongbin's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. Yet, why had he never noticed such an ability before? Could it have manifested overnight? Was it possible that this apocalypse not only turned people into zombies, but also bestowed them with extraordinary powers? A glimmer of hope shone in Yongbin's eyes. Despite the lack of precedence in reality, as a citizen of the 21st century, he had certainly seen films with similar themes. The scenario before him could only be explained by the existence of superpowers. After all, with zombies roaming free, the emergence of extraordinary abilities seemed entirely plausible. To further validate his theory, Yongbin concentrated his focus on Chen Hao once more. Chen Hao felt an uncomfortable sensation under Yongbin's scrutiny, as if he were being laid bare. Instinctively, he covered himself, as though that would provide some comfort. Stop shielding yourself. It's not as if I haven't seen before, Yongbin chuckled at that moment. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Originally, he merely sought to confirm the existence of special abilities, but unexpectedly, he discovered a new capability within himself. He could see through things. This was a power coveted by countless men, manifesting in his very being. Even the typically composed Yongbin could hardly contain his exhilaration that he continued to gaze at Chun Hao, eager to discern the limits of his newfound ability. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Chapter 4. Someone is coming. What is the matter, Bin Ge? Chun Hao asked, puzzled by Yongbin's demeanor. Haozi, try to make yourself invisible for me, Yongbin commanded suddenly. Are you out of your mind, Bin Ge? If I could turn invisible, why would I need to pursue a girlfriend? I could just linger in the girls' bathhouse all day. Chun Hao retorted, exasperated. Did I mean it? Just try to concentrate and silently will yourself to vanish. Yongbin insisted earnestly. Despite finding the request absurd, Chun Hao, upon seeing Yongbin's serious expression, complied. Soon, Chun Hao's body began to gradually fade, until, in mere moments, he completely disappeared from sight. Bin Ge, I think I might actually be invisible? Chun Hao's voice rang out, filled with exhilaration, yet his form was nowhere to be seen. Yongbin, equally astonished, gazed at the seemingly vanished Chun Hao. Unable to believe he could witness another supernatural ability, he quickly focused again on the space where Chun Hao had stood, and soon, Chun Hao's figure reappeared before him, his face alight with excitement as he waved his arms. Glancing left and right, ha, I can turn invisible. This is fantastic. No longer will I be thwarted from entering the girls' bathhouse. Chun Hao exclaimed jubilantly. Could you perhaps show a modicum of maturity? Yongbin rolled his eyes. What does maturity even mean in this context? Is it to gaze at girls bathing? Right now, we are in an apocalypse. The girls' bathhouse is devoid of beauties and instead filled with zombies eager to feast on us. Do you really wish to venture in there? Perhaps I'll pass, Chun Hao replied awkwardly. However, Bin Ge, what on earth is happening? Why have I suddenly acquired the ability to become invisible? Well, it could be classified as a superpower. Yongbin nodded. But why did I suddenly gain such a superpower? It appears that this calamity has been triggered by the impending apocalypse. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. However, given our extraordinary abilities, we possess a greater chance of survival in this desolation, which is indeed a silver lining. Yongbin remarked, Brother Bin, what is your special ability? Chun Hao inquired curiously. After a moment of contemplation, Yongbin replied, I can see things that others cannot. Such as, Chun Hao pressed on. For instance, your invisibility. What? Are you not destined to counter me? Chun Hao retorted, feeling exasperated. It seems I will never have the upper hand in your presence. So, do you wish for me to call you brother? Yongbin teased with a smirk that no. Chun Hao quickly waved his hands dismissively. However, Brother Bin, since we both possess special abilities, do you think we could accomplish something significant amidst this apocalypse? Chun Hao exclaimed with excitement. That may be premature. We should focus on surviving first. Our abilities are not meant for combat, and surviving in a world teeming with zombies is no simple feat. Yongbin replied, shaking his head. True, but I can turn invisible, allowing me to procure food, at the very least. We want to video not be overly optimistic. From my observations, these zombies seem to possess exceptionally keen hearing. If you cannot remain utterly silent, your invisibility may prove ineffective against them. You must practice diligently to move without making a sound. Later, we shall test it against a zombie and see if it can detect you. Are you certain this is not a trial that could lead to demise? It won't be. You must have faith in yourself. Very well, by the way, Haozi, it seems your invisibility extends even to your clothing. Does that mean objects you carry can also become invisible? Yongbin suddenly asked. Let me test it. Chun Hao picked up a brick from the ground and activated his invisibility once more. Indeed, as he became invisible, the brick in his hand vanished as well. It truly works, Chun Hao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yongbin nodded and inquired again. Now, let us see if you can make me invisible by holding on to me. All right. Chun Hao appeared again, then grasped Yongbin's hand and activated his invisibility once more, only to discover that he could not make Yongbin invisible, nor could he maintain his own invisibility. It seems that is not possible, Chun Hao frowned. That suggests living beings cannot be brought along. Yangbin speculated that in that case. Does that mean if you encounter a living being while invisible, you will also become visible? Let me try again. Chun Hao resolutely set out to test this hypothesis. Since they were entirely unaware of the nuances of their abilities, it was essential to continue experimenting. Only through a thorough understanding of their extraordinary powers could they better harness them in the future. Chun Hao activated his invisibility once more and tapped Yangbin on the shoulder. As soon as his hand made contact with Yangbin, his form became visible again. Subsequently, he conducted multiple tests. Whether through physical contact or using the brick, as long as he touched Yangbin, his body would reappear. It seems that as long as one touches a living being, invisibility will fail. Chun Hao lamented. Yes, you must be cautious in the future. Invisibility is not infallible. Avoid touching anything while invisible. Yangbin warned sternly. Understood. Chun Hao nodded earnestly. Just then a loud banging echoed as someone pounded on the iron door of the rooftop. Who's in there? Open the door. Open up, there are zombies, an anxious voice cried from outside, and the knocking grew more frantic. The sudden commotion startled both of them. Brother Bin, what should we do? Should we open the door? Chun Hao frowned. Yangbin focused intently on the iron door, peering through it to see 3 terrified men standing behind it. One of them was frantically banging on the door, while the other 2 wielded an 80-centimeter-long steel pipe and a high stool, desperately fending off 2 pursuing zombies. Due to the staircase, their position was elevated, allowing them to repel the zombies that had just ascended. Yangbin furrowed his brow and sighed. Let us open it. If they continue banging like this, we could attract a horde of zombies, and the wooden ladder may not withstand it. But we need to be cautious. There are 3 of them, and one has a steel pipe. We must remain vigilant. Even though they are classmates in this apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable. Don't worry, Brother Bin. I understand, Chun Hao assured him. Okay, I will move the ladder aside, and you open the door. Once they enter, close it immediately. All right. After finalizing their plan, Yangbin turned his gaze back to the scene behind the iron door. As the men managed to fend off another zombie, they quickly shifted the ladder. And Chun Hao seized the opportunity to open the door. The 3 men rushed inside as soon as the door swung open, quickly shutting it behind them. Yangbin hastily propped the ladder back into place. Soon, the sound of banging echoed from outside, indicating that the zombies had arrived. However, their strength was insufficient to push open the iron door secured by the ladder. Phew! The 3 men, having narrowly escaped, collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, clearly shaken. After a while, they finally turned their attention to Yangbin and Chun Hao. One of the lean men, still trembling, exclaimed, You scared me to death. Why did it take you so long to open the door? We were almost devoured by zombies. How can you say that? We just saved your lives. Instead of gratitude, you blame us. Chun Hao retorted, clearly displeased. The rooftop is a public area. Anyone can come up here. Blocking the door without permission is rather unethical. The tall man wielding the steel pipe interjected. Exactly. Our dormitory door was broken down by zombies, that we intended to seek refuge on the rooftop, but you blocked the door, nearly causing our demise, chimed in the dark-skinned man. Chun Hao was about to argue further, but was stopped by Yangbin. You are correct. We indeed should not have blocked the door, Yangbin said earnestly before preparing to move the ladder. Hey, wait, brothers, let us talk this over. Please don't move it. Yes, brothers, there's no need for that, they implored. You are right. Blocking the door was a wise decision, Yangbin said innocently, nodding that he then slowly removed his hand from the ladder. Just as the 3 were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yangbin placed his hand back on the ladder. I feel it would be better to move it. What if more people come? The 3 men, still tense, couldn't relax. That won't happen. There are only us on the 7th floor, and all the dormitory doors are tightly shut. The hallway is filled with zombies. No one would venture out. The tall man insisted anxiously, Ditto. Then I feel reassured. Yangbin nodded again, then shook the ladder. This ladder seems a bit unstable. The 3 men's hearts sank once more. Quickly find something to secure it. This is no joking matter. All right, Yangbin replied, glancing at the base of the ladder and then at the steel pipe in the tall man's hand. Hey, could I borrow your steel pipe for a moment? Let me see if I can use it to stabilize the base of the ladder. It seems like the size is just right. Sure. The tall man tossed the steel pipe over without hesitation, prioritizing their safety from the zombies. Yangbin smiled, picked up the pipe, gestured with it a few times, then clapped his hands and declared, "That should do it. It's stable now." Hearing this, the three men finally relaxed, oblivious to the fact that their weapon had changed hands. Chapter 5. The conflict with the weapon in hand, a smile spread across Yang Bin's face, but he could not be blamed for harboring ulterior motives. In these tumultuous times, he felt compelled to eliminate all threats at their inception in order to prolong his survival. That we are from Dormitory 308. My name is Yang Bin, and this is Chun Hao. How do you all go by? Yang Bin introduced himself proactively to we are from Dormitory 716. My name is Zhao Kuan, and these are Shouho and Lao Hei. The tall man replied, "That is it just the three of you in your dormitory?" Yang Bin asked, puzzled. There's one more, but he turned into a zombie. Thankfully, we discovered it early this morning. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger, Zhao Kuan recounted, still shaken by the memory. That's impressive. You managed to escape from a zombie, Yang Bin said, astonished. Was it exactly an escape? There were three of us, and he was alone. That he fell from the top bunk, and we tied him to the bed with a sheet to survive. Zhao Kuan explained. That is still quite remarkable. What about you? How did you end up here on the rooftop? We were drinking and chatting up here last night, and never returned to the dormitory. Well, you are indeed fortunate. That I feel the same way. Yang Bin chuckled, and both parties engaged in conversation, finding their interaction quite harmonious. As classmates, it was easy for them to bond in the absence of conflicting interests. However, as noon approached, a few rumbling sounds echoed. The thin monkey, clutching his stomach, awkwardly inquired, "Do you have any food? We haven't eaten anything since morning and are a bit hungry. Does it look like there's food here?" Yang Bin shrugged his shoulders in resignation. They too had not eaten since the previous night and were equally famished, but had been enduring it. What should we do? Even if the zombies can't get in, we'll eventually starve to death, he lamented. Just hold on a bit longer. Perhaps official rescue will arrive soon, Lao Hei suggested. What if the authorities don't come for days? That seems unlikely, Yang Bin replied. There's nothing impossible. We can't place our hope in others. We must find a way to procure food ourselves, Chen Hao asserted. How can we do that? There are two zombies guarding the entrance. We can't even step out, let alone get food, came the retort. Perhaps we could lure them in and deal with them, then find a way to go down to the dormitory for some food, Yang Bin proposed earnestly. Are you insane? Letting them in means certain death for us. The others gasped in shock, fully aware of the horror of the zombies after their prior encounters. They had finally found a safe haven and did not wish to face the undead again. There are only two zombies outside. We have 5 people. There's a chance we can handle them. That if more zombies show up, then we won't stand a chance at all. Yang Bin argued that you're overthinking it. You haven't fought zombies before and don't understand how terrifying they are. These creatures feel no pain. A blow from us would barely register. If they managed to grab or bite us, it would be the end. Zhao Kuan frowned. Indeed, letting them in is akin to seeking death, but we want to survive. Unlike you. The thin monkey shook his head. Even Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin with concern. Brother Bin, are you confident? Whether I am confident or not, we must take this step. That we are on the rooftop. Zombies lack intelligence. That as long as we can push them off the roof, that will be the easiest way to deal with them. If we can't manage even that, then we have no hope of getting out, Yang Bin replied. Yes, Brother Bin, I support you. Chen Hao stated firmly that no, we absolutely do not agree to let the zombies in. The other 3 shook their heads in unison. That we were here first. When did we need your approval? Yang Bin retorted angrily. If we disagree, let's see who dares to let them in. Zhao Kuan was also furious, reaching for a steel pipe, only to find it had mysteriously ended up in the hands of the others, darkening his expression. Return the steel pipe to me. Do you think that's possible? Yang Bin sneered. It was mine to begin with. Now it's mine. Damn it, without the steel pipe, there's no way I'll let you bring the zombies in. This isn't up to you. Yang Bin shot him a cold glare and suddenly kicked the ladder, sending it crashing down. What the hell? Zhao Kuan and the others were instantly alarmed, quickly bracing against the iron door. You're insane. You'll get us all killed. Zhao Kuan shouted furiously, rather than waiting here to die. We might as well take a gamble. That if you're too scared to fight, then brace yourselves. I want to see how long you can hold out, Yang Bin said coldly, the atmosphere growing tense as neither side was willing to back down. Bang, bang. The iron door was struck again, the previously quiet zombies responding to the commotion inside by crashing against the door once more. The 3 held the door tightly, noticing that Yang Bin and the others had no intention of helping them, their faces turning ashen. What should we do, Kuinga? The thin monkey asked anxiously. At this rate, we won't last much longer. Zhao Kuin's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said to Yang Bin, if we're going to fight, we need a battle plan. Kicking the ladder away like that is just reckless. You make a fair point. Yang Bin nodded seriously, then slowly moved the ladder back to brace against the iron door. Phew! The three collapsed onto the ground, having thought they were safe on the rooftop, only to find themselves in such a perilous situation. After a while, Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin and said, Speak up, how are we going to fight? Yang Bin surveyed the surroundings and replied, In a moment, the thin monkey and Lao He will move the ladder aside. Once the zombies come in, you two will use the ladder to pin one against the wall while the three of us take on the other, aiming to push both zombies off the building as quickly as possible. Easier said than done. Zombies are fast, and the ladder is heavy. If they get too close, the ladder won't be a weapon, but a burden. And we'll be in danger, Zhao Kun countered. From what I've observed, zombies have physical abilities similar to those of ordinary people. Their advantage is their lack of pain, but they also have a critical weakness. They possess no intelligence and don't dodge attacks. As long as the zombies come in, the two of them just need to pin one against the wall, and I don't think it will have a chance to get close. That if that fails, then we must look at our own shortcomings, Yang Bin stated. All right, even if you're right, what about the remaining one? I don't have a weapon. I can't fight a zombie with bare hands, Zhao Kun remarked, glaring at the steel pipe in Yang Bin's hands, which had originally been his. He had a high stool back at the entrance, but in the rush to enter, he had left it behind. And now he was weaponless. There are plenty of bricks on the ground. Just grab a couple as weapons, Yang Bin suggested. Bricks? It's surprising you thought of that. Why don't you use bricks to fight the zombies yourself? I have a steel pipe, so I don't need them. Chapter 6. The first confrontation. Are you ready? Yang Bin asked seriously, looking at the others. Yes, they nodded nervously, although Zhao Kun and the others were somewhat displeased. Yang Bin's overwhelming presence forced them to relent. Then on the count of 3, Lao He, you guys move the ladder. All right. Lao He and the thin monkey were already sweating as they gripped the ladder. 1, 2, 3. As Yang Bin's voice fell, Lao He and the thin monkey swiftly moved the ladder aside. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron door swung open, and 2 blood-soaked zombies charged into the rooftop. This was Yang Bin and Chun Hao's first close encounter with zombies. The sight of their blood-red eyes sent shivers down their spines, and the overwhelming stench of blood made them want to retch. Fortunately, both had mentally prepared themselves, and although it was uncomfortable, it didn't paralyze them with fear. The moment the 2 zombies stormed in, they locked onto the group on the rooftop and lunged towards them. Lao He and the thin monkey quickly raised the ladder and shoved it against one zombie, pushing it against the wall. The zombie clawed and struggled wildly, but the strength of one person was no match for 2, and it was firmly pinned against the wall, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and the other 3 charged at the second zombie. Roar! The zombie lunged at Yang Bin, who swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack, then swung the steel pipe down hard onto the zombie's head. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yang Bin felt a slight numbness in his arm. However, the zombie seemed unfazed and lunged at him once more. Damn it, didn't they say zombies' weakness is their head? Why is it so tough to hit? Yang Bin complained, quickly retreating. That moment, Chun Hao arrived with a brick and struck the zombie's head with all his might. Bam! The brick shattered upon impact, dark red, foul-smelling blood oozing from the zombie's head, indicating that this blow was even more forceful than Yang Bin's steel pipe hit, successfully redirecting the zombie's attention. Without hesitation, Chun Hao took off running. The zombie abandoned Yang Bin and pursued Chun Hao instead. Just then, Zhao Kun charged in from the side, also wielding a brick, striking the zombie but not on the head. It hit its shoulder instead. The zombie didn't even glance at Zhao Kun, continuing its relentless chase after Chun Hao. The rooftop was confined, and soon Chun Hao found himself cornered, on the verge of being caught by the zombie when, unexpectedly, his figure vanished. Zhao Kun's eyes widened in shock at this scene. Where did he go? Yang Bin, however, showed no surprise and immediately chased after him. Once the zombie lost its target, it quickly refocused on Yang Bin, who felt somewhat reassured with the steel pipe in hand, continuously striking the zombie to keep it at BAY.AT that moment. Zhao Kun arrived, looking astonished. Where's Chun Hao? I'm right here. Chun Hao's figure reappeared. What just happened? How did you suddenly vanish? Zhao Kun's speech became somewhat halting, clearly startled. Haven't you ever seen magic? Chen Hao casually remarked. Are you telling me this is some sort of magic? Fokun exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. What else could it be? Am I supposed to turn invisible? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. You two stop chatting and figure out how to get it down that I can barely hold on any longer. Yang Bin urged anxiously. With that, Zhao Kun suppressed the multitude of questions swirling in his mind and picked up a brick, ready to assist. That ain't no need to come over, that we're at the edge now. Just give it a kick and send it flying, Yang Bin instructed. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Chen Hao who declared, I'll do it. With determination, Chen Hao fixed his gaze on the zombie grappling with Yang Bin, took a running start, and leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie hurtling over the railing and plummeting off the rooftop. Impressive, Yang Bin praised. The three of them immediately leaned over to peer down. A dull thud echoed as the zombie's body crashed onto the floor below, a cascade of dark crimson blood spilling forth. Just when they thought the zombie was finished, it staggered to its feet, dazedly surveying its surroundings before, like all other zombies, setting out in search of prey. That it's not dead. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, these zombies are truly repulsive, Zhao Kun scoffed. Enough complaining, let's figure out how to deal with the other one. Yang Bin insisted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lao He and Shouho were steadfastly holding back another zombie with a ladder, preventing it from escaping despite its desperate struggles. That'd be why the time Yang Bin and the others arrived. Both were drenched in sweat. Once we let go, we'll all push it out together, Yang Bin suggested. All right, 0.5 against 1 made things considerably easier. As they released the ladder, the zombie lunged wildly toward them. The group hoisted the ladder and thrust the zombie towards the edge of the rooftop, sending it tumbling out. Another dull thud resonated as they rushed to look over the edge again, only to see the zombie lying still in a pool of blood, not attempting to rise again. Why did this one die? Zhao Kun inquired, puzzled. Its head is smashed. How could it survive? Chen Hao replied. True, Yang Bin nodded thoughtfully. It seems the television shows were not misleading. To truly eliminate a zombie, one must strike its head. Shut the door. Let us take a breather. The group reset the ladder against the door and collapsed onto the ground. Although the encounter with the zombies had been brief, the psychological strain was immense. They were merely ordinary university students, and the very act of confronting zombies required a formidable mental fortitude that in retrospect. Each of them felt a shiver of fear. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath broke the silence, and Chen Hao clutched his foot, a look of agony etched across his face. What is wrong? Yang Bin rushed over. Chen Hao cautiously rolled up his pant leg, revealing 3 long gashes on his foot. What happened? Yang Bin asked, a hint of panic in his voice. That I must have gotten scratched when I kicked that zombie. Chen Hao replied with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense, and Zhao Kun and the others instinctively stepped back. Yang Bin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the wound. Chen Hao, realizing their reactions, suddenly paled and trembled as he uttered, Bin Ge, am I going to become a zombie? No way, don't think like that. You'll be fine, Yang Bin reassured him. How can you be sure? The internet says that if a zombie bites or scratches you, you'll turn into one quickly, Shouho chimed in. Shut your mouth. No one thinks you're mute if you don't speak. Yang Bin retorted angrily. But that's the truth. Can I speak about it? Zhao Kun remarked. This is my issue. If you keep babbling, I swear I'll make sure you can't speak again. Yang Bin threatened, gripping a steel pipe while glaring at them. What? You want to take me on 3 against 1? Zhao Kun shot back defiantly, having long harbored discontent towards Yang Bin. Feel free to try. Yang Bin replied coldly. Chapter 7. A false alarm. The atmosphere grew tense once more at that moment. Chen Hao patted Yang Bin on the shoulder and whispered, Bin Ge, there's no need for this. I understand the situation. Yang Bin softened his icy demeanor and turned to Chen Hao. His eyes reddened. Hao Zi, I'm sorry. If I hadn't asked you to kick it, this wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault. I was careless. Chen Hao replied with a rueful smile. Bin Ge, you're the person I admire most in my life. Being your brother is my greatest pride. If I really do turn into a zombie, would you kill me beforehand? I don't want to become a zombie and harm others. He spoke. Chen Hao's eyes grew moist. Yuan Ti, don't think like that. There must be a solution, Yang Bin said, activating his special ability and focusing intently on the wound on Chen Hao's foot. He soon noticed a faint wisp of gray energy steadily eroding Chen Hao's injury. But within Chen Hao's body, there seemed to be a unique energy countering this gray force, leading to a stalemate. Witnessing this, Yang Bin's face brightened with hope. Although he was unsure why Chen Hao could resist the gray energy, he sensed that perhaps Chen Hao would not become a zombie after all. Bingo, can you promise me one thing? Chen Hao continued, oblivious to Yang Bin's thoughts. After I die, could you check on my parents? They haven't responded to my messages, and I'm worried about them. This moment, Yang Bin was too preoccupied to heed Chen Hao's ramblings. He noticed that the gray energy encroaching upon Chen Hao was gradually diminishing, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, confident that Chen Hao would be all right. Bingo? All right, stop rambling. You should be fine. Really? Chen Hao's face lit up with surprise. Who would wish for death? Yes, trust me. Okay. Chen Hao nodded resolutely. You all are celebrating too soon. He isn't transformed yet. It's just a matter of time that I advise you to get him away quickly. Otherwise, we'll have to push him off. I cannot gamble our lives, Zhao Kuan interjected suddenly. Go ahead and try. If you dare to move, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Yang Bin shot back icily. Zhao Kuan fumed, wanted to confront him, but refraining due to the steel pipe in Yang Bin's grip. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and say, fine, you're tough, but don't say I didn't warn you. You're the closest to him, and if he turns into a zombie, you'll be the first to be devoured. With that, he took the other two and retreated to a distance. Bingo, maybe you should keep your distance as well. I'm worried that if... Chen Hao voiced his concerns. There's no if. If I say you're fine, you are fine. Sit tight. I'll tend to your wound. Although it's not deep, the heat could cause infection. Yang Bin stated, tearing off a strip of his sleeve and kneeling down to carefully bandage Chen Hao's injury. The gray energy on the wound had mostly dissipated, suggesting it should be fine. Chen Hao gazed at Yang Bin tending to his injury with reddened eyes. He didn't need to say thank you. They had long transcended such formalities. All right, rest well. By tomorrow, you should be fine. Yang Bin clapped his hands and stood up, only to be startled by Chen Hao's suddenly teary eyes. Don't scare me like that. You're not really turning into a zombie, are you? No, just got some sand in my eyes, Chen Hao quickly replied, rubbing his eyes. That's good. Yang Bin exhaled in relief. Bingo, actually, my foot is fine. Just a few scratches. As long as I don't turn into a zombie, I'll be okay. It won't affect me. Chen Hao reassured him. Even so, it's best to rest. There's still fighting ahead. Half an hour later, seeing Chen Hao still looking normal, Zhao Kuan and the others began to feel puzzled. Didn't they say that if you get scratched by a zombie, you'll turn into one within minutes? Why is he fine? Exactly. It's not scientific. Could the internet be lying? That can't be. I have a video that clearly recorded someone turning from a normal person into a zombie. It can't be fake. So what's his deal? I don't know. Should we ask him? I'm not going. The Yang Bin is too intimidating. I'm a bit scared of him now. Kuan Gu, you I've already made bold statements. If I go ask, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? Then forget it. Maybe he wasn't scratched deeply, or perhaps Chen Hao has some unusual constitution. Now that you mention it. Chen Hao to seem a bit off, Zhao Kuan suddenly remarked. What do you mean? You probably didn't notice, but when that zombie was about to catch him, he suddenly vanished, and then the zombie turned to attack Yang Bin instead. Is that for real? It sounds so bizarre. The slender monkey, with disbelief etched upon his face, remarked, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. But this is indeed true. That fellow told me it was magic. What a ridiculous notion. Does he think I am a fool? What kind of magic requires no props? Good heavens, could he be invisible? I don't know, but there's something decidedly sinister about him. We must remain vigilant. All right, enough of that. Here comes Yang Bin. Yang Bin strode directly up to the group and said, I am prepared to open the door and lure the zombies up here to kill them. What do you all think more? The group's eyes widened in shock. Otherwise, do you wish to starve to death up here? Certainly not. The slender monkey and old black immediately shook their heads. Who will do the luring? Zhao Kuan frowned and asked that I'll go as long as I can draw the zombies from the 7th floor one by one. We can then raid the dormitory for supplies, Yang Bin replied, upon hearing Yang Bin's words. The group suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Even Zhao Kuan couldn't help but regard Yang Bin with newfound respect. While they had only contemplated hiding in place and waiting for rescue, he had already devised a plan for securing food. Most importantly, he had taken it upon himself to lure the zombies rather than delegating the task, leaving Zhao Kun with no grounds for complaint. Are you sure you can handle it? If not, I can go. I'm more familiar with the 7th floor, Zhao Kun habitually shot back. Fine, then you go, Yangbin replied. Zhao Kun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he stared at Yangbin. Yangbin paid him no mind and instead picked up a few stones from the ground, placing them in Zhao Kun's hands. Be careful that if you encounter a zombie, just throw a stone from a distance and lead it back here. But be cautious not to attract too many. Zhao Kun held the stones, opening his mouth but finding no words, wishing he could slap himself for being so foolish. Thus, amidst the watchful gazes of the others, he descended the stairs with a face that betrayed his resignation. Chapter 8. Luring the zombies, Zhao Kun cautiously made his way down the stairs, fearful of encountering zombies around the corner. The task of luring zombies was fraught with danger, yet he had brought this upon himself with his careless words. He could only swallow his bitterness. Upon reaching the stairwell's bend, he found no zombies and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly spotted 2 pairs of blood-red eyes staring straight at him. Good heavens! Zhao Kun cursed under his breath and quickly turned to flee. Roar! The 2 zombies excitedly chased after him. Before long, Zhao Kun found himself back at the rooftop entrance. How many? Yangbin asked immediately. 2. Good grief. Weren't you supposed to lure them one at a time? How am I supposed to control that? Zhao Kun retorted. The old method. Slender Monkey and Old Black will hold one back with the ladder, and we'll deal with the other. Yangbin swiftly assigned the strategy. Having learned from their first encounter, the second attempt was evidently smoother. The 2 zombies barged in. One was blocked by the ladder, while the other had yet to grasp the situation before it was met with 2 bricks and a steel pipe, directly to the head. The zombie let out a furious roar and quickly turned to pursue its attackers. The trio hastily led the creature to the edge, and Yangbin engaged it in combat with the steel pipe, while Zhao Kun and Chunhao seized the tall stool that Old Black had brought and struck the zombie forcefully. They were now too wary to kick, fearing they might get caught again. The tall stool proved invaluable, crashing into the zombie, which was sent tumbling off the rooftop without any mishaps. Next, the group worked together to shove the other zombie off as well. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and within just over a minute, both threats were neutralized. Excellent teamwork. Yangbin approached Zhao Kun, extending his hand. Despite their previous tensions, the 3 had not resorted to petty antics in the face of danger, which had greatly improved Yangbin's perception of them. After all, their conflicts were merely verbal skirmishes. They needed to continue cooperating, and personal grievances had to be set aside to avoid further complications. Seeing Yangbin reach out first, Zhao Kun hesitated for a moment but swiftly grasped his hand in agreement. He understood Yangbin's intention and recognized the necessity of putting aside personal differences in such dire circumstances. Pleasant collaboration. However, regarding the task of luring zombies, can we take turns? It truly is perilous, Zhao Kun said awkwardly. All right, I'll go next, Yangbin replied without hesitation. In truth, he had intended to take on the task himself from the start, as his ability to see through walls allowed him to detect zombies in advance and minimize risk. However, since Zhao Kun insisted, he acquiesced. Zhao Kun, noticing Yangbin's willingness, couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Yangbin's perspective was indeed broader than his own. After a brief respite, Yangbin casually picked up a few stones and descended the stairs to lure the zombies once more. Upon reaching the stairwell's bend, Yangbin activated his true sight ability, an apt name for his special power that revealed things hidden from ordinary perception. Seeing no zombies, he cautiously proceeded downwards as he neared the 7th floor. He activated his ability again to survey the surroundings. In the left dormitory, 2 zombies were swaying, while the right dormitory was completely empty, both rooms in disarray as if ransacked. In the corridor, 3 zombies lingered near the stairwell on the left, while one was similarly close on the right. If he carelessly descended, all 4 would likely detect him immediately. Yangbin pondered for a moment before tossing a stone to the right and quickly hiding back around the corner. The sound attracted the attention of several zombies. However, the 3 on the left merely glanced in that direction before losing interest. The single zombie on the right, however, approached the spot where the stone landed, tilting its head in curiosity. Seeing this, Yangbin threw another stone, landing it just below the stairs. The inquisitive zombie moved closer, peering at the stone on the ground. Hey, Yongbin called softly, peeking out, upon seeing a living person. The zombie became agitated and charged towards Yongbin. Without hesitation, Yongbin turned and sprinted back up the stairs, quickly returning to the rooftop. That on the rooftop, Zhao Kun and the others stood at the ready. And upon Yongbin's arrival, they hurriedly asked, "How many?" "One. Excellent." Soon, the lone zombie chased Yongbin to the rooftop, only to be met with a ladder sweeping across its path, striking it forcefully, before the zombie could react. It was sent flying several meters away, landing at the edge of the rooftop. As it struggled to rise, the ladder struck again, sending it hurtling off the rooftop. The zombie barely had time to register its surroundings before it became an airborne projectile. On the first floor, 3 youths were huddled in a dormitory, trembling as they watched the relentless stream of zombies plummeting from above. These zombies sure know how to have fun. What does it matter? They don't feel pain. What's a little jump from a building to them? Ugh. It seems we must not only be wary of the zombies outside, but also prevent those from above from dropping down. At this rate, when will we ever escape? Honestly, surviving is already a blessing. There are still some bread rations left in the dormitory. If we ration them, we should last a couple of days. That be why then. Help might arrive. Indeed, that on the rooftop. My turn, Zhao Kun declared as he prepared to descend, that he was a man who never shied away from his responsibilities. Allow me to go, Yongbin interjected. There were 3 zombies by the stairwell. And without the ability to see through walls, Zhao Kun was blind to their presence. That if he descended recklessly, he could easily fall victim to their assault, which would be extremely perilous. Zhao Kun regarded Yongbin earnestly, and then nodded in agreement. All right. The task of luring zombies was too dangerous. If it could be avoided, it certainly should be. Yongbin swiftly descended the stairs again, employing the same tactic of tossing a stone. However, to his dismay, the 3 zombies approached the stairwell simultaneously, causing Yongbin to furrow his brow. After several attempts to separate them, the trio stubbornly remained together, leaving Yongbin exasperated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and resolved to lead them all at once. As Yongbin revealed himself, the 3 zombies immediately lunged toward him. Be careful. 3 of them. Yongbin shouted to the others. Good heavens, that's intense? The group was taken aback. Old Method, Slender Monkey, and Old Black will hold one back with the ladder, while Housie and Zhao Kun use the stool on another. That I'll take care of the last one. That Yongbin swiftly executed tactical adjustments. Before long, 3 zombies surged onto the rooftop in pursuit of him. Shou Ho and Lao He immediately braced against one of the creatures with a ladder, while Zhao Kun and Chun Hao wielded a high stool to pin another zombie against the wall. Yongbin, accompanied by a 3rd zombie, approached the edge of the rooftop, his steel pipe coming down with tremendous force upon the creature's skull. The thud resonated with a dull sound. This time, Yongbin exerted nearly all his strength, causing dark red blood to spurt from the zombie's head. The steel pipe in his hand vibrated with a buzz, numbing his arm. Nevertheless, the blow proved effective, significantly slowing the zombie's movements. That a glimmer of hope flickered in Yongbin's eyes as he struck again, this time with even greater ferocity. With the other 3 zombies, Chen Hao and the others could no longer assist him. He had to resolve the situation on his own, unable to drag it downstairs. He resolved to eliminate it on the spot. Chapter 9. Special Zombie. Yongbin continued to rain blows upon the zombie's head, striking only the hardest part, as hitting elsewhere yielded no results. As he relentlessly attacked, the blood flowed increasingly profusely from the zombie's head, and its movements became ever more sluggish. Ultimately, after a frenzied barrage, Yongbin succeeded in crushing the zombie's skull. The creature finally ceased its movements, collapsing to the ground, leaving a gruesome scene of red and white splattered across the floor. Ugh! Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, even Yongbin, no matter how brave, found himself doubled over, retching that in the heat of battle. He had not given it much thought, merely focused on bringing the creature down swiftly. Now, upon pausing and seeing the carnage strewn about, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, with little left in his stomach. He nearly expelled the bitter bile within him. Ugh! The others, though standing at a distance, could clearly see the scene unfold, their faces paling as they too succumbed to violent bouts of vomiting. They were merely ordinary college students, unaccustomed to such horrors. Moreover, they were in a worse predicament than Yongbin. While they vomited, they could not let go of their grip, for if the zombie broke free, their lives would be forfeit. Truly a dire situation. After what felt like an eternity, Yongbin managed to rise from the ground, unable to bear the sight of the fallen zombie any longer, and hurried to Chen Hao and Zhao Kuin's side. Observing the zombie they had pinned down, still thrashing its limbs, Yongbin weakly suggested, "We should dispose of this one as well." Yes, yes. Zhao Kun and Chen Hao quickly nodded, genuinely fearing that Yongbin might shatter the creature's skull as well. At that moment, even Zhao Kun regarded Yongbin with a tinge of trepidation. After all, crushing a human skull, albeit that of a zombie, was something he believed himself incapable of. Without further ado, Yongbin instructed the two to release the zombie, which they then maneuvered to the edge. Following the same procedure, Chen Hao and Zhao Kun used the high stool to push it off. Subsequently, the group united their efforts to shove the remaining zombie off as well. Once these tasks were completed, they collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, unwilling to move. That it was not that this encounter had been far more exhausting than the previous ones. Rather, it was the retching that had taken its toll, especially with the sight of the shattered corpse nearby inducing further waves of nausea. After some time, Yongbin summoned the strength to rise once more, and in the terrified gazes of his companions, he strode directly toward the corpse. That survive in this apocalypse, such scenarios would inevitably recur. He had to conquer this mental hurdle as swiftly as possible, Yongbin resolved inwardly. Standing before the zombie's body, he fought against the rising bile, forcing himself to maintain eye contact with the corpse. Observing Yongbin's determination, Chen Hao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately steeled himself and approached as well. Zhao Kun and the others regarded the two with expressions of disbelief. Zhao Kun understood their intentions but lacked the courage to join them. After a while, Yongbin turned to Chen Hao and said, "Haozi, well done, Brother Bin, no matter what you do, I will follow you." Chen Hao declared resolutely. "Good brother," Yongbin nodded. "Let us dispose of it." Agreed. Together, they lifted the corpse and hurled it off the rooftop, finally allowing the others to exhale a sigh of relief. However, unbeknownst to them, this experience had propelled Yongbin and Chen Hao far beyond their peers in certain respects. "Rest for half an hour, then we continue." Yongbin commanded. All right, that no one dared to oppose him. At that moment, Zhao Kun and the others had begun to genuinely fear Yongbin, even the rebellious Zhao Kun. "Next time, could you refrain from attracting so many? It's a bit overwhelming." Zhao Kun murmured that I didn't want to either. "Those three wouldn't separate, so I had no choice but to bring them all along," Yongbin sighed. "How about I lure them next time?" Zhao Kun suggested. "No need. If we go down again, it'll be to the 7th floor. I fear you might attract every zombie in that corridor," Yongbin replied. "How can you be sure you won't? I have my methods. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. But I must warn you that there are at least 30 to 40 zombies in the 7th floor corridor, that if they swarm, you might not even find your bones," Yongbin cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kun involuntarily shivered and awkwardly conceded. "Then let's forget about it." After half an hour, Yongbin descended once more. The subsequent efforts proved relatively smooth. Indeed, there were numerous zombies in the 7th floor corridor, but they were scattered and not congregated. Moreover, the zombies were not stationary. They wandered aimlessly. Yongbin concealed himself at the stairway entrance, carefully observing the zombies' movements with his true sight, and when he noticed one approaching, he deftly tossed a pebble to lure it toward the stairway, subsequently leading it to the rooftop, where the group would work together to push it off. Employing this method, Yongbin successfully lured over a dozen zombies without incident, until the 17th one, when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As before, Yongbin hid in the corner, using his true sight to monitor the creature's movements before stealthily tossing a stone just ahead of it. The preceding steps unfolded seamlessly, and Yongbin gradually guided the zombie to the stairway entrance. However, upon spotting Yongbin, this particular zombie, unlike the others, exhibited an alarming speed, charging toward him with fervor. Had Yongbin not been quick on his feet and maintained a safe distance, he likely would have been caught before reaching the rooftop. As the zombie lunged onto the rooftop, the group instinctively attempted to shove it off with the ladder. To their astonishment, the ladder merely staggered the creature, which quickly regained its balance, leaving them utterly astonished. In the next moment, the zombie charged directly at them with incredible speed. At this juncture, the unwieldiness of the ladder became evident. The four individuals found it challenging to maneuver, and soon the zombie was upon them. Without hesitation, they swung the ladder at the creature and swiftly retreated. The zombie swatted the ladder aside as if it were mere fluff, then continued its relentless pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Yongbin struck hard with his steel pipe against the zombie's skull. The sound of impact resonated dully, causing the pipe to bend slightly, yet the zombie appeared unscathed, not even a drop of blood spilled. How could this be? Yongbin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expended nearly all his strength in that blow, and yet it had yielded no effect to AT that moment. The zombie's gaze locked onto him again, letting out a roar as it lunged toward Yongbin. Yongbin rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the attack, and brought the steel pipe crashing down onto the creature's head once more. Yet this strike too failed to inflict significant damage. And the zombie charged at him again. "Everyone, be cautious. This zombie is unlike the rest," Yongbin shouted, evading the creature's onslaught. However, the zombie's speed was overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult for Yongbin to evade. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped being tackled. Faced with this formidable foe, Yongbin felt utterly powerless. Even the steel pipe's strikes barely registered against the creature's resilience. The others, though frantic, were ill-equipped to assist. Lacking suitable weapons, Chunhao picked up a brick, ready to intervene, but was quickly restrained by Zhao Kun. Charging in like that is tantamount to suicide. If the steel pipe can't phase it, what good will a brick do? Then think of something. Brother Bin can't hold out much longer, Chunhao urged. Chapter 10. Red Crystal. Watching Yongbin narrowly evade the relentless zombie, the others felt a surge of desperation. If Yongbin fell to the creature, their lives would be forfeit as well. Zhao Kun scanned the surroundings for anything useful, suddenly spotting the fallen ladder. After a moment's thought, he exclaimed, "I have an idea. Let us position the ladder horizontally, 2 on each side, and charge it with all our strength that we should be able to knock it down. If we do, we can pin it with the ladder." Chunhao's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Kun's suggestion. That plan is feasible. Quickly, the group retrieved the ladder, positioning it horizontally, and charged toward the engaged fighters. "Brother Bin, duck," Chunhao shouted, and Yongbin reacted with remarkable speed, rolling onto the ground in an instant. Bang! The middle of the ladder collided directly with the zombie, successfully knocking it down. Just as the zombie was about to rise, the 4 of them swiftly pressed the ladder down upon it. The ladder's midpoint lay upon the zombie, while 2 individuals at each end exerted all their strength to hold it down. The zombie struggled incessantly, but ultimately, its strength was no match for the combined force of the 4, and it could not break free. "Well done," Yongbin exclaimed in admiration. However, before anyone could revel in their triumph, a sudden crack echoed ominously. The group, filled with dread, discovered a fissure had appeared in the middle of the ladder, causing their pupils to constrict in alarm. Witnessing this, Yongbin felt a jolt of fear surge through him. Without hesitation, he charged forward, wielding a steel pipe, and began to strike relentlessly at the creature's head. Bang, bang, bang! Each muted thud resonated as Yongbin put forth every ounce of his strength, landing precise blows upon the zombie's skull. At last, blood began to flow from the zombie's head, and its thrashing grew increasingly violent. The crack in the ladder widened, and anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. Undeterred, Yongbin continued to pummel the zombie's head, targeting the wound with fervor. The steel pipe became deformed from his relentless assault. Yet he dared not pause. The heavy sounds of impact sent shivers down everyone's spine. Eventually, after an indeterminate number of strikes, the zombie's resistance gradually waned, and it finally lay still at this moment. Yongbin's steel pipe was nearly rendered useless, his body drenched in a gruesome mixture of red and white, presenting him as though he had emerged from the depths of hell, aside from Chunhao. The gazes of the other 3 were filled with terror as they looked upon Yongbin. Before their very eyes, he had obliterated the skull of a zombie, and the sheer ferocity of his actions left an indelible psychological scar upon them. Seeing the zombie motionless, Yongbin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The horror of the zombie had been overwhelming. Had it managed to escape their grasp, they would have faced certain death in that moment. His sole thought had been to eradicate it, for failure meant doom. Once he paused, Yongbin suddenly felt a searing pain across his body and glanced down, his expression darkening. Numerous lacerations marred his skin, and it was evident these were inflicted during the zombie's struggle. The others noticed the state he was in, and their expressions shifted accordingly. "Binguyu, you won't be harmed, will you?" Chunhao asked, a tremor of fear in his voice. Yang Bin remained silent, activating his true vision to examine his wounds that he observed a gray energy incessantly eroding at the injuries, yet he felt another energy within him, resisting it. Upon witnessing this, Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Like Chun Hao, he possessed an internal energy capable of warding off the zombie virus. However, he remained puzzled as to the origin of this energy. That it was a well-established fact that being scratched or bitten by a zombie invariably led to one's transformation into a zombie. Yet here they were, both he and Chun Hao unscathed, which sparked his curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the only distinguishing factor between them was their unique abilities. Could this be the reason? Yang Bin mused silently. Bin Ge, speak to me. Don't scare me like this. Chun Hao urged, growing anxious at Yang Bin's prolonged silence. Yang Bin snapped back to reality, shaking his head with a smile. It's nothing that if you're fine. How could I possibly be in trouble? Phew. Chun Hao exhaled deeply, relief flooding his features. Thank goodness. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Are you certain you're all right? Zhao Kuan and the others remained cautiously attentive. What? Do you wish to push me down? Yang Bin narrowed his eyes at them. No. We were merely concerned. Zhao Kuan stammered, feeling awkward. Just kidding. When this maniac gets serious, he could crush bones with a single blow. Who would dare push him? Bin Ge, what on earth was that zombie? How could it be so formidable? Chun Hao asked, still shaken. I have no idea. Yang Bin replied, shaking his head. He then activated his true vision to scrutinize the corpse ahead. Curious about what made this zombie so different, he scanned the zombie's body from head to toe. He soon spotted something unusual within the creature's shattered skull. A small red crystal, roughly the size of a grain of rice. Yang Bin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he approached the corpse, suppressing his nausea, and reached into the zombie's broken head. Ugh! The others, who had been valiantly holding back their nausea, could no longer contain themselves and began to retch. However, their stomachs were already empty, leaving them only able to dry heave. Chun Hao's complexion paled as he hesitated, contemplating whether to follow suit. After all, he had vowed to accompany Bin Ge in whatever he did. Yet, this was pushing the limits of sanity. Fortunately, Yang Bin soon withdrew his hand from the zombie's head, now holding the small red crystal that he examined it closely, noting its warm temperature and smooth texture. Bin Ge, what is this? Chun Hao approached, whispering. Yang Bin shook his head and activated his true vision once more, inspecting the crystal in his hand. Through his enhanced sight, he discerned that the crystal was composed of countless energy particles. Devoid of impurities, moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that his body craved this strange object. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bin steeled himself, wiping the crystal on a clean part of his clothing before. To Chun Hao's astonishment, consuming it. Ugh! Chun Hao, who had managed to suppress his nausea until now, could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground in a fit of vomiting. It was not that he lacked resilience. Rather, Yang Bin's actions were simply too extreme. The recently emptied Zhao Kuan and the others, witnessing this scene, began to vomit uncontrollably as well, expelling even their bile. Yang Bin paid them no mind. He was too busy feeling the remarkable changes within his body. As the crystal dissolved within him, it rapidly transformed into energy, integrating with his very being. Yang Bin felt an unparalleled sensation of refreshment, as if his body were being continuously reinforced. Once the energy was fully absorbed, he realized that his physical capabilities had nearly doubled compared to before. Astonishingly, the gray energy that had been gnawing at him had vanished entirely. He reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Yang Bin suddenly sensed something new within his mind. Closing his eyes to focus, he soon discovered a dim image of the Big Dipper constellation in his thoughts. Among the 9 faint stars, one star's corner glimmered brightly. Yang Bin's eyes widened in shock. He recognized this constellation from the previous night. Initially believing it to be a figment of drunken hallucination, he now realized that the image in his mind mirrored exactly what he had seen before. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper connection? Yang Bin fell into contemplation. Chapter 11. The search for food. After a considerable time, Chun Hao finally finished vomiting and looked at Yang Bin with a changed expression. Bin Ge, I understand you're hungry, but you can't eat just anything. That came from a zombie's head. How could you dare consume it? Yang Bin chuckled softly. It's a good thing. I'll explain later. He then turned to Zhao Kuan and the others, only to find them gazing at him with a strange expression, as if he were some kind of monster. Yang Bin sighed. Must it really be like this? It's just a bit of food to satiate hunger. You're not going to turn into a zombie, are you? How else could you eat anything? Zhao Kun asked, a hint of fear in his voice. Such a rarity, when you're starving beyond measure. You might even resort to eating human flesh, Yang Bin replied nonchalantly. Impossible. Even if I were to starve, I would never consume human flesh, the thin monkey declared with conviction. Exactly. We're not as deranged as you, Old Hay added. Yang Bin shrugged. I hope you all keep your word. Though he had never tasted human flesh, he understood the desperation of extreme hunger. He once fought fiercely with wild dogs for a mere morsel of food. Let us take a break, then continue, Yang Bin suggested to the group. That I can't go on. I have no strength left. I was already starving, and now I'm utterly exhausted from vomiting that I doubt I could even lift a brick. Old Hay lamented, sprawled on the ground. Same here. If we don't eat something soon, I want to even be able to stand, the thin monkey added. Yang Bin shook his head. Who told you all to have such weak stomachs? Throwing up at the slightest provocation, the others stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin, silently thinking. Isn't it your fault? Yang Bin, we need to find some food first, otherwise we won't have the strength to do anything. Zhao Kun forced a smile as Yang Bin nodded in response, a tea present. He did not feel particularly hungry, likely due to having recently absorbed energy. However, observing the state of the others, Yang Bin understood that it would be utterly impossible for them to continue confronting the zombies in such a condition. Very well, let us descend and seek some sustenance. The zombies near the staircase have been largely cleared, and there is a dormitory nearby that appears to be free of zombies, though we shall find a way to enter that dormitory and see if there is anything to eat. All right. Upon hearing the mention of food, the eyes of the others instantly brightened, as if they suddenly found renewed strength. That I will go with Chun Hao. You all remain here. Too many people will easily attract the zombies. The others hesitated, clearly worried that the two might hoard the food for themselves. How about I accompany you instead? Zhao Kun suggested suddenly. Yang Bin pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Initially, he had thought that going with Chun Hao, who could turn invisible, would be the safest option, but they were currently divided into two groups, making it rather inappropriate for the two of them to venture out together. Ultimately, they settled on Yang Bin and Zhao Kun descending together to search for food while the others waited above. The two made their way cautiously to the stairwell on the 7th floor. Yang Bin activated his true sight to ascertain that there were no zombies within the dormitory and that the zombies in the corridors were sufficiently distant. Signaling to Zhao Kun, Yang Bin crouched down and stealthily approached the dormitory door, which was ajar, and promptly slipped inside. Zhao Kun followed suit, mimicking Yang Bin's movements. However, being somewhat taller, his actions were a touch more conspicuous, prompting two distant zombies to glance over curiously before staggering in their direction. Upon entering, Yang Bin immediately locked the door behind them, and the two began rummaging through the room. The dormitory was in disarray, a clear indication of a prior struggle, with the outcome all too evident. After searching for a while, they finally discovered 2 buckets of instant noodles, a few sausages, and a packet of bread. This is hardly enough for me alone, Zhao Kun remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, it's better than nothing. Who would store an abundance of supplies in a dormitory? Yang Bin countered. True. Shall we head back then? Not just yet. We need to devise a means to acquire some weapons. Being unarmed puts us at a severe disadvantage, Yang Bin replied. The steel pipe was nearly rendered useless, having even broken off the ladder, leaving them without any viable weaponry, although his physical capabilities had significantly improved, allowing him to believe he could handle ordinary zombies even barehanded. Facing multiple foes without weapons would be dire indeed. Indeed, lacking weapons is quite troublesome, Zhao Kun agreed, feeling the weight of the situation. However, I did not spot any suitable weapons during my earlier search of this dormitory. Where did you acquire that steel pipe? Yang Bin inquired. That I found it outside previously and kept it hidden beneath my bed, intending to use it for fights. Ironically, I ended up using it against zombies instead. The most infuriating part is that I barely had a chance to use it myself before it was taken by someone, Zhao Kun lamented. That is a rather accusatory term. Do you not think it serves a greater purpose in my hands than in yours? Yang Bin replied awkwardly. Indeed, so much so that it was completely destroyed. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Otherwise, if it hadn't been rendered useless, we might have met the same fate, Yang Bin retorted. Fine, I shall not pursue the matter of you taking my steel pipe any further. It is evident that this dormitory harbors no hidden weapons. Where shall we go to acquire some? If there are none, we shall have to dismantle the beds, Yongbin said, glancing at the iron ladder connecting the upper and lower bunks. It was perfectly sized, and if they could disassemble it, removing the crossbars would yield 2 excellent iron rods. Stop looking. It's welded in place and cannot be removed without tools, Zhao Kuan remarked, ignoring him. Yongbin approached and examined the welding points closely. The ladder was anchored to the upper bunk frame, with a pipe welded at one end to the lower ladder rung and the other end to the lower bunk frame. This welding merely served to stabilize the ladder's position, not to bear weight. Understanding this, Yongbin felt emboldened that in the past he might have struggled, but with his enhanced physical prowess, he believed he could break it. With that thought, he grasped the ladder's foot and yanked hard outward, to Zhao Kuan's astonishment. The welding point between the iron pipe and the ladder was easily torn apart. What the hell? Have you taken some performance-enhancing drugs? Zhao Kuan exclaimed, eyes wide. This welding point was simply for stabilization and wasn't very secure. It could be pulled apart with a bit of force, Yongbin replied casually. Is that so? Zhao Kuan, still skeptical, approached another bed and imitated Yongbin's actions, pulling hard on the ladder, only to find it immovable. That's what you call pulling it apart with ease, Zhao Kuan said. Exasperated that you're probably just famished and lacking strength, Yongbin chuckled. If it were that easy to break, this ladder would have fallen apart long ago, with the lower section of the ladder disassembled. The upper part was much simpler. Yongbin shook the ladder a few times, and the welding point above quickly broke free. Soon a ladder approximately 6 feet tall was in Yongbin's hands. He swung it around a few times, finding it somewhat unwieldy, but it would suffice for now. Once they returned upstairs, they could remove the crossbars, yielding 2 6-foot iron rods. Take this. Yongbin handed the ladder to Zhao Kuan and proceeded to the other bed, methodically dismantling the second ladder as well. After we modify these, we will have 4 iron rods, Yongbin said with a grin. Just then, a series of loud banging sounds erupted from outside, startling both men. Yongbin quickly activated his true sight to investigate, only to find 2 zombies banging against the dormitory door. How could zombies have found us? Yongbin frowned. Could they have seen us earlier? I don't know. What should we do now? Zhao Kuan asked anxiously. What else can we do? We must charge out. If they continue banging like this, soon enough, other zombies will arrive, and we won't be able to escape at all. Yongbin stated firmly. All right. Zhao Kuan nodded. Having endured numerous battles, Zhao Kuan no longer doubted Yongbin's words. Deep down, he had come to acknowledge Yongbin's capabilities. That I'll lead the charge, and you follow with the supplies. Understood. Chapter 12. A single strike after their plan was set, Yongbin tightened his grip on the ladder and approached the door, signaling to Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan nodded and abruptly yanked the door open. Before the 2 zombies could react, Yongbin swung the ladder with force, knocking them both backward. Zhao Kuan's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Yongbin's strength, seeing Yongbin charge out. He wasted no time in following suit. The 2 fallen zombies quickly scrambled to their feet and lunged toward the pair once more. Yongbin swung the ladder again, sending both zombies crashing to the ground once more. However, the commotion soon attracted the attention of the other zombies in the corridor. Run! Yongbin shouted, and the 2 sprinted toward the staircase as over 20 zombies began to charge in their direction. They soon reached the rooftop door, but Yongbin suddenly stopped. I'll hold the line here. You take the supplies up and distribute them. Why aren't you coming in? Zhao Kuan frowned. The long ladder is broken. It won't hold against the iron door. That if those 20 zombies break through to the rooftop, we're done for. The staircase is narrow, allowing us to face no more than 3 zombies at a time. It's best for me to hold the line here while you eat and quickly return to assist, Yongbin explained. Yongbin spoke solemnly. Zhao Kuan glanced back at the horde of zombies behind him, nodded and said nothing further as he pushed open the iron door and ascended to the rooftop. Soon, a swarm of zombies surged upwards. Yongbin seized the ladder and swung it fiercely, knocking down the lead zombies, causing those behind to tumble over in a chaotic heap. However, the zombies, oblivious to fear, surged forward once more after falling. Yongbin could only continue to bat them down. Yet, as more and more zombies joined the fray, the pressure on Yongbin intensified. The fallen zombies would soon be replaced by those pushing from behind, relentlessly charging ahead without a hint of trepidation. The others on the rooftop witnessed the dire situation and dared not delay any longer. hastily finishing off their food. Zhao Kun picked up the ladder that Yang Bin had disassembled from the bed. The thin monkey grabbed a high stool, while Lao He and Chun Hao directly snapped a broken wooden ladder in half, each carrying a segment to assist. That it must be said that their survival thus far was largely due to their cooperation, although their relationships were not particularly harmonious when faced with the zombies. They all exerted their utmost effort, with no one attempting to shirk their responsibilities. This was also why Yang Bin was willing to continue collaborating with them. With their arrival, Yang Bin felt the weight on his shoulders lessen significantly. Even though there were only 5 of them against more than 20 zombies below, their advantageous position and the weapons in their hands momentarily prevented the zombies from advancing. "Bin Ge here," Chun Hao said, pulling out half a loaf of bread from his pocket and offering it to Yang Bin. He had taken the bread during the distribution, but had only taken a few bites, leaving the rest behind. Yang Bin smiled and shook his head, saying, "You eat. I'm not hungry." That he was not surprised by Chun Hao's actions, as it was characteristic of him to think of others first. However, he couldn't help but wonder, haven't you also gone without food since last night? After so many battles, you've exerted the most energy. How can you not be hungry? I'm really not hungry. When have I ever been polite with you? You should eat more, otherwise, you won't have the strength to fight the zombies, Yang Bin urged. "Fine," Chun Hao replied, abandoning his reluctance and stuffing the bread into his mouth. "Yang Bin, we can't keep this up. These zombies never tire, but we do," Zhao Kun remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the relentless swarm. Yang Bin nodded, contemplating. "You all hold the line. I'll take care of the ladder." "All right, back on the rooftop." Yang Bin picked up a brick and smashed the 3 horizontal rungs off the ladder, quickly revealing 2 iron pipes. Though not solid, the walls of the pipes were thick enough to be sturdy. Returning to the stairway entrance, he handed one of the pipes to Chun Hao and declared, "You all hold them off. I will take care of them." After stating this, Yang Bin focused on the foremost zombie, and with a swift motion, thrust the iron pipe fiercely into its skull. With a display of tremendous strength, the pipe pierced through the zombie's head, embedding itself within its brain. Instantly, the zombie's movements ceased, its body collapsing limply to the ground. "Wow, Bin Ge is incredible," Chun Hao exclaimed in awe. The others were equally astonished, fully aware of the toughness of a zombie's skull. To pierce it with a blunt iron pipe required immense force. Yang Bin withdrew the pipe from the zombie's head, smiling as he remarked, "Not bad. Quite effective, that I'll give it a try," Chun Hao said excitedly, then aimed the pipe at another zombie's head, stabbing down hard. The pipe struck accurately, but unlike Yang Bin, it did not penetrate. It merely created a dent, causing blood to spatter. "All right, you just hold them off. I'll handle the killing," Yang Bin instructed. "Okay," Chun Hao replied, sheepishly retracting the pipe. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of his companions, Yang Bin swiftly dispatched one zombie after another with the iron pipe that his kills mounted. His technique became increasingly refined, each strike resulting in a zombie's skull being pierced. Yet, despite his speed, the number of zombies seemed unrelenting. The noise attracted even more, drawing in zombies from the 7th floor, which had been lurking in the dormitory, as well as those near the stairwell on the 6th floor. In contrast to the rooftop, where battles were nearly inaudible below, the stairwell was different. The sounds easily indicated their location to the zombies. Consequently, not only did the zombies from the 7th floor converge, but those from the 6th floor near the stairs also joined the fray. As time passed, Yang Bin's kills continued to rise, but he began to feel his arms grow heavy, nearly unable to lift them. Although his physical condition had markedly improved, the effort required to pierce a zombie's skull with the iron pipe was substantial. Such high-intensity combat would tax even the strongest of individuals. Fortunately, as the number of slain zombies increased, the stairwell became congested with their bodies, making it increasingly difficult for those behind to ascend. After a while, the stairwell was nearly completely blocked by the corpses, and no further zombies could make their way up. Yang Bin collapsed onto the ground, his hands trembling, nearly unable to lift them. "Bin Ge, are you all right?" Chun Hao asked with concern. "That I'm fine. Just very tired, that I'll be all right after a short rest," Yang Bin replied, shaking his head. Perhaps due to their experiences, the sight of the stairwell piled high with zombie corpses did not provoke nausea. However, their faces were pale as paper, likely suppressing the urge to vomit after finally consuming a bit of food. Chapter 13. Clearing the zombies, the group returned to the rooftop, And apart from Yang Bin, the others were equally exhausted, as preventing the zombies from ascending had drained their stamina. Yang Bin took out his phone to check for the latest news online, only to find it had run out of battery. With a hint of frustration, he returned it to his pocket, realizing how unreliable the cheap battery was. Howsy, check online for any updates, especially for official announcements. It's already past 4 in the afternoon. Since the apocalypse has lasted for more than half a day, the authorities should have released some information by now. Chen Hao quickly turned on his phone and began to browse, soon displaying an excited expression that rapidly dimmed. What is going on? Your expressions are quite the spectacle, Yang Bin inquired with curiosity. Bingo, the authorities did release a statement, but it's not particularly useful. Chen Hao replied with a wry smile. What did they say? The officials stated that zombies are not to be feared and encouraged everyone to bravely take up arms against them. They promised that once internal matters are settled, they will initiate rescue operations, assuring everyone not to worry, Chen Hao conveyed. Heh, that certainly sounds official. Yang Bin chuckled that it seems we cannot rely on them after all. Zhao Kuan remarked helplessly, yet their statement isn't entirely incorrect. If one has weapons, normal people should be able to handle ordinary zombies. That it's merely a question of whether they dare to take action. True, but this world is not short of ruthless individuals. I suspect many have already confronted zombies during this time. Yang Bin noted that you're right, Bingo. There are numerous such videos online now. Many have formed small groups to fight the zombies, Chen Hao added. There are also many videos from the campus network, showing several dormitories spontaneously organizing teams to combat the zombies. The thin monkey chimed in, don't we belong to one of those groups? Chen Hao asked, and aren't we the very embodiment of that? Yang Bin replied with a smile. Fine, I had hoped for some assistance, but it appears that is unlikely. Not necessarily. Perhaps those on the lower floors have already taken action. Indeed. Let us rest for an hour, then devise a plan to clear the remaining zombies on the 7th floor and check how many survivors are left, while also searching for food and water. Yang Bin proposed. All right. The group nodded and promptly lay down on the rooftop to rest. Facing dozens of zombies at once had left them utterly exhausted. After an hour, Yang Bin sat up, lifting his arms which still felt somewhat sore. But at least he could fight again. During this time, Zhao Kuan had also modified his ladder into 2 iron pipes, one for himself and one for Lao He. The thin monkey had picked up the steel pipe that Yang Bin had bent earlier and managed to straighten it with a brick, making it barely usable. Let us go, Yang Bin declared as he led the way towards the stairwell to that moment. The stairwell was thick with the stench of blood. Upon entering, one was immediately assaulted by a nauseating odor. The group held their breath against the foul smell as they gazed downwards to the bottom of the stairwell. 2 zombies continued their relentless attempts to climb, but with the passage blocked, they were unable to ascend. How do we get down? Zhao Kuan asked. Yang Bin pointed to the handrail, saying, the stairwell is blocked. We'll have to jump down from here. Are you sure? It's nearly 3 meters down. Won't we break our legs? Plus, there are still 2 zombies below. Are you trying to send us to our doom? Look at you, lacking any ambition. Yang Bin shook his head and said, I'll go down first, after I deal with these 2 zombies. You can come down with that. He effortlessly vaulted over the railing with one hand and leaped down. Upon landing. He slightly crouched to absorb the impact, stabilizing himself in the corridor of the 7th floor. His enhanced physical abilities were not merely a matter of increased strength. Rather, they represented a comprehensive improvement that a height of 3 meters posed no significant challenge for him. The 2 zombies, upon sensing the sudden appearance of prey, excitedly lunged towards Yang Bin, that he thrust the iron pipe in his hand, piercing the skull of one zombie with swift precision. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to the other, sending it crashing to the ground, and subsequently drove the iron pipe into its head with ferocity. The entire sequence of actions was executed with such fluidity that it left the onlookers above in awe. Impressive, they exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Stop flattering me, just come down, Yang Bin replied, glancing at them. The group exchanged apprehensive looks, clearly intimidated. Shaking his head, Yang Bin dragged the 2 zombie corpses over and said, Is this sufficient now? I'll go first. Chen Hao declared, stepping forward, that he took a deep breath and jumped over the railing. His feet landed on the zombie bodies, providing a cushioning effect, and he encountered no issues that in truth, while a height of 3 meters might appear daunting to an ordinary person. As long as one understood how to dissipate the force of landing, it posed little problem. The key was overcoming the fear in one's heart. Chen Hao's bravery has certainly increased, Yang Bin remarked with a smile. Of course, I cannot bring shame upon you, Chen Hao replied, puffing out his chest. Seeing Chen Hao leap down, Zhao Kuan and the others exchanged glances, steeling themselves before they too jumped down. The unfortunate zombies, having been slain, now served as makeshift footrests, nearly losing their composure underfoot. The corridor on the 7th floor was now devoid of zombies, but numerous remained within the rooms. With 20 dormitory rooms on each floor, 10 on either side of the staircase and 4 occupants per room, there were at least 80 people on a single floor. They had collectively dispatched roughly 60 zombies, including some from the 6th floor, indicating that there were still 20 to 30 zombies left on the 7th floor, among which a portion might be survivors. Let us clear each room one by one, Yongbin instructed. Agreed. Yongbin led the group to the left. Arriving at the doorway of the first dormitory, the door was ajar, and no zombies were present inside. They entered and began rummaging through the room, but aside from a half bottle of mineral water and a pack of chewing gum, they found no further food. Boys' dormitories lacked the variety of snacks found in girls' dormitories, as few indulged in such hoarding, rendering their food discoveries exceedingly scarce, entirely reliant on luck. After taking a swig from the mineral water, Yongbin passed it to Chen Hao, who then handed it to Zhao Kun at that moment. No one was inclined to be finicky. They were all parched and did not care whether the water had been previously sipped. Water was far more precious than food. After a round of sharing, the half bottle of water was consumed. Yongbin decided to dismantle the ladder in this room, fashioning it into 2 iron pipes. Handing one to the lanky fellow and replacing his bent one, which had been deformed from piercing 2 mini zombies. The group then leisurely chewed their gum as they made their way to the second dormitory. This room was also empty, and after thoroughly searching it, they pressed on. They traversed several rooms without encountering any zombies, likely because the noise from the staircase had frightened them away. Finally, upon reaching the 5th room, they found a door tightly shut. Yongbin activated his true sight, observing 3 zombies devouring a partially eaten corpse inside, that he signaled to his companions and then kicked the door open. The 3 dining zombies stared blankly at the suddenly opened door, momentarily stunned, only to be met with a flurry of strikes from the intruders. That be why the time they snapped out of their daze, it was already too late. 2 zombies had their skulls pierced by Yongbin, while the third met its demise at the hands of Chen Hao and Zhao Kuan, who worked together to snap its neck. Lacking Yongbin's strength, they couldn't shatter the skull, but jabbing at the neck proved to be quite effective, far easier than targeting the head. After rifling through the dormitory once more, they continued their exploration. Ultimately, within the 8th room, they discovered 4 survivors that in the dormitory. All 4 had managed to evade becoming zombies and had successfully survived, upon seeing Yongbin and his companions. The 4 were overwhelmed with excitement, believing they had been rescued. However, Yongbin's subsequent words doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Grab your weapons and come with us to slay zombies. Not going. The 4 from room 708 unanimously shook their heads. They were joking, as zombies could devour humans. Why risk their lives? We'll just hide in the dormitory and wait for rescue. As long as we stay quiet, the zombies won't find us, said a bespectacled, scholarly man. What if rescue doesn't arrive for days? Zhao Kuan frowned. That's all right. We have plenty of food in our dormitory that we can manage for a few days, another curly-haired individual replied. Hearing this, Yongbin's eyes lit up. They had scavenged numerous rooms and only found scattered snacks. None of them were yet satisfied. The TO think these 4 had enough food to last them several days. Can we come in for a bit? Standing in the corridor might attract the zombies. Yongbin smiled. Come in quickly. Upon hearing that they might attract zombies, the residents of the dormitory panicked. Yongbin led his companions into the dormitory, and to their astonishment, they were greeted by a table brimming with snacks, as well as sodas, cakes, and other delights that made Chen Hao and the others salivate. Did someone celebrate a birthday last night? Yongbin inquired. Yes, it was my birthday. They bought a ton of stuff to celebrate. The curly-haired fellow beamed. Happy birthday. Yongbin grinned and quite naturally approached the table to begin feasting, exhibiting a familiarity as if he belonged there. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Chen Hao and the others followed suit, offering their congratulations before diving into the feast with abandon. Thank you. The curly-haired individual stammered in gratitude. Wait a minute, they're eating our food. What will we eat later? The bespectacled man grew anxious as he watched the others devour the food voraciously. Stop. Wait. The others quickly caught on and rushed over to reclaim their food. However, by the time they reached the table, nearly everything had been consumed by the ravenous group. Not only were they stuffing their mouths, but they were also shoving food into their pockets. "Are you bandits?" the curly-haired man exclaimed angrily. "How could we be? We are merely celebrating your birthday," Yongbin replied, holding a soda in one hand and a piece of bread in the other, speaking with his mouth full that my birthday has already passed. "I don't need your celebration. Compensate us for our food," the curly-haired man glared, his frizzed hair almost standing on end from rage. The other three similarly shot daggers at the group, feeling utterly wronged. After saying this, they had already consumed the food, and it wasn't as if they could regurgitate it. Yongbin chuckled, "But I won't take your food for free." With that, he walked over to the bed, dismantled the ladders from 2 adjacent bunks, and tossed them to the residents, saying, "In this apocalypse, these are worth more than food. With them, you might just save your lives." The 4 were momentarily stunned as they received the ladders, clearly intimidated by Yongbin's strength. Yongbin pocketed 2 bags of spicy peanuts and then led the group away, that if you lack the courage to fight zombies, then make sure to lock your doors, that I hope you can wait for rescue to arrive. Once they had left, the residents of the dormitory finally dared to speak. "Those damned bandits. They just devoured several days' worth of our food. How can we possibly wait for rescue now?" "Exactly. They've cut off our means of survival." In the corridor outside, the group indulged in their sodas and cake, wearing expressions of bliss. "This is delightful. Yongbin, do you think we went too far?" Zhao Kuan furrowed his brow. "Too far? Heh, do you genuinely believe rescue will come?" Yongbin replied, "Well, even if it does, it could take at least 10 days or more. Do you think they can survive on that little food?" "Clearly not. Then it's settled that we consumed their food. But I also provided them with weapons. In relative terms, the hope for survival that weapons offer outweighs that of food." "True enough." Zhaoquan nodded, clearly in agreement with Yongbin's words. Subsequently, the group dealt with several zombies in the 2 dormitories behind them and proceeded to the other side. After spending over half an hour, they thoroughly cleared all 10 dormitories on the right side. Amidst their rummaging, they stumbled upon some snacks, bottled water, as well as a few pieces of clean clothing and daily necessities. Each person filled a backpack with their findings, which were also scavenged. Notably, there were no survivors among the 10 rooms on the right, highlighting the stark reality of their survival rate. Across the entire 7th floor, nearly 80 people had resided, yet only 4 from room 708 and the 3 from Zhaoquan remained alive. The rest had either succumbed to zombification or been devoured by the undead, with a survival rate of less than 10%. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. However, this was likely due to the sheer number of occupants in the school dormitory. Other locations might fare better as they completed their sweep of the 7th floor. The sun was nearing its descent. The group decided to find a clean dormitory to spend the night, postponing further thoughts until the following day. For the moment, their supplies of food and water were sufficient, alleviating concerns about hunger. Eventually, they located 2 undamaged dormitories. Zhaoquan and his companions took one, while Yongbin and Shun Hao occupied the other. After a brief tidying up, Yongbin and Shun Hao collapsed onto the beds, utterly exhausted from the day's trials. Yongbin retrieved a charging cable from their scavenged supplies and plugged in his phone, soon falling into deep contemplation. "Brother Bin, do you think we can survive in this apocalyptic world?" Chun Hao whispered. "Certainly." Yongbin replied with unwavering conviction. Chun Hao nodded, his gaze betraying uncertainty. Watching apocalyptic movies had once seemed thrilling, but experiencing the real thing revealed the terrifying weight of the constant threat of death. "Don't dwell on it too much. Focus on the path ahead. You'll accompany me down to the 6th floor," Yongbin instructed. "Why go down to the 6th floor? Isn't enough to be here?" Chun Hao asked, puzzled. "While we were clearing the zombies, I activated a special ability and caught sight of a unique zombie in the 6th floor corridor." Yongbin explained that a unique zombie, the kind that nearly wiped out our group. "Exactly. Isn't it dangerous to have such a zombie around? Why would we even go down there?" Chun Hao questioned, bewildered. "Do you think my strength has suddenly increased for no reason?" Yongbin asked abruptly. "Now that you mention it, I've been wondering how your strength surged so dramatically. Could it be that crystal?" Chun Hao's eyes widened in realization. "Indeed, after consuming that crystal, my physical abilities were significantly enhanced." Yongbin affirmed with a nod. "That crystal might hold the key to survival in this apocalypse. Hence we must gather more before others notice." Brother Ben, do you mean that this kind of crystal only exists on special zombies? Chun Hao inquired. Yes, having slain numerous zombies, we've encountered only one, indicating that special zombies must be exceedingly rare, that it would be a missed opportunity not to seize such a chance. Understood. Should we involve the others? Chun Hao gestured towards the room where Zhao Kuan and his companions were staying. No need. Our relationship with them is merely cooperative as long as there are no conflicts of interest, it's manageable. However, once interests are involved, complications are inevitable. I cannot afford to share such valuable resources with them. All right, when shall we head down? Let us rest for a bit before descending quietly, avoiding any disturbances. Understood. Chapter 15. The second crystal in another room. Brother Kuan, have you noticed that Yongbin's strength seems to have increased significantly? Shoho whispered. Yes, I noticed that long ago. His strength is now remarkably excessive, Zhao Kuan replied, frowning. What is going on? Initially, while he was fierce, the three of us could have easily subdued him. Now, I feel that even if we teamed up, we would be utterly overpowered. Lao Hai remarked grimly that if I'm not mistaken, it should be due to that red crystal he retrieved from the zombie's head. Zhao Kuan pondered. Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Shoho and Lao Hai reflected on it as well. Now that you mention it, it seems plausible. His strength did indeed increase after consuming that item. But how did he know that such a thing would be in the zombie's head? And how could he dare to consume it? Lao Hai questioned, perplexed. That is also something I find hard to comprehend. It feels as though they are somewhat extraordinary. Despite being injured, they haven't turned into zombies. Plus, did you notice? When we were clearing zombies this afternoon, Yongbin seemed to know precisely where the zombies were, always setting up strategies in advance, Zhao Kuan noted. Indeed, I noticed that too. I intended to ask. But I held back, Shoho agreed. Thinking about it, they both seem quite peculiar. Should we continue to stick with them? Lao Hai frowned. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Kuan concluded, for now, it's safer to stay with them. At least our lives are more secure that way. Agreed. However, we must find a way to obtain some crystals ourselves. I don't want to remain under their shadow indefinitely, Zhao Kuan declared. Right? Rest assured, Brother Kuan. We will help you secure them. I in the stairwell of the 6th floor. Yongbin observed the zombies in the corridor, furrowing his brow. Although the battle on the rooftop had drawn some zombies away, there were still over 10 remaining in the corridor, with the unique zombie among them, which was quite troubling. While he felt confident in facing the unique zombie one-on-one, handling a group of zombies, especially with one unique among them, would be impossible. After deliberating, Yongbin turned to Chun Hao and said, Howsy, that unique zombie is among those zombies. The tall one in black clothing is it. Do you have a way to lure it over or into a dormitory? Chun Hao peered ahead at the distant zombies. Contemplating before responding, I can give it a T, or why to be cautious. If it doesn't work, we'll abandon the plan. Remember, using special abilities drains mental energy. If you start feeling dizzy, retreat immediately, or your invisibility will wear off, Yongbin advised. Afterward, he pulled out a handful of pebbles from his pocket, which he had collected for luring zombies. Don't worry, Brother Ben, I understand. Chun Hao grasped the stone, and his figure swiftly vanished from sight. Under the watchful gaze of Yongbin's true vision, Chun Hao cautiously approached, halting 5 meters away from a group of zombies. The undead continued their aimless wandering, oblivious to Chun Hao's presence. Seeing this, Chun Hao let out a sigh of relief and then produced a stone, tossing it toward a nearby dormitory. The noise quickly attracted the attention of several zombies, and 2 of them charged into the dormitory. Observing the effectiveness of this tactic, Chun Hao repeated the action, successfully luring away 7 or 8 zombies. At this moment, a special zombie had already been exposed, prompting Chun Hao to take a few steps back and throw a stone at its feet. The special zombie glanced at the stone on the ground, showing no signs of movement. It appeared to possess a greater intelligence than the ordinary zombies. Undeterred, Chun Hao continued to retreat while tossing stones. Eventually, the special zombie, unable to suppress its curiosity, followed suit, accompanied by the 2 zombies trailing behind it. Witnessing this scene, Chun Hao felt a pang of frustration. His intention was solely to lure the special zombie, not 3 of them. After several attempts, he discovered that the 2 zombies clung to the special one like shadows, mirroring its every movement. Helpless, Chun Hao cast a glance towards the distant Yongbin, who had also noted the situation. Yongbin gestured for Chun Hao to proceed, then ascended the staircase, concealing himself around the corner. With Yang Bin's approval, Chen Hao cautiously continued tossing stones, gradually leading the trio of zombies to the corner of the staircase. At this juncture, Yang Bin firmly grasped an iron pipe, poised for action. The moment the three zombies approached, he thrust the iron pipe forward, forcefully impaling the head of one ordinary zombie. Instantly, the zombie's skull was punctured, and it collapsed to the ground. Yang Bin refrained from targeting the special zombie, fully aware that a single strike would not suffice to eliminate it. Should he fail, they would have to confront the attacks of three zombies. Thus, he opted to first eliminate one. As Yang Bin struck, the other two zombies became aware of his presence and lunged towards him, especially the special zombie, which moved with remarkable speed. Yang Bin withdrew the iron pipe and swept it horizontally, striking both zombies. The ordinary zombie was sent tumbling down the stairs, while the special zombie merely staggered back a step before launching another attack. Yang Bin's iron pipe swiftly thrust out again, accurately piercing the zombie's head. However, this time, it did not penetrate as easily as with the ordinary zombie. Instead, the pipe created a hole in its skull but could not penetrate further. The special zombie exhibited superior strength, speed, and resilience compared to its ordinary counterparts. The iron pipe in Yang Bin's hand was not sharp, making it clear that directly piercing the special zombie's skull would prove challenging. Nevertheless, Yang Bin was mentally prepared. After the initial failure, he quickly withdrew the pipe and struck the zombie again, forcing it back. Meanwhile, the zombie that had fallen earlier scrambled back to its feet and charged forward, only to be intercepted by the suddenly appearing Chen Hao. Two battlefronts erupted simultaneously in the cramped staircase. Wielding iron pipes proved cumbersome for both men. Fortunately, the zombies' combat style was exceedingly straightforward, merely attempting to pounce on their opponents, which allowed Yang Bin to maintain distance with the length of the iron pipe. Time and again, he forced the special zombie back, relentlessly striking its head. Finally, after a series of 7 or 8 thrusts, a sound of cracking bones echoed as Yang Bin's iron pipe finally pierced through the special zombie's head. The creature ceased its movements, slowly collapsing to the ground. Concurrently, Chen Hao managed to break the neck of his adversary. Just then, a cacophony of roars erupted from below, indicating that their commotion had drawn the attention of the zombies on the 6th floor. Yang Bin hastily reached into the skull of the special zombie, swiftly retrieving a red crystal. "Let us go," he urged. The two ascended the stairs quickly, retreating back into the dormitory before the zombies could discover them. Chapter 16. Chen Hao's advancement inside the dormitory. Chen Hao gazed at the red crystal in Yang Bin's hand with astonishment. "Brother Bin, can this truly enhance one's strength significantly?" he inquired. "Indeed," Yang Bin affirmed. Promptly handing the crystal to Chen, "How do you'll find out for yourself?" "What? You're giving it to me?" Chen Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Who else would I give it to?" Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "Brother Bin, I think you should consume it instead, that if you take another, perhaps your strength will increase even further, and then those zombies will be no match for us," Chen Hao insisted, extending the crystal back to Yang Bin. "What is this? You want to be a burden, and let me do all the work?" "No, Brother Bin, that is not what I mean. I just feel it would be better for you to eat it. Giving it to me seems a bit wasteful," Chen Hao murmured. Yang Bin sighed, patting Chen Hao's shoulder. "Haozi, this is the apocalypse that TOs survive in this world. One must possess strength. You are the only person I trust to watch my back. So we need to advance together. If I become stronger while you remain stagnant, you will ultimately become a liability. Surely, you do not wish for that. Indeed, I do not want to be a burden." "Exactly. It's just a single crystal. Once you also grow stronger, we can easily acquire more together." "That is true. Very well. I shall consume this one." Chen Hao was not one to dither. After coming to a decision, he took the crystal, wiped it against his clothing, and closed his eyes, swallowing it whole. In no time, the energy crystal transformed into energy, melding seamlessly within Chen Hao's body. After a considerable duration, he finally opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and his face radiated with excitement. "How marvelous! I feel as if I could fell a bull with my bare hands." "Take a moment to reflect. See if anything new has materialized in your mind," Yang Bin suggested. Chen Hao shut his eyes again, suddenly snapping them open, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Yang Bin. "Brother Bin, a constellation map of the Big Dipper has appeared in my mind. Identical to the one I saw in the sky last night." "Indeed, it seems to be the same." Yang Bin nodded. "What is the meaning of this? Why would a star map identical to that in the sky manifest in my mind?" Chun Hao questioned, astonished. I am uncertain that I've pondered for a while and can only surmise that we may have unlocked a cultivation system. What do you mean? The stars in my mind are all dimmed. But by consuming an energy crystal, we have illuminated a corner of the first star, nearly doubling our strength. That if my assumption is correct, as more stars are illuminated, our strength will continue to grow. And we may even gain various abilities in the future, Yongbin contemplated. Why does this sound so mystical? Chun Hao expressed disbelief. And what of your invisibility? Isn't that mystical? That is indeed mystical. Then there you have it. If we have acquired abilities, isn't it only natural to cultivate? That seems plausible. Enough pondering. Get a good night's rest. We must continue fighting tomorrow. Understood that as night descended, a palpable atmosphere of fear blanketed the globe. The sudden outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard, drastically altering the global landscape. That in the span of a single day, bustling streets transformed into a zombie-infested realm, forcing humanity to hide in obscurity. Seeking a glimmer of survival, the official ranks were equally chaotic, with many key positions fallen to the undead, resulting in a near-total collapse of social order. The roads resembled scenes from a catastrophic accident, strewn with vehicles, while zombies wandered aimlessly among them. Within the confines of homes, muffled cries could be heard. Everyone was hiding, too terrified to venture outside. That, of course, a few brave souls stood up to fight the zombies. But they remained a minority. Most people turned weak at the sight of zombies, let alone engage them in combat. That in such dire circumstances, humanity's numbers dwindled rapidly, with nearly every industry brought to a standstill as everyone grappled with the fear of survival. On the first day of the apocalypse, the world descended into chaos. That in the dead of night, the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky, yet the brightest star, Polaris, was no longer visible, and the mysterious red star had also vanished. The roars of the zombies gradually faded, leaving the world eerily silent. Humanity could scarcely recall the last time they experienced such a tranquil night. Aside from a few streetlights valiantly shining, the glow of countless homes had vanished. Every household securely locked their doors, afraid to turn on their lights. Bars, nightclubs, and other nighttime venues had all shut their doors tightly. Zombies raised their heads, gazing up at the Big Dipper, seemingly drawn by a celestial force as starry energy slowly infused into their beings. In addition to the zombies, various mutated beasts also gazed skyward as wisps of spiritual energy gradually entered their bodies. Early the next morning, Yongbin rose early, casually picking up his phone to discover a new message. Upon opening it, his face lit up with joy. The message was from Hu Wenliang, that he was still alive. Excitedly, Yongbin opened the message. Brother Bin, are you still alive? The apocalypse has arrived. Lu Bo has turned into a zombie. I narrowly escaped by hiding in the restroom, but it seems he has discovered my hiding spot. That I do not know how much longer I can hold on. That if you are still alive, find a place to hide. You must survive. Upon seeing the message from Hu Wenliang, Yongbin felt a weight in his heart. Lu Bo had ultimately succumbed to becoming a zombie. However, the silver lining was that Hu Wenliang was still alive. Howsy, wake up! Yongbin called, giving a gentle kick to Chun Hao's bed. What is the matter, Bin Ge? Chun Hao groggily sat up. Wenliang is still alive, Yongbin exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Really? Chun Hao's eyes widened with joy. What about Lu Bo? Has turned into a zombie, Yongbin replied softly, tears welling up. But it's all right, at least Wenliang is still alive. Chun Hao managed to force a smile. Yes, he's currently hiding in the bathroom. His situation is dire, but we need to find a way to rescue him, Yongbin stated, agreed. The two hastily made their way to the bathroom, quickly freshening up and changing into a set of clean clothes they had scavenged. Their previous attire was tattered and stained with blood, having been discarded before they went to sleep the previous night. After donning their backpacks, they arrived at the dormitory of Zhao Kun and the others. After knocking, the door was soon opened by the slender figure of Shouho, who had already finished preparing and was waiting for them. What is the plan for today? Zhao Kun inquired. That we intend to head to the third floor to rescue someone. Are you coming with us? Yongbin stated directly. Zhao Kun frowned slightly. To get to the third floor, we must pass through the 654 levels. That if we proceed like this, we will undoubtedly attract the attention of the zombies on these floors. If they encircle us, we will be doomed. Yes, it is indeed perilous. That's why I'm asking if you are coming. That if not, Chun Hao and I will go alone. Zhao Kun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am sorry, but I cannot accompany you on this risky venture. I must look out for Shoho and Lao He. Did I understand? Yongbin nodded. Their relationship was merely cooperative. They were not particularly close. So it was only natural that there was no obligation for them to take such risks together. Chen Hao and I will go then. Take care of yourselves, Yongbin said, leading Chen Hao away. Yongbin, I hope you both survive. Zhao Kuan called after them. Rest assured, if you perish, we shall not meet the same fate. Yongbin waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 17. To the third floor, Binge. Do you have confidence? Chen Hao asked, worry etched on his face as they reached the stairwell. Who can claim confidence in such circumstances? However, both of us have improved our abilities, and with our powers combined, we should be able to give it a try, Yongbin replied. Should I go invisible and scout the situation? No need. Your invisibility cannot last long, and we have no idea how many zombies lurk below. If you accidentally encounter one, it would be disastrous. The key is our cooperation, Yongbin insisted. All right, they cautiously descended the stairs. The sixth-floor stairwell was devoid of zombies, and they soon reached the fifth floor, only to be confronted with an unwelcome sight. 3 zombies staggering in the stairwell. Given their combined strength, disposing of the 3 zombies would pose little challenge. However, any attempt to engage would inevitably create noise, potentially attracting a horde of zombies, which would be troublesome. Even with their current abilities, being surrounded would lead to their demise. What should we do, Bingo? Chen Hao looked to Yongbin for guidance. Yongbin contemplated for a moment and said, let us avoid confrontation if possible. Try going invisible and see if you can lure them away with a stone. Understood. Chen Hao nodded, promptly activating his invisibility and proceeding cautiously down the stairs. Be careful and make sure to keep quiet. Yes. Chen Hao stealthily approached the zombies from behind and threw a stone down the corridor in an attempt to divert them. However, the zombies in the stairwell remained unmoved, while the noise attracted more zombies from the corridor. Witnessing this, both of them felt a pang of helplessness. Chen Hao, undeterred, threw another stone to the opposite side, only to have 2 more zombies emerge from that direction, while the 3 in the stairwell remained oblivious. Fearful of further attracting more zombies, Chen Hao hesitated to throw more stones, unless he could descend further and toss stones directly into the corridor. Coaxing the zombies away from the stairwell seemed implausible. However, with the 3 zombies blocking the stairwell, Chen Hao would have to navigate past them, akin to walking a tightrope. Although the zombies were not lined up side by side, they were positioned perilously close to one another, and any misstep could lead to a disastrous encounter. Yongbin was about to call Chen Hao back to re-evaluate their plan when, unexpectedly, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and continued downward. Yongbin was taken aback, realizing it was too late to call him back, but he tightened his grip on the iron pipe, ready to spring into action should anything go awry. Chen Hao advanced slowly. Step by step, the distance between him and the zombies diminishing with each movement. Yongbin's heart raced, but Chen Hao remained unervingly calm that as the first zombie ambled past him. He deftly stepped over it, cautiously inching closer to the second zombie. Patiently, he waited for the second zombie to move away before attempting to slip past it. Just then, a few zombies from behind began to stagger towards Chen Hao's position. In that instant, both Chen Hao and Yongbin broke out in a cold sweat. Should they draw near, a collision was inevitable. At that critical moment, Chen Hao quickly produced a handful of stones and tossed them behind him. The zombies halted, turning their heads in confusion before shuffling away to investigate, but a sigh of relief escaped both Yongbin and Chen Hao as the zombies that had been closest to Chen Hao moved away. Had it not been for Chen Hao's experience, that moment could have ended in disaster. With the zombies now distracted, Chen Hao quickly pressed against the wall, maneuvering to the corner, but he then tossed another handful of stones into the corridor. The zombies' focus was successfully diverted, even drawing the 2 remaining zombies from the stairwell along with them. Before long, the stairwell was entirely vacated, and Chen Hao signaled to Yongbin. Yongbin swiftly descended, and they hurried to the corner where the stairs led from the 5th to the 4th floor. Haozi, don't take such risks next time, Yongbin scolded. Don't worry, Bingo, I was confident. Chen Hao replied, brimming with self-assurance. Confidence? You nearly kissed a zombie just now. That was purely an accident, Chen Hao said awkwardly. Next time, consult me before doing something so reckless, Yongbin said sternly. Yes, Chen Hao murmured. Yongbin nodded and activated his true sight to survey the area below. There were no zombies on the 4th floor stairs, but several were staggering in the corridor. This was hardly a challenge for them. Chun Hao went invisible again, tossing a few stones to easily lure the zombies into a nearby dormitory. They quickly descended, and just as they entered the fourth-floor corridor and prepared to proceed downward, Yangbin suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Chun Hao whispered that a horde. Yangbin's expression darkened. "Are they in the stairwell?" "Yes, feasting." "Feasting?" Chun Hao was momentarily puzzled. "Yes, a tall one with fair skin, probably that effeminate fellow from room 312. Yangbin noted. "Consuming humans." Chun Hao finally grasped the situation. "Zombies cannot possibly eat anything other than flesh." "Bingu, I've noticed you become increasingly morbid lately." "What is so morbid about it?" "Aren't we all too familiar with such scenes? But you've never analyzed them so intently. Identifying someone merely by their leg is rather extreme. Just standard procedure, if one day you find yourself on the menu. I'll be able to identify you by a single bone. All right, enough of that. The real trouble is that they are thoroughly indulged in their meal and likely won't be leaving anytime soon." Yangbin remarked, furrowing his brow. "Should we wait it out?" Chun Hao suggested. "Wait? Our position is precarious, and if the zombies from the fourth floor come, we're finished. You can turn invisible, but I cannot." "What then?" "Charge down and fight our way to our dorm," Yangbin declared. "That seems too risky. What if we run into a swarm of zombies below? It would be a tragedy. There's no other choice. If we get trapped in the corridor, we'll be at the mercy of fate." "All right, I'll follow your lead. Stay close to me. With our abilities, we should manage to push through without much trouble." "Understood." Yangbin gripped the iron pipe tightly, his gaze fixated on the zombies below, voraciously devouring their meal. Noticing that they were oblivious to his presence, Yangbin plunged downwards, leaping into action, his foot landing squarely on the head of a zombie, allowing him to vault over a cluster of others feasting in the stairwell. Chun Hao followed closely behind. Before the zombie could regain its senses, he too kicked off its shoulder and soared past. A guttural roar erupted as the horde of zombies, upon spotting the two living beings, abandoned their meal and feverishly pursued them. Chapter 18. Hu and Liang the pair rushed to the third-floor corridor, only to be met with an unsettling sight that sent shivers down their spines. The corridor was teeming with zombies, conservatively estimated to number at least 30 or 40, with nearly 20 occupying the left side alone. "Howsy, it's time to fight for our lives, and I'll take the front. You handle the rear," Yangbin declared with solemnity. "Understood." Chun Hao nodded earnestly. Yangbin tightened his grip on the iron pipe and charged forward. A roar erupted as the zombies advanced swiftly towards him. Yangbin thrust the iron pipe forward with all his might, piercing the skull of the first zombie. However, a frown creased his face. The resistance felt greater than that of the zombies he had encountered previously. Yet, there was no time to ponder this. He kicked the zombie away, sending it crashing into several others behind him. And the duo continued their frantic advance. Before long, the zombies swiftly regained their footing and once again lunged at the pair. The zombies trailing behind quickly closed the distance. Chun Hao mimicked Yangbin's movements, striking out with the iron pipe. Although not as adept, his enhanced physical prowess allowed him to obliterate the foremost zombie-esque skull. With both hands and feet engaged, they relentlessly struck at the advancing zombies, dispatching them with kicks and blows. After felling several more, Yangbin began to suspect that these zombies were indeed stronger than those from the previous day. Their physical strength, speed, and ferocity seemed heightened. Could it be that the zombies downstairs are more formidable, or do they evolve over time? Yangbin pondered. "Hurry, I can't hold them off much longer." Chun Hao's anxious voice broke through his thoughts. Yangbin turned to see a disheartening sight. The number of zombies behind them had increased. They had surged forward, and now they were right in front of Chun Hao, whose iron pipe had become ineffective for stabbing. He could only attempt to push them back, but there were too many, and he found himself gritting his teeth, bloodied from their claws. "Howsy, hold on," Yangbin bellowed, once more thrusting his iron pipe through a zombie-esque skull. Then leaping to deliver a powerful kick, sending it sprawling several meters away and toppling the zombies behind it. "Let us go," Yangbin urged, hastily stepping over the fallen zombies as they sprinted forward. Chun Hao suddenly shoved forward and quickly followed. Ahead of them, Yangbin transitioned from stabbing to swinging the iron pipe, knocking down one zombie after another as they raced onward. Just as they neared Dormitory 308, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fallen zombie suddenly latched onto Chun Hao's leg and bit down hard on his ankle. "Da-da!" Chen Hao gasped, a look of agony crossing his face. "Howzy!" Yang Bin exclaimed, his heart racing. In an instant, he swung the iron pipe, dispatching the zombie that had bitten Chen Hao, then swiftly shouldered his friend aside, crashing through the few remaining zombies before locking the door behind them. As the two prepared to exhale in relief, a sudden roar echoed from within the dormitory, revealing that another zombie lurked inside. Lu Bo, upon seeing the zombie, sadness etched itself across their faces. 3 years as roommates had forged a deep bond, and witnessing a once familiar face transformed into a monster was heart-wrenching. Yet Lu Bo showed no recognition of their past connection upon spotting the living. He lunged towards them with fervor. "That I'm sorry, brother." Yang Bin sighed deeply, swiftly driving the iron pipe through Lu Bo's neck, but he refrained from piercing the skull, at least preserving a semblance of dignity for his fallen friend. As Lu Bo collapsed, sorrow washed over both men. They had slain countless zombies, but this was the first time they had to take the life of someone they once called a brother. Bang, 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 frantic pounding reverberated against the door, the zombies outside clearly unwilling to relent. The two men quickly gathered their wits and maneuvered a nearby bed against the door for reinforcement. Just as they secured it, a familiar voice emerged from the restroom. "Bingo, howzy?" Hu Wenliang poked his head out, his expression morphing from surprise to joy upon seeing them. "Liangzi," the two exclaimed, elation flooding their features as the 3 men embraced tightly. "I thought I would never see you again," Hu Wenliang said, his eyes glistening. "Indeed, it's a relief you're alive." Chen Hao echoed in astonishment. As they separated, Hu Wenliang looked at them quizzically. "The outside is teeming with zombies. How did you return? You have no idea the trials we endured to come back for you." Chen Hao replied, extending his leg to reveal a gruesome injury, flesh torn and raw. "Howzy you?" Hu Wenliang's eyes filled with tears upon seeing the wound. "I am sorry, Howzy. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have messaged you that if you turn into a zombie, I'll join you. Get out of here. You're no woman. Who needs your martyrdom? Hurry and fetch something to bandage me up. I'm in agony. You're the one about to become a zombie. What is the point in bandaging? You're the one turning into a zombie. I am perfectly fine. Stop cursing me." Chen Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. "But enough, Liangzi. Howzy will be fine." At that moment, Yang Bin had retrieved bandages, alcohol, and some medicinal supplies from a cabinet that he had kept these on hand from his previous work at construction sites, where minor injuries were common. However, as he prepared to treat Chen Hao's wound, he suddenly halted. When he activated his true vision to examine Chen Hao's injury, he inadvertently caught sight of Hu Wenliang, and what he saw left him speechless. Hu Wenliang possessed an ability, specifically a healing power. Is this mere coincidence? Yang Bin's eyes widened. "What coincidence?" Chen Hao queried, puzzled. "Liangzi has an ability too. Isn't that coincidental?" Yang Bin exclaimed. "Really?" Chen Hao's excitement surged. "What are you both talking about? What ability?" Hu Wenliang's expression was one of utter confusion. "Liangzi, try placing your hand over Haozi's wound and concentrate on healing him." Yang Bin instructed. "What for?" Hu Wenliang asked, bewildered. "Just do as I say," Yang Bin urged with a smile. "All right then." Nodding, Hu Wenliang squatted down, placing his hand over Chen Hao's injury while concentrating on the thought of healing him. In moments, a white light emanated from the point of contact, and the trio watched in awe as Chen Hao's wound visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Before long, it was as though the injury had never existed. "Wow, this is incredible!" Chen Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Even Yang Bin stared in astonishment, utterly amazed by the spectacle. "What on earth is happening?" Hu Wenliang questioned, still in a daze. Yang Bin explained what he knew, finally providing Hu Wenliang with some understanding. "That's so. In this apocalypse, there are not only zombies but also superhumans." Hu Wenliang's eyes widened in astonishment. You could say that," Yang Bin replied. "This is utterly unbelievable. By the way, Liangzi, how did you survive when Lu Bo turned into a zombie? Were you just fortunate enough to be in the restroom?" "No, that night, your phone's ringtone woke me up, and I couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to play some games, thinking I'd play a couple of rounds before sleeping, but I kept losing and getting more frustrated, so I kept playing until around 4 o'clock. Just as I was about to log off and go to sleep, I noticed a strange brightness outside my window, tinged with red. Out of curiosity, I stepped outside, and you won't believe what I saw." Hu Wenliang's expression was one of sheer shock. "Did you see the Big Dipper and a crimson star?" Yang Bin ventured, Testing the waters. How did you know? Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. Is it possible that we all witnessed it? Chen Hao laughed well, I suppose so. Hu Wenliang awkwardly remarked. At that moment, witnessing that scene completely banished my drowsiness, and I remained alert until the stars vanished from the sky before returning to the dormitory. By then, dawn had already begun to break. Upon my return, I found Lu Bo's body trembling incessantly. I called out to him repeatedly, but no amount of coaxing could rouse him. To my horror, I watched as his skin gradually began to decay. I was utterly terrified and tried to call you, but the line was dead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red gaze that resembled a zombie from a movie. Frightened, I hurriedly took refuge in the restroom, incessantly dialing the emergency number, yet it remained unreachable. Eventually, I stumbled upon news of a zombie outbreak online, which compelled me to stay hidden in the restroom, too afraid to venture out. Hu Wenliang, still shaken, added, Goodness, you have witnessed the very inception of a zombie. Chen Hao marveled, while Yang Bin fell into deep contemplation. Each of them possessed unique abilities, and the only commonality among them was their sighting of the Big Dipper and the Crimson Stars. Could it be that these abilities were somehow linked to that phenomenon? Chapter 19. The school broadcast bang, bang, bang. The dormitory door was relentlessly battered by the zombies outside. It seemed these creatures had fixated on Yang Bin and his companions, persistently crashing against the door. The three of them observed the bed shaking violently and quickly dragged another bed over to reinforce the door, knowing that with Yang Bin and Chen Hao's strength combined, the two beds would suffice to stabilize it. They finally exhaled in relief. Brother Bin, do you have any food? I haven't eaten in almost 2 days, Hu Wenliang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had been hiding in the restroom for a full day and night, too frightened to eat or sleep, and now he was famished. Yes, Yang Bin replied, taking off his backpack and opening it to reveal a trove of food and water, all scavenged by them. Wow, did you go on a heist? How did you gather so much? Hu Wenliang exclaimed in astonishment. Pretty much. Now hurry and eat, Yang Bin urged. Without hesitation, Hu Wenliang grabbed a packet of bread and a bottle of mineral water, devouring them hungrily. Watching his gluttonous display, Yang Bin chuckled. Hu Wenliang's abilities brought him great joy. With him around, their chances of survival had significantly increased. In this apocalyptic world, injuries were inevitable, and without medical knowledge, they could only manage basic bandaging. If things escalated, finding a hospital would be impossible, making Hu Wenliang's powers seem almost divine. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally felt satisfied and remarked, It's wonderful to have something to eat. Indeed, finding food in the apocalypse is no easy feat. We scavenged an entire floor of the dormitory to gather this, Chen Hao boasted. Impressive, Hu Wenliang praised, giving a thumbs up. Brother Bin, what should we do next? The zombies are still blocking the entrance, and we can't go outside. Chen Hao expressed his concern. Don't worry. They can't get into. Let's rest for a while. Eventually, some zombies will disperse, and we can devise a plan to exit when there are fewer of them, Yang Bin reassured him. All right, Haozi, it seems your hand is injured quite badly. Let me help you with that, Hu Wenliang said, noticing Chen Hao's hands, which were bloodied and torn. Okay, Chen Hao replied, quickly rolling up his tattered sleeves to reveal numerous wounds. Honestly, you two came together, yet Brother Bin is unscathed while you're covered in injuries. How can I compare to him? If I were as formidable, I wouldn't be calling him brother. That said, your ability is truly impressive. Hu Wenliang, that I won't have to worry about injuries anymore, Chen Hao exclaimed, observing his now healed hands with excitement. Just as Hu Wenliang was about to speak, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Thankfully, he managed to steady himself against the table. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. I don't know. I just feel a bit lightheaded and weak, Hu Wenliang replied, perplexed that it's likely due to the continuous use of your abilities. A short rest will help, Yang Bin suggested. So using abilities can lead to this, and no wonder I felt fine before but suddenly dizzy now. Chen Hao mused that's concerning. Hu Wenliang, your stamina seems a bit lacking. Chen Hao teased. The consumption of abilities is quite significant, especially in the early stages. However, it appears that as one grows stronger, it becomes easier to manage, Yang Bin noted. Indeed, I've sensed that too, Chen Hao concurred. All right, let us all take a break, especially you, Hu Wenliang. You haven't slept for 2 nights, and your eyes are bloodshot. Rest for a while, and we'll wake you later. But the zombies outside. It's fine. We have the beds barricading the door. You can lie down, and they'll rock you to sleep, Yangbin joked. All right, I'll take AP to Hu Wenliang nodded and immediately collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Brother Cohen, do you think Yangbin and the others will survive like this? The thin monkey inquired. That I'm not sure, but they should be fine. Yangbin is quite clever. Zhao Cohen replied. Should we continue scavenging for food on the 6th floor? Our supplies will only last until tomorrow, that if we don't find more, we'll go hungry, that we can't do it alone. We'll need the 4 from room 708 as well. Those cowards wouldn't dare to, don't worry. Their food supply is dwindling too. Once they can't take it anymore, they'll come looking for us. Haha, true enough that on the 2nd day of the apocalypse, shadows of people flitted about various dormitory buildings on campus. After a day and night, many were driven by hunger to take risks and venture out in search of food. However, amid the throngs of zombies in the dormitories, the difficulty of finding sustenance was evident. One misstep could lead to becoming a delivery for the undead. Fortunately, around noon, the school broadcast suddenly blared to life, successfully attracting a large number of zombies. The creatures were particularly sensitive to sound, and upon hearing the broadcast, they flocked towards the source in droves. Fortunately, the zombies could not comprehend the content of the broadcast, which was a message from a school leader urging any surviving students to gather at the cafeteria. There were 4 cafeterias on campus, but everyone knew the big cafeteria, which could accommodate 3,000 diners, and was the closest to the dormitories. This leader likely knew that the zombies couldn't understand human speech, which is why they dared to make such an announcement. Upon hearing the broadcast, all the students were filled with surprise. The school had not abandoned them. However, despite the proximity of the big cafeteria, it still lay some distance away, and reaching it would not be a simple task. Soon, the campus forum buzzed with activity once more. Students of Building 16, if you're still alive, let us gather together and head to the cafeteria, one post read. Students of Building 12, I've created a group chat. Please join to discuss how we'll get there. Those in adjacent dorms, let us gather downstairs. More people means more safety. Students from various dormitories began discussing how to navigate to the cafeteria. Similarly, posts emerged from Building 21 that how many people are left in Building 21. Let us account for everyone and pool our strength to go to the cafeteria. Rapidly, numerous comments flooded in. After tallying the responses, it was revealed that only 53 individuals remained alive in Building 21, not counting Yang Bin and his group, who had not spoken up. That on average, only 7 or 8 people were left per floor, which cast a shadow of despair over everyone. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, there are those on our floor who have already begun clearing out the zombies. The zombies on the 7th floor have all been eliminated. We can let them lead us to the cafeteria. Is that true? Are there really such formidable people? It is true. There is not a single zombie left on the 7th floor. They took care of it. However, those few are rather ruthless. They stole our food. How can they do that? Stealing from fellow students is simply wrong. Exactly. In these dire times, when everyone is struggling for food, how can they rob others? Those people are truly despicable. One by one, individuals took to their moral high ground, condemning Yang Bin and his companions as if they had committed heinous acts. Yang Bin and Chen Hao, meanwhile, were scrolling through their phones, utterly speechless at the unfolding scene. Did we really do anything so terrible for just eating a few pieces of cake? Chen Hao lamented. There's no need to pay them any mind. They were merely sour grapes that if faced with the same situation, they would likely act even worse than we did. Yang Bin shook his head. Yes, I think so too. So, Brother Bin, should we go outside? There are significantly fewer zombies now. And with our strength, we should be able to make it out. Let us not rush. Having more people isn't always beneficial. That we'll assess the situation first. Agreed. Chapter 20. The Scapegoat on the Forum. Someone finally suggested, let us set that aside for now and focus on how to reach the cafeteria. Since they can eliminate zombies, why not have them guide us to the cafeteria? Yes, I think that is a good idea. Those upstairs, could you step forward? There are 3 individuals from our floor, room 716, namely Zhao Cohen, Lao He, and their companions. The other 2 are unfamiliar faces and likely do not reside on this floor. Is Zhao Cohen present? Zhao Cohen, if you are here, please respond to AT this moment. Within a dormitory on the 7th floor, the expressions of Zhao Cohen and his 2 companions darkened. These fellows had just labeled us as heinously wicked. Yet now they expect us to escort them to the cafeteria, as if we were some kind of gullible fools. The lean monkey remarked in disbelief. That's not entirely fair. Strength lies in numbers. If we all go together, we can look out for one another. It might increase our chances. Lao He interjected. What do you think, Kun Ge? Ignore them, Zhao Kun replied. However, we are also heading to the cafeteria. Our food supplies won't last much longer. Since we all share this intention, wouldn't it be better to go together? Lao He questioned in confusion. While it's true that many hands make light work, a larger group also attracts greater danger. Zhao Kun countered, but hiding indefinitely is not a solution. The online chatter is driving me mad. Let us observe the situation first. Frustrated, Zhao Kun muttered, damn it, how could these fools not recognize Yang? The madman, should we expose him? Lao He cautioned, if you seek death, go ahead and try. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes in response that it appeared that the zombies had detected some movement. The school authorities astutely continued broadcasting announcements at an ear-splitting volume. An increasing number of zombies converged towards the source of the broadcast, causing the number of zombies in the dormitory to dwindle. Many students in various dormitories began to stir restlessly. Eventually, the students from the dormitories closest to the cafeteria, buildings 4, 5, and 6, began to take action. A group of students banded together, wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons. Brooms, clothing poles, benches, and even fruit knives. Occasionally, one could spot individuals armed with steel pipes or even tang swords. As there are always a few unruly university students, most of the zombies had already departed, and those who encountered the remaining few were swiftly subdued by the collective force of the students. Although the majority hesitated to engage, a few brave souls led the charge, successfully making their way to the cafeteria. Witnessing this success ignited a surge of excitement among the others, prompting students from various dormitories to join in the fray. The outcome was mixed. Some succeeded, others suffered heavy losses, while some faced complete annihilation. While the zombies were lured away by the broadcast, they were not blind. Upon spotting living humans, they would undoubtedly prioritize them as their next meal. Besides the large loudspeakers atop the teaching buildings, there were hidden speakers scattered throughout the lawns and trees. Hence, even though the zombies had vacated the dormitory buildings, they remained dispersed in various locations. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences if one were to be spotted by a zombie. Despite the high mortality rate, many were willing to take the risk, especially those who could no longer bear the pangs of hunger. All yearning to reach the cafeteria for a meal, that moment, on the campus forum, beneath a post regarding Building 21, many individuals began to voice their frustrations in the comments, having noticed that Zhao Kun and his group had yet to make an appearance. This Zhao Kun is nothing but a coward. All he knows is how to snatch food from his classmates. If he were to confront zombies, he would quail like a frightened child. Exactly, he claims the zombies on the 7th floor were all defeated by them. I suspect that's a blatant lie. I saw many zombies jumping from the building yesterday. They likely did it themselves. Damn, they're just a bunch of cowards. Infuriated by these remarks, Zhao Kun and his companions nearly smashed their phones in anger. I can't stand this any longer. Let us go to room 708 and teach those guys a lesson. Lao He's expression darkened significantly. It was clearly Yang Bin who initiated the attack. Yet we are left to bear the blame. I cannot swallow this indignation. The lean monkey chimed in. Let us go. I'm itching for a fight. Even Zhao Kun rose to his feet at this point. Thus, the four of them made their way to room 708 to knock, knock, knock. Lao He banged on the door. What do you want? Curly, seeing the furious expressions of the group through the window, felt a twinge of fear. We're not here for anything. Didn't you ask us to take you to the cafeteria? Let us go, Zhao Kun said, suppressing his anger. Really? The bespectacled boy questioned, skeptical of their intentions given the state of Zhao Kun and his companions. Of course, many from other dormitories have already left. Do you want to go or not? If not, we're leaving. Zhao Kun asserted that yes, we'll go. The four inside the dormitory, fearing that Zhao Kun and his group would abandon them, hastily opened the door. However, as soon as the door swung open, they immediately regretted it upon seeing the wicked smiles on Zhao Kun's trio. What are you planning? Don't do anything reckless. Soon, the sounds of screams erupted from room 708. Despite there being 4 individuals inside, they were utterly powerless against the onslaught of Zhao Kun and his companions. Having battled numerous zombies, Zhao Kun and his group were incomparable to these individuals who were too timid to even face a zombie. A few minutes later, Zhao Kun and his companions emerged from the dormitory, looking quite pleased, while 4 battered individuals lay trembling on the ground behind them. Let us go. There aren't many zombies around right now. So we should head to the cafeteria, Zhao Kun suggested. Should we take the others with us? The lean monkey inquired. We'll go our way. Don't worry about them. All right. Once they departed, Curly and his friends quickly scrambled to their feet. They've left. They're probably heading to the cafeteria. We must follow them closely. Indeed. Although they harbored immense resentment towards those who had assaulted them, they understood that these individuals were genuinely capable of fighting zombies. Following them was far better than going alone. Meanwhile, on the forum post regarding Building 21, news soon emerged that they're heading to the cafeteria. Before long, those hiding in the dormitories cautiously ventured out, many choosing to follow suit. In room 308, Yangbin shook his head as he read the messages on the forum. Zhao Kun is still so impatient. Now that most of the zombies have departed, and with their weapons and experience, they should be fine getting to the cafeteria if they are careful. Chen Hao commented, if it's just a few of them, reaching the cafeteria should be no issue. However, if they're followed by a crowd, that presents a different challenge altogether. Indeed, the larger the group, the greater the target. Yet, they are all classmates. It would be beneficial to assist them, especially since remaining in the dormitory could lead to starvation. You'd best avoid such thoughts. This is the apocalypse that it's a miracle to look after your own family and friends. We cannot save others. Any hint of misplaced altruism could lead to our undoing. Understood. So, Bingo, when shall we make our move? Yangbin glanced at Huan Liang, who was still fast asleep, and pondered that we have enough food for now. Let us stay in the dormitory for another night and reassess tomorrow. Reaching the cafeteria may not be ideal with too many people. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chapter 21. The encounter at Building 21. Zhao Kun and his companions descended the stairs, encountering a few zombies along the way, which they dispatched with ease. Upon reaching the first floor and glancing back at the throngs of followers behind them, Zhao Kun furrowed his brow, but ultimately chose to remain silent and pressed onward. They traversed several dormitory buildings until they arrived at a landscaped area, where a group of zombies, looking perplexed, gathered around a concealed speaker, seemingly puzzled by the human voices they had heard yet could not see. Zhao Kun signaled to his companions, indicating they should circumvent the area. The crowd behind them quickly followed suit, aware of the danger and holding their breath in silence. However, in a large group, unforeseen accidents are bound to occur. Due to their close proximity, someone inadvertently stepped on the heel of the person in front, causing that individual to stumble and set off a chain reaction of falls. Damn it. Zhao Kun cursed upon witnessing the chaos. Indeed, a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes turned in their direction, followed by zombies excitedly charging towards them. The crowd panicked, some running wildly in a state of confusion. Everyone stop. If anyone dares to flee, I'll be the first to eliminate them. Zhao Kun shouted, drawing his weapon and preparing for battle. Having endured numerous battles, Zhao Kun and his companions remained composed, promptly brandishing iron pipes. The others were startled by his words, but upon witnessing his readiness for combat, they too suppressed their inner fears. With a formidable group of over 50 individuals facing merely a dozen zombies, they should have had the upper hand soon. The zombies charged forward, and Zhao Kun and his companions swiftly took action, thrusting their iron pipes towards the necks of the approaching undead. Their combat experience manifested at that moment, as each of their pipes successfully severed a zombie's neck. However, the rest lacked such expertise. Their weapons were varied and inconsistent. Frustratingly, some had come unarmed, merely carrying backpacks or holding laptops in their hands as the zombies surged forth, while some attempted to defend themselves. Others froze in terror, their legs trembling. They were remarkably bold in their online bravado, yet when confronted with the reality of zombies, they faltered. Fortunately, their numerical superiority, combined with Zhao Kun and his companions' presence, led to the eventual extermination of all the zombies. However, the victory came at a cost, as 6 individuals sustained bites from the undead. Observing their wounds, Zhao Kun knitted his brows and declared, "You either leave at once, or I shall have to kill you myself." "No, there must be a way. I refuse to become a zombie," they exclaimed in sheer terror. "Indeed, there must be a way. Please don't abandon us." Yet just moments ago, they had stood united, and now the group hastily distanced themselves from those afflicted. "You should leave on your own. It would be more dignified to—" "No, you can't do this. We are in this together. We agreed to go to the cafeteria as a group. However, the others remained unresponsive, regarding them as if they were plagued. Before long, the faces of those bitten began to decay, their expressions contorting in agony as their eyes turned a bloody red. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. At that moment, Zhao Kun and his companions suddenly acted, their iron pipes swiftly piercing the necks of the afflicted, sending chills through the onlookers. Yet none dared to voice their objections, fearful that they might become the next victims. If you wish to survive long enough to reach the cafeteria, be cautious. If we encounter another situation like just now, I will kill you all. Zhao Kun cursed vehemently before resuming his march towards the cafeteria. The remainder of their journey was relatively uneventful, with only the occasional zombie appearing, swiftly dealt with by Zhao Kun and his companions. However, as they neared the cafeteria, they stumbled upon a horde of zombies pursuing a group of people. The numbers truly horrifying. At least 100 that upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Kun's expression changed dramatically. Retreat, he ordered. Yet, at that moment, the group of people spotted them and dashed towards them as if they were a beacon of hope. Help! Classmates ahead, please save us. There are so many zombies, damn it. Zhao Kun cursed, then turned to Lao He and Shou Ho. Run. We can't help them. The three hastily fled, and the others instinctively followed, a vast swarm of zombies hot on their heels. What do we do, Kun? We can't escape. Lao He exclaimed, panic etched on his face as the zombies closed in to the library. Zhao Kun swiftly changed direction, sprinting towards the library. The others regarded Zhao Kun as their lifeline. Following wherever he led, they raced towards the library, encountering a few scattered zombies along the way, easily taken down by Zhao Kun and his companions' iron pipes. Upon reaching the library, they found the door locked. Break it down, Zhao Kun commanded, launching his iron pipe against the lock with fervor. Yet the library's lock proved remarkably sturdy, resisting their attempts to breach it. Lao He and Shou Ho quickly joined in to assist. Help! A cacophony of screams erupted from behind, clearly indicating the zombies had caught up. Hurry! The urgency surged among the group. Stop whining and help us. Zhao Kun shouted, oh right, finally, after a frantic effort, the lock gave way. Zhao Kun flung the door open, and a throng rushed inside as most entered. A few remained trapped, ensnared by the zombies. Zhao Kun decisively shut the door. Quickly, moved the tables to barricade it. He commanded okay. The others, now in disarray, scrambled to comply. The door resonated with thuds as the zombies pounded against it. Open the door! You can't do this. We aren't inside yet. This is murder. Please open the door. I don't want to die. The outside voices clamored desperately, many reflecting regret on their faces. Yet no one dared to agree to open it. Silence enveloped the room as everyone chose self-preservation over aiding others. Gradually, the cries from outside diminished, indicating those left behind had succumbed. Within the library, only 30 or so remained. This ordeal had claimed over 20 lives, leaving despair etched on every face. However, the loss felt even more profound as they had yet to reach the cafeteria. The library held no food. In fact, it was less comfortable than the dormitories that in this moment. Many regretted their decision to venture out. Zhao Kun and his companions wore equally grim expressions, shocked by the outcome. What do we do now, Kun-gu? Shou Ho inquired softly. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if the zombies disperse. What a stroke of bad luck. Lao He lamented. It's not just bad luck. It's our own fault, Zhao Kun replied. Why do you say that? If Yangbin were here, he wouldn't have allowed those people to follow us. Chapter 22. The Search for Special Zombies in Dormitory 308. It seems those people have left, Yangbin remarked, gazing out the window. Yes, likely it appears we are the only ones left in this dormitory building, Chenhao responded. Wakewen Liang, we need to continue scavenging the dorms. Brother Bin, so you intended to stay an extra day here just for this? Of course not. Primarily, it's more comfortable to sleep here, Yangbin chuckled. Moreover, after the zombies leave, those guys will have likely scavenged the nearby dorms. So there won't be much left for us. However, our main objective isn't to find food, but to gather daily necessities. Things like clothes, power banks, and lighters. Understood. Chenhao nodded, promptly rousing Hu and Liang as the trio began to move the beds aside. Inside the dormitory, zombies were nearly non-existent. The broadcast continued to blare, playing catchy songs that attracted the undead. However, It wouldn't be long before the speakers were destroyed, at which point the zombies would roam freely. The three scoured room after room, occasionally encountering a few zombies, but these posed no significant threat. After over 2 hours, they had thoroughly searched floors 1 to 6. As Yongbin had predicted, they found little food but managed to fill a backpack with daily supplies. "Let us drop these off at the dorm before heading out," Yongbin suggested. "Where to?" Chun Hao and Hu Liang asked curiously that we're seeking special zombies. Upon hearing Yongbin's words, Chun Hao's eyes lit up, while Hu Liang looked utterly bewildered. Yet he refrained from asking further questions and simply followed along. After stowing their findings, Yongbin equipped Hu Liang with an iron pipe, and the three set out. While everyone else hid from the zombies, they boldly ventured forth to confront them. However, this was precisely what they were capable of, even if others knew that special zombies contained crystals in their heads. Finding them was another matter entirely. Special zombies appeared identical to ordinary ones, making them indistinguishable except for their superior strength. Yet, it was impractical to test each zombie's capabilities. Fortunately, Yongbin held a distinct advantage. With his true sight, he could detect even the special zombies hidden within a horde. After leaving the dormitory, the trio soon encountered a group of zombies gathered around a speaker, entranced by the music. Yongbin shook his head and continued on. After traversing for some time and encountering several waves of zombies without spotting any special ones, Yongbin's true sight allowed him to detect the undead in advance, minimizing danger. After a lengthy trek, they faced a few unavoidable zombies, which were swiftly eliminated by the duo, at last. As they passed through a small grove, Yongbin suddenly halted, a look of delight crossing his face. "Have you found something?" Chun Hao asked excitedly. "Yes, but it's a bit inappropriate," Yongbin replied with a grin. "What do you mean?" "In the grove, a lone male and female. You understand. Goodness, how bold." Hu Liang widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It's quite rare indeed. Back in the day, I was with Xia." "Stop. No more reminiscing about your glorious moments. Your Xia is already with someone else." Yongbin retorted mercilessly. "Do we have 2 zombies to deal with? The female is a special type, while the male is an ordinary one. I'll take care of the female, and you handle the male. You just follow behind, Bright, and let us make this quick. That we mustn't attract any other zombies," Yongbin stated with gravity. "Understood. Let's move," the others replied, swiftly darting into the dense woods. Once inside, visibility was nearly non-existent, which explained their audacity. Had it not been for Yongbin's true sight, he might not have even noticed them. Upon entering, they quickly spotted their targets, but upon witnessing the state of the 2 zombies, Chun Hao and Hu Liang's eyes widened in shock. "Goodness, this is certainly not suitable for children," Chun Hao gasped. "Could they have transformed while, Hu Liang speculated, equally astonished that it's quite possible. "Enough chatter, they're coming for us." The 2 zombies, devoid of any sense of shame, lunged excitedly at the two upon seeing the sudden appearance of living humans. However, their trousers had only been pulled down to their ankles, not fully removed, and after just a few steps, both zombies collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, a drop of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the 3. "Now I understand why they didn't respond to the broadcast. They simply can't run," Chun Hao remarked. After falling, the 2 zombies attempted to rise again, only to stumble and fall once more. The female zombie's top was hiked up significantly, exposing her ample chest, which made contact with the ground each time she fell. It won't break, will it?" Hu Liang inquired. "No, those are quite soft." Chun Hao, with considerable experience, reassured them. "All right, enough talk. Let's finish this before more zombies arrive." Yongbin urged. Agreed. In an instant, the 2 sprang into action, plunging their weapons into the heads of the zombies. Having dealt with numerous zombies before, they found this encounter unusually effortless. The male zombie was dispatched with a single blow from Chun Hao, while it took Yongbin 7 or 8 strikes to subdue the female zombie. Special zombies indeed possess significantly greater physical strength than their ordinary counterparts. Moreover, Yongbin sensed that this particular special zombie was even stronger than the 2 he had encountered the previous day. Shouldn't a woman's physical strength be less than a man's? Is it possible for zombies to evolve? Yongbin pondered, feeling an urgent sense of discovery. What a pity, Hu Liang lamented as he gazed at the fallen female zombie. "If you wish to lose your virginity, now would be the time, while it's still fresh." Yongbin chuckled. "Ugh, I'm not that perverse, and I've told you countless times, I am not a virgin," Hu Wenliang protested. Uve also claimed you've never even touched a woman's hand. If you're not a virgin, who is? Yangbin then reached into the zombie's head and felt around, quickly extracting a red crystal. Is this what you refer to as an energy crystal? Hu Wenliang queried, his curiosity piqued. Yes, take it and consume it quickly, Yangbin instructed as he handed the crystal to Hu Wenliang. Da-da. For me? Hu Wenliang responded, somewhat taken aback. Who else? You're the weakest among us, and we can't have you dragging us down. All right. Recognizing the significance of the crystal, Hu Wenliang said nothing further, merely casting a grateful glance at the two before cleaning the crystal and swallowing it with his eyes closed. After a brief moment, the trio of formidable individuals set off once more in search of special zombies. Chapter 23. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The reach of the school's public address system was dwindling, evidently due to many speakers being destroyed by the zombies. The students in the dormitory had either ventured to the cafeteria or perished along the way. Of course, some remained too fearful to leave their rooms, likely hoarding food. Others, like Zhao Kun and his group, had been forced to seek refuge elsewhere. Nevertheless, a significant number still found their way to the cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria doors were tightly secured, and all the windows were covered with newspapers, obscuring the view of the interior. Inside, a large crowd surged, resembling a chaotic market, with cries and shouts filling the air. The school authorities struggled to maintain order. But the students, teetering on the brink of despair, paid little heed. Above, the principal grimaced as he reviewed the statistics. With over 30,000 faculty and students combined, fewer than 2,000 had reached the cafeteria, an unacceptable reality. Are there any survivors who have yet to arrive? The principal inquired. There must be some, but the area outside is swarming with zombies. Even if there are survivors, they can't get in, a director sighed. Sigh. The principal let out a deep breath. Very well, let's serve the students. They must be starving by now. Understood. Soon, plates of food were being brought to the serving window, and upon sighting the meals, the crowd fell silent before surging forward in a frenzy. Students, no shoving. Form an orderly line. There is enough for everyone, the principal proclaimed through a megaphone. However, the students, driven by hunger, could hardly heed his words, with some even attempting to climb onto the windowsill to snatch food. Reluctantly, the principal instructed the cafeteria staff to remove the food. Only then did the students regain their composure and line up properly. Once the cafeteria staff returned with the food, those at the front eagerly clutched their plates, eyes gleaming with excitement. Did I want this, and this? An extra rice, please. Yet the cafeteria staff merely ladled a spoonful of rice and potatoes onto the plate before moving to the next student. What does this mean? I have money on my meal card. You could have charged me for the whole day. Exactly. Who can be satisfied with such a meager portion? The cafeteria erupted once more into chaos. Students, quiet down. Quiet. The principal shouted into the megaphone that I know everyone is famished, but as you can see, we are enduring one of the most challenging and darkest periods in human history. Food is extremely scarce. We do not know when help will arrive, but we must believe that our nation will not abandon us, that we need to ration our food so that we can last a few more days and have hope for the arrival of rescue. Upon hearing the principal's words, the crowd gradually quieted down, recognizing the wisdom in his message. Soon, the students who had received their meals began to devour their food ravenously, perhaps for the first time feeling that the cafeteria food tasted delightful. Many finished their portions, even licking their plates clean, still unsated. Observing the students in their fervent consumption, the principal turned to the cafeteria staff and asked, based on the current numbers, how long can the rice and vegetables last? The staff member pondered briefly before responding. If we ration carefully, we might stretch the rice for 7 or 8 days. However, the vegetables spoil quickly. We generally purchase them fresh, and although our numbers have decreased, they won't last long, perhaps 3 or 4 days at most. Frowning at the staff member's words, the principal felt uncertainty about when help would arrive that he could hardly bear to imagine the consequences if the food ran out before rescue came. Let us reduce the quantity we prepare moving forward to prolong our supplies. Very well. The staff member nodded, equally troubled, realizing they might have to resort to cooking porridge. In the library, over 30 individuals sat wearily on the floor. Although they had escaped the clutches of the zombies, they still faced the problem of hunger, as there was nothing to eat in the library. Outside, the zombies still roamed, leaving them unable to venture out for the time being. Many regretted their decisions, wishing they had opted to stay in their dorms. Just then, a loud, ripping noise pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. A curly-haired individual held up a bag of instant noodles, having just opened it and prepared to eat. Suddenly sensing the tense atmosphere around him, he looked up, only to be met with a sea of eager eyes. "What are you all doing?" he asked weakly. "You have food? Share some with us." "Yes, we're all classmates. We should help one another." A group of students slowly advanced towards him. Feeling threatened, the curly-haired student stammered, I only have this one packed," and no sooner had he spoken than the crowd surged forward, seizing the noodles from his hands and rifling through his backpack and belongings. "What are you doing? You can't do this. That's mine," Curly shouted. Yet in that moment, the crowd completely disregarded his voice. Those who had initially accused others of stealing from their classmates had transformed into ravenous wolves, nearly stripping Curly Bear from head to toe. The other three individuals from dormitory 708, who had originally intended to eat something, quickly concealed themselves upon witnessing this scene. However, their furtive actions were soon noticed by others, prompting those who had missed out on the spoils to rush towards them. Before long, the trio found themselves following in Curly's footsteps, thoroughly stripped of their belongings. "How satisfying it is to witness this!" Old Black and Thin Monkey exclaimed with gleeful vindication. "That I can't believe they actually had food," Zhao Kuan remarked with a chuckle. Although these few had refrained from joining the fray, they neither offered assistance nor intervened, simply watching in silence. Such is human nature. Zhao Kuan sighed, then reached into his backpack to extract a piece of bread. Taking a hearty bite, his actions instantly captivated those who had been left empty-handed. As they began to draw near, Zhao Kuan coldly brandished a blood-stained iron pipe, casting a chilling glance their way. "Try coming any closer, and you'll regret it." The crowd halted abruptly, a mix of fear and trepidation washing over them as they regarded the weapon in Zhao Kuan's grasp, the crimson stains suppressing their desires. They were acutely aware that this individual was indeed capable of taking a life. Seeing their hesitation, Zhao Kuan proceeded to eat before the eyes of all. Old Black and Thin Monkey soon joined him, consuming their own share of food, having fought hard and now feeling the pangs of hunger. Though the onlookers gazed greedily at the food in their hands, none dared to approach. Witnessing this spectacle, Curly and his companions were left in despair, realizing the blatant truth of the situation. The weak were preyed upon by the strong. Chapter 24. The Path of Assassination. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his companions embarked once more on their quest for special zombies. With a bustling school filled with people, it was only natural that zombies were plentiful, and they encountered them at nearly every turn. Before long, Yang Bin spotted yet another special zombie. You see that group of zombies? One of them stands out. He pointed towards a cluster of over 20 zombies meandering on the grass, drawn there by the sound of a broken loudspeaker. "Over 20? That's a bit troublesome," Chen Hao frowned. "Yes, but there are several other waves of zombies nearby. If we take too long, we could attract them all. Should we engage them?" Hu Wenliang inquired. "That of course we must. Special zombies are not easily found." Chen Hao replied decisively. "Haozi, see if you can lure some away. It would certainly make things easier." "All right, I'll give it a try." Chen Hao stealthily approached the horde, pulling out some small stones and tossing them near the zombies. Yet, this tactic that had worked in the dormitory proved ineffective on the grass, as the stones fell silently, failing to catch the zombies' attention. After multiple attempts yielded no results, he reluctantly returned. "I couldn't lure them away," he admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It seems we'll have to engage them head-on." Yang Bin conceded. "Not yet. Perhaps I can demonstrate the assassination technique I've been developing." Chen Hao interjected. "Assassination technique? What on earth is that?" Yang Bin asked, puzzled. "Just wait until I recharge my energy." Chen Hao grinned, keeping the details to himself. "All right, I look forward to your performance," Yang Bin replied. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao stood up. "I'm ready to go." "Don't rush in. Wait for my signal." "Are you sure?" "Don't overexert yourself," Yang Bin cautioned. "Trust me, I've mentally rehearsed this countless times," Chen Hao assured him. "Then be careful." Yang Bin nodded. Once again cloaked in invisibility, Chen Hao swiftly approached the group of zombies. This time, he did not hesitate, moving directly beside one of the creatures and swiftly striking it down with his iron pipe. However, his sudden action revealed his presence, and the remaining zombies stared in confusion for a moment before roaring and charging at him. Anticipating this, Chen Hao retreated quickly, disappearing from view just moments later. Under Yang Bin's watchful gaze, Chen Hao deftly minimized the sound of his footsteps, making use of the soft grass beneath him. Despite running swiftly, he made no noise. That he did not flee in a straight line, but instead circled around to avoid a collision with the oncoming zombies. The horde, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their target, began to wander aimlessly, their lack of intelligence preventing them from comprehending what had just transpired. Soon, Chen Hao circled back to another zombie's side, striking it down with his iron pipe before swiftly retreating and vanishing once more. The zombies were left disoriented, unable to locate him. This truly is the assassination technique he speaks of. It has merit, Yang Bin remarked in surprise. How go? You're impressive, Hu Wenliang exclaimed, unable to see Chen Hao's hidden form but witnessing his sudden appearances and disappearances, marveling at his deadly efficiency. After successfully eliminating 9 zombies, Chen Hao began to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing he had pushed his abilities to their limit, struggling against the disorientation. He hurried back to the safety of the greenery where his companions were hiding, promptly dispelling his invisibility and collapsing onto the ground. Phew, this is incredibly taxing, he gasped. Nonetheless, Haozi, you've performed admirably, having taken out nearly half of them. Yang Bin praised. Indeed, how go? You're extraordinary, Hu Wenliang added, his eyes filled with admiration. Naturally, but I suspect I won't be able to use my abilities for at least half an hour now, Chen Hao replied. Resigned. No matter, there are still 13 left. After you rest, we can engage them directly, Yang Bin suggested. Sounds good. After a brief respite, Chen Hao stood up. Though he could not use his abilities for a short time, he was still fit for normal combat. The 3 of them, armed with iron pipes, charged towards the horde of zombies. Upon their arrival, the zombies quickly took notice, eagerly rushing towards them. As they closed the distance, the trio wasted no time, swiftly dispatching 3 zombies. However, the remaining 10 zombies lunged at them. With iron pipes drawn, they transitioned from stabbing to sweeping motions, forcefully striking at the approaching horde. Under their formidable strength, the zombies were knocked back several steps. It was then that the special zombie made its presence known, as while the others staggered backwards, it remained steadfast, only retreating slightly. I'll handle the special zombie. You two manage the others, Yang Bin declared. Understood. The 2 nodded and charged towards the remaining zombies, while Yang Bin thrust his iron pipe forcefully at the special creature. The open space of the grass allowed him to wield his weapon without restraint, employing stabbing, swinging, and smashing techniques against the special zombie. In no time, Yang Bin successfully punctured the special zombie's skull, causing its body to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang each dispatched 2 more zombies, leaving only 5 remaining. Yang Bin swiftly extracted the crystal from the special zombie's head before rushing over to join his companions in eliminating the last of the zombies. Let's go. After finishing their task, the group quickly departed, seeking refuge in a distant area devoid of zombies. Once they found safety, Yang Bin held up the special crystal. Before he could speak, Chen Hao urged Bin Gu no need to hesitate. Just eat it. Yes, Bin Gu. Hurry and consume it. Then we can see what changes occur, Hu Wenliang encouraged. All right. Yang Bin nodded, not refusing. After cleaning the crystal, he swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, the crystal transformed into energy, flooding his body. However, once the energy had fully integrated, Yang Bin frowned at what's wrong. Bin Gu, did it not work? His companions asked, puzzled by his expression. Yang Bin shook his head. There is indeed an effect, but it is not as potent as I had anticipated. I had hoped that after consuming the second crystal, the second corner of the first star would illuminate. Yet it remains dark. Nevertheless, my strength has increased. It simply isn't as pronounced as after consuming the first crystal. I see, no worries. As long as your strength has improved, that's what matters. Chen Hao reassured him that I suspect the crystals may not be sufficient. Perhaps more are needed to activate the second corner, and I think that might be the case. Let us keep searching. The school is vast, and there are plenty of zombies. We needn't worry about finding more. Hu Wenliang suggested. Agreed, let's continue. Chapter 25. Can zombies swim? Outside the library, Bin Gu, are you sure this will work? Chen Hao asked, swallowing hard as he gazed at the hundreds of zombies ahead. Well, we have to give it a shot. It's not every day we encounter a special zombie, Yang Bin replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Haozi, maybe you should employ your assassination technique to whittle them down slowly, Hu Wenliang remarked. With this number, even if I resort to assassination tactics, there would be nowhere to hide. They would simply overwhelm me. Chun Hao responded helplessly, what should we do? Yang Bin activated his true sight, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly his eyes brightened. I have a solution. What is it? Both men inquired simultaneously. Yang Bin pointed towards the back of the library, saying, isn't that Yusin Lake over there? The arch bridge in the middle of the lake is only about 2.5 meters wide, that we can lure the zombies onto that bridge. It would be easy to knock them into the lake. But it's over 1,000 meters to the bridge. If we encounter other zombies along the way, won't we be in trouble? Hu Wenliang frowned, and I just took a look. There aren't many zombies between the library and Yusin Lake. However, I couldn't see everything due to the distance and many obstacles, so my ability couldn't reveal all that. Let's go ahead and clear the zombies on the way. Howsy, you stay here. Once we've cleared enough, you can bring the zombies over. With your current physical condition, as long as there are no obstructions ahead, those zombies won't catch up to you. Yang Bin explained. The reason for having Chun Hao lead was naturally due to his ability to become invisible. Even if something unexpected happened, he could escape. All right. Chun Hao nodded without hesitation. The one on the left wearing a blue t-shirt with a buzz cut is the special zombie. Pay close attention to it. It cannot escape. Understood. Chun Hao nodded again. After discussing their plan, Yang Bin led Hu Wenliang towards Yusin Lake. Just as Yang Bin had stated, there weren't many zombies on that route. The two advanced, eliminating all encountered zombies to prevent any hindrance for Chun Hao. They soon arrived at one of the school's scenic spots, Yusin Lake. The scenery was beautiful, with rows of willow trees lining the lake, beneath which lay benches that in the past, many students enjoyed coming here. Reading by the lake was refreshing. This place was also a popular dating spot, often filled with couples on the benches. However, the two men had no time to appreciate the scenery as they made their way to the arched bridge, promptly sending a message to Chun Hao. Upon receiving the message, Chun Hao picked up a stone and invisibly approached a group of zombies that he stopped about 7 or 8 meters away, aimed for the special zombie, and hurled the stone. With a thud, the stone struck the special zombie's head. Although it did not draw blood, it delivered a significant blow. Roar. The special zombie let out a tremendous roar, causing chaos among the horde. Hey! Chun Hao revealed himself, offering a polite greeting. Seeing the sudden appearance of a living person, the horde of zombies surged towards him, particularly the special zombie, whose blood-red eyes fixated on Chun Hao, satisfied with the effect. Chun Hao turned and ran, pursued by a throng of zombies, creating a spectacular scene inside the library. Hey, why did these zombies leave? Someone exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing the scene through a crack in the door. Zhao Kun hurried over, and upon seeing the zombies actually leave, he was filled with excitement. They really left. That's fantastic. Prepare yourselves. Once they're far enough away, we can leave. Zhao Kun instructed Lao He and Shou Hong nearby. All right. Chun Hao led the swarm of zombies towards Yusin Lake, the path cleared of zombies by Yang Bin and his companion, with no unexpected incidents occurring. With his enhanced physical condition, his speed surpassed that of the zombies, and he effortlessly brought them to the designated location. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang were already prepared for battle. That you've worked hard. Howsy, do you want to take a break? No need. It's just a short distance. I'm not tired yet. Chun Hao replied, The three stood at the highest point of the bridge, the 2.5-meter width allowing them to hold their ground. Soon, a massive horde of zombies rushed towards them. But due to the limited width of the bridge, they could not all surge forward at once, causing many of the front zombies to fall into the lake. However, the adjacent water was not deep, and the zombies quickly emerged one by one. They charged onto the bridge, lunging at the trio. Yang Bin struck first, swinging his iron pipe, sending several zombies tumbling off the bridge into the lake. Although there were railings on the bridge, they were only 70 centimeters high, allowing Yang Bin to easily sweep them off. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang joined in, bashing the advancing zombies down one by one. Haha, Bin Go, you're brilliant. This method is excellent. Chun Hao laughed. Indeed, it's much simpler than slaughtering zombies. Hu Wenliang echoed with a smile. You two might be celebrating too early. Yang Bin suddenly said, what's wrong? Look below. Yang Bin responded helplessly. The two quickly glanced down, their expressions transforming into one of incredulity. What the hell? These zombies can swim? They observed the fallen zombies paddling their arms in the water, slowly making their way to the shore. Tio described it as swimming would be inaccurate, as their heads remained submerged, their arms moving instinctively. However, the key point was that they were not afraid of drowning. They merely needed to paddle. Crap. So all our efforts were in vain? Chun Hao exclaimed. Speechless, Yang Bin, too, felt exasperated. This was beyond his expectations that he had thought that the mindless zombies would perish in the water, but to his surprise, they could swim back, making their efforts futile as the zombies could return to attack them again. Looks like we can't afford to slack off. Let us get to work, Yang Bin declared resignedly. Fine. Chen Hao and the others shook their heads with bitter smiles, then shifted from sweeping to stabbing. Fortunately, with the strength of the three, leveraging their advantageous position made it relatively easy to eliminate the zombies, though it was still tiring. Soon, one by one, zombies fell beneath their iron pipes, staining the bridge with blood. After dispatching over 30 zombies, the special zombie finally charged up. Yang Bin gripped his iron pipe tightly, exerting all his strength, and thrust it into the special zombie's head. Despite the immense resistance, Yang Bin's pipe penetrated the zombie's skull, delivering a fatal blow. After consuming the second crystal, Yang Bin's strength surged once more. Even at full force, the special zombie could not withstand his strike. Chapter 26. Dormitory conflict with the special zombie down. Yang Bin kicked the zombies behind him off the bridge and dragged the special zombie's corpse over, avoiding the need to sift through bodies later. Half an hour later, all the zombies were eliminated. The bridge and the area beneath it were littered with corpses, and the lake was nearly stained red with blood. The three collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. After a while, Yang Bin managed to rise. Walking over to the corpse of the special zombie, skillfully extracting the crystal from its head. Before he could speak, Chen Hao interjected, Bin Gu, there's no need to ask us. Hurry and consume it to see if it can illuminate the second corner. Yes, Bin Gu, I'm curious too, Hu Wenliang added. Yang Bin nodded, not hesitating to swallow the crystal. After a moment, he furrowed his brow again. What's wrong, Bin Gu? Did it not light up? Chen Hao inquired. No, Yang Bin shook his head. Did your strength increase? Yes, but the effect is slightly inferior to the previous one. Yang Bin replied helplessly. No worries. As long as there's an increase, we can always consume more crystals until it lights up. Chen Hao reassured him. After resting for a while, the group stood up and headed towards the dormitory. By this time, the sky had already darkened, making it impossible to continue their fight. Upon returning to the dormitory building, they were surprised to find that the residents of their dormitory had returned. Outside the dormitory, a group of people with grim expressions were preparing to go upstairs, evidently just back. The arrival of Yang Bin and his companions immediately attracted their attention. Zhao Kun and the others, upon seeing Yang Bin, displayed expressions of resentment. Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kun, puzzled. Why are you back? It's a long story, Zhao Kun sighed, then recounted their experiences along the way. Now the area outside the cafeteria is swarming with zombies. We couldn't get in, so we had to come back, he lamented. Well, that does sound dire. Yang Bin sympathized. If it weren't for someone leading those zombies away, we'd probably still be trapped in the library, Lao He said, shuddering at the thought. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was immediately displeased. Hey Z, who are you calling a fool? I didn't say you, Lao He retorted. What the hell? It wouldn't be you who led them away, would it? Lao He's eyes widened. What do you think? I saved your lives, so how will you thank me? Chen Hao grinned. It really was you. How did you escape from over 100 zombies chasing you? Simple. I just killed them all and escaped, Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Kun and the others were rendered speechless, yet they did not doubt Chen Hao's statement. They were aware that with Yang, the madman, present, such a possibility could indeed exist. However, while Zhao Kun and his companions held this belief, it was clear that others did not. Upon hearing Chen Hao's declaration, discontent arose among the crowd. What nonsense are you spouting? Over 100 zombies, all killed. Why not claim you can soar through the skies while you're at it? Laughter erupted. Are you implying that we, the many, are inferior to just a few of you? You certainly have a talent for boasting. Indeed, while we were out fighting for our lives, you were cowering in your dormitory. What pretense is this? Upon hearing their remarks, Zhao Kun and his companions felt a wave of numbness wash over them, and they exchanged sympathetic glances with the accusers. How audacious they were! Meanwhile, the 4 occupants of Dormitory 708 remained silently united, having immediately recognized Yang Bin and Chen Hao. However, they chose not to speak, for their experience in the library had unveiled the true nature of this group, and thus they refrained from intervening. Brother Bin, my hands are itching. Chen Hao remarked, looking at Yang Bin. Then act on it. Dante, spare my feelings. All right. Chen Hao strode directly to the two who had been the most vocal, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap echoed as the individual was sent sprawling to the ground. Losing 2 teeth in the process? What the hell? Why are you hitting people? Right. What gives you the right to strike? Is it a crime to speak the truth? Seeing Chen Hao take action, the onlookers grew increasingly displeased. Ignoring their protests, Chen Hao responded with a backhand slap that sent another person tumbling to the floor. Damn, how arrogant. Rage surged among the crowd. This was undeniably a slap in their faces. Zhao Kun. What do you have to say about this? Although furious, they still sought Zhao Kun's opinion, as he was acquainted with this group. Throughout their journey, they had come to respect Zhao Kun's formidable prowess. So they deemed it necessary to consider his stance that if you want to court death, do not drag me into it. Zhao Kun replied bluntly. What do you mean? I mean no offense, if you wish to bring about your own demise. I will not intervene, but do not involve me in your folly. Zhao Kun decisively distanced himself from the group. Damn, this lunatic dares to provoke him. He must be tired of living. The crowd was taken aback by Zhao Kun's reaction. They had witnessed his ferocity throughout their journey and recognized that he had vanquished a significant number of zombies. Yet this fierce Zhao Kun seemed to harbor fear towards these individuals. Many began to awaken to the reality that these people were not to be trifled with. However, as they gained clarity, the 2 victims of Chen Hao's earlier slap were consumed by rage. One of them scrambled to grab a fruit knife, while the other seized a steel pipe from a nearby companion and swung it at Chen Hao's head. Damn it, I'll kill you. Chen Hao merely chuckled, swinging the iron pipe to intercept the one wielding the steel pipe. With a single strike, he sent the assailant crashing to the ground, then swiftly kicked the other, propelling him several meters away with tremendous force. Gasping, the onlookers collectively drew a breath of cold air. To send someone flying several meters required immense strength. Zhao Kun and his companions exchanged glances, each recognizing the answer in the other's eyes. It was evident that Chen Hao's power had indeed grown. The 2 fallen figures lay on the ground, evidently injured, and remained sprawled there for some time. Their gazes toward Chen Hao now filled with fear. This is merely a lesson for you. Remember, tread carefully with your words in the future, Chen Hao stated calmly. With that, he returned to stand behind Yang Bin, and the group proceeded upstairs, prompting those in their path to hastily clear away. At this moment, they realized that the one who acted was not even the leader. Could it be that the one at the forefront was even more formidable? As they departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Zhao Kun glanced at the 2 still on the ground and shook his head. Consider yourselves fortunate. Had Yang the madman intervened, you would likely have been finished. Could he really kill someone? In this world, is it truly difficult to take a life? Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily shivered. Indeed, the world had changed, and human life seemed to hold little value. Everywhere lay remnants of dismembered corpses, and one could never be certain when they might become part of that grim tally. It appeared that one must exercise caution in their words going forward. The 2 who had been struck fell silent, too frightened to utter another word. Chapter 27. The 3rd day of the apocalypse, Yang Bin and his companions returned to their dormitory, retrieving several packs of bread and water from their backpacks. Having ventured out at noon without provisions, they found themselves quite hungry now. Brother Bin, our food supply is dwindling. At most, it will last until tomorrow. It seems we must search for more sustenance. Yes, we need to consider where to procure food. Observing Zhao Kun and the others, it was evident that the cafeteria was no longer an option. That it was painfully obvious that with so many people flocking to the cafeteria, a horde of zombies would surely gather in response, making both entry and exit impossible. Then it seems avoiding the cafeteria was a wise choice. Absolutely, that if we had entered the cafeteria, we might not have emerged. With that many people present, how long could the food possibly last? Yang Bin shook his head. Indeed, should rescue not arrive, those inside the cafeteria would be doomed. That is a concern for the school authorities. We should focus on where to find food. Yang Bin remarked. I have a place in mind where we can acquire food. Chen Hao interjected. Where? The supermarket. With so many supermarkets on campus, if we seize just one, it could sustain us for 10 days to half a month. Ah, the supermarket is an excellent idea. All right, then we shall go there tomorrow. Yang Bin decisively concluded that by the way, Haozi, Check online for any information regarding the crystals. Understood. Chunhao quickly opened his phone and began searching. Only to report after a while, I found nothing. The internet is filled with cries for help, videos of groups slaying zombies, and tutorials on how to combat them. Yangbin nodded. Either no one has discovered it yet, or someone has but chooses to remain silent, as everyone enjoys profiting quietly, just like us. All right, let us retire for the night. Tomorrow we shall continue our fight. Agreed. That I end the deep of night. The Big Dipper reappeared, causing the zombies to quiet down. The zoo. The beasts seemed to experience a bloodline awakening, effortlessly breaking free from their iron enclosures, reclaiming their liberty. The third day of the apocalypse dawned. As morning broke, Yang Bin and his companions changed into fresh clothes, hastily consuming a bit of food before leaving their dormitory. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered a large gathering of people below, seemingly waiting for them. Yang Bin furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhao Kun. What is going on? Zhao Kun replied with a wry smile. These folks can no longer withstand their hunger, so they're eager to venture out in search of food. They were forced back by zombies and now wish for you to lead them. That I lack the capability to guide such a multitude of dead weight. Yang Bin retorted bluntly that we are not dead weight. We can fight zombies. Indeed, we are no longer afraid of zombies. Then how is it that you return in defeat? Chunhao chuckled. That was because the zombies have grown stronger and we couldn't compete. Do you think I would believe that? Chunhao smirked. It's true. I'm not lying. The crowd hastily protested. Yang Bin's eyes glimmered with interest. Let us go take a look. And what about them? If they can keep up, let them come along. But I must warn you, following us is perilous, and do not expect me to rescue you. Hesitation swept through the crowd upon hearing his words. However, Zhao Kun and his companions were quick to follow, and others, gritting their teeth, decided to join as well. The broadcast had fallen silent since the previous night, perhaps because the leaders deemed it futile. After all, most speakers were now broken, rendering the announcements inaudible beyond a short distance. As Yang Bin and his group stepped outside the dormitory, they soon encountered two zombies feasting upon a corpse. Upon spotting the group of living beings, the zombies charged forward in excitement. Yang Bin was the first to act, swinging his iron pipe with force, shattering one zombie's skull that he promptly lunged at the other, delivering a fatal blow, executing the entire sequence with fluidity. Everyone present gaped in astonishment. Killing zombies could be so effortless? Even Chunhao and Hu Wenliang were taken aback, for they had always used their pipes for thrusting. And this was the first time they witnessed such a smashing technique. It seemed Brother Bin's prowess had indeed increased significantly. That moment, Zhao Kun and his companions watched in shock, clearly sensing that Yang Bin's strength had risen once again. They exchanged wry smiles, realizing that the gap between them was widening. Yang Bin, puzzled, addressed the group of awestruck onlookers. Didn't you feel any improvement? A group of individuals stood there, utterly speechless as they beheld him. With just a few swift moves, he had resolved the situation, and one could sense the ghostly presence that had been unleashed. The strength of Yang Bin left everyone in profound awe. They finally comprehended why he was the leader of this group. Those who had harbored dissatisfaction towards a few members promptly quelled such thoughts, fearful that they might find themselves on the receiving end of a forceful blow. Why don't we take a turn and see for ourselves? Zhao Kun suddenly suggested. They had already dispatched numerous zombies, and if their strength had indeed increased, a trial would reveal the truth. Very well, Yang Bin nodded in agreement. Not long after they set out, the group encountered 5 more zombies. Upon sighting the humans, these zombies charged at them with wild abandon. Yang Bin refrained from intervening, allowing Chunhao, Hu Wenliang, and Zhao Kun to take action simultaneously. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang thrust their iron pipes into the skulls of the zombies. Yet they did not achieve a swift kill. Frowning, the duo applied more force, finally penetrating the zombies' heads and putting them down. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun and his companions found themselves in a rather precarious situation. Their iron pipes jabbed at the zombies' necks, but failed to sever them. Instead, they were knocked back several paces by the zombies' formidable strength. Fortunately, with their considerable combat experience, they pressed on, thrusting again in the astonished gazes of their companions. Zhao Kun and his team were repeatedly shoved backward by the zombies while persistently stabbing at the creatures' necks. Ultimately, after 5 or 6 relentless thrusts, they succeeded in decapitating a zombie. Once the threat was eliminated, the group returned to their peers. Zhao Kun, still shaken, remarked, These zombies have indeed grown stronger, roughly by about 50% compared to the initial encounters. Yangbin nodded, realizing his suspicions were correct. The zombies were indeed evolving, seemingly growing stronger by the day, that if this continued, humans could not afford to hide away, for it would only be a matter of time before their extinction that moment. A heavy atmosphere fell over everyone. The already formidable zombies were now evolving, leaving them to ponder how they could possibly survive. "Let us proceed," Yangbin said, shaking his head to dispel his worries and focusing on the immediate path ahead. Chapter 28. To conquer with Yangbin's true sight, the group encountered numerous zombies along their journey, yet they were mostly small clusters. Whenever they approached a group exceeding 10, Yangbin would skillfully lead them away. Soon, they arrived at a small supermarket closest to their dormitory. The sight of the supermarket filled everyone with excitement, for it signified the prospect of food. "Strange, the door isn't locked," Chenhao remarked, perplexed. "Someone has barred the door from the inside." Yangbin responded, "Ditto, that makes sense. Should we venture inside? Let them remain there, but we shall seek out other supermarkets. We want to compete for resources. Bringing them here is a display of our goodwill," Yangbin decided. "Very well." Zhao Kuan nodded, though he wished to accompany Yangbin and the others. Yet he understood that after declining Yangbin's previous offer to assist in rescuing others, it would be challenging to regain that camaraderie. Although Yangbin had said nothing, Zhao Kuan sensed the distance Yangbin was deliberately maintaining. Before long, Yangbin departed with Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang, leaving the others to their own devices. Fixated on the supermarket before them, soon, someone approached to knock on the door. However, after a prolonged period of silence, there was no response from within. Inside the supermarket, 7 or 8 individuals huddled in silence, hearing the knocking but opting to remain quiet. Eventually, the outside group began to forcefully batter the door. The loud banging startled those inside. If the door were breached, they would surely attract the nearby zombies. Reluctantly, they opened the supermarket door. As the entrance swung wide, a throng of people surged in, eagerly scavenging for food. The occupants of the supermarket attempted to intervene, but, outnumbered, had no choice but to concede. Unbeknownst to Yangbin and his companions, who were already advancing towards another, larger supermarket, they walked while Yangbin kept an eye out for any special zombies. Whether it was luck or an increase in the number of special zombies that day, he soon spotted one amidst a small cluster of 7 or 8 zombies. Without hesitation, he led his companions towards the group of zombies. In no time, they clashed with the zombies. Yangbin struck first, swinging his iron pipe to smash a zombie's skull, quickly following up with a thrust to dispatch another. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also sprang into action, swiftly eliminating the zombies before them. In mere moments, for zombies lay defeated. Just then, a special zombie lunged at Yangbin. With his iron pipe still extended, he could not retract it in time and opted to kick the zombie away. As the special zombie stumbled, he quickly drew back his pipe and pierced its skull, delivering a fatal blow. Although he had yet to activate his second ability, he had consumed 3 crystals, significantly enhancing his strength, allowing him to dispatch this special zombie in a single strike. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang finished off the remaining zombies, the entire encounter taking less than a minute. Yangbin approached the fallen special zombie, extracting the crystal and offering it to Chen Hao. "Would you like to consume another one?" However, Chen Hao shook his head, saying, "Brother Bin, I believe my current strength is sufficient for now, that we require high-tier combatants for our safety. So you should keep it." "Indeed, Brother Bin, your enhanced strength has made our endeavors considerably easier. We are eager to witness the power that comes with activating your second ability," Hu Wenliang added. Hearing their words, Yangbin contemplated for a moment before nodding. "All right, I shall save it for when I reach the second tier," he then consumed the crystal. After a moment's reflection, he realized that while his strength had increased, the enhancement was not as significant as he had hoped, even less so than the previous crystal's effects. Yangbin frowned. At this rate, the crystals would soon lose their potency. How could he activate his second ability? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he could only shake his head, resigning himself to take things one step at a time. "Let us continue," he urged, and the group pressed onward, avoiding any zombies they encountered, dispatching those they could not evade. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached their destination, the Wumei supermarket, the largest in the vicinity of the school. However, like the previous supermarket, it too had been barred from the inside. Yangbin activated his true sight to peer within. Soon, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "What is it, Brother Bin?" Chun Hao inquired, intrigued that I've encountered an acquaintance. Yang Bin replied. "An acquaintance? Who? Your old flame, Lu Xia? Indeed, and your rival as well. Huh, we must hurry and see." Hu Wenliang exclaimed, eager for the unfolding drama. "Just the two of them?" Chun Hao asked again, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Not quite. There are around 20 individuals," Yang Bin clarified. "But that does not hinder your pursuit. I, along with Liangzi, shall be your staunchest support." "Precisely. Haozi, go for it. Let us see who dares to intervene." Taking a deep breath, Chun Hao replied, "Let us go in." The group arrived at the supermarket entrance and knocked on the door. However, the previously bustling supermarket fell silent, clearly unwilling to admit any newcomers. Yang Bin chuckled, then delivered a forceful kick to the rolling shutter, creating a gaping hole. Then he proceeded to pry it open until it was wide enough for them to enter. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly followed suit. Inside, a crowd of startled faces gaped at them, evidently taken aback. "What is the meaning of this? You've damaged the door. What if zombies come?" At that moment, a well-dressed, handsome young man approached, his expression filled with anger. "Apologies, we knocked but received no reply. I assumed it was empty. My bad. It appears you may need to find a new location." Yang Bin replied with a smile. "With zombies everywhere, where can we possibly go? Fix the door quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." The young man retorted angrily. "And what form of rudeness do you intend?" Yang Bin asked coolly. "That I'll break your legs and toss you out." The young man declared coldly, "Do, understood that I may not know how to fix doors. But I certainly know how to fix people." Yang Bin shot back. "What do you mean?" Simply this. With a dull thud, the young man was sent sprawling several meters away, curling into a ball. Chapter 29. Turmoil in the supermarket. Brother Hao. The others gasped in shock, several women rushing to help the fallen young man, while the remaining men brandished steel pipes, glaring at Yang Bin. "How dare you strike, Brother Hao? Do you wish to perish?" Yang Bin brandished the blood-stained iron pipe, pointing it menacingly at a group of individuals. The moment his fierce demeanor was displayed, the group hesitated, momentarily deterred by his imposing presence, unsure of how to advance with their steel pipes in hand. Meanwhile, the man who had been assaulted struggled to rise with the help of a few companions, his face twisted in malevolence as he glared at Yang Bin. "How dare you strike me? You re-asking for death? Finish him off." Just as the two factions appeared ready to clash, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the tension. "Chun Hao?" Beside the man stood a woman in a flowing green dress, her innocent features reflecting surprise as she gazed at Chun Hao. It was unmistakably Lu Xia, Chun Hao's former girlfriend. Upon hearing her voice, Chun Hao's body stiffened, and despite his resolve to move on, his heart ached painfully. She had been the love of his life for 3 years, and letting go was no simple task. Who would have thought? It's just Xia's former loser boyfriend. "What's the matter? Was the last humiliation not enough? You've come looking for trouble again?" The man's eyes glinted with mockery, clearly revealing himself as Wang Yuehao, the man Lu Xia had betrayed Chun Hao for. "Chun Hao, just leave it, we're done," Lu Xia stated coldly, evidently under the impression that Chun Hao had come to seek her out. Chun Hao let out a bitter laugh, murmuring to himself, "I'm such a fool. Still harboring the hope that you would change your mind. Still pining after my Xia. Huh. She is certainly not the kind of girl a loser like you can ever aspire to," Wang Yuehao proclaimed with smug satisfaction, his hand possessively gripping Lu Xia's waist. "Just a pair of second-hand shoes, and look at you, puffing yourself up." Yang Bin chuckled lightly, then patted Chun Hao on the shoulder. "Forget about her. She is no longer pure. If you're feeling uneasy, why not confiscate the tools of the crime? I've got your back." "Yes, Haozi, I support you too." Chun Hao shook his head. "Let it be that we're merely strangers now, and there is no need to stir up old entanglements. Let us go, Bin Go, and gather some food." "All right then," Yang Bin replied, shaking his head. Yet, while they chose to spare the group, some individuals were intent on courting disaster. Losers will always be losers, only knowing how to cower. "Do you think the food here is meant for scum like you? Break their legs. Damn it. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you leave here on stretchers." Hearing Wang Yuehao's words, those who had hesitated suddenly gritted their teeth and charged forward, steel pipes raised. Alas, self-inflicted misery leads to ruin. Yang Bin sighed, swinging the iron pipe with ease, knocking the foremost attacker to the ground, incapacitating him. Without delay, he swung again, striking two more men squarely in the chest, causing them to spit blood and tumble aside. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also sprang into action, wielding their pipes against the crowd. And anyone struck by them fell, unable to rise again, that in a matter of moments, over a dozen individuals lay groaning on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the remaining onlookers stared in shock at the group. What kind of monsters are these? They took down 10 people in mere moments. Chen Hao advanced menacingly toward Wang Yuehao. What do you think you're doing? I'm the heir of the Wang group. If you dare to act recklessly, you're as good as dead. Wang Yuehao stammered, retreating in fear. Yes, Chen Hao, don't be impulsive, Lu Xia added nervously. You care for him that much? Chen Hao inquired, fixing his gaze on Lu Xia. He is my boyfriend, don't hurt him, ha. Hearing you say boyfriend is utterly grating that you're only interested in his money, aren't you? Now that the world has ended, what good is his wealth? He has nothing but a waste. Chen Hao replied coldly, then turned his attention to Wang Yuehao. I had no intention of involving myself with you, but since you've chosen to court death, let us settle the score. With that, Chen Hao delivered a swift kick to Wang Yuehao's lower body. A piercing scream echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Remember, in your next life, keep that thing of yours in check, don't let it run wild. At that moment, Wang Yuehao writhed on the ground, unable to respond, as blood quickly soaked through his pants. Chen Hao, you? Lu Xia stared at Chen Hao in disbelief, clearly shocked by his ruthless demeanor. What's the matter? Do you want to taste too? Chen Hao's cold gaze silenced her instantly, that a smile crept across Chen Hao's face, as the weight on his heart lifted, and he turned to rejoin Yang Bin and the others. The remaining onlookers regarded him with terror, paralyzed by fear. Well done, Haozi, Yang Bin praised, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen Hao shook his head. Let us go, we need to gather food indeed. Soon, the three of them ventured deeper into the supermarket, leaving behind a group of panicked individuals. Wang Yuehao continued to wail, while Lu Xia hesitated, uncertain how to comfort him. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, evidently drawn by Wang Yuehao's cries. The atmosphere turned to one of sheer panic. Quick, block the door! A woman shouted frantically. Cover his mouth, another urged. Lu Xia hurriedly clasped her hand over Wang Yuehao's mouth, while three other women hastily shoved a nearby shelf against the door. Wang Yuehao's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lu Xia. I am practically incapacitated, and you want to let me scream? However, the sound of violent banging on the rolling shutter door soon silenced him. The shelf swayed perilously. A few of the less severely injured men struggled to rise and pushed another shelf toward the door. This scene did not escape the notice of Yang Bin and his companions, who were unperturbed. In a supermarket, even a horde of zombies would struggle to pose a threat to them that moment. They continued to stuff their backpacks with food, bread, bottled water, biscuits, and other supplies, filling them to the brim. They needed to venture out to hunt for crystals and could not remain in the supermarket forever. So it was essential to gather ample provisions. Yang Bin took a swig from a bottle of cola and remarked, there are quite a few zombies outside now. It'll probably be a bit troublesome when we head out. I should have just made him shut up earlier. It was just a minor setback. It shouldn't warrant a death sentence. Chen Hao replied with a wry smile. You must be ruthless when necessary. That is how you survive in the apocalypse. But then again, such behavior isn't easily changed. It takes time. Chapter 30, Second-tier zombies. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group stood up, laden with backpacks. Upon seeing Yang Bin and his companions rise, the nearby group tensed, fearing another beating. However, their anxiety proved unfounded, as Yang Bin and his friends were indifferent to them. Bingu, how do we get out? Hu Wenliang inquired. Let us check the back. I remember this supermarket has a rear exit that will see if there are many zombies there. All right. After a brief discussion, the group made their way toward the back of the supermarket. While they enjoyed the comfort of food and drink inside the supermarket, they were acutely aware that comfort was reserved for the dead. Zombies were evolving, and if they did not improve, annihilation awaited them. Before long, they found the rear door, and Yang Bin used his true vision to assess the outside. Though there were some zombies, the numbers were manageable. Given their strength, they should be able to break through without issue. The rear door was also locked, but Yang Bin easily picked the lock and swung the door open. The sound of the door creaking open quickly attracted the attention of several nearby zombies, who began to roar and charge toward them. The group sprang into action, dispatching the zombies with rapid efficiency. Hurry, the other zombies will hear the noise and come running. Yangbin urged, let us go. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded, and the three of them sprinted away. Whether intentional or not, Yangbin did not close the door behind them. Leaving it ajar as they departed, the group inside the supermarket breathed a collective sigh of relief. The pressure Yangbin and his companions exerted was immense. Though they numbered nearly 20, they were no match for the combat prowess displayed. Moreover, the brutality of these individuals was evident, as several of their own still lay incapacitated on the ground. A few men assisted Wang Yuehao with basic first aid, but without proper medical supplies available, all they could do was apply rudimentary bandages. However, glancing at the mangled remains of his lower body, a shiver of horror coursed through them. This was nothing short of a tragedy. Yet another eunuch was born in Huaxia. Under such circumstances, even in a world before the apocalypse, recovery was impossible without the aid of artificial replacements. Slap! Wang Yuehao, surveying his ruined body, struck Lu Xia across the face with a fierce blow. Damn you! This is all your fault? You! Lu Xia gasped, clutching her cheek in disbelief as she stared at Wang Yuehao. She had never expected this man would place the blame on her. Slap! Another blow followed. What are you staring at, you worthless wretch? If I'm ruined, you better believe you won't have it any easier. At that moment, Wang Yuehao completely reverted to his true nature, no longer pretending to be a gentleman in front of Lu Xia. With his younger brother dismissed, there was no need for such pretense. Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Xia's mouth. It was not hard to imagine the weight of those two slaps. Faced with the disdain in Wang Yuehao's eyes, Lu Xia lowered her head. Too ashamed to utter another word to that moment, she finally felt a pang of regret. She had sacrificed a man who had wholeheartedly cared for her over the past 3 years for someone like him. One day, I will definitely make them pay. Wang Yuehao seethed. However, just then, a commotion erupted from behind, prompting Wang Yuehao to immediately silence himself, fearing that Yang Bin and the others had returned. Moments later, 2 figures appeared before them. And upon seeing these figures, the crowd gasped in horror. Zombies! How did the zombies get in? Damn it. It must be because the back door was left ajar. The zombies, upon spotting the crowd, surged forward in a frenzy. The group quickly armed themselves with steel pipes to fend off the oncoming horde. Yet soon, more and more zombies poured in, and the already injured crowd found themselves gradually overwhelmed by the mass of corpses. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his companions were making their way towards the cafeteria. They were in search of special zombies, knowing that the cafeteria, being the most populated area, would likely yield better results along the way. Zombies appeared incessantly. Even though Yangbin managed to evade most, many were still unavoidable. With over 30,000 people in the school, at least 27 or 8,000 zombies roamed, meaning they could encounter them anywhere. Were it not for Yangbin's true sight, he would have dared not venture out freely. Before long, they arrived near the cafeteria, and upon witnessing the zombies surrounding it, all 3 gasped in disbelief. Goodness, there must be at least a few thousand. Hu Wenliang swallowed hard. How could the people inside not be trapped to death? Chun Hao was equally astonished. It seems we should avoid densely populated areas in the future. Yangbin whispered. Indeed, both agreed with a nod. Yangbin activated his true sight to scan the zombies, and surprise etched itself on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chun Hao inquired. There are nearly 100 special zombies among them. Yangbin replied gravely, so many? Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes widened in shock. Clearly, the number of special zombies has increased, Yangbin observed, and there is one particularly unique zombie among them. What makes it special? The crystals in the heads of other special zombies are roughly the size of a grain of rice, but this one has crystals nearly the size of a mung bean. Could it be that special zombies vary? This is my first time seeing it that if I'm not mistaken, the special zombies we encountered before were first tier, while this one is likely a second tier zombie, Yangbin concluded. Does that mean it will be stronger? The two exclaimed with wide eyes. Absolutely, Yangbin nodded, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He had thought his strength was sufficient to handle these zombies without much pressure, only to discover that even stronger zombies existed. It appeared that these zombies were indeed evolving continuously. Ordinary zombies would gradually become first tier, and first tier zombies would eventually morph into second tier. That if humanity continued to hide, extinction was inevitable. Yangbin frowned. Should we disclose the information about the crystals? Chun Hao asked. After pondering, Yang Bin responded, "We need to make it known. Otherwise, humanity is doomed. However, we should avoid being the ones to announce it to prevent future troubles. The military has likely been clearing zombies these past few days, as they possess various powerful weapons that make dealing with zombies relatively straightforward. They may have already discovered the crystals. Let us wait a bit longer. It would be better if the official channels handle the announcement." "That makes sense. Should we continue fighting? What are we fighting for? Let us change locations. This place is untenable." "All right." The group quickly departed from the area, inside the cafeteria. "Not porridge again. How can we fill our stomachs with this? I want proper food. Seriously, porridge every day? Are they trying to starve us to death?" Many people began to stir restlessly, their hunger gnawing at them, that if you're not eating, then keep quiet. If you have the guts, go find food outside, someone retorted. "Exactly. You should be grateful for what you have. Do you even realize the situation we're in? Still dreaming of a pampered life? You're destined to eat porridge. The school surely is food. They just refuse to distribute it, that if we don't fight for it, how can we expect to be full? The outside is crawling with zombies. Even if there is food, we have to ration it. Who knows when help will arrive? At this rate, we'll starve to death before rescue comes." The crowd split into two factions, arguing incessantly, which made the principal frown deeply. It was only the third day of the apocalypse, and things had already deteriorated to this extent. What would happen in a few more days? Undoubtedly, this principal was a responsible one, as he was the first to think of the students' welfare, fearing they would starve, which was why he had gathered them in the cafeteria. Yet human nature is never easily satisfied. Chapter 31. Conditions for ascending to second tier. After leaving the cafeteria, Yang Bin continued to lead Chun Hao and the others in search of special zombies. It must be noted that today, the number of special zombies was significantly higher than yesterday. After more than half an hour, they successfully eliminated 2 more special zombies. Both crystals were consumed by Yang Bin, making a total of 5 crystals ingested, yet he still hadn't illuminated the second horn. Moreover, as he consumed more, the effectiveness of the crystals diminished, and the last one offered only a meager enhancement. Yang Bin furrowed his brow, sensing that the next one might yield no effect at all. "Brother Bin, still no illumination?" Chun Hao asked, puzzled to know. "Let us try one more," Yang Bin replied. "Okay." The two had no objections. For them, Yang Bin's advancement equated to their own. The group resumed their search and soon stumbled upon another special zombie. However, the numbers were somewhat overwhelming, around 40 to 50 zombies. Thus, Chun Hao's assassination technique came into play again. After expending energy twice, he stealthily eliminated over 20 zombies, while the remaining were dispatched by the others. However, they sustained some injuries, but fortunately, Hu Liang was there to heal them quickly. Yang Bin extracted the crystals once more, and, under the eager gazes of his companions, swallowed them. "But so, Brother Bin, did you illuminate it?" Chun Hao asked eagerly. Yang Bin shook his head. "Still not working? It's not that it isn't working. It's just ineffective." Yang Bin replied with a wry smile. "Ineffective?" "Yes, there is almost no enhancement." "How could this be?" Chun Hao and Hu Liang both frowned. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bin suddenly had a realization that I think I understand the situation now. "What situation?" "If I'm not mistaken, to illuminate the second horn, one needs a second-tier crystal." Yang Bin stated seriously. "That a second-tier crystal?" "Yes, the one we just saw outside the cafeteria. That I think that is possible." Chun Hao agreed. "Should we go after it?" Hu Liang asked. "Let us first check other areas for second-tier zombies. We should avoid that one unless absolutely necessary. It could be deadly," Yang Bin advised. Agreed. The group continued their search. Over the next period, they encountered several first-tier zombies, and the crystals they obtained significantly boosted Hu Liang and Chun Hao's strengths. However, they still hadn't encountered any second-tier zombies. They had only seen one outside the cafeteria among thousands, making it clear that finding one elsewhere would not be easy. "Brother Bin, I feel like this method isn't working. We should find a higher vantage point. It might be easier to spot them." Chun Hao suggested. "Alright. Let us go to Zhongyuan Building." Zhongyuan Building was the iconic structure of the academy and the tallest building, usually off-limits to students. The group carefully made their way to the building's entrance, which was tightly locked. However, this was no challenge for them. Inserting a metal pipe into the lock and gently prying it open did the trick. "Let us go. Close the door behind us and head upstairs." Zhongyuan building had a total of 18 floors, and although there was an elevator, it was not operational during this time, so they had to climb. Fortunately, given their enhancements, ascending 18 floors was not a daunting task. Upon reaching the rooftop, they were met with a breathtaking view of the entire school. Damn, I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner, Yangbin lamented. Well, it's better late than never. Chunhao chuckled. Yangbin nodded, then activated his true sight to scan the zombies throughout the school. This vantage point was excellent, but also quite distant from the ground, which meant that the mental energy required to spot the mung bean-sized crystals in the zombies' heads was considerable. After just a short while of searching, Yangbin felt dizzy and quickly stopped. Wow, this energy drain is intense, he remarked with a wry smile that, of course, considering how high we are and how far away. Chunhao replied. Yangbin rested for over 10 minutes before standing up once more to continue his search. After 3 consecutive attempts, he finally spotted a second-tier zombie beneath a dormitory. Found it. Let us go take it down. All right. The group quickly descended the stairs. Under Yangbin's lead, they soon arrived at the base of the dormitory and laid eyes on the second-tier zombie. Its appearance was largely similar to that of an ordinary zombie, but for some reason, it seemed to possess a certain agility that set it apart from its lesser counterparts. There are a total of 11 zombies. I will distract that second-tier one. You all need to eliminate the others quickly to assist me, Yangbin stated, feeling uncertain about confronting the second-tier zombie alone. Understood. Onward, the group charged toward the horde of zombies. Just as they emerged, the second-tier zombie detected their presence and swiftly charged at them. Yangbin engaged directly, thrusting his iron pipe toward the zombie's head, while Chunhao and Hu Wenliang swiftly maneuvered to confront the 10 zombies behind them. As Yangbin's iron pipe neared the zombie's head, it unexpectedly tilted slightly to one side. Though it ultimately could not evade the attack, this reaction startled Yangbin. Until now, he had faced numerous zombies devoid of any intelligence, utterly unaware of the concept of dodging. However, this particular zombie exhibited a semblance of awareness, which did not bode well. After all, this was merely a second-tier zombie. What would happen if he encountered a higher-tier one? The difficulty of exterminating zombies would undoubtedly escalate significantly. The iron pipe eventually made contact, but only partially pierced the zombie's skull. With a violent shake of its head, the zombie freed itself and lunged at Yangbin with its gaping maw. In a split second, Yangbin transformed his thrust into a swing, bringing the iron pipe down forcefully onto the zombie's head. Blood erupted from the wound, but the impact appeared to have little effect. Yangbin frowned, glancing at the bent iron pipe in his hands, a wry smile creeping across his face. That it seemed that this weapon had outlived its usefulness. As his strength increased, the hollow iron pipe was clearly inadequate to meet his needs. The zombie, indifferent to the condition of his weapon, lunged at him once more. Yangbin hastily dodged aside. The zombie, undeterred by its failed attempt, charged again with a speed exponentially greater than that of a first-tier zombie. The already bent iron pipe was now ineffective for striking or thrusting. It could only serve as a means of defense. However, the second-tier zombie possessed immense strength, pushing Yangbin back with each attack. In an intense struggle, Yangbin found himself almost powerless to retaliate, and soon several wounds appeared on his body. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Chunhao and Hu Wenliang dispatched the other zombies and rushed to assist him. With 3 of them working together, they finally stabilized the situation. Chapter 32. Second tier, the trio exhibited remarkable synergy. Yangbin and Hu Wenliang focused on fending off the zombies' assaults, while Chunhao relentlessly jabbed at the zombie's neck with his iron pipe. After several arduous minutes of combat, Chunhao's pipe finally broke the zombie's neck. The 3 collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This battle had been exceedingly challenging. Looks like it's time to switch weapons, Hu Wenliang remarked, gazing at his bent pipe with a hint of resignation. His weapon, too, had succumbed to the relentless attacks of the zombies. This hollow pipe has held up surprisingly well, Chunhao replied. But where can we find new weapons? Honestly, I've grown accustomed to this pipe, that I was just thinking about that we could either procure a fire axe, which should be effective for dispatching zombies with a single blow to the neck, or we could head to the gym for a few barbells. Those would be sturdy enough to crush a skull with a single strike. I prefer the barbell. I feel more comfortable using it after the iron pipe. Yangbin suggested that I agree. The barbell seems more practical, especially when faced with multiple zombies. Chunhao added. Indeed, the fire axe is too short. It would likely leave us drenched in blood, Hu Wenliang concurred. All right, let us head to the gym then. The three quickly reached a consensus. Yangbin approached the fallen zombie's body and soon extracted a crystal the size of a mung bean from its skull. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang exchanged curious glances at the crystal in Yangbin's hand. Though they could not discern its nature, they sensed that it was far more potent than the previous crystals they had encountered. Activating his true sight, Yangbin examined the crystal closely. That it was composed of energy. But the energy contained within this particular crystal far exceeded that of the others. That a flicker of excitement ignited in Yangbin's eyes as he wiped it down before swallowing it whole. Once inside his body, the crystal instantly transformed into a surge of immense energy that coursed through Yangbin's limbs and bones. That in his mind's eye, the second point of the first star in the celestial map illuminated. With the illumination of this point, an even greater reservoir of energy flowed into his being, leaving Yangbin feeling utterly invigorated. After what felt like an eternity, the energy was fully absorbed. Yangbin clenched his fist, reveling in the newfound strength within him, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Prior to consuming the crystal, his punch had possessed a force of approximately 50 to 60 kilograms. However, upon activating the first point, his strength had surged to over 100 kilograms. After consuming several more crystals, he had reached around 200 kilograms. Now, with the second point ignited, his strength had escalated dramatically, now exceeding 300 kilograms. Feeling this immense power within him, Yangbin was filled with a sense of excitement. His chances of survival in this apocalyptic world had significantly increased. That it seems my suspicions were correct, as more points on the star map illuminate. My strength grows correspondingly. There are 9 stars in my mind, each with 5 points, and each point illuminated leads to a substantial increase in power. That I wonder what surprises await upon fully illuminating a star. What wonders might manifest if all 9 stars are ignited? Bingo, what is the update? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang asked, their faces filled with curiosity. The second point has been illuminated, Yangbin replied with a smile. Has your strength increased significantly? Yes, quite a bit. That I estimate that I can now exert at least 300 kilograms of force with a punch. That's fantastic. Bingu's strength has increased. Our odds of survival have improved. Chen Hao exclaimed with delight. Let us not get too ahead of ourselves. The next increases will likely become increasingly challenging, Yangbin cautioned, shaking his head that no matter how difficult it may be, I believe we can survive. Chen Hao declared resolutely. Right, we should be akin to zombies in a way. Illuminating 1 point signifies first tier, 2 points denote second tier. Next, we need to elevate you both to the second tier as well. Each of you has consumed 3 crystals. If you both consume 2 more first tier crystals, you will reach the peak of first tier, and then a single second tier crystal will elevate you to second tier. However, first tier crystals are relatively easy to come by. Second tier zombies are exceedingly rare, which complicates matters. Yangbin noted with a furrowed brow that don't worry, Bingo. The zombies are evolving. That if we don't encounter many second-tier zombies today, I am sure we'll find some tomorrow, Chen Hao reassured him. True enough, Yangbin nodded that it's getting late. We should resolve the weapon situation and return to the dormitory. The night can be perilous. Agreed. Soon, the group made their way to the gym. The journey was lengthy, and given that their weapons were nearly rendered useless, they proceeded cautiously. Under Yangbin's guidance, it took them over half an hour to reach the gym. The gym's lock was of the chain variety, and the group struggled significantly to free it. Upon entering, they navigated to the equipment room, prying open the door to reveal a plethora of sports equipment. However, with a clear objective in mind, they quickly located several barbells, removed the weights, and assembled 3 1.8-meter barbells. After weighing them in their hands, satisfaction spread across their faces. These were made of alloy steel and were solid, significantly heavier than their previous iron pipes, and the grip felt exceptional. This feels fantastic. No more worries about bending, Chen Hao exclaimed. With this, coupled with my newfound second-tier strength, I could undoubtedly crush a second-tier zombie's skull with a single blow. Yangbin declared with confidence that if only we had such weapons earlier, I wouldn't have suffered so much. As dusk approached, they decided it was time to return to the dormitory, with their new weapons in hand. The group felt emboldened. Whenever they encountered zombies along the way, they unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. This weapon is exhilarating. The impact is incredibly satisfying, Chen Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. These ordinary zombies are beneath us. Are you two really going to bully them? Yangbin pointed to a nearby first-tier zombie. Why not give it a try? Absolutely. The two rushed toward the group of zombies. The mindless horde, upon noticing the approaching duo, became animated and lunged at them. However, their excitement quickly turned to despair. The two wielded their barbells with ferocity, smashing any zombie that crossed their path, resulting in shattered skulls and instant demise. In less than a minute, the entire group of over a dozen zombies, including the special ones, was dispatched. Which one was the special zombie? Chen Hao gazed at Hu Wenliang and remarked, "I didn't notice. It was all just a chaotic frenzy, and then they all perished, so how do we locate the crystal? We can only ask Brother Bin." Observing the two simpletons, Yang Bin shook his head in exasperation and then pointed to one of the corpses. Chen Hao hurriedly dashed over and pried the crystal from it. "Who gets to eat this? It doesn't matter. Anyone can have it. Haozi, you should take it. You should advance first, that if we encounter a horde of zombies later. We will need your assassination skills to sharpen," Yang Bin suggested. "All right, sounds good." Without hesitation, Chen Hao wiped it off and promptly tossed it into his mouth. After Chen Hao absorbed the energy, the group made their way back to the dormitory. Their encounter with the zombies had delayed them somewhat, and by the time they arrived, night had already fallen. Inside the dormitory, silence reigned. The others likely remained at the supermarket, as returning was perilous. Not everyone possessed the same level of fortitude as the three of them, who dared to roam freely in this apocalyptic world that, of course, strength was one aspect, but what truly empowered their confidence to wander was Yang Bin's eye of true sight. Without it, they could easily be surrounded by hordes of zombies. And no matter how strong they were, survival would be a distant dream. Chapter 33. The secret of zombie enhancement. Upon returning to the dormitory, the group unpacked the food from their backpacks and indulged in a hearty meal. They had filled 3 large bags with provisions from the supermarket, enough to sustain them for 2 to 3 days. Their dormitory was surprisingly well stocked with food and supplies, all scavenged, allowing them to live quite comfortably for the time being. "Let us rest for a bit, and later we can go out to investigate," Yang Bin suddenly proposed. "It's already dark. What is there to see?" The two queried, glancing at Yang Bin with curiosity. These zombies seem not to enhance during the day, but every night, by morning, they appear significantly stronger, though we must find out why. If we can discover the method, perhaps we can enhance ourselves as well, Yang Bin explained. "That makes sense. We should indeed venture out." They agreed to so. They reclined on their beds, instinctively pulling out their phones to browse. The mobile signal was still functioning, which was the best news for humanity, as it allowed them to lift each other's spirits. "Shall we play a couple of rounds?" Hu Wenliang suddenly suggested. "Play what?" "A game, since it's rather dull right now. If you can find teammates and opponents, I'll be impressed." Yang Bin rolled his eyes. I suppose that's true. I could always play against bots. You can play by yourself." Both Yang Bin and Chen Hao shook their heads, bemused by his gaming obsession. However, as soon as Hu Wenliang launched the game, his expression soured. "That I can't get in. Isn't that to be expected? It's a miracle that the communications are still operational," Yang Bin replied. "All right then. Brother Bin, look." At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly handed his phone over. The three crowded around the screen. A video was playing, showcasing a group of individuals battling zombies. Suddenly, the leader hurled a fireball that struck a zombie, igniting it instantly. Within moments, it was consumed by flames. Witnessing this scene, the trio was visibly shaken. The comments were ablaze with reactions. Some claimed it was special effects. Others labeled it as magic, while some speculated it to be a superpower. The opinions varied widely. Yet one could not deny that this video had gone viral, providing a glimmer of hope amidst the despair of the apocalypse. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken truth in the other's eyes. "Superhuman," Chen Hao declared gravely. "Indeed, and it appears to be fire-based abilities with formidable offensive power," Yang Bin remarked seriously. "Damn, that is what I call a superpower. Why do I feel like our abilities are so inferior?" Hu Wenliang exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Who says that? If it came to a fight, I could easily take him down with my invisibility," Chen Hao retorted, displeased. "All right, maybe mine and Brother Bin's abilities are a bit lacking," he conceded. "Without my powers, could we really be thriving like this?" Yang Bin countered, exasperated at him. "I suppose that's true, that in reality, their powers were not weak and were indeed rarer than those of the individual in the video. It was just that their abilities were not combat-oriented, making their effectiveness in battle less apparent. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, their survival odds were undoubtedly greater than his. Exactly. Do you really think your abilities are inferior? In this crumbling world, if they were to get injured, What awaits them? I bet that anyone who learns of your powers would be begging for you to join their team, Chen Hao asserted. Haha, now that you mention it, I feel much better about myself, he chuckled. Yet, we do lack combat-oriented abilities that if we encounter someone with such powers, we need to figure out a way to recruit them. Yang Bin noted. Right, but finding a combat-capable individual who won't stab us in the back is quite challenging given the current state of human nature. Chen Hao added that we'll take our time. With my eye of true sight, we will surely find one, Yang Bin reassured them. Haha, indeed. Let us get some sleep and venture out tonight to investigate. Agreed that at 11 o'clock that night, the trio rose once more and exited the dormitory. Utilizing the faint glow of the remaining streetlights, they soon spotted several zombies. They concealed themselves behind a flower bed, observing the creatures. Yet after some time, they discerned no notable differences. These zombies are just aimlessly wandering about like during the day. I don't see anything unusual, Chen Hao frowned. Let us keep watching. We must uncover the reason behind their enhancement tonight, Yang Bin insisted. All right then. Thus, they patiently monitored the few zombies, waiting for an hour. As midnight approached, the previously wandering zombies suddenly stopped and quietly lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Observing their actions, Yang Bin and the others instinctively followed suit. Looking up, the Big Dipper. They whispered in astonishment. Could it be that the Big Dipper only reveals itself at midnight? Yang Bin pondered. Why can't we see the North Star? Hu Wenliang queried, puzzled that it seems to have fallen. Chen Hao speculated that on that night, I vaguely remember seeing the red star that emerged after the North Star fell. Yes, I saw it too, but now the Crimson Star is also absent, Yang Bin remarked. Slightly bewildered that in ancient times, the North Star was referred to as the purple microstar. When it moves, significant events are bound to occur that if the purple microstar has fallen, it surely heralds turmoil in the cosmos. Hu Wenliang furrowed his brow. Given the world's current state, isn't it already in turmoil? I suppose that's true. Yang Bin glanced at the nearby zombies, noticing they seemed lost in a particular state. He activated his eye of true sight once more and was astonished to see wisps of transparent gas flowing into their bodies. Could this be spiritual energy? He mused that if so, it explains why these zombies become stronger each night. Yet, it was perplexing that zombies could absorb spiritual energy. Why couldn't humans? Yang Bin looked toward their direction, but found no trace of spiritual energy present. Haozi, Liangzi, both of you focus on the Big Dipper in the sky. Yang Bin suddenly instructed that, all right. Heeding Yang Bin's words, the two directed their attention skyward, while Yang Bin activated his eye of true sight to scrutinize their surroundings. After a while, they noticed wisps of spiritual energy gradually seeping into their bodies. Albeit less than what the zombies were absorbing. My neck is getting sore from looking up like this, Hu Wenliang complained, rubbing his neck and shaking his head. However, under Yang Bin's watchful gaze, as Hu Wenliang shifted slightly, the spiritual energy around him vanished instantly. That's how it works. I understand now. Yang Bin's face lit up with excitement. Let's head to the rooftop. Without further ado, Yang Bin made his way toward the rooftop. Though the other two were full of questions, they followed closely behind. Chapter 34. The method of cultivation. The trio raced up to the 7th floor, and upon reaching the rooftop, they were immediately assaulted by the foul stench from the stairwell, causing them to feel lightheaded. The pile of corpses remained, and after days of decay, the odor was unbearable. Yang Bin quickly held his breath. The stairwell was blocked, forcing him to climb up the handrail. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang hurriedly followed suit. Once on the rooftop, they hastily shut the door, breathing in the fresh air, as lingering even a moment longer would have suffocated them. Brother Bin, why are we on the rooftop? Chen Hao asked, puzzled at the gaze at the stars. Gaze at the stars? The two looked utterly bewildered. I just utilized my powers to observe the zombies. As they looked at the Big Dipper, spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. I had you both try it as well, and when you focused on the Big Dipper, you too absorbed spiritual energy. This might be a method of cultivation, so we should give it a shot. Yang Bin explained earnestly. Really? The two widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed. Yang Bin nodded, and soon after, the three of them found a clean spot to lie down, earnestly gazing at the Big Dipper in the sky. Before long, strands of spiritual energy began to flow into their bodies. Among them, Yang Bin's aura was noticeably more abundant than that of the other two, though whether this was due to the innate talent of his eyes or his second-tier status, or perhaps a combination of both, remained uncertain. The trio felt no discomfort. Had it not been for their trust in Yang Bin, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang would have given up on staring at the luminous object in the sky. As their eyes were beginning to tire, despite both having surpassed the first tier, they could only endure for 20 minutes before succumbing to fatigue. In contrast, Yang Bin appeared unaffected, maintaining his unwavering gaze towards the heavens. After a brief rest, the two resumed their observation of the sky, taking breaks every 20 minutes, while Yang Bin continued to watch without pause. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. Initially, they believed Yang Bin's ability to endure longer stemmed from his superior strength. But it soon became evident that it was not merely a matter of power. However, they quickly reconciled this realization with the understanding of Yang Bin's talent, since his gift lay in his eyes. It was only reasonable that they would be exceptional. Thus, the three spent the entire night on the rooftop, gazing at the stars, battling drowsiness numerous times, yet persevering with the thought of enhancing their strength. Throughout this time, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang took countless breaks while Yang Bin hardly rested, only briefly closing his eyes. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper gradually faded from view, unable to resist the pull of sleep any longer. The trio succumbed to slumber as soon as they closed their eyes. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, the food crisis erupted in full force. Most households had only 2 to 3 days' worth of provisions. And by the fourth day, many had completely exhausted their supplies. With food scarcity came the looming threat of hunger. Some took desperate measures to venture outside in search of sustenance, while others resorted to seizing what little food remained from their neighbors, leading to rampant theft becoming a daily occurrence. In the absence of legal constraints, the darker facets of human nature gradually revealed themselves. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, the zombies grew stronger, and teams that had previously managed to combat them suffered significant losses and were forced to retreat. Those who had once proclaimed their expertise in dealing with zombies online fell silent. The internet became increasingly filled with cries for help, overshadowed by an atmosphere of despair. It was at this moment that the authorities announced a critical piece of information that would determine humanity's fate. The official statement revealed that a certain subset of special zombies possessed red crystals within their brains, which, when consumed, could greatly enhance one's physical capabilities and easily dispatch ordinary zombies. Accompanying the announcement were images of the crystals, along with warnings that these special zombies were significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts and would require a group effort to defeat. The authorities urged individuals to bravely step forward and slay zombies, emphasizing that strength was essential for survival in this new world. Upon this announcement, the internet erupted with fervor. In a time when humanity was almost devoid of hope, this news served as a beacon of light in the darkness. Consequently, many began to emerge from their shelters to confront the zombies, hoping to obtain a crystal to amplify their own strength. Ambitious individuals began forming alliances in response to this newfound opportunity. Meanwhile, the three on the rooftop remained oblivious to these developments, having slept through the morning until noon, utterly exhausted from the previous night. Yang Bin was the first to awaken, stretching and assessing his physical condition. A surge of excitement illuminating his face. As he had anticipated, this experience had indeed augmented his strength. He could feel that, over the course of the night, his power had increased by at least 30 kilograms. He nudged Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang awake, inquiring, "Can you both feel any changes in your strength?" They clenched their fists, their faces reflecting a similar excitement. "Yes, it feels like I've gained around 10 kilograms. Chen Hao replied, "That I feel the same," Hu Wenliang added. Hearing their responses, Yang Bin furrowed his brow, noting the disparity between their gains and his own. However, he quickly rationalized this, considering that the two had taken multiple breaks while he had hardly rested. "From now on, let us commit to this training regimen daily. Even when the news of the crystals spreads, we'll maintain our lead," Yang Bin declared. Agreed, the two nodded in affirmation. "Let us head down, grab something to eat, and continue hunting zombies. Today, I aim for both of you to reach the second tier," Yang Bin stated. "What about you, Binge?" They asked. "I'm in no rush. I'll wait until you both reach the second tier," he replied. "All right then." The trio descended, returning to their dormitory to brush their teeth, wash their faces, and eat. In these dire times, they seemed to lead a remarkably carefree existence. "Binge, I think we should relocate to another dormitory. This one makes it cumbersome to access the rooftop, and even with the door closed, we can still smell the stench up there," Chen Hao lamented. Indeed, I noticed it too. It's quite unpleasant, Hu Wenliang concurred. All right, let us pack our things and seek a better dormitory, Yang Bin suggested. Why not consider the graduate student dormitories? I've heard they have two-person rooms with complete facilities. They're far superior to ours and also feature a rooftop. Chun Hao proposed. Sounds good. Let us head there. Yang Bin agreed. The three then organized their belongings, clothes, food, and daily necessities, filling several backpacks, each carrying one in the front and one on their back. Once they had gathered their things, they departed the dormitory building, heading towards the graduate student housing area. Chapter 35, New Residents. The journey continued through a landscape still teeming with zombies. Although they had cleared this route several times, the zombies wandered aimlessly, and after a brief interval, new ones would appear. Based on the speed at which the zombies moved, it was evident that their strength had significantly increased. Ordinary individuals would struggle to contend with them unless armed with effective weaponry. Moreover, the number of special zombies had also surged, and within just 20 minutes of walking, they encountered several, a stark increase compared to the previous day. Both Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had reached the peak of the first tier. With access to the second-tier crystals, they could soon advance. As they passed a cluster of dormitories, they unexpectedly stumbled upon another group of over 20 individuals. Each was tall and robust, wielding the iron pipes they had previously used as weapons. Engaged in combat with a horde of zombies. What astonished the trio most was that two individuals appeared exceptionally strong, likely at the first tier. Could they be aware of the crystals? Hu Wenliang pondered aloud. Howsy, check online, Yang Bin instructed. Right? Chun Hao quickly retrieved his phone and soon looked up, saying, Bin Gu, you were right. This morning the authorities announced the crystal situation, that no wonder these individuals suddenly have the courage to confront the zombies. Hu Wenliang remarked that it's the promise of reward that overcomes all obstacles. Just like us, if we hadn't learned that the crystals could enhance our strength, would we still be venturing out daily? Wouldn't hiding in the dormitory be more appealing? Yang Bin mused. True, it seems many are now emerging to hunt zombies in pursuit of crystals, that's a positive development. At least it offers humanity a glimmer of hope for survival. If everyone continues to hide, extinction is inevitable. Indeed, we must step up our efforts and not let ourselves be outpaced, Chun Hao declared, clenching his fist. Let us go. Yang Bin preferred to avoid unnecessary interactions with others, especially in the apocalypse. However, just as they were about to leave, they were noticed by the opposing group. Hey, fellow students, are you here to hunt zombies as well? One of them called out. Not exactly. We're just taking a stroll. Yang Bin replied. Come on, that is quite the jest. With zombies lurking everywhere, who would be out for a leisurely walk? I see you all have weapons. You must also be out to slay zombies. Right? Why not join us for mutual support? We just took down 2 special zombies, and 2 of our members have already consumed crystals, so we can easily handle the typical zombies, said a tall man dressed in basketball attire. Standing at least 1.88 meters tall, as he casually glanced at the backpacks and barbells the trio carried, that if we team up, how will the crystals be divided? Yang Bin asked nonchalantly. That we'll split them evenly. I trust that with our combined strength, everyone will soon have access to crystals, the man grinned. Well, best of luck to you. We want to join in, otherwise we have to share our spoils, he added. Yang Bin smiled. Why would we do that? Seeing as you're wielding 20-kilogram barbells as weapons, I assume you possess considerable strength that if you join us, our team's capabilities will undoubtedly increase. And if you prove strong, perhaps you could have priority access to the crystals. Thanks, but no thanks, Yang Bin replied with a smile, leading his companions away. As they departed, discontent surfaced among several in the group. What else with their arrogance? They realize their folly when they're devoured by zombies, one scoffed. Indeed, we extend an invitation, and they refuse it. They regret it later. The man at the forefront furrowed his brow and then turned to a similarly tall companion beside him, saying, Sijia, what do you think is the reason for their rejection? At present, our team should be considered formidable, yet they have declined so decisively that I noticed they remain composed throughout, showing no trace of fear. Such individuals are either exceedingly confident or still unaware of the horrors of the apocalypse. Judging by their demeanor, it is clearly the former. Sijia replied, Indeed, it seems we need to acquire some more formidable weapons. That barbell they possess is far superior to our iron pipes. However, the gym is too far from here. Venturing there would be perilous. Let us proceed with caution. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his companions continued their leisurely stroll towards the graduate student dormitories. Their journey akin to slicing through vegetables devoid of any pressure. Bingo, it seems that group just set their sights on our backpacks, Chenhao remarked with a grin that I asked that not to be expected. With our large bags, who wouldn't covet them? The fact that they managed to restrain themselves from acting is commendable, Yang Bin chuckled. They ought to be grateful for their prudence. If they were to make a move, those 20-odd individuals would not stand a chance against us, Chenhao stated. Let us keep a low profile and refrain from speaking such blunt truths that understood. Before long, they arrived at another dormitory area. The residence of graduate students. While the interior remained uncertain, at least the surroundings were quieter compared to their previous location. Let us head directly to the 7th floor. It's more convenient to access the rooftop. Yang Bin suggested agreed. The group sought out a relatively secluded dormitory building and ascended without delay. Inside, they encountered no inhabitants but did come across a few zombies that unexpectedly lunged at them as they ascended. Akin to a delivery service gone awry, upon reaching the 7th floor, they found that most dormitory doors had been damaged, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Fortunately, they discovered a room at the far end that was still relatively intact. After tidying up the room, they prepared to settle in for the time being. The graduate student dormitory was vastly superior to their previous accommodations, boasting a washing machine, a water heater, and a plethora of other amenities, including a small balcony. Having organized their belongings, the group readied themselves to venture out, as others had begun to hunt zombies, and they could not afford to be idle. Bingo, what if someone comes while our things are here? Chenhao suddenly inquired. Indeed, even if we lock the door, it could still be pried open, he continued. How about we lure a few cute little ones to guard the door? How do we do that? Simple, we'll draw them to the 2nd floor and then jump down. Ordinary zombies shouldn't be able to climb walls. All right, let us do it. The group descended, luring a few zombies to the 2nd floor before making a graceful exit by jumping down. The zombies, meanwhile, continued to roar in the corridor, unable to follow. Subsequently, Yang Bin and his companions resumed their hunt for special zombies. Today, the presence of special zombies had noticeably increased, as they speculated that at least 1/5 of the total population now consisted of them. The rapid escalation from 1% on the first day to 1/5 on the 4th day was astonishing. Before long, they had dispatched a few first-tier zombies once more. Yang Bin consumed another crystal, eager to test whether the first-tier crystal would still prove useful against the second-tier zombies. The result was evidently unhelpful. Chenhao also tried one, with the same lack of effect. What shall we do with these? Chenhao asked, holding the remaining crystals with a hint of resignation. Let us keep them for now. Although they are of no use to us, they are coveted by others who would risk their lives for them. If we later wish to expand our team, they could prove invaluable, Yang Bin replied. Understood. Chenhao nodded, promptly stowing the crystals in his bag, and no longer pursuing first-tier zombies. They set their sights on second-tier ones. Are we heading to Zhongyuan Building again? Yang Bin asked yes, they ascended Zhongyuan Building once more. Yang Bin immediately activated his true sight to survey the area. From this vantage point, he could observe nearly the entire campus, with every corner laid bare under his gaze. Unlike the previous day, the school was no longer just a site of zombies. After a thorough observation, he spotted several groups engaged in combat with zombies, comprising both male and female students. The allure of the crystals is indeed substantial, Yang Bin sighed. Considering the stakes of survival, it is only natural, Chenhao responded. Indeed, had the majority not been trapped in the cafeteria, the numbers would likely be even greater. Yang Bin deduced that I wonder if those trapped in the cafeteria harbor resentment towards the school administration. There is no need to speculate. They undoubtedly do. Even if the intentions of the administration were good, the outcome is clearly unacceptable to the students. Yang Bin remarked that Yang Bin had anticipated. Chaos had erupted in the school cafeteria. Following the official announcement regarding the crystals, students who were already discontented had reached their breaking point. They had initially believed their arrival at the cafeteria would spare them from hunger, only to find themselves subsisting on thin gruel that failed to satiate. With zombies crowding outside, venturing out for crystals was impossible. Observing numerous posts online showcasing individuals who had gained immense strength after consuming crystals, even appearing on the campus network, the students felt increasingly despondent and began to lash out at the school administration. It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced us to gather in the cafeteria, we might have been thriving outside. Exactly. We're reduced to eating slop daily. It's like raising pigs. These individuals conveniently forgot that their initial motivation for congregating in the cafeteria was due to the lack of food. Had it not been for the cafeteria's meager offerings, many might have already perished from hunger. The principal, observing the enraged students, was filled with desolation. Was it a mistake? Perhaps if I had not been so overly concerned for their well-being, would this situation have arisen? The apocalypse was indeed a terrifying reality. Back at Zhongyuan building, Yangbin did not take long to identify several targets that they had surmised. The number of second-tier zombies had significantly increased today in a short span. Yangbin spotted over a dozen. Though some were ensconced within a horde of zombies, making it impossible to strike, the targets he had in mind were those he could effectively eliminate. Targets confirmed. Let us move. Understood. The trio hastily descended and made their way toward the first target. Upon nearing their objective, they noticed a group of people already advancing toward the zombies. Yangbin frowned. He had initially chosen this target after noticing the nearby presence of others, fearing they might reach it first. But alas, they had arrived too late. His concern was not that these 20 or so individuals could outmatch the second-tier zombies. Truth be told, they would struggle to do so, but rather that their loud commotion would attract more zombies, complicating their own attack. That be why the time Yangbin realized the need to intervene, it was already too late. As the group had surged forward toward the zombies in their minds, 20 or so individuals against 4 or 5 zombies presented a clear advantage. The moment the zombies caught sight of the approaching crowd, they surged forward in excitement, with the second-tier zombie leading the charge. Among the two leading individuals, one wielded a fire axe while the other brandished a broadsword. Both aimed directly at the zombies. It must be acknowledged that those brave enough to hunt zombies were no amateurs. At the very least, they were well equipped with their weapons. However, their misjudgment would cost them dearly. Both their weapons struck the zombies' heads. If they had been first-tier zombies, there was a possibility of inflicting a fatal blow. However, the creature before them was a second-tier zombie. While the impact fractured its skull, it was far from lethal. In an instant, the zombie pounced on one of the attackers, sinking its teeth into his neck. The overwhelming strength of the second-tier zombie left him no chance to resist. The others, witnessing this scene, were struck with horror. The man wielding the broadsword swung again, landing a blow on the zombie's back, leaving a gash. Yet, it proved futile, as the zombie turned and lunged at him. This individual reacted swiftly, rolling aside just in time to evade the attack. A special zombie. This must be a special zombie, one with crystals, he exclaimed, filled with excitement after narrowly avoiding the attack. They had already dispatched several zombies. Finally, they encountered a special one. But can we even defeat it? Someone voiced their concern that if others can do it, why can't we? Let us all charge. I refuse to believe we cannot kill it. Once we do, we will rise to power, he declared loudly. Though some felt trepidation, the thought of gaining strength from the crystals propelled them past their fears as they surged toward the zombie. They had come out to hunt zombies for crystals, and having finally encountered a special one, retreat was not an option. Little did they know that special zombies also came in tiers. Soon, the group engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies, wielding various weapons against their foe. However, their attacks barely registered on the second-tier zombie, which retaliated with lethal force, claiming several lives in short order. A second-tier zombie was beyond their capabilities. Meanwhile, the other 4 ordinary zombies were swiftly dispatched by the others. Bingo, should we intervene? Not only could we secure crystals, but we might also save them. After all, they are our fellow students. Hu Wenliang was somewhat reluctant to speak. Yangbin glanced at him and suddenly said, "Do you believe that if we intervene to save them, not only will they fail to express gratitude, but they will also attempt to seize this second-tier crystal from us? Surely not. They should be well aware that they stand no chance against this zombie. Continuing to fight would only lead to their demise. Let us make a wager. If what I say proves true, you shall never mention the matter of saving people to me again. If not, I shall wash your underwear for a month." Yangbin proposed that Hu Wenliang, still a student and inexperienced in many matters, perceived the act of saving these individuals as a mere trifle. However, he overlooked the complexities of human nature. Unlike Chun Hao, who was almost unquestioningly obedient to Yangbin, Hu Wenliang was not so blindly devoted. Thus, Yangbin seized this opportunity to impart a lesson from the frenzied expressions of those individuals. He discerned their obsession with the crystals, They would not view any intervention as salvation, but rather as an encroachment upon their precious crystals. All right, Hu Wenliang nodded that it was not that he disbelieved Yang Bin. But some truths must be witnessed firsthand that on the battlefield, over half of the 20-odd individuals had already perished, and several others were wounded, an outcome that inevitably foretold their transformation into zombies. That moment. Panic set in among the group, and they abandoned thoughts of the crystals, fleeing in desperation. Yet the zombies had no intention of letting them escape, pursuing the crowd relentlessly. The lead individual was on the verge of being overwhelmed by a zombie. A barbell suddenly flew through the air, striking the zombie squarely in the chest and forcing it back several steps. Moments later, 3 individuals emerged from behind a nearby wall. Yang Bin dashed forward to retrieve the barbell, just as the zombie regained its footing and lunged at him. With a cold snort, Yang Bin swung the barbell with force at the zombie's head. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the zombie's skull burst like a watermelon under Yang Bin's strike. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces contorted with disbelief. How could this individual, whom they had struggled against, be vanquished with a single blow? Yang Bin, as if it were a trivial matter, hoisted the barbell onto his shoulder, approached the lifeless zombie, pried out the crystal, and stowed it in his pocket, preparing to depart with the 2 others. "Brother, that crystal belongs to us too, right?" The leader of the group, wielding a saber, exclaimed in urgency upon witnessing Yang Bin's actions. "We lost so many for that crystal. It seems unfair for you to simply take it." Yang Bin remained silent, casting a bemused glance at Hu Wenliang. Upon hearing the other's words, Hu Wenliang's face turned ashen with fury. He retorted, "If it weren't for us, you would have been slaughtered by the zombies that we saved your lives. And instead of gratitude, you demand the crystal. That's not how it works. Had we not weakened the zombie, could you have dispatched it so easily? Regardless, we deserve a share of that crystal." Another member of the group interjected. "Zombies can't be merely weakened." Hu Wenliang was at a loss for words. "Look at its body, riddled with wounds. Those are from our attacks. You merely dealt a glancing blow." Hearing their argument, Hu Wenliang was rendered speechless by their audacity. It was common knowledge that only a blow to the head could fell a zombie. These individuals were absurdly claiming credit for a task they had not fully accomplished. Noticing Hu Wenliang's expression, Yang Bin shook his head with a smile, then patted Hu Wenliang's shoulder and said, "How does it feel? Like I've eaten a pile of dung." Hu Wenliang replied with a bitter smile, thoroughly disgusted by these shameless individuals. "Do you know how to deal with such people?" Yang Bin inquired with a grin. Hu Wenliang numbly shook his head. "I'll teach you. Pay attention." Yang Bin approached the group with a smile, saying, "You wish to share this crystal?" "Yes, we deserve a share of the credit. Quickly, let us discuss how to divide it." The leader replied. Very well. Let me show you," Yang Bin said, genuinely pulling out the crystal. Upon seeing it, the leader's eyes ignited with fervor as he reached out eagerly. Bang! In a flash, a stick swung past. A scream pierced the air as the man's outstretched hand fell limp. The bone shattered beyond recognition. Everyone was taken aback, shocked that he had resorted to violence so ruthlessly. Damn it. The leader, no coward himself, seized his saber and lunged at Yang Bin. Bang! Another swing, and the leader's head was obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, leaving all witnesses in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Yang Bin had committed murder in the open. Though the world had descended into chaos, the apocalypse had only just begun, and most still clung to their former values. Murder remained an unfathomable act. "You!" The others pointed at Yang Bin, their faces etched with terror. Momentarily speechless, "Scram!" Yang Bin commanded coldly. The remaining individuals, seeing Yang Bin raise the barbell again, scattered in fear. Yang Bin shook his head, turning to find Chun Hao and the others staring at him in shock. Sighing, Yang Bin looked at them seriously and said, "To survive in this apocalypse, one must be ruthless. Only then will others fear you, ensuring your longevity. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chun Hao quickly regained his composure. Hu Wenliang pondered for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Good. Now let us leave. A horde of zombies is approaching," Yang Bin stated. "Right?" The group made their way to safety, where Yang Bin handed the crystal to Chun Hao, saying, "Haozi, you should advance to the second tier first." "All right." Chun Hao accepted the crystal without hesitation and swallowed it in no time. He too reached the second tier, making 2 of the 3 now second tier. Let us move on to the next target, they said, not lingering, primarily to avoid a repeat of the earlier incident. Though it posed no significant threat, it was quite unpleasant. Fortunately, the next target was devoid of any individuals. Among the dozen zombies, there was 1 second-tier and 2 first-tier zombies, illustrating the significant presence of mutated zombies. For the trio, this arrangement was not perilous. Within minutes, they had dispatched them all, claiming 1 second-tier crystal and 2 first-tier crystals that Hu Wenliang successfully advanced to the second tier, making all 3 of them second-tier now. Let us go to the next one. They proceeded toward another target. This target was situated beneath a willow tree near Yusen Lake, and it was the easiest of the bunch, as it consisted of only 2 zombies. However, just as they neared Yusen Lake, a shadow suddenly leaped from the tree, lunging toward Yangbin. The sudden turn of events left the trio unprepared in a critical moment. Yangbin could only raise his arm to shield himself. Hiss! A sharp pain coursed through Yangbin as he felt 4 deep gashes tear through his arm, exposing bone. Without the luxury of examining his wound, Yangbin quickly assessed his attacker. Upon seeing it, they were all taken aback. What the hell? How can there be a tiger at school? Chunhao exclaimed. Is it possible that it's a cat? Hu Wenliang suggested. Is your cat that big? Chunhao widened his eyes. But this is indeed a cat. An orange one, Yangbin clarified. Yet this cat is enormous. I've never even heard of such a thing. It was clear that this cat had mutated. Yangbin gazed at the orange cat with blood-red eyes, his voice low. Be cautious. This cat is formidable. Chapter 38. The cat has transformed. The 2 wanted to say more, but the cat did not afford them the opportunity. Quickly launching another attack, darting towards Chunhao with incredible speed. Chunhao swung the barbell with all his might in the direction of the charging orange cat, but it struck nothing but air. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder as he too received 4 deep gashes. I can't hit it. This creature is too fast. Chunhao winced in pain. Cats are naturally swift, and after mutation, they must be even quicker. Hu Wenliang furrowed his brow, and Yangbin mirrored his expression. Judging by its strength, the cat appeared to be no more than a second-tier creature. However, the key issue lay in its astonishing speed. At that moment, the disadvantages of the barbell became evident. While wielding such a heavy barbell against zombies was immensely satisfying, delivering a headshot with a single strike, it proved nearly futile against such a fast-moving mutant beast, rendering it almost impossible to land a hit. Let's put down the barbell and use our fists, Yangbin suggested. Agreed, the 2 nodded, discarding the barbell to the side, then clenching their fists tightly, their gazes fixed intently on the orange cat before them. The feline stood over 60 centimeters tall and nearly a meter long, which explained why Chunhao initially mistook it for a tiger. He had never encountered a cat of such size. At that moment, the orange cat observed their movements with a glint of mockery in its eyes. Wow, this cat is mocking us. Chunhao exclaimed in frustration. Is this something we can tolerate? Absolutely not. Let's take it down. The 3 of them sprang into action, lunging at the orange cat on the ground. However, the cat merely kicked off with its hind legs, evading them effortlessly, leaving several scratches on Hu Wenliang in the process. Ugh! Why does it hurt so much when it scratches? Hu Wenliang frowned. It seems this cat has a sense of fairness, ensuring everyone gets a taste. Chunhao chuckled. You still have the energy to laugh? Perhaps you should think about how to fight instead. At this rate, we might all end up at its mercy. Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. Yangbin, with a serious expression, continued to observe the orange cat. Its speed was simply too swift to land a hit. It would be rather amusing if 3 second-tier fighters were bested by a mere cat. Yangbin activated his true sight, hoping this ability would allow him to perceive the creature's trajectory. Or else they might truly be outmatched. Before long, the orange cat made its move again, leaping onto a tree and propelling itself off, charging straight toward Yangbin, under the influence of his true sight. Although the cat's speed remained formidable, it was not without trace. Just as the orange cat was about to pounce on Yangbin, he suddenly threw a punch, connecting with its abdomen before it could react, sending it flying. Bingo is amazing. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang cheered in delight upon witnessing the successful strike. As the orange cat landed, it quickly rose to its feet, its gaze towards Yangbin filled with shock. Clearly surprised that he had managed to hit it began to tread cautiously nearby, searching for an opportunity. Yangbin, however, did not dare to let his guard down, continuing to fixate on the creature. awaiting its next assault at AS for taking the initiative to attack. That was out of the question. They wouldn't even graze its fur. Bingo, how did you manage to hit it just now? Chun Hao whispered from the side. I activated my ability. Yang Bin replied with a hint of resignation. No wonder. Chen Hao nodded, having thought Yang Bin possessed some secret technique. Instead, it was merely an enhancement he couldn't replicate. After a few minutes of stalemate, Yang Bin felt he was nearing his limit when the orange cat suddenly launched another assault. This time, it did not dive directly at Yang Bin, but instead leaped onto a tree, using its legs to gain momentum before charging at him once more. With his true sight honed to perfection, Yang Bin clearly captured all of the creature's movements as its claws approached him. He tightened his fists and struck with ferocity at the moment of contact. The orange cat's fur bristled as it attempted to evade, but it was too late that a low thud resonated as Yang Bin's punch struck the cat's waist with tremendous force. This blow was significantly heavier than the last, causing the orange cat to roll on the ground before struggling to rise again. Just as it got back on its feet, the cat sensed danger, its fur standing on end as it instinctively darted to the side. Yet it was still too slow. A figure appeared from behind, and in the instant it leaped, a punch landed squarely on its head. Boom! The orange cat was sent crashing to the ground, sliding several meters away. The assailant was none other than Chun Hao, who had stealthily concealed himself while the cat was distracted as the orange cat attempted to rise. It was swiftly pinned down by Hu Wenliang, who had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Following suit, Yang Bin and Chun Hao rushed over, their feet pressing down on the feline, rendering it immobile. Damn it, daring to scratch me? Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Chun Hao exclaimed excitedly. This creature is far more challenging than any zombie. Yang Bin chuckled wryly. Indeed, if it weren't for you, Bingo, we would have been at a complete loss. Meow. The orange cat began thrashing wildly beneath their feet. Unfortunately, its strength paled in comparison to the combined weight of the three, and it could not break free. What should we do with it? Should we kill it? Chun Hao inquired. Kill it? You think we can just let it go? Aren't you afraid it will scratch you? Hu Wenliang laughed. Let us kill it. This creature has a crystal on its head, and it seems different from those on zombies, Yang Bin stated. All right. Chun Hao nodded, picking up the barbell and preparing to strike the orange cat's head. The cat seemed to sense its impending fate, displaying neither fear nor pleas, its eyes reflecting a mix of relief and longing that it was hard to fathom that a mere cat could exhibit such a multitude of emotions. As Chun Hao's barbell descended towards the orange cat's head, Yang Bin suddenly called out, wait. Chun Hao quickly halted his swing. The 20-kilogram barbell was difficult to stop abruptly, that he hastily altered its trajectory, striking the ground beside the cat's head instead. With a resounding thud, dust and debris erupted, indicating the weight of the blow. The orange cat's body stiffened in fear, clearly startled by the near miss. Ouch, my back! Bingo, could you please speak up sooner next time? You nearly gave me a hernia. Chun Hao complained, clutching his waist at sorry, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yang Bin replied awkwardly, then glanced down at the orange cat. This creature seems different from others. It appears to possess considerable intelligence. Do you think it's possible to keep it as a pet? Bingo, you really dare to dream that I bet if we loosen our grip for even a moment, it will vanish without a trace. Chun Hao confidently asserted. True, never mind then. Let's just end it. Agreed. Chun Hao raised the barbell once more, meow, meow. At that moment, the orange cat, which had resigned itself to its fate, suddenly began to meow urgently, as though it had something to convey. What does it mean? Who knows? Could it possibly understand us? That's unlikely. But to their astonishment, the cat nodded vigorously, its eyes filled with urgency. Goodness, this creature can't be evolving, can it? Chapter 39. Little Orange, this cat was likely once domesticated. Having spent considerable time with humans, coupled with its mutation, it seems to have developed an understanding of human language. Hu Wenliang speculated. Yang Bin nodded in agreement, then crouched down to ask the orange cat, What do you mean? Do you want us to release you and become our pet? The cat nodded rapidly. And why should I trust you? If we let you go, what is to stop you from running away? Truthfully, Yang Bin was quite tempted to have such a pet. It would be a significant asset. However, without assurance of loyalty, it might be better not to have it at all. After contemplating, the orange cat lifted its neck, and only then did they notice a small bell hanging from it. Due to its enlarged size, the bell was tightly secured, hidden beneath its fur, which they had previously overlooked. Do you want me to take this bell off? Yongbin asked, somewhat puzzled. The orange cat nodded, its gaze resembling that of someone offering a precious gift. Curious, Yongbin grasped the bell and yanked it off, inspecting it in his hand. It appeared to be an ordinary bell, nothing particularly special about it. Yet, the orange cat looked at the bell in Yongbin's hand with palpable reluctance. This was a token given to it by its owner, its most cherished possession, even though it was uncomfortably tight. It had never considered removing it. While most cats are known for their wild and untamed nature, there are indeed gentle ones among them. That it had been with its owner for 8 years. A bond of deep companionship, but unfortunately, the apocalypse struck and its owner transformed into a zombie, leading it to become fierce and aggressive, attacking Yongbin and his companions. However, deep within, it did not harbor aversion towards humans. Rather, it yearned for companionship. Having initially believed it was destined for death, upon hearing their conversation, it eagerly expressed its intent that in its mind, relinquishing its most cherished possession was a gesture of sincerity. Yet, Yongbin remained perplexed. How could he trust it? Still, seeing the longing in the orange cat's eyes as it gazed at the bell ignited a flicker of hope within him. He turned to Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang. Why don't you loosen your grip and see what happens? Bingu, you can't seriously believe it, can you? Let us give it a try. If it tries to pull a fast one, we can always take it down again. That if we caught it once, we can catch it twice. Yongbin confidently asserted. Although the creature was fast, it could not escape his keen eyes. All right. The two individuals withdrew their feet. Poised for action at any moment, as they released their hold, the orange cat swiftly flipped over and stood up, yet it neither attacked nor fled. Instead, it gazed intently at the bell in Yongbin's hand, then obediently settled at his feet. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were taken aback. Yongbin tentatively reached out to stroke the cat's head, and to his delight, it did not shy away, seemingly relishing the attention. With a surge of joy, he declared, from now on, I shall call you Little Orange. Brother Ben, that's quite a name you've chosen, one remarked. What is wrong with it? It's lovely, Hu Wenliang said, feigning reluctance. It's a must, Brother Ben. Is that really all right? Chun Hao inquired, still harboring some doubts. It's uncertain for now. Let us observe for a while. Yongbin replied, equally concerned that if we truly have such a pet, it would significantly enhance our capabilities. Of course, otherwise I would have disposed of it already. Let us go find that zombie. All right. The trio proceeded towards Yusen Lake, with Little Orange hastily following in tow. Before long, they encountered a second-tier zombie rendezvousing by the lake. Little Orange, go, Yongbin commanded, eager to test the cat's utility. If it proved ineffective, he would dispose of it without hesitation. The orange cat seemed to grasp Yongbin's intent. Immediately lunging at the zombie, in a flash, Little Orange pounced before the two zombies, swiftly sinking its claws into the neck of one, causing blood to splatter. The second-tier zombie roared in response, swiping at the agile feline. However, Little Orange was remarkably swift, evading every grasp with ease. Each time it targeted the zombie's neck, and in no time, it severed the creature's throat, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. That is quite fierce, Chun Hao remarked. Yongbin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's formidable. Let us gather the crystals. By the time they approached, Little Orange had already dispatched another ordinary zombie, upon noticing Yongbin and the others. It leapt in front of him, as if seeking praise. Well done, Little Orange, Yongbin said, affectionately patting its head. Chun Hao moved to the zombie's corpse, smashing its skull with a stick before extracting the crystal within. This crystal should go to Brother Ben, he suggested, glancing at Hu Wenliang. Absolutely, Hu Wenliang affirmed. Here you go, Brother Ben. Chun Hao handed the crystal to Yongbin. He accepted it without hesitation. Both he and Chun Hao were now second tier. And it was time for him to elevate his own strength. As he swallowed the crystal, he felt its energy assimilate into his being. Reflecting on his newfound power, Yongbin mused, indeed, one requires second-tier crystals to advance to the second tier. The next second-tier zombie awaited near the girls' dormitory. It was the last manageable one, as the rest had amassed in overwhelming numbers. Brother Ben, if we take down this second-tier zombie today, it will suffice. Tomorrow, there will likely be new ones born, Chun Hao suggested. Yes, let us proceed. As they approached the girls' dormitory, their eyes brightened at the sight before them. Though they were all zombies, those clad in pajamas. With lively movements, were far more visually appealing than those in the boys' dormitory, though we should have come here sooner to slay the zombies. Hu Wenliang remarked. Are you truly here to hunt zombies? Yang Bin questioned, regarding him skeptically, that I suspect he merely wants to see if their pajamas have decayed beneath. Chen Hao chuckled that I can assure you, they have in tea. Yang Bin interjected. How do you know? I can see. Brother Bin, let us swap abilities. I'll never call yours lowly again. This is no lowly ability. It's practically divine. Hu Wenliang exclaimed, his face brimming with desire. Alas, it's not possible. Let us go find that second-tier zombie. After contemplating the location of the second-tier zombie, Yang Bin led the two to the base of a dormitory. However, upon gazing ahead, they were struck dumb. Brother Bin, are you sure we can fight this one? Chen Hao gulped nervously. Can I say, I only saw about 20 of them. Yang Bin swallowed hard as well. Before them lay a vast expanse swarming with zombies, conservatively estimated to number 400 to 500. Perhaps someone attracted them, Hu Wenliang speculated. Indeed, there are fresh bloodstains in the center. Likely some fool shouted and drew the surrounding zombies. Can we still fight? How are we supposed to, 400 to 500? With nearly 100 being first-tier zombies that if we get surrounded, unless we can fly, we're doomed. Well then it seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow. What if Little Orange gives it a try? Its speed might allow it to eliminate the second-tier zombie amidst the horde. Upon hearing Chen Hao's suggestion, Little Orange immediately tensed, regarding him warily, clearly understanding his words. Never mind, that's too dangerous. Yang Bin shook his head. It's not worth risking for just one. Let us return, rest, and tomorrow should yield many second-tier zombies that agreed. They prepared to head back. A sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted behind them. They swiftly turned to see a throng of girls racing towards them. Pursued by a horde of zombies, upon spotting the trio, the girls redoubled their efforts, yelling for help. Damn. The three exclaimed in unison, in no time. The 400 to 500 zombies ahead also caught wind of the commotion, eagerly charging towards them. The trio found themselves inexplicably sandwiched between two advancing hordes. Damn it, we should never have come to this girls' dormitory. Hu Wenliang grumbled. Chapter 40. A grueling battle, Brother Bin. What do we do? Chen Hao looked at the approaching 1,000 zombies, finally feeling a twinge of panic. Their previous comfort stemmed from Yang Bin's true vision, which had allowed them to avert large groups of zombies, thus avoiding encirclement. However, with nearly 27 or 28,000 zombies in the school, it was inevitable that they would encounter overwhelming numbers. Being surrounded and slaughtered by zombies was the most typical scenario in this apocalyptic world. It was already a miracle that they had survived thus far, while wandering outside daily. Yang Bin felt an immense weight in his heart. He had not anticipated such a predicament upon visiting the girls' dormitory. Their position was precarious, with 400 to 500 zombies blocking their front and a swarm of women with an accompanying horde of zombies barreling towards them from behind. The dormitory buildings flanked them on either side. The right side offered no escape, while the left side had the entrance situated amid the throng of zombies. The women were likely trying to flee back to the dormitory, unaware that it too was overrun with zombies. Haozi, Liangzi, prepare for battle. We must charge to that entrance. Once inside the dormitory, we will be safe, Yang Bin commanded sternly. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang exchanged glances at the distant entrance, both wearing solemn expressions. After all, 400 to 500 zombies stood in their way. Yet they understood that this was their only option, that if the hordes converged, their chances of survival would plummet. Get ready, charge, after Yang Bin finished speaking. He was the first to charge out, with Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang hurriedly following suit. Soon, the three encountered a horde of zombies. Yang Bin swung the barbell in his hands, striking down upon the first few zombies before him. In an instant, their skulls shattered, and the three zombies that charged ahead were obliterated. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Before the first three could fully collapse, more zombies surged forward. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly sprang into action, fiercely attacking the oncoming horde. The trio fought valiantly, pressing forward, but were soon entirely surrounded to back. They took charge of their respective directions, launching relentless assaults against the zombies that lunged at them. As for Xiao Juzi, it had long since climbed up onto the wall. It was clear that in a place with buildings, confining a cat was a futile endeavor. Watching the cat leisurely perched at the second-floor window, the three could only gaze enviously, recognizing the inherent advantage of its species. Attempting to summon it down to assist was pointless. In such dire circumstances, Xiao Juzi was of no aid whatsoever. Zombies furiously lunged at the three, who could only frantically swing their barbell to dispatch them. With each swing, several zombies fell, yet even more rushed to take their place. These zombies seemed devoid of fear, relentlessly charging forward, and among them were numerous first-tier zombies, which intensified the pressure on the trio. The barbell, while a weapon of great power in the hands of Yang Bin, also demanded tremendous energy, especially against such a vast number of attackers. Each strike drained him significantly, and the unwieldy nature of the barbell became a burden when zombies closed in. If it had been a few dozen zombies, they could have easily kept them at bay, but with hundreds surging forward, they struggled to hold their ground. Once the zombies got too close, they would inevitably sustain injuries. Yang Bin, leading the charge, felt an immense weight on his shoulders. The densely packed zombies ahead made it an uphill battle to break through. For every one he felled, another took its place. The trio could barely inch forward. The group of women behind them had also noticed their plight, yet they continued to rush toward them, having no retreat left. "Classmate, please help us. We need to increase our chances," cried a woman clad in sportswear. "You might as well hasten your demise," Chun Hao retorted, gazing at the terrifying horde trailing behind the women, estimating at least 500 to 600 zombies. Even Hu Wenliang, typically eager to assist, hesitated to save anyone, knowing that to do so would only risk their own lives. Some of the zombies encircling the three turned their attention to the approaching women, inadvertently alleviating some of the pressure. However, this relief would be short-lived, as the zombies following the women would soon create an even more formidable onslaught. Yang Bin was acutely aware of the situation. They were a mere 5 or 6 meters from the gate, yet that distance felt insurmountable, with every step forward a monumental challenge. Before long, the women were completely engulfed by the horde, their cries fading into silence. The outcome all too evident. Such was the brutal reality of the apocalypse, scenes like this unfolding across the globe at any moment. Crystals were not so easily mined. To obtain them was to be prepared to risk one's life at any turn. The group had no time to ponder the fate of the women, as the zombies pursuing them were now upon their heels. The pressure on Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang surged dramatically. Witnessing this, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, thrusting the barbell against the nearest zombie and pushing forward with all his might. Under his immense strength, the zombies were forced back, colliding with those behind them. However, after pushing them back over 3 meters, Yang Bin found himself unable to continue. He had managed to shove them back, but the cost was great, with both hands occupied pushing the front line of zombies. He had no means to fend off those on either side, and they seized the opportunity to gnash at him, leaving him battered and bloodied in mere moments. "Bin Gu, switch positions," Chun Hao exclaimed, eyes aflame with determination as he pulled Yang Bin behind him, taking up his position to shield against the incoming zombies. "Bin Gu, let me treat your wounds," Hu Wenliang urged anxiously. "No, let us push through first." "I can still hold on," Yang Bin replied, gritting his teeth. At this point, they were less than 2 meters from the gate, yet the zombies ahead were tightly packed, making any advance nearly impossible. Suddenly, from above, Xiao Juzi sprang down, landing atop the heads of several zombies, leaping and clawing at them. Its action successfully diverted the attention of the frontline zombies, many of which shifted their focus toward the cat. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Hao charged forward, crashing through the first few zombies and reaching the entrance. Yang Bin and Hu Wenliang quickly followed suit, the three of them rushing inside and hastily closing the iron gate before making a beeline for the staircase. Inside the gate, numerous zombies remained, yet far fewer than outside. The trio swiftly dispatched the zombies blocking their path, successfully entering the stairwell and ascending to the 4th floor. At last, Yang Bin could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Liangzi quickly helped Bin Gu to the adjacent dormitory for treatment. "I'll hold the stairs," urged Chun Hao hastily. "Understood," Hu Wenliang nodded, assisting Yang Bin into the nearby dormitory, upon seeing Yang Bin's multitude of injuries. Hu Wenliang momentarily found himself at a loss for how to proceed. However, he quickly noticed a massive bite wound on Yang Bin's shoulder, a gruesome gash where a zombie had taken a large chunk of flesh. Had it been any closer, the bite would have reached his neck. Hu Wenliang promptly placed his hands over the wound, white light emanating from his palms as Yang Bin's injury began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. After advancing to the 2nd tier, Hu Wenliang's healing abilities had significantly improved. Within moments, the gash on Yang Bin's shoulder was fully restored. Wen Liang then turned his attention to Yang Bin's other bite wounds. The areas bitten by zombies were evidently more severe than those merely scratched, each bite resulting in a chunk of flesh missing and blood flowing uncontrollably, necessitating urgent treatment to avert danger. Were it not for Yang Bin's formidable strength, he would have succumbed to his injuries long ago. Yet he persisted, gritting his teeth to stave off unconsciousness. Without Hu Wenliang's assistance, he would certainly have met his end. The iron door downstairs succumbed to the relentless assault of the horde in no time, and soon a swarm of zombies surged up the stairs. Chen Hao gripped the barbell tightly, standing at the stairway entrance with the imposing presence of a lone warrior against a multitude. Before long, zombies reached the fourth floor, and Chen Hao raised the barbell, shattering their skulls and kicking them back down the stairs, causing a cascade of bodies to tumble below. The stairway's elevation provided a tactical advantage. With Chen Hao's second-tier strength, he managed to hold the entrance without much difficulty. However, he too had sustained considerable injuries and, after such an extended battle, was utterly exhausted. Each swing of the 20-kilogram barbell drained immense energy, and his arms were already aching, lifting it becoming a challenge. Yet the thought of Yang Bin's serious injuries kept him resolute, and as the pile of bodies in the stairwell grew, it finally began to slow the zombies' advance. However, many of the zombies below were first tier, and they had learned to climb the handrails, leaving Chen Hao with mounting pressure. Inside the dormitory, Yang Bin's bite wounds were largely treated, but similarly, Hu Wenliang had exhausted himself from the effort. Yang Bin refused to rest, quickly rising to return to the stairwell. Upon seeing Chen Hao struggling to hold the entrance alone, he seized the barbell and approached. "Haozi, you need to rest," Yang Bin urged. "Binge, you're better now?" Chen Hao exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Yes, with Liangzi here, I won't die. You're in terrible shape. You need to rest. Leave this to me." "All right." Chen Hao, not wishing to appear strong, nodded and retreated to the dormitory. Utterly spent. Once Chen Hao left, Yang Bin took his position, blocking the swarm of zombies at the stairwell. With his strength, these zombies were no match for him. Soon, the stairwell was completely obstructed by fallen bodies. Watching as the zombies ceased their advance, Yang Bin collapsed onto the ground. Realizing that this battle had been the most arduous they had faced in days, that it was far more challenging than the previous rescue of Hu Wenliang. And even he had nearly succumbed. Struggling back to the dormitory, he found Hu Wenliang tending to Chen Hao's wounds. However, due to the extensive energy expenditure in treating Yang Bin, Hu Wenliang needed to rest for a while after each wound he treated on Chen Hao. "Binge, is everything sorted?" Chen Hao inquired. The stairwell is completely blocked. For the time being, the zombies won't be able to ascend. However, it is quite troublesome for us to go down, but it's all right. The most important thing is that we are still alive." Chen Hao replied with a smile. "Indeed, I almost thought we were done for." Hu Wenliang said with a bitter smile that we truly owe our lives to Xiao Juzai. Had it not been for its diversion of the zombies ahead, we might not have made it. Chen Hao sighed. "Yes, by the way, where is Xiao Juzai?" It was only then that they noticed Xiao Juzai had seemingly not followed them. "That I hope nothing has happened to it," they said, glancing worriedly outside. Previously, their attitude toward Xiao Juzai had been utilitarian. It was either useful or expendable. However, after this incident, their perspective had shifted entirely, as it had saved their lives. "Meow." At that moment, a weak meow echoed. And shortly after, a large orange cat stumbled into the room. "Xiao Juzai!" The three exclaimed in delight as they beheld the feline's entrance. Xiao Juzai was covered in blood, with numerous wounds all over its body, causing them to gasp in horror. Its injuries rivaled those of Yang Bin. "Liangzi, quickly treat Xiao Juzai," Yang Bin urged anxiously. "Okay." Hu Wenliang hurriedly placed his hands on Xiao Juzai to administer healing, while Yang Bin retrieved a crystal from his pocket to feed the cat. It seemed that mutated beasts were different from humans. Xiao Juzai had already reached the second tier, yet it could still consume first-tier crystals. Although it wouldn't enhance its strength, it appeared capable of absorbing the energy from the crystals to replenish its physical exhaustion, which explained Xiao Juzai's fondness for them. "That I didn't expect Xiao Juzai to return so quickly, yet be so injured," Chen Hao lamented. Dancing atop the heads of zombies is akin to performing on a tightrope. With so many zombies clawing and flailing, there was scarcely a place for it to land. That it was fortunate it wasn't caught and killed outright, Yang Bin remarked. Indeed, before long, Hu Wenliang had treated Xiao Juzai's wounds to a considerable extent. And only then did he have the opportunity to tend to his own injuries, which were also significant. After treating himself, Hu Wenliang collapsed onto the bed, fainting from exhaustion. Thank goodness for Liangzi, Chun Hao observed, gazing at Hu Wenliang sprawled on the bed. Yes, without him, someone with such severe injuries would be left to await their end. Yang Bin replied with a wry smile. This damned apocalypse truly demands a toll on lives. Alas, Bin Gu, we forgot to bring our supplies. We won't have anything to eat tonight, Chen Hao suddenly exclaimed. Yang Bin's expression shifted as he realized that, due to the inconvenience of carrying a backpack, they had left all their belongings in the dormitory. They had not anticipated that they would be unable to return after stepping outside, now confronted by thousands of lurking zombies below, making a return impossible for the foreseeable future. I never thought that even at the second tier, I would once again experience the pangs of hunger, Chun Hao lamented. How about this? You stay here to guard Liangzi, and I will scour the dormitory to see if I can find any supplies. Yang Bin suggested. Good. Chapter 42. There are people in the dormitory building. Upon exiting the dormitory, Yang Bin began to rummage through each room, that he had always been curious about what the girls' dormitory was like and had long wished for an opportunity to see it. To his surprise, he found himself in the girls' dormitory during the apocalypse. That he had initially assumed that the girls' dormitory would be cleaner and more organized than the boys, but he was mistaken. The level of disorder in the girls' dormitory was just as chaotic. If not worse out, of course, this could have been the work of the zombies, but the sight of undergarments strewn across the floor was somewhat eye-watering. Moreover, this experience also shattered his preconceived notions. Were girls really this open nowadays? Yang Bin sighed as he surveyed the messy dormitory, yet he had no choice but to search for food amidst the scattered lingerie. After searching for quite some time, he found nothing edible. As he had anticipated, there was no food left in the dormitory. If there had been, it would have already been scavenged by others. Yang Bin searched several rooms in succession, all yielding the same result. Other items were abundant, even finding a single contraceptive pill, yet no food. With a resigned sigh, Yang Bin realized that they might genuinely face hunger, after thoroughly searching the fourth floor with no success. He proceeded to the fifth floor, methodically checking each room. Ultimately, he managed to find a pack of chewing gum, which he discovered while utilizing his special ability to search through a pocket of a garment. Damn it, how do these people manage to scavenge so thoroughly? Yang Bin grumbled. Upon reaching the sixth floor, he was about to continue his search when he unexpectedly discovered a door that was locked from the inside. Using his true sight ability, he peered inside and saw 4 girls holding iron pipes, their expressions wary as they watched the entrance, clearly alerted by his footsteps. The iron pipes in their hands bore traces of blood, indicating they had likely fought off zombies. Their dormitory appeared relatively tidy, with an abundance of snacks strewn across the beds. If you were to guess, it was likely that they had scavenged all the food from this dormitory building. Realizing this, Yang Bin understood there was no need to ascend to the 7th floor, as he wouldn't find anything there either. That he pondered for a moment, but decided against approaching them. Knowing there was food available sufficed. They had eaten earlier in the day, and they weren't too hungry yet. Given their current physical condition, they could manage a night without food, that if they still hadn't devised a means of escape by tomorrow, they could return to borrow some food from the girls without issue. Remembering the dormitory's location, Yang Bin turned and descended the stairs. Inside the dormitory, upon hearing the distant footsteps, the 4 girls collectively exhaled in relief. Not a zombie. It shouldn't be. Could it be a human? But there shouldn't be anyone left in our building. Could it be those few people from downstairs? Impossible. How could they still be alive? Nothing is impossible. They managed to break into the dormitory building despite being surrounded by hundreds of zombies, that it's not surprising they survived at all. But what if it really is them? If it really is them, then you might as well comply. If they attempt anything, we wouldn't even have the right to resist. Don't think I'm joking. Without the constraints of the law, anything could happen. Well, since he hasn't come over, does that mean he didn't notice us? The other dormitory doors are wide open, and ours is the only one shut tight. Do you think he didn't notice us? Then why did he leave? I don't know. Just be cautious and hide everything. Okay. Ching Ching Jie, how do you think they became so formidable? If I'm not mistaken, they should be the so-called second-tier evolved beings mentioned by the authorities. That second tier? Yes, anyone who can survive an onslaught from hundreds of zombies can only be a second-tier evolved being. I can't believe our school has already produced 3 second-tier evolved beings so quickly. Those guys in the Taekwondo club on the campus forum boast about being the strongest team. If they encountered those three, they'd probably be wiped out in no time. Remember, if they come back, don't resist. Survival is the priority. Understood. Yang Bin returned to the fourth-floor dormitory, where Hu Wenliang remained unconscious. Chen Hao sat on the bed scrolling through his phone, and Xiao Juzai was curled up asleep on the bed. Bin Gu, how did it go? Did you find anything? Chen Hao inquired eagerly upon Yang Bin's return. That I found something. There are 4 girls on the 6th floor, and they have food that if we get really hungry, we can ask them to lend us some. Yang Bin replied that I end this apocalypse with food so scarce, who would lend out food? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. I believe they would, Yang Bin said while wiping the barbell rod. I think so too, Chen Hao nodded. All right, let us rest. We'll go stargazing on the rooftop tonight. Sure. By the way, Bin Gu, the authorities just released a report online detailing zombie power levels and human classifications. Oh, how are they classified? Yang Bin asked curiously. Just as you mentioned before, both zombies and humans are defined by first-tier and second-tier classifications. Currently, it seems that only first-tier and second-tier zombies have been discovered. No third-tier zombies have been found yet. According to the report from the authorities, first-tier strength is approximately between 100 to 200 kilograms, while second-tier is around 300 to 500 kilograms, with the third-tier still unknown. So, the authorities have confirmed the existence of second-tier peak beings? Yang Bin frowned. Of course. We use iron rods to smash, while they have machine guns and artillery. How can we compare? True, the authorities have an undeniable advantage in that regard. Yes, now the internet is flooded with posts about crystals. Many have acquired crystals to enhance their strength, but even more have lost their lives because of it. It's quite normal. It feels as though this apocalypse is a great cleansing. Who knows how many will survive in the end? Yang Bin sighed. That indeed to be the way. Bin Gu, the campus forum is bustling with activity. We have become a topic of discussion. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. From your expression, it seems like it's not a good thing? It seems that those individuals were spreading rumors this afternoon, alleging that we committed murder and seized crystals. The campus is now rife with denunciations that, I should have dealt with them all when I had the chance. Yang Bin said coldly. Is there any information about us? Indeed, there is. They described our appearances, and our enthusiastic class monitor promptly revealed us. Chen Hao said with a bitter smile. That guy has always harbored a grudge against us. Forget it. Let them say what they will. These people have yet to truly experience the harshness of the apocalypse. Once they do, they will understand how gentle we can be. Chapter 43. Cooperation. The group slept from dusk until nearly midnight, rousing at 11:50 p.m. By this time, Hu Wenliang had also recovered. The trio, accompanied by a cat, made their way to the rooftop. The iron door to the dormitory's rooftop was still locked, indicating that no one had ventured up before. They pried the lock open with a barbell and closed the door behind them. Finding a clean spot, the 3 lay down, awaiting the appearance of the Big Dipper. When midnight struck, the constellation appeared in the sky as scheduled. Having had their first experience, they quickly fell into rhythm. Little Juicy also raised its head, gazing intently at the Big Dipper above. That a trickle of spiritual energy gradually flowed into their bodies. Below, thousands of zombies simultaneously lifted their heads to the sky, and the night settled into a calm silence. Most of the surviving humans were exhausted and slipped into slumber. After several days of exploration, humanity had discerned a pattern among the zombies. After midnight, they would quiet down and cease their search for humans. This was the time for humans to rest. That was the case the previous night. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang took turns watching and resting. While Yang Bin remained vigilant throughout, at 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper vanished, and Yang Bin had once again increased his strength by over 30 kilograms, while Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang each gained around 10. The trio and the cat descended back to the dormitory, locked the door, and fell asleep. This time, they awoke around 9 o'clock, for there were important matters to address today. They needed to devise a plan to escape. Brother Bin, the zombies below haven't dispersed. How do we leave? Chen Hao asked, glancing at the densely packed horde below, feeling a shiver run down his spine. That if they haven't left, then we must eliminate them all, gradually whittling them down using the stairwell. Yang Bin replied solemnly that we cannot remain trapped here. We need to venture out to enhance our strength. However, the stairwell is too cramped. It would be completely blocked with fewer than 100 corpses. How long would that take? We'll divide our tasks. One person will be responsible for killing zombies in the stairwell, while the other two will drag the bodies into the adjacent dormitory. We'll take it slow. Eventually, we will finish, Yang Bin suggested. All right, the others nodded. By the way, Brother Bin, didn't you mention there are 4 girls upstairs? Why not call them down to help with the bodies? We 3 can handle the killing. And they can manage the transport. That would expedite things, wouldn't it? Ah, that's a good idea. Yang Bin's eyes brightened. You really dare to suggest that? Having those delicate girls move corpses? If they agree, it would be astonishing. Hu Wenliang remarked, speechless. Aha, just offer them a few crystals that I assure you. Even if you ask them to dissect corpses, they comply. Chen Hao chuckled. Oh, right. How could I have forgotten that? Let's go. Little Juicy, you stay in the dormitory or entertain yourself. Try not to come out if there are others around. Meow. Little Juicy meowed before leaping away down the corridor, disappearing from view. Brother Bin, it won't run away, will it? Chen Hao asked, a hint of concern in his voice. It shouldn't. If it wanted to escape, it wouldn't have come down to save us yesterday. Yang Bin reassured him. True enough, the trio approached the tightly locked dormitory on the 6th floor. Yang Bin knocked on the door. Who is it? The 4 girls inside were startled, their expressions tense as they stared at the door. Now, we are the ones who came into this dormitory yesterday. Please open the door. We wish to discuss something with you. Yang Bin said. Upon hearing his words, the girls exchanged glances, recognizing both understanding and apprehension in each other's eyes. What do we do, Sister Qingqing? They really came. I don't want to comply, a cute girl said. Her face twisted in distress. Sister Qingqing took a deep breath. What is meant to be will be. We cannot avoid it. Open the door. It won't stop them. A petite girl cautiously approached the door and opened it. Upon seeing 3 blood-soaked men standing outside, she gasped in surprise. This was the girls' dormitory, and Yang Bin and his companions couldn't find suitable clothing, so they remained in the same outfits from the previous day. As the door swung open, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes lit up. The girls were quite attractive, particularly one tall girl who looked like the class beauty to AT that moment. The tall girl, Sister Qingqing, stepped forward and politely asked, Hello, what brings you here? Well, we are preparing to clear the zombies downstairs. That if you have no other matters, would you please come down with us to assist in transporting the bodies? Yang Bin stated bluntly, unfazed by their beauty. The 4 girls were taken aback by his request. It was unusual to ask girls to move corpses right off the bat, that if they weren't aware of how formidable these men were, they would have been inclined to scold them. Sister Qingqing, suppressing her urge to lash out, maintained her smile and said, we probably can't help you today. What a pity that I was hoping that if you joined us, we could reward each of you with 2 crystals. Since you are unwilling, we will have to manage on our own. Yang Bin replied regretfully, turning to leave with Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang. Wait. The girls, who had initially appeared reluctant, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Is that true? Of course, I have no reason to deceive you, Yang Bin assured them. All right, we will assist, the girls exclaimed, excitement evident in their voices. Good. Then let us go, Yang Bin said as he led the way down. As they followed, one girl quietly asked, Sister Qingqing, can we trust them? They have no reason to deceive us. Come on, this might just be our opportunity. Qingqing replied excitedly, urging the others to follow closely. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the sight of the stairwell packed with zombies made the girls' faces pale, but they did not vomit. After enduring the apocalypse for so many days, they had witnessed enough to bolster their resilience. Yang Bin casually pulled 4 crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls. Consider these 4 as an advance. After consuming these crystals, your strength will increase, making it easier to carry the bodies. These crystals were obtained from the very corpses in front of them. Although they were not immediately useful to the group, they should not go to waste. The girls stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin's nonchalant demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. This was something countless individuals yearned for, yet he so casually offered it to them. Truly, he was a man of means. The girls quickly accepted the crystals, their voices trembling as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, thank you. While these crystals may have lost their significance to Yang Bin and his companions, for the girls, they represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Special zombies were not easily defeated, and with them often appearing in hordes, a lack of manpower made it nearly impossible to eliminate them. As the strength of zombies continued to escalate, the prospects for ordinary humans grew increasingly bleak. The crystals before them were akin to a life-saving elixir. Enough lamenting. Hurry and consume the crystals so we can start moving the bodies, Yang Bin urged. Understood. The girls quickly wiped the crystals clean and swallowed them. As the energy from the crystals was absorbed, they all reached the first tier of strength. Immediately, the girls instinctively rushed to begin transporting the bodies. Though moving the corpses posed a significant challenge for them, the allure of the crystals rendered it a minor obstacle. Yang Bin and his companions also busied themselves, collectively moving the bodies into the adjacent room. As they cleared the corpses, the stairwell was revealed, and soon, zombies began to charge up. Consequently, Yang Bin and his comrades took on the task of dispatching the zombies while the four girls focused on transporting the remains. Their collaboration proving to be quite harmonious. Chapter 44. The mobile signal has disappeared on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Over half of the zombies had transformed into first-tier zombies, and the proportion of second-tier zombies had also significantly increased. The destructive power of the zombies surged, rendering ordinary doors incapable of withstanding their assaults, thus worsening the human living conditions. Although it seemed that the chances of acquiring crystals had risen, the reality was that it had become even more challenging. Among any group of zombies, more than half were now first tier, making them formidable foes for typical teams. Most critically, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, the mobile signal was severed. It remained unclear how other cities were faring. But in Xing City, the signal had vanished. Devoid of mobile signal, individuals are stripped of their connection to the outside world, rendering them unable to communicate with family and friends and depriving them of mutual solace. This exacerbates the plight of those already engulfed in despair. The issue of food scarcity intensifies once more. As the phone signal fades, the darker aspects of humanity are magnified, famished to the brink of endurance. Those too timid to confront the zombies turn their gaze towards their fellow survivors. Meanwhile, those who have gained enhanced abilities through crystalline power find their inner desires swelling. In the cafeteria, the students' emotions erupt with the disappearance of the mobile signal. No longer content with merely consuming a meager bowl of porridge each day, they yearn for sustenance. They storm the kitchen in a frenzy, fighting fiercely for food. In this moment, thoughts of teachers and school authorities are entirely cast aside. The cafeteria descends into chaos. The principal, witnessing this scene, can only heave a resigned sigh, fully aware that this trajectory leads only to ruin. Yet he also recognizes that he can no longer manage these students. Outside the cafeteria, a multitude of zombies still lingers, and with the passage of time, they grow increasingly formidable, diminishing the faint hope of escape. Absent any rescue, they are doomed to be trapped within the confines of the cafeteria. The principal can do nothing but pray for swift assistance. Meanwhile, the number of teams combating zombies within the school has dwindled from over 10 to a mere 4 since yesterday. The others were almost entirely annihilated the previous day. Among the remaining teams is one composed of those from the physical education department, whom Yang Bin and his companions encountered yesterday. Their ranks have swelled from 20 to over 30, nearly 20 of whom have already evolved to the first stage. Another team consists of members from the Taekwondo club, comprising over 20 individuals, most of whom have also attained the first stage. A third team, led by a group of female athletes from the physical education department, boasts the largest number with around 70 to 80 members, many of whom are first stage evolved. Lastly, there is a team led by Zhao Kuan and others from Dormitory 21. Zhao Kuan and his companions were among the first to learn about the crystals, and they were also among the earliest to slay zombies. After Yang Bin and his group took them to the supermarket, they filled their stomachs and then ventured out with a few armed individuals to hunt zombies. In that excursion, they dispatched 2 special zombies, allowing Zhao Kuan and Lao He to evolve to the first stage. The following day, after the official announcement regarding the crystals, the residents of Dormitory 21 clung to Zhao Kuan for support. Thus forming this team, the AT present, the 4 teams lie in wait, cautiously concealed in corners, anticipating the appearance of zombies. Having learned from bloody lessons, they no longer dare to wander aimlessly, opting instead to hide and await the zombies' approach. On another front, within the female Dormitory 12, Yang Bin and Lu Qingqing, alongside several others, continue to methodically dispatch zombies. With Yang Bin and his companions guarding the stairwell, even second-stage zombies cannot breach their defenses. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing and her fellow students have become adept at transporting the fallen. Perhaps they had never envisioned, even in their wildest dreams, that they would one day engage in such grim tasks. Yet at this moment, they find themselves invigorated, for as Lu Qingqing aptly puts it, this is their opportunity. The The formidable prowess of Yang Bin and his companions leaves them in awe. These terrifying zombies are dispatched with the ease of mere vermin. With such allies, who could fear the absence of crystals? In just a few hours, they have slain over 200 zombies, some of which must possess crystals. Suddenly, Yang Bin's attention is captured by a particularly imposing figure. A second stage, he muses. Let us take it down. Before them, a voluptuous female zombie forces her way through her companions, lunging at the trio. However, as she leaps, 3 barbell rods come crashing down upon her forehead. The dull thud reverberates as her skull shatters, and before she can mount any offense, she is sent to her demise. Yang Bin drags the zombie's body closer, skillfully extracting the crystal from her head. After wiping it clean, he consumes it. They have already agreed that Yang Bin will prioritize his own power enhancement. Once the second stage crystal no longer proves effective for him, he will turn to Chun Hao and Huan Liang. Thus, Yang Bin refrains from inquiring further. The girls, witnessing Yang Bin's extraction of the crystal for the first time, are taken aback, having witnessed the slaying of numerous zombies without seeing him extract crystals previously. They recognize the significance of this solitary acquisition, especially upon observing that it surpasses the size of those depicted online, that a second-stage crystal. As the crystal integrates into his being, transforming into energy, Yang Bin feels his strength surge once more. Now approximating 400 kilograms. Not bad, he smiles, resuming his onslaught against the zombies. The relentless killing continues until past 1 in the afternoon, when exhaustion and hunger finally take their toll. Let us pause the body removal for now and block the stairs. We need a break, Yang Bin proposes. All right, the girls comply, ceasing their efforts. Before long, the stairwell is again obstructed by the corpses of zombies, and the trio collapses onto the floor. Phew, these barbell rods are effective. But they're awfully heavy that I'm exhausted. Huan Liang exhales, breathless, that I feel the same. My arms can barely move. Chen Hao adds with a wry smile that don't worry. Once your strength increases further, it'll be easier. Yang Bin reassures them. Unlike his companions, he is not as fatigued, given his superior strength. Bingo. What if we have the girls fetch us some food? I'm absolutely famished, Chen Hao whispers to Yang Bin. They had only eaten a little the previous noon, and since then, their stomachs have remained empty, that if one were to remain idle, a day without food might not induce hunger. But after engaging in relentless exertion, they find themselves unable to withstand it. Yang Bin nods and turns to the girls that, do you have any food? Could you bring some for us? No. A girl begins to respond, but Lu Qingqing swiftly pulls her back. Smiling, yes, we'll go get some for you. With that, she leads the girls upstairs. This Lu Qingqing is quite clever, Chen Hao remarks with a chuckle. Indeed, she is quite astute. Yang Bin agrees with a nod. Upstairs, the recently restrained short-haired girl expresses her confusion. Qingqing, we worked hard to scavenge this food, that if we give it to them, what will we eat? Exactly, Qingqing. They surely haven't seen our supplies, right? Even if we don't tell them. They wouldn't know, another demure girl with glasses interjects. You all are thinking too simplistically, that if we tell them we have none, and they come up to search, what do you think will happen? That, I can assure you they will have searched other rooms, that if they find evidence that those rooms have been rummaged through, do you think they won't suspect us? They will precisely. Although we've hidden the food, they'll likely deduce that we have supplies in our dormitory. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking us. The difference between them finding it themselves and us handing it over is significant, understand? Understood. The other 3 girls nod in agreement. Rest assured, even if we share some food with them, we won't starve. Once they clear the zombies below, we can go out in search of food that, don't forget, we are first-stage evolved beings now. And have you noticed? They seem to look down on ordinary crystals that as long as we perform well and demonstrate our value. They might even reward us with additional crystals that at that point, we won't have to worry about food. Lu Qingqing smiles. Absolutely, Qingqing will follow your lead. However, remember not to be overly clever, that if they offer us something, we take it. If they don't ask for it, understand? Lu Qingqing warns seriously. Understood. Before long, the girls return with most of the food and water from their dormitory, primarily consisting of bread, biscuits, and sunflower seeds. Yang Bin gazes at the sizable collection before him, smiling as he turns to Lu Qingqing that you're quite clever. Rest assured, we won't take advantage of you. We'll ensure each of you receives a crystal as payment for this meal. How does that sound? Really? The 4 girls' eyes widen in excitement that, of course, Yang Bin nods. For them, the greatest treasure is the crystals. Having slain over 300 zombies this morning, they estimate that at least 100 of those were first-stage zombies, making the extraction of crystals a daunting task. Fantastic. Thank you. A few young women were flushed with excitement, affirming that Sister Ching Ching was indeed correct. After consuming a modest meal and resting for a while, they resumed their relentless pursuit of zombies. This time, the trio took turns to engage in the slaughter until around 6 in the evening when darkness began to envelop the sky. Throughout the day, they had vanquished over 700 zombies, leaving their hands numb from the exertion. Among the slain, at least half were first-tier zombies, and they encountered 3 second-tier zombies, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Yongbin consumed all the second-tier crystals, totaling 4, including 1 from the previous day. Since reaching the second tier, with the first tier, the effects diminished with each subsequent crystal by the time he ingested the 4th. His strength had only increased by approximately 30 kilograms. However, Yongbin found himself perplexed. According to official data, the peak strength of a second-tier individual should be around 500 kilograms, yet he felt his strength had already reached that threshold. Despite the absence of precise measurements, the figures seemed to align closely. Could it be that one only needed to consume 4 crystals to reach the limit of the second tier? Or was this a consequence of his training? Yongbin pondered that it shouldn't be. He believed the second-tier crystals still held potency. Could it truly be a result of his training? Regardless, he decided to train again that night to ascertain the truth. Yongbin retrieved 4 crystals and handed them to the young women, fulfilling his promise of payment for their assistance. You may go back now. We shall continue tomorrow to... Thank you. The young women expressed their gratitude. No need for thanks. We all benefit, Yongbin replied with a smile. Once Lu Qingqing and the others departed, Yongbin and his companions surveyed the rooms stacked with zombie corpses, an unsettling sensation creeping over them. Brother Bin, shall we do it ourselves? What else is there to do? Why not invite them to join us? I doubt they would dare to embezzle. It's unnecessary. They are unaware of the number of crystals inside. If they were to see so many, it would undoubtedly create a sense of imbalance, and their motivation would wane. Furthermore, crystals remain a scarce commodity. It's best they do not know we possess such a bounty. Yongbin explained. But why do we need so many first-tier crystals? Hu Wenliang queried, puzzled. Little Orange needs to consume them, and if we plan to expand our team in the future, having more is certainly advantageous. Yongbin asserted. All right then, let's proceed. I will direct. You two can search that on what grounds? I know which corpses contain crystals. Do you intend to search each one? The group collaborated and spent over an hour extracting all the crystals, totaling 368, exhausting the 2 in the process. All right, pack the crystals away. Let us rest before we rise again to gaze at the stars tonight. Dum. The 3 moved to a different dormitory, as the previous one near the stairs had been repurposed for storing zombies. Lying on the bed, Yongbin instinctively took out his phone, only to discover it had no signal. Great. Now this device can only serve as a flashlight. Chun Hao lamented. Didn't I tell you to download some movies? I didn't have the time. What a pity, Yongbin sighed, frustrated with his phone's limited storage, rendering him unable to download anything. You all may not have, but I do, Hu Wenliang boasted. Haha, it's all thanks to you. Quickly show us. The 2 eagerly gathered around. Alright, that Hu Wenliang was generous and open to media player. Do you prefer foreign films or domestic ones? Island films, the 2 chimed in unison. Okay. Hu Wenliang swiftly located an island movie, but when the figure of Sadako appeared on the screen, ugh. Yongbin and Chun Hao immediately lost interest. What's wrong? This horror film fits the theme perfectly. Do you have any romantic films instead? Chun Hao asked, his eyes wide. You mean that kind? You should have specified earlier. Do you have any? None, Brother Bin. I feel like hitting something. So do I. Soon. The dormitory echoed with cries of despair, frightening the young women upstairs and a trembling in their rooms. At 11:50 p.m., the trio once again ascended to the rooftop to stargaze, remaining there until 5 in the morning. Yongbin introspected about his internal strength, deepening his confusion that he had similarly increased his strength by over 30 kilograms that day, now surpassing 500 kilograms. Yet, the 3rd corner of his strength had not illuminated, indicating he remained at the second tier. Could it be that training allowed one to exceed their limits? A spark of excitement flickered in Yongbin's eyes. If that were the case, their collective strength would far surpass that of others within the same realm. Chapter 46. A gift of opportunity. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, ordinary zombies were scarcely seen outside. With most being first tier, those who had not acquired crystals for enhancement early on found it nearly impossible to obtain them now. Ordinary individuals struggled against a single first-tier zombie, let alone a horde. Of course, possessing a firearm altered the equation, but firearms were heavily regulated in China, making it unlikely for ordinary citizens to possess one, that even if they did, standard handguns had limited ammunition and produced conspicuous noise, discouraging reckless use. Consequently, those too timid to venture out and confront the zombies initially were now left helplessly waiting for rescue in corners. But was rescue truly that simple? Within a conference room in Star City, several high-ranking officials were engaged in a heated discussion. Though we cannot delay any longer, we must initiate rescue operations immediately. With each passing day, countless lives are lost, a young man in military attire exclaimed. Star City has a population exceeding 10 million, and no one can ascertain how many remain alive. However, we can be certain the number of zombies is no less than 8 million, with our current ammunition. We are utterly powerless, another middle-aged man shook his head. Lack of ammunition? Then we must resort to close combat. I cannot stand idly by while the populace is slaughtered by zombies. Close combat? Are you intending to sacrifice the soldiers? Once surrounded by zombies, none will return. The middle-aged man retorted angrily that if I fear death, I wouldn't be a soldier, that I'm just a simple man. I may not be as clever as you, but my purpose is to serve the people. They need us now, and I must step up, the man declared resolutely. Zhao Hu, calm down. I understand your feelings. We share the same sentiments. However, in such dire circumstances, we must remain composed, setting aside the question of whether we can rescue them. How do we accommodate them once saved? We must consider their basic needs, food, sanitation, and sheltered. It's not merely about rescuing them, the leading middle-aged man stated. Then what do you propose? The immediate priority is to establish a sufficiently large survival base, providing a safe haven for the populace, and then broadcasting a message to inform them to come. He responded, You mean to let them come on their own? Yes, of course. While rescue is essential, it must occur in stages. We cannot save everyone at once. Our current manpower and weaponry simply cannot manage that. If they can make their way here, it would be optimal. Do you think ordinary people have the capability to come here? Zhao Hu said coldly that if they cannot, we can only hope they endure until help arrives. Yes, Zhao Hu prepared to voice further objections. The leader interjected. All right, it's settled. Now let us discuss establishing the survival base. Understood. The school. In the girls' dormitory, Yang Bin stood in the corridor, gazing at the zombies below, a serious expression on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? There are only first-tier zombies down there, but there are also 7 or 8 second-tier zombies. The rate of zombie evolution is rather alarming. Indeed, it seems we must accelerate our efforts. Right, summon those girls down. We shall continue the extermination. Understood. When the young women arrived, the group resumed their slaughtering spree. Only 300 zombies remained, and after a morning of intense effort, they finally eradicated them all. Once the last zombie ceased advancing, the trio felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. Phew, finally, we're not trapped here anymore. Chun Hao exhaled in relief. Indeed, I've realized that both female and male zombies are equally nauseating when seen in excess. As Yangbin had observed, among the 300 zombies, 8 were second tier. After consuming 2 more crystals, Yangbin realized any further consumption would yield no effect. Thus, it required 6 second-tier crystals to reach the limit. Upon achieving this limit, Yangbin's strength was approximately 600 kilograms, exceeding the officially reported figure of 500 kilograms by a full 100 kilograms. His training over the past 3 nights seemed to align precisely with this number. Clearly, the strength gained from training was indeed supplementary. Yangbin mused, if that's the case, I shall begin to embrace my monstrous potential. The remaining second-tier crystals were shared between Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang, significantly enhancing their capabilities once more. After eliminating the zombies, Yangbin retrieved a handful of crystals from his pocket and handed them to the women, saying, You have performed admirably. Take these as a token of appreciation that I hope you can survive in this apocalyptic world. However, the women, who would usually be thrilled at the sight of crystals, did not rush to accept them this time. Lu Qingqing looked earnestly at Yangbin and asked, Can we accompany you? Yangbin was taken aback and inquired, Why do you wish to join us? Because we want to survive. Lu Qingqing asserted firmly, observing the resolute expressions on Lu Qingqing and the other women. Yongbin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. We prefer not to have too many people with us at this time. Given your current strength, as long as you dare to confront zombies, survival should not pose much difficulty that if we encounter you again next time and you have improved your abilities. I will consider it. Upon hearing Yongbin's words, disappointment flickered in the eyes of the women that it's all right. I believe we can survive. When we meet again, we will not let you down. Lu Qingqing quickly adjusted her mindset and smiled at Yongbin. Yongbin sighed inwardly while gazing at Lu Qingqing, recognizing her as a remarkable individual. Suddenly, he proposed, "How about this? I will grant you an opportunity. There should be a considerable number of crystals among the zombies we have slain today. We are leaving and lack the time to excavate them, so I will give them to you. I hope you can grow stronger. You are giving them to us?" The women exclaimed, their eyes widening in astonishment. With so many corpses around, there should be at least dozens of crystals, if not more. Yes, take your time to dig. I hope that when we meet again, you will not disappoint me. After saying this, Yongbin and the others descended the stairs. For them, first-tier crystals had become inconsequential. Since they could leave, there was no need to waste time excavating crystals. Their priority was to find and slay second-tier zombies to enhance their strength. The women watched the trio depart, feelings of mixed emotions swelling within them. "They are truly remarkable," the cute girl murmured. "Indeed, but why won't they allow us to join them? Clearly, they find us too weak." Lu Qingqing gazed at the retreating figures, silently vowing, "I will prove myself to you. All right, let us get to digging for crystals." Yes. The women had spent 2 days moving corpses, which had helped them build their courage. And now they felt no discomfort as they began to excavate crystals. However, as they unearthed more, their astonishment deepened. Why are there so many crystals? Didn't the official report state that only a handful of zombies possess crystals? Could it be that we have been slaying special zombies? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same shock. This truly was an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 47. Have you all advanced to second tier? Meanwhile, Brother Ben, I think those girls are quite capable, efficient, and not overly inquisitive. Plus, they are attractive. Why don't you want them? Chen Hao questioned, puzzled. It's not the right time to bring too many people along. The more individuals, the greater the resources needed, which does not benefit us unless they are endowed with abilities, Yongbin replied. Then why give them those crystals? If I don't give them away, we would have to excavate them one by one. Now that we can leave, wouldn't it be more worthwhile to hunt a few more second-tier zombies with that time? That does make sense. With first-tier zombies everywhere, we have no shortage of first-tier crystals. It's unnecessary to waste time on them, that it's better to do a good deed. Lu Qingqing is quite intelligent. Unless something unexpected happens, they might indeed surprise us, making this favor quite meaningful. Aren't you afraid they will repay kindness with malice? She is clever and lacks any significant conflict of interest with us. She won't turn against us. They might impress us, but they can never surpass us. I have that much confidence, Yongbin said with a smile. Brother Bin, sometimes I feel you don't act like someone in their 20s, Huan Liang remarked. Liangzi, you've known Brother Bin for 3 years. How can you still see him as your peer? He just looks like he's in his 20s, Chen Hao chuckled. Enough of your jests, there's a small shop up ahead. Let us see if we can find something to eat. Afterward, we will head to Zhongyuan building that we want to return to the dormitory for lunch today. Let us aim for all of you to reach the peak of the second tier and see if we can find any third-tier zombies. Yongbin instructed. All right, upon arriving at the small shop, they found it had been occupied. 4 people inside refused to open the door despite repeated knocking. Frustrated, Yongbin kicked the door open. What are you doing? The occupants of the room were startled. Don't be alarmed. We'll just take a few things and leave, Yongbin said with a smile. That is not acceptable. Everything in here belongs to us. You can't take anything. A frail man stood defiantly in front of them. Step aside. Don't force me to take action. Yongbin replied coldly. You want Tibing? A figure flew out. Yongbin, as if nothing had happened, walked over to the shelves to start taking items. You're nothing but a bunch of bandits. The other 3 glared at them. The deal you want to fly too? Yongbin shot a cold glance at them, causing them to fall silent. After grabbing some food and a few bottles of water, the trio left without further confrontation, as they were pressed for time. After finishing their meal, they arrived at Zhongyuan building, only to find the main entrance barred. Clearly, someone was inside. What could these people want here? There's no food, Chen Hao remarked in disbelief. They probably intend to scout the distribution of zombies, that if I'm not mistaken. It's likely a team hunting zombies, Yongbin speculated. Ordinary people wouldn't venture here unless they were part of a zombie hunting squad. All right, shall we kick the door down when they come out? Let us kick it down. Who knows when they LL descend? Okay. Chenao nodded and delivered a powerful kick to the door, only to find it unyielding. What the hell? What are they using to brace the door? It is surprisingly sturdy. They may have replaced the wooden bar with iron pipes. They are quite cautious. Let me try, Yangbin said, delivering a forceful kick against the door. The door cracked open slightly, revealing 4 iron pipes barring the way. As Yangbin had surmised, they had indeed replaced the wooden bar with iron pipes, but under Yangbin's immense strength, all 4 pipes bent, after several more kicks. He managed to force the door open. The group then ascended the stairs, reaching the rooftop where they discovered a gathering of over 20 individuals discussing something. Each held a weapon, iron pipes, fire axes, and tang knives. Most importantly, they were all covered in blood, clearly having dispatched numerous zombies. Upon seeing Yangbin and his companions, the group stared in disbelief, not expecting anyone to intrude. How did you get up here? A muscular man at the forefront frowned. We came through the door. Yangbin replied nonchalantly. Impossible. I changed the bar. There is no way the door could have been opened. The man looked skeptical. Those 4 iron pipes are in place. Even a second-tier zombie couldn't break through. Then how do you think we got up here? Yangbin smiled. Now I'm the one asking you questions. Just answer honestly. No need for sarcasm. The man retorted coldly. What if I refuse? Ha! You clearly have yet to grasp the perilous nature of this apocalypse. Let me inform you. Even if we were to kill you, it would be in vain. No one will come to your aid. Don't think this is still the world we knew. The man sneered. Kill us? You likely lack the capability. Yangbin's tone turned equally frosty. Oh, quite the bravado. It seems you are also evolvers, huh? But what does that matter? All 20 of us here are evolvers. Being arrogant in front of us is unwise. Second in command, teach them a lesson. Let them know that even evolvers have their strengths and weaknesses. Understood. The burly man stepped forward, wielding a steel pipe, a cruel grin on his face as he approached Yangbin and his companions. Kneel. With a sharp command, he swung the steel pipe towards Yangbin's feet. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the second in command was sent sprawling back, crashing heavily before the group. Damn it! Are you still going to attack? Everyone, get them! The man at the forefront seethed with rage. Suddenly, more than 20 individuals armed with weapons charged towards the trio. Yangbin and his companions merely scoffed, seizing their barbell rods and hurling them towards the advancing mob. Upon contact, anguished cries erupted incessantly. While these attackers possessed some degree of prowess, the strongest among them barely reached the pinnacle of the first tier, rendering them vastly inferior to the trio. Under the onslaught of the barbells, they stood no chance. A single strike sent several sprawling to the ground, particularly Yangbin with a force of 600 kilograms. Delivered blows that could incapacitate or severely wound, leaving many unable to rise from the ground. Though wielding a 20-kilogram barbell could become tiresome after prolonged use, it must be acknowledged that engaging in combat with such a weapon was undeniably exhilarating. The longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. Coupled with its weight, these assailants scarcely managed to graze the trio as clothing before being swiftly knocked to the ground, writhing in agony. The leading man gaped at this spectacle, unable to fathom that these 3 possessed such formidable strength. You have already reached the second tier? Chapter 48. Third-tier zombies. Impossible. We have slain countless zombies and have yet to attain the second tier. How could you have done so? The leader appeared reluctant to accept this reality. Yangbin offered a faint smile, refraining from elucidating further. Did they truly believe they had slain more zombies than the trio? Just over the past 2 days, they had eliminated thousands of zombies, a feat these individuals could hardly compare to. Moreover, reaching the second tier was not merely a matter of the quantity of zombies killed, but rather whether one had slain third-tier zombies. In this regard, no one could rival Yangbin and his companions, as their approach was one of precise searching, while others relied heavily on luck. It was evident that this group was devoid of such fortune, or perhaps simply had not vanquished enough zombies. Housie, they wish to teach us a lesson. Perhaps you should enlighten him as well. So he understands that even among evolvers, there exists a hierarchy of strength, Yangbin remarked nonchalantly. Sure thing, Chenhao replied with a grin, stepping forward and launching a kick at the opponent. However, the adversary quickly evaded, retreating 2 steps to dodge the blow. Oomph! What does being in the second tier matter? I am a practitioner of Sanzhou. I fear you not. The man seized a nearby fire axe and swung it at Chen Hao. With a cold smile, Chen Hao met the attack with his barbell rod, the two weapons clashing with a sharp clang. The axe was sent flying. Sanzhou, you say? Chen Hao scoffed, discarding the barbell rod and executing a powerful kick aimed at his foe once more. The man swiftly crossed his arms in defense. Thud. Chen Hao's kick landed squarely on the man's arm, propelling him several meters away, crashing against the wall, and causing blood to surge from his mouth. How can he be so strong? The man exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief that he had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier, and though he presumed the second tier might be slightly stronger. He thought his years of training in Sanzhou would compensate for any gap. Yet facing Chen Hao, he soon realized the disparity in their strength was far more pronounced than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Hao is no mere second-tier fighter. Then aren't you a practitioner of Sanzhou? Carry on. Chen Hao taunted, a cold sneer on his lips. Damn it. I refuse to believe the difference is truly that vast. The man suppressed the tumult within him and charged at Chen Hao once more, leaping forward to deliver a powerful punch aimed at his head. Chen Hao raised his arm effortlessly to block the strike, then retaliated with a kick to the man's abdomen. The man was sent sprawling, rolling on the ground and coughing up blood. Truly weak, Chen Hao remarked, shaking his head that if we were both second tier, I would slay you like a dog. The man retorted coldly, Did I ask that so? Chen Hao replied with a mocking laugh, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Thud! A dull thump resonated as the man was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the wall. Gushing blood from his mouth, the man stared at Chen Hao with disbelief. A special ability user! He gasped before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Even among second-tier fighters, how long do you think you could withstand my power? Chen Hao declared with pride, observing Chen Hao's demeanor. Yang Bin shook his head in exasperation that he is but a first-tier fighter, and yet you resorted to using abilities. This insufferable fool must be taught a lesson. Forget it. If you must, then so be it. No one will know. But haven't they already figured it out? Hu Wenliang inquired. The dead cannot speak, Yang Bin replied coolly. Brother Bin, do you mean they wish to kill us, hence we have no obligation to spare them? Remember, once enmity is established, leave no survivors, otherwise it will inevitably bring calamity upon oneself. But there are over 20 of them here. Hu Wenliang hesitated. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? I do. I end the apocalypse. One must be ruthless. Chen Hao insisted. Precisely. You have slain numerous zombies, but have yet to take a human life. These individuals will be entrusted to you. Understood. Chen Hao nodded and strode towards the group. He had always heeded Yang Bin's words without question. After a moment's struggle, Hu Wenliang followed suit. Please, do not kill us. We understand our mistakes, that we beg you. We are all classmates, spare us. The group fell to their knees, pleading incessantly. Witnessing this, Chen Hao inhaled deeply, raising his barbell rod to strike down. A flicker of reluctance crossed Hu Wenliang's eyes, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and lifted his rod as well. In an instant, a chorus of anguished screams erupted. Moments later, silence enveloped the scene. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang returned to Yang Bin, both drenched in blood. Chen Hao's expression remained largely unchanged, while Hu Wenliang bore a weighty countenance. Yang Bin patted Hu Wenliang's shoulder. Liangzi, I hope you understand that in this apocalypse, to survive long, one must be merciless. Otherwise, no matter how strong we become, there will come a day when others will orchestrate our downfall. Brother Bin, I understand. It's just that this weighs heavily on my conscience that I will find a way to cope, Hu Wenliang affirmed resolutely. Good. That is all I ask. Yang Bin nodded and approached the window, activating his true sight to gaze below. They had not ascended merely to slay, but rather to seek out zombies. After several exhausting moments, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What is it, Brother Bin? Chen Hao whispered that I have spotted third-tier zombies. Yang Bin announced, Third tier? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes brightened. Did I ask there a way to deal with them? Yang Bin shook his head. It seems impossible. Oddly enough, I have identified 3 third-tier zombies within the entire school, yet each is surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of regular zombies. What's so strange about that? A large horde of zombies increases the chances of high-tier zombies emerging. Chun Hao remarked, perplexed. Perhaps, but I suspect it is not that simple. Yang Bin replied, furrowing his brows. What do you mean? I fear that third-tier zombies possess the ability to summon nearby zombies. Yang Bin stated gravely. This cannot be. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang exchanged incredulous glances that aren't zombies devoid of intelligence. How could they possibly summon their kind? Perhaps I am overthinking it, but if it is true, then eliminating third-tier zombies will become exceedingly difficult. Yang Bin sighed. That IT must be a coincidence that if we cannot handle these, then let us refrain from engaging for now. New third-tier zombies should emerge tomorrow. We will assess the situation then. Indeed, let us first eliminate the second-tier ones and elevate your strength to its peak. Chun Hao affirmed, agreed. After a discussion among several individuals, they departed from Zhongyuan building. Yang Bin, from an upper floor, identified 10 second-tier zombies that could be eliminated. After descending, he took 2 companions with him to systematically dispatch each one. Once they had successfully vanquished all 10 second-tier zombies, Chun Hao and his companion finally ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier, their strength exceeding 500 kilograms by over 30 kilograms. A testament to their rigorous training. Following the slaughter of the zombies, the trio returned to their dormitory. With no means to confront third-tier zombies at present, they opted to rest early and assess the situation on the morrow. Chapter 49. Slaying the third-tier zombie. Upon their return to the dormitory, the 3 consumed a modest meal, took showers, and changed in a clean attire before retiring early. The graduate dormitory consisted of twin rooms, each furnished with 2 beds, a desk below, and a bed above. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang shared a bed, while Yang Bin occupied the other, that is for Xiao Juzi. It had mysteriously disappeared during the day, only to return in the evening. Yang Bin provided it with a blanket, allowing it to curl up behind the door for sleep. Animals possess a heightened sense of alertness compared to humans. Thus, with its presence, any potential danger would be detected promptly. At precisely 11:50 p.m., the trio arose, venturing to the rooftop to gaze at the stars, remaining there until 5 in the morning to catch up on sleep. As Yang Bin had anticipated, although their consumption of crystals no longer enhanced their abilities, their training remained unimpeded, allowing for further development. Yang Bin was uncertain whether this enhancement had an upper limit, but for the time being, there was still room for growth. Awakening again around 9, they washed up, leading a routine that seemed almost normal amidst the apocalypse. After completing their morning rituals, the 3 made their way back to Zhongyuan building, with only one objective in mind: to locate a third-tier zombie to confront. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yang Bin activated his true vision to survey the zombies below. After a considerable time, he withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. Brother Bin, what is the situation? Today, there are 5 more third-tier zombies. However, similar to yesterday, each one is surrounded by at least several hundred other zombies. That I noticed that some of the scattered zombies from yesterday have gathered around the third-tier zombies today. Therefore, I can conclude that third-tier zombies possess the ability to summon nearby zombies, or rather, that the surrounding zombies instinctively converge towards them. Yang Bin stated solemnly. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, Chun Hao and his companions' expressions also turned serious. If that is the case, eliminating the third-tier zombies will be exceedingly challenging. Indeed, it's quite troublesome. Yet we must take action. The longer we delay, the more complicated it will become. That if third-tier zombies are this formidable, I shudder to think of the consequences should a 4th-tier zombie emerge. Even if it possesses the ability to command other zombies, I would not be surprised that if that time comes and we have not strengthened ourselves, we will be in dire straits. Brother Bin, what do you suggest we do? I observed that the third-tier zombie near the laboratory has the fewest surrounding zombies. Only about 300. That we should target it. 300? Only? The 2 stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. Do not look at me like that. This is the minimum count. The others exceed 500. All right, do those 300 contain any second-tier zombies? Yes, approximately a dozen second-tier zombies. Can we truly manage this? We must find a way to enter the laboratory. Inside, there are numerous tables and experimental apparatuses, which can prevent them from encircling us. This should provide us with a fighting chance. However, we cannot ascertain the strength of the third-tier zombie, which poses an uncertain factor. Therefore, my primary focus will be on the third-tier zombie, while the rest must be dealt with by you 2. Understood. The 2 nodded earnestly. Having confirmed their target, the group descended once more. Under Yang Bin's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the laboratory's entrance. With no cover before the laboratory, they were quickly spotted by the horde of zombies upon their appearance. As the zombies began to roar, they surged toward the trio. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Head for the laboratory, right? The trio, along with the cat, dashed toward the laboratory entrance. The zombies were not positioned at the door. Hence, they did not have to confront them directly. However, before they could reach the entrance, several zombies lunged at them from the side. The trio brandished their barbells, swiftly dispatching the approaching zombies. After eliminating over 20 zombies, they finally reached the entrance. The laboratory door was made of aluminum alloy and swung outward, proving difficult to open. Despite Yang Bin's efforts to force it open, the door remained obstinately shut as the zombies drew near. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang stepped forward to shield Yang Bin, fending off the incoming zombies. Grasping one end of the barbell, Yang Bin struck forcefully at the gap between the two doors. After several vigorous blows, the gap finally yielded. Yang Bin inserted the barbell and pried the door open with considerable force. "Let us go." With a swift pull, the three and the cat surged into the laboratory. The pursuing zombies followed closely behind, streaming into the room. The trio intended to secure the entrance, but seeing the overwhelming tide of zombies, they hurried deeper into the laboratory. The laboratory was expansive, cluttered with tables and experimental equipment. Yang Bin and his companions navigated swiftly between the furniture, while the horde of zombies crashed through, toppling tables and scattering equipment, thereby slowing their advance. Using the obstacles to their advantage, they occasionally struck back. Reducing the number of zombies at that moment, a zombie leaped onto a table and lunged at them, a third-tier zombie. Yang Bin's gaze sharpened, and he swung his barbell forcefully at the creature. Bang! The barbell collided with the zombie, successfully repelling it, though Yang Bin was also forced back several steps. What immense strength! Yang Bin muttered. "Brother Bin, can you handle it?" Chun Hao inquired quietly. "Do not worry. Leave this to me. You focus on the other zombies." Understood. After being repelled, the third-tier zombie charged at Yang Bin once more. Yang Bin quickly retreated, leading it to another area. The number of zombies in this spot was overwhelming, making it difficult to fight effectively. Before long, Yang Bin found himself at the far end of the laboratory, the pursuing zombies closing in and lunging at him. Yang Bin swiftly turned, thrusting the barbell toward the zombie's head. Just as he was about to strike, the zombie's head suddenly jerked aside, causing Yang Bin's attack to miss. The zombie wasted no time and tackled him to the ground, aiming to bite at his neck. In a critical moment, Yang Bin swiftly braced the barbell against the creature's mouth and forcefully pushed it away, rolling to escape its grasp. "Damn it. After slaying so many zombies, I'm being pinned down by one." Yang Bin lamented, feeling a heightened sense of gravity. He had not expected that a third-tier zombie would possess the ability to evade attacks, significantly increasing the difficulty of elimination. The zombies did not afford Yang Bin a moment to contemplate. They lunged at him once more. Yang Bin rolled to evade the attack and seized the barbell, striking fiercely at the zombie's head. A crucial moment. The zombie raised its arm to block its head. Bang! The impact shattered its arm. Yet the residual force still struck the zombie's head, causing it to stagger back. Yang Bin's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier zombie, despite having its arm broken. The zombie paid no heed and charged again. Yang Bin swung the barbell once more, delivering another powerful blow. Bang! A second arm was crushed, and the zombie was once again sent reeling. "Now, let us see how you defend yourself." Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bin attacked proactively, swinging the barbell towards the zombie's head. Bang! This time, the zombie could not evade, and the barbell struck true, shattering its skull and splattering blood everywhere. With Yang Bin's strength combined with the solid barbell, even a third-tier zombie's head could not withstand the assault. Chapter 50. Third tier. The third-tier zombie, in terms of physical strength, power, and speed, far surpassed the second-tier zombies. Most notably, third-tier zombies had already learned to protect their heads, making them significantly more challenging to eliminate than their second-tier counterparts. Yang Bin sighed, glancing toward Chun Hao and his companions, who were systematically eliminating zombies using the obstacles for cover, assuring that they faced no immediate danger. Yang Bin approached the body of the third-tier zombie and extracted the crystal from its head. The third-tier crystal was larger than that of the second tier, slightly exceeding the size of a yellow bean. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the energy contained within, even without activating his true vision. Yang Bin wiped the crystal clean and promptly swallowed it. Almost instantly, a surge of immense power flooded into his body. illuminating the third corner of the first star in his mind. An even greater volume of energy coursed through him, continuously reinforcing Yang Bin's physique. After a considerable time, the energy was fully absorbed by his body. Yang Bin clenched his fist, an expression of exhilaration gracing his face. His strength had undoubtedly surpassed 800 kilograms. The sensation of power enhancement is truly exhilarating. Yang Bin sighed, then swiftly seized the barbell and made his way towards Chen Hao and the others. "Brother Bin, did you manage to handle it?" Upon seeing Yang Bin approach, Chen Hao exclaimed with delight. Yang Bin nodded, sweeping the barbell horizontally and shattering the skulls of the several zombies that charged at him. "Have you reached the third tier? Impressive indeed," Hu Wenliang remarked in admiration. "Stop marveling and start killing." Yang Bin urged. "All right." The three spent over an hour eliminating all the zombies, subsequently extracting all the crystals. "Brother Bin, shall we continue hunting the third-tier ones?" Chen Hao inquired. "Yes, but the other third-tier zombies won't be as easy to deal with." Yang Bin contemplated for a moment and said, "Let's first check behind the teaching building for any opportunities." The trio departed from the laboratory and headed towards the teaching building. However, halfway there, they suddenly felt the ground trembling slightly, accompanied by distant roars. Startled, the three exchanged glances, and Yang Bin quickly activated his true sight to investigate, his expression shifting dramatically. "What is wrong, Brother Bin? The zombies near the cafeteria have gone into a frenzy. Thousands are charging this way. We need to find a hiding spot." "Okay." The three hastily concealed themselves inside a nearby multimedia classroom. "Who has such audacity to provoke the zombies near the cafeteria?" Hu Wenliang exclaimed in astonishment. "Rats, a horde of rats larger than cats." Yang Bin replied with a wry smile. "Rats? Aren't they the favorite of Xiao Juji?" Chen Hao glanced at Xiao Juji, who was licking her lips, seemingly eager for the chase. Yang Bin playfully tapped Xiao Juji on the head. "Behave yourself. There are hundreds of rats out there if you dare go near them. They'll gnaw you down to the bone. I don't think the rats still fear cats." "Meow." Xiao Juji protested in a pitiful tone, but complied nonetheless. How could these rats conflict with the zombies? Chen Hao queried in confusion. "It seems these rats are attempting to relocate, only to be pursued by the zombies once they emerged." Yang Bin chuckled. "It appears that mutated beasts and zombies are natural enemies. In this case, humanity isn't entirely besieged." Hu Wenliang added that you're overthinking it. All three factions are enemies, but for now, humans are the easiest to bully. All right. The commotion lasted for over 10 minutes before the last of the rats burrowed back underground, signaling the end. Yang Bin activated his true sight to survey the cafeteria area, his eyes lighting up with realization. What a great opportunity. What opportunity? Chen Hao and the others hurried over. The zombies near the cafeteria, close to the teaching building, have rushed off to chase the rats, yet the third-tier zombies have not followed. So the third-tier ones are isolated? Not exactly isolated, but only a few dozen zombies remain there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Chen Hao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Let us move swiftly. After we finish, we must flee. I fear the zombies may return. All right. The group dashed towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, a group of 70 to 80 people hid in a classroom, cautiously observing the scene. Sister Wei Wei, the zombies have left. There are only a few dozen remaining. Should we take action? Yes, act, the leading woman, resembling a muscular Barbie, decisively commanded. Immediately, the group stealthily exited the classroom, carefully approaching the cluster of zombies. Moments later, both sides unexpectedly converged. Yang Bin and his companions were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a large group, while the newcomers were equally astonished to see Yang Bin and his friends. At that moment, the few dozen zombies near the cafeteria, upon spotting the crowd, surged towards them, completely ignoring Yang Bin and his companions. Prepare for battle, the muscular Barbie shouted, and the 70 to 80 individuals charged at the horde of zombies. This group consisted of both men and women, all evolved beings, with several having consumed more than one crystal, and 2 had even reached the second tier of evolution. The 70 to 80 evolved individuals easily pushed back the 4 to 5 dozen zombies. Brother Bin, what should we do? Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Hao became anxious that we should also engage. Let us focus solely on the third tier one, Yang Bin declared, sprinting towards the fray. This team was exceptionally strong. Incurring some cost would surely lead to the demise of the third-tier zombie. As a fellow classmate, he could not bear to witness their loss, and thus he resolved to assist in eliminating the third-tier zombie. At that moment, the third-tier zombie was already clashing with the muscular Barbie, leaving Yongbin astonished at how evenly matched they appeared. Something's off. Yongbin activated his true sight to scrutinize the opposing side, soon revealing a look of understanding on his face. She is a strength-type ability user. No wonder that zombies continued to fall. The others from the opposing group were poised to assist. Without hesitation, Yongbin leaped into action, striking a zombie from behind with a powerful blow. Bang! The skull shattered and blood splattered everywhere. The sudden turn of events stunned the muscular Barbie. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Yongbin swiftly retrieved the crystal and tucked it into his pocket. You! The muscular Barbie pointed at Yongbin, her face contorted in anger. How could you do this? What is wrong? I'm helping you. Yongbin feigned innocence. Who asked for your help? Hand over that crystal. I killed the zombie, so it's only right I take the crystal, Yongbin asserted matter-of-factly. What's the issue, Sister Weiwei? At this moment, the others had dispatched the remaining zombies and gathered around. He stole my crystal, the muscular Barbie accused, pointing at Yongbin. As her words fell, the rest of the group swiftly encircled Yongbin and his companions. Classmates, isn't it inappropriate for you to snatch crystals like this? A handsome young man addressed Yongbin and his friends. Snatch? I killed the zombies. I took the crystals. How is that stealing? Yongbin replied nonchalantly. The young man furrowed his brow, then turned to the muscular Barbie, asking, did he kill that zombie? Yes, that if he killed it, then taking the crystal seems reasonable. But it's a third-tier zombie. The muscular Barbie whispered that, oh no, this is a serious issue. The young man suddenly appeared alert, turning back to Yongbin. Regardless, without our distraction, you wouldn't have been able to kill this zombie. Moreover, Weiwei played a significant role in this as well, so you cannot monopolize the crystal. Yongbin shook his head. To be honest, without you, we would have likely finished even faster. Stop boasting. Weiwei, why are you being so polite with them? Just take it, another young man in the group complained. The muscular Barbie named Tang Weiwei frowned and looked at Yongbin. That crystal is very important to us. How about this? You can have all the others on the ground. I just want that one. What do you think? Not a chance that I have principles. I only take what I've personally killed. The ones you killed are yours to keep, Yongbin replied calmly. Have your people step aside. Don't force me to take action. Indeed, who do you think you are? Just 3 of you dare to be so arrogant. Jinxiong, be quiet, Tang Weiwei admonished, then turned back to Yongbin. What will it take for you to give me that crystal? Forget it. That crystal is not going to use, of course. You can have your people try and take it. But I hope you can handle the consequences. Yongbin's tone turned cold. Tang Weiwei stared intently at Yongbin, and after a long moment, sighed and instructed the others, step aside. Sister Weiwei, step aside. Seeing Tang Weiwei's anger, the others reluctantly parted to create a path. Yongbin smiled and, alongside Chen Hao and the others, made his exit. Weiwei, why did you let them go? That was a third-tier crystal. If you could reach the third tier, our chances of survival would significantly increase. The handsome young man who spoke earlier frowned. The deal, you think I don't want it. However, if it comes to a fight, our group might not be able to contend with them. Tang Weiwei replied helplessly. How is that possible? There are only 3 of them. How could we not overpower them with 70 to 80 people? The young man expressed disbelief. The leader of that group is at least third tier. Even if I faced him, my chances of winning would be less than 1 in 10. Tang Weiwei said gravely. No way. Are you sure you didn't misjudge? How could someone reach third tier so quickly? The young man's eyes widened. That I wouldn't mistake it. I saw him crush the skull of that third-tier zombie with a single blow. I couldn't even do that, and it seemed he didn't even use his full strength. So he must be at least third tier. Tang Weiwei replied in a low voice. They only have 3 people. If he is already third tier, do you think the other 2 will be any weaker? The man found it difficult to accept the situation at hand. That it is essential to note that Tang Weiwei is an ability user with power amplification. Even before her evolution, she could effortlessly slay a Tier 1 zombie. How could that individual possibly be stronger than they were? Meanwhile, Tang Weiwei gazed at the retreating figures, murmuring to herself, we shall meet again, and when we do, you will understand. However, before she could finish her thought, the departing group suddenly turned around and sprinted back towards them. That a multitude of bewildered expressions greeted their return. Hurry, let the people in the cafeteria open the door. The zombies are back, Yongbin shouted. Upon hearing Yongbin's words, the group was instantly alarmed, and shortly thereafter, they beheld the throng of zombies surging towards them. What the hell? Their faces paled as they rushed towards the side entrance of the cafeteria, pounding on the door frantically. "Open the door! Quickly, open the door!" Inside the cafeteria, a group of individuals who had previously been in despair revealed expressions of joy upon hearing the knocking. Soon, someone attempted to open the door. "Do not open the door! Who dares to open it? I will chop into pieces," a man wielding a kitchen knife declared menacingly. Instantly, those who had intended to open the door complied and crouched down obediently. The atmosphere within the cafeteria had drastically changed. The last scramble for food had devolved into a battle among thousands, and even before the zombies had breached the premises, chaos had already erupted inside. The consequences of this conflict were dire, resulting in dozens of deaths and hundreds of injuries. Ultimately, a group of students, who had always relished in fighting, banded together to become the tyrants of the cafeteria. Some had arrived armed, while others had seized kitchen knives from the kitchen. After slaughtering dozens, they instilled a sense of terror in the rest. Subsequently, they commandeered the kitchen, indulging themselves in a lavish feast. Initially, they had no intention of sharing with others, but fearing backlash from the masses, they reluctantly allowed the chef to continue serving porridge to the others. Anyone who expressed dissent faced brutal beatings or even had their limbs severed. Eventually, the remaining individuals ceased their objections, resigned to their fate. After all, they had previously consumed porridge, and now they were still eating porridge, so they quickly accepted the new reality. However, after their acceptance, the tyrants grew increasingly audacious, mercilessly assaulting anyone they found displeasing. Teachers who had previously scolded them or spoken ill of them also fell victim to their wrath. Eventually, they began to lay hands on some female classmates. When the principal intervened, he was severely beaten, and right before his eyes, they dragged the girl he was trying to protect to the back, leaving everyone to ponder her fate. The principal shouted for assistance. Yet all heads hung low in silence. Ultimately, he collapsed in a fit of anger and despair, never to rise again. From that moment on, the group became even more unrestrained, their suppressed malice fully unleashed. Periodically, girls were dragged into the kitchen, and no one dared to intervene. Those who did were either beaten to death or left severely injured, leading to a collective reluctance to act. Everyone chose to prioritize their own safety. They had initially thought that they could only wait for rescue to escape this predicament, but unexpectedly, someone was knocking at the door today. The sound of knocking signified that perhaps the zombies outside had retreated, igniting a flicker of hope in countless hearts. However, upon seeing the ferocious gazes of the individuals outside, the occupants hesitated to open the door. Chapter 52. He became urgent outside. Yongbin and the others had returned to the cafeteria. "Is the door still not open?" Yongbin inquired anxiously. "To know. The people inside aren't responding," Tang Weiwei replied, shaking her head. "With your strength, can't you just kick the door down?" Yongbin retorted, exasperated, "that I'm afraid of breaking it. What if the zombies come flooding in afterward?" Tang Weiwei replied sheepishly, "Damn. If you don't kick it down soon, the zombies will help you with the kicking." Yongbin scoffed, then delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! With over 800 kilograms of force, his kick surprisingly failed to breach the door, leaving Yongbin astonished. He activated his true sight to peer inside, only to discover that the door was barricaded with a pile of tables and chairs. "Seriously, do they have to be this extreme?" Yongbin muttered. Yet he understood, if it weren't for these obstacles, the zombies would have likely invaded long ago. After pondering for a moment, he shouted into the interior, "Open the door quickly. We are here to rescue you. The zombies have all retreated, and everyone can come out now." Tang Weiwei and the others widened their eyes in disbelief at Yongbin's audacity. However, what astonished them even more was that, almost immediately after Yongbin's words, the sounds of tables and chairs being moved could be heard from within. The term rescue was sufficient to make the occupants forget their fears. Their perseverance had been solely for the sake of awaiting rescue. The ruthless group, upon hearing that rescuers had arrived, was momentarily taken aback, hoping to intervene, but the majority of people had already begun to act, rendering them incapable of stopping them. Observing the actions of those inside, Yongbin glanced at the approaching horde of zombies, his anxiety escalating that as the zombies drew nearer, a portion of the barricade remained unmoved. Yongbin could no longer wait. He delivered another forceful kick to the door. Bang! Instantly, the door burst open, and the tables and chairs tumbled to the ground. Everyone rushed into the cafeteria and quickly closed the door behind them. "Hurry, move the tables and chairs back," several individuals shouted as they braced against the door. Yet, the people inside wore expressions of utter confusion as they regarded the newcomers. "Didn't you say the zombies had all left this way?" one asked. "You took too long to open the door. The zombies have returned." Yongbin responded calmly. "So, can we still go out?" "Not for the time being." Fortunately, Tang Weiwei's group was numerous, and they swiftly moved the tables and chairs back to reinforce the door. With a collective sigh of relief, they acknowledged the gravity of the situation, for the 5,000 zombies were no laughing matter. Subsequently, the group surveyed the cafeteria, their brows furrowing in dismay. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and in one corner lay a heap of corpses, a sight that starkly contrasted with their expectations. Moreover, the expressions of those present were numb, with several still bearing injuries. "What transpired here?" Tang Weiwei inquired. Her brow furrowed. Yet no one answered. They all lowered their heads in silence. Tang Weiwei approached a girl who was quietly sobbing and asked, "What happened?" The girl seemed about to speak, but suddenly glanced in a particular direction, quickly lowering her head in fear. Tang Weiwei followed the girl's gaze, only to find a group of people standing there, their eyes cold as they scrutinized everyone. Upon noticing Tang Weiwei's gaze, they quickly transformed their expressions into smiles. "Did you do this?" Tang Weiwei pointed to the pile of corpses in the corner. "Impossible. A battle broke out here 2 days ago due to food disputes. These people were merely collateral damage." The leading man replied with a forced smile. The blood-stained weapons in the hands of the newcomers made him wary. "That's so?" Tang Weiwei directed her gaze towards one of her companions. Yes, the individual hastily nodded. Tang Weiwei frowned, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. "Weiwei, with over 1,000 people in the cafeteria, conflicts over food are inevitable. This is beyond our control," a nearby man remarked. Tang Weiwei nodded, her brows still furrowed. Then on the other side, "Brother Bin, what do you think?" "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here," Chen Hao said, looking at Yang Bin. "There's something definitely suspicious." Yang Bin replied coldly. He then turned to Tang Weiwei and asked, "Fat woman, do you want to check the back of the kitchen?" Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the group instantly changed their expressions, glaring at him menacingly. "When did I become fat? I prefer to call it robust." Tang Weiwei glared at Yang Bin. "All right, fine, robust woman. I have a name. I am Tang Weiwei," she retorted angrily. Okay, Tang Weiwei, it is that deal. You want to take a look in the back kitchen?" "What is back there?" "You'll find out when you go and find." Tang Weiwei nodded, leading her group towards the kitchen. That moment, the previously friendly group suddenly blocked their path. "Stay outside. There will be food for you. As for everything else, don't meddle." The leader's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. "What if I insist on intervening?" Tang Weiwei challenged. "Then it will be detrimental for everyone. Just based on you?" Tang Weiwei scoffed, then delivered a kick that sent the man flying. "Damn, you dare to strike?" A throng of men behind suddenly brandished their weapons, glaring furiously at Tang Weiwei. In response, those accompanying Tang Weiwei also drew their arms, pointing them menacingly at their adversaries. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Although the numbers favored the opposing group, their intimidation was utterly dwarfed by the formidable presence of Tang Weiwei's team, all of whom were first-tier warriors, with the majority reaching the pinnacle of their tier. And even at the second tier, in contrast, the opposition comprised merely a band of vicious, ordinary individuals, entirely mismatched in caliber. "Stand aside," Tang Weiwei commanded coldly. While the group before her quivered with apprehension, they did not yield. "Attack," she declared decisively. In an instant, her companions surged forward, and the two factions clashed violently. However, what transpired was less a battle and more an overwhelming rout. The assailants were utterly powerless against Tang Weiwei's team, falling to the ground within mere minutes. Tang Weiwei stepped over them, making her way into the kitchen. Surprisingly, having a larger team does lend an air of authority, Chen Hao remarked suddenly. Indeed, Yang Bin nodded in agreement that we must find a way to bolster our numbers, but we cannot act recklessly. Quality over quantity is my mantra. My only requirement is that they possess abilities that really is simple requirement. One quipped. After all, we are aiming for an elite path. Well, with you around, I have no doubt we will find capable individuals. Another responded, It's a pity that this robust woman has already formed a team. Otherwise, she would have been quite an asset, Yang Bin commented. Robust. That's merely a sign of good health, Hu Wenliang retorted. Do you fancy her type? Yang Bin teased, watching Hu Wenliang with a grin. Did I? I do not. Hu Wenliang stammered, flustered. If you like her, just admit it without embarrassment. But honestly, she is quite attractive, albeit a bit stocky. However, she complements your lanky frame quite well, but don't worry. I'll teach you some tricks for charming women. I assure you, you will win her over, Chen Hao said, patting Hu Wenliang on the shoulder. To know what you call charm is merely the art of groveling, and it leads to nothing but ruin. I refuse to learn that. Speak of this again, and I shall take you on. Oh, he's serious now. Chapter 53. The frenzied woman. After a considerable time, Tang Weiwei emerged from the kitchen. Her expression dark and stormy. You shall pay, she seethed, trembling with rage as she gazed upon the group. Her teammates wore expressions of grim determination. Did I end this apocalypse? Death was inevitable. Why suppress one's desires? I dare say many men present harbored similar thoughts, but lacked the courage to act upon them. The leader of the opposing group shouted maniacally, Today, we concede defeat, but can you truly escape? The food in the cafeteria is scarce, and outside, the undead swarm. We are all destined to starve, waiting for a rescue. Is that even plausible? Even if assistance were to arrive, you would not last until then. This is no concern of yours. MOU. Kill them. Tang Weiwei commanded icily. As her words fell, a dashing figure beside her advanced, wielding a fire axe that cleaved through the air, sending a large head soaring. Many screamed in terror. What on earth happened inside to provoke such fury in this woman? Chen Hao inquired curiously. A group of tortured naked women, Yang Bin sighed. Indeed, those men truly deserve their fate. Moments later, several women from Tang Weiwei's team emerged, leading a dozen dazed individuals. These women's eyes were hollow, their faces ashen. However, upon seeing the fallen men, their expressions twisted into a frenzy, and they lunged at them, mouths agape. Duh. Get away! The cafeteria echoed with their screams, and it took a while before those bitten managed to escape, each bearing wounds, some even with flesh torn away. After venting their fury, the women collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Did I end this apocalypse? If a woman lacks strength, being attractive is merely a curse. Yang Bin shook his head. Indeed, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded in solemn agreement. The women before them were both beautiful and well-proportioned. What a shame. Clang. Several Tang knives were cast before the group of women, and Tang Weiwei's icy voice rang out. What good is weeping? Take up arms and slay those who have wronged you. Startled, the women exchanged glances between Tang Weiwei and the knives on the ground, momentarily at a loss. However, it wasn't long before a few rose, grabbing the Tang knives and charging at the men with reckless abandon. In that moment, fear was forgotten, replaced by sheer hatred. They could never forget the atrocities inflicted upon them. The scars on their chests and the pain in their bodies served as constant reminders of the humiliation they endured. Blood splattered, and cries of anguish filled the air. Before long, several men were reduced to a bloody pulp, and the women, drenched in crimson, showed no signs of stopping. The onlookers were horrified, retreating hastily to avoid being caught in the chaos. Women, when driven mad, could be truly terrifying. It wasn't long before the assailants were nearly ground into paste. Only then did the women pause, the manic expressions slowly fading as they beheld their handiwork. Leading some to retch, most of the onlookers were now crouched on the ground, vomiting at the surreal spectacle. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. The remaining ruthless men, who moments ago had seemed fearless, were now filled with dread. Death was not frightening, but being reduced to a mere pulp was truly terrifying. They knelt, bowing repeatedly, offering fervent apologies that a few women, knives in hand, hesitated and ultimately could not bring themselves to strike. Tang Weiwei shook her head and addressed the women who had just acted. From now on, you shall accompany us. Yes. Thank you, thank you. The women, having truly experienced the brutal reality of the apocalypse, understood the significance of belonging to a powerful team. The other women looked at Tang Weiwei with hopeful anticipation, but she turned her attention to Yang Bin, who had been observing. What do you think should be done with the remaining individuals? Yang Bin had not expected her to seek his opinion so suddenly, but given her temperament, it was likely a test. Kill them, of course. What use is it to spare them? Yongbin rolled his eyes. Very well. Tang Weiwei nodded and turned to her companions, commanding, kill them all. Understood. Her team advanced towards the group of men. Soon, the cafeteria was filled with screams and pleas for mercy. Tang Weiwei's team showed no mercy. After enduring this apocalypse for so long, they had long surpassed any hesitations. Otherwise, they would not have survived outside for this long. Killing humans was no different from slaying zombies. The only distinction was that humans were easier to dispatch. Yet they could be more terrifying than the undead. Before long, the cries faded, and the remaining men ultimately paid for their transgressions. Over 1,000 spectators watched in a mix of relief, fear, and numbness. After the executions, Tang Weiwei turned once more to Yongbin, asking, "What shall we do next? The outside is swarming with zombies, and it seems we cannot escape. We just checked in the kitchen. Indeed, the supplies are dwindling. With over 1,000 people in the cafeteria, even if we eat porridge daily, we can last at most 3 days. Could we not stretch it out a bit longer with our numbers?" Yongbin suggested with a smile. "You?" The onlookers gaped at Yongbin. "Haha, just a jest. No need to be so tense," he chuckled. "Yet with so many, it truly is a waste of food. What sort of talk is that? How can you call it a waste of food? I see you are no better than those men, thinking solely of hoarding the supplies." Voices around him erupted in outrage. "Am I mistaken? Those supplies would only extend your lives by 3 days at most. What then? If rescue does not come, you will perish after those 3 days. So why waste the food? If we consume it ourselves, we could last a month. By then, we might just hold out until help arrives. How can you be so selfish? Why should you be the one to eat? What gives you that right? Our strength gives us that right." Yongbin retorted coldly, "A bunch of cowards who only bully the weak. Where were you when those men acted with impunity? Now you all jump out, thinking we are more accommodating than they." Upon hearing Yongbin's words, some individuals opened their mouths, rendered speechless, their faces flushed with indignation. Previously, the victims had little connection to them, thus they maintained their silence. However, with their own interests now at stake, how could they refrain from intervening? Chapter 54. The final meal. Are you truly planning to monopolize the food and deny them sustenance? Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Yongbin. I wouldn't stoop to such a level. Yet these individuals have grown too comfortable. It's time to instill a sense of crisis within them. What do you mean? We cannot remain in the cafeteria indefinitely. We must venture outside. Yet thousands of zombies guard the perimeter. With our current strength, escape is impossible, though we must coordinate our efforts collectively to have any chance. However, they are aware that food still exists. Until the very last morsel is consumed, they are unlikely to risk everything. But you should be acutely aware that the zombies are evolving daily, that if we wait 3 more days, the outside may very well be teeming with second-tier zombies, making escape even less feasible. That I understand. Tang Weiwei nodded. However, even if we charge out together now, the losses would be substantial. At least half would perish. If these people hesitate to act, total annihilation is a distinct possibility. Yongbin sighed that if this had occurred a couple of days ago, it would have been manageable, as most were ordinary zombies. Now, however, they are predominantly first-tier zombies. And I have little faith in these individuals. Yet, we have no choice but to rally everyone. With over 1,000 people, if each were to slay just one, that would amount to over 1,000 zombies. But if we rely solely on them to do the killing, who knows how long it will take. Even if they are too frightened to engage zombies directly, even a slight diversion would alleviate some pressure. Upon hearing Yongbin's remarks, Tang Weiwei fell silent. The prospect of half their forces perishing weighed heavily on her heart. Nonetheless, she recognized the truth in Yongbin's words. With each passing day, the hope for survival dwindled. And in the end, all would perish. After a prolonged silence, Tang Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "What do you propose we do? You have the numbers. Let your people prepare the meal. Today, we shall cook all the rice." Severing their retreat while also providing them with a hearty meal, ensuring they have the strength to fight the zombies. Very well, but we need weapons to combat the zombies. Where will so many acquire arms? The legs of those tables in the cafeteria are iron. Once we finish eating, we can simply dismantle them. I suppose that works. Hey, you're rather dim-witted. Why not pair up with my brother Liangzi? Otherwise, I fear you may struggle to survive in this apocalypse. Yongbin remarked. That I'm dim-witted? Tang Weiwei exclaimed, pointing at herself with wide eyes. She had always been the core of the team, with nearly all strategies originating from her, which had allowed them to progress to this point in the apocalypse. Now, with someone calling her dim-witted, how could she accept it? Yet, she had to concede that the man before her did indeed seem slightly more astute, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. Meanwhile, the handsome man beside Tang Weiwei cast a wary gaze at Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang. He could not ascertain which was Liangzi, but he was certain it was one of the two. However, he soon figured it out, as upon hearing Yang Bin's words, the slender man's face flushed. What the hell? The woman I have my eyes on could never pair with you, the man thought to himself. Tang Weiwei forcibly suppressed her anger, gritting her teeth. My affairs do not require your concern. Even without a man, I, Tang Weiwei, can survive in this apocalypse. Do not speak so definitively. My brother Liangzi is quite capable. You may find yourself needing him one day. Yang Bin chuckled that if he truly possesses such abilities, we shall see. After speaking, Tang Weiwei departed with her group. Brother Bin, how could you do this? Aren't you creating a mismatched pair? Hu Wenliang said, both amused and exasperated. Just admit you have feelings for her. Chen Hao interjected that I do, but you can't just act recklessly. Isn't that counterproductive? What do you know? If Brother Bin doesn't take action, they won't even know who you are. At least now, they glanced your way. Chen Hao countered that I would prefer she never saw me. Hu Wenliang replied with a wry smile. Liangzi, I've thought of a way for you to win her over. Yang Bin suddenly said. What is it? Before Hu Wenliang could respond, Chen Hao eagerly inquired, I'll injure that woman, and then Liangzi can heal her. Perhaps she will feel indebted and offer herself in return. Yang Bin replied sagely, what kind of ridiculous plan is that? You might as well just have Liangzi force her. Even that would be risky. Liangzi may not even be her match, given her strength. Enough. You two stop concocting absurd schemes. This is an apocalypse. Let us focus on survival first, rather than these frivolities, Hu Wenliang retorted, exasperated. All right, but I must warn you, Liangzi, that the pretty boy beside that woman clearly harbors feelings for her. He has the advantage of proximity, leaving you with none. Chen Hao remarked, no advantage. So be it. It's merely our first meeting, that it's not as if I'm infatuated like you are with Lu Xia. Hu Wenliang retorted. Why does this always come back to me? Because we're discussing it. Fine, let us change the topic. Truth be told, I understand Brother Bin's intention. You want me to pursue her so she will join us, providing us with a strong ally. But this matter cannot be rushed. It must unfold naturally. Very well, do as you wish. Yang Bin shrugged, ceasing the discussion and activating his true sight to scan the over 1,000 people in the cafeteria. After a considerable time, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze, shaking his head in resignation. Out of over 1,000 people, not a single one possessed special abilities. Was the probability truly so low? Originally, all 3 of them in their dormitory had abilities, leading him to believe that the likelihood of finding more was significant. Only upon this realization did he understand that their prior luck was merely that luck. They ought to be grateful to Chen Hao. His phone call had resulted in the emergence of 3 evolved individuals. Had it not been for that call, they might have been fast asleep, perhaps even transforming into zombies in their slumber. Even if they hadn't turned, they would likely have been assimilated by Lu Bo with this thought. Yang Bin found himself feeling unexpectedly grateful towards Lu Xia. Green was indeed advantageous. After a while, Tang Weiwei and the others returned from behind, bringing several large buckets of rice and a sizable plate of potatoes. The aroma of the meal wafted through the cafeteria, causing everyone to widen their eyes at Tang Weiwei and her group. Everyone must be famished. Today's meal is abundant. Tang Weiwei declared loudly. Really? How wonderful! The crowd trembled with excitement, having not had a satisfying meal in days. Grateful expressions adorned their faces as they gazed at Tang Weiwei and her companions, unaware that this could very well be their final feast. Yet even if they were aware, they would still indulge, for this was their sole opportunity. Chapter 55, Severing the Retreat in the Cafeteria. At this moment, aside from those still queuing for food, most individuals had already filled their bowls with rice and small plates of potatoes, eating contentedly. This meal, after so many days, was undoubtedly the most delectable. The potatoes, once loathed before the apocalypse, now rivaled delicacies. Yang Bin and his companions each sat at a table with a bowl of rice and a plate of potatoes. That it was not that they wished to indulge differently. Rather, the kitchen had only potatoes available. Who would have thought, after days of bread and biscuits, I now find rice to be incredibly delicious, Chinhao remarked. Indeed, the potatoes are delightful as well. It seems there are indeed culinary experts among their ranks. Hu Wenliang mumbled through a mouthful that you're just too unaccustomed to proper food. Everything tastes good to you. These potatoes were merely boiled in a large pot, seasoned with nothing but oil and salt. Where's the evidence of a culinary expert? Yang Bin retorted that, all right, perhaps I misjudged your culinary knowledge. Hu Wenliang conceded awkwardly that it's good to have so many people. Meals are prepared swiftly with such numbers. Chunhao reflected. Yes, Tang Weiwei has quite the knack for team management. The execution capability of her team is impressive. Yang Bin noted seriously that I believe that as well. But I am confident that you surpass her. Brother Bin, Chunhao asserted, never doubting Yang Bin's abilities, that I share that belief. Hu Wenliang concurred. Stop buttering him up. Eat quickly. After the meal, Haozi, you should consume this crystal that we will likely need to clear the path ahead. And even with many of us, the pressure will be significant. So, you must elevate to third tier as swiftly as possible. Understood. Chinhao nodded, hastily finishing his rice before accepting the crystal from Yang Bin and swallowing it without hesitation. After a while, Chinhao fully absorbed the crystal's energy, becoming a third-tier evolver. The onset of the apocalypse. Having 2 third-tier members in a team would undoubtedly overpower 99 of other teams. Over an hour later, nearly everyone in the cafeteria had finished their meals, leaving their bowls spotless. This moment, Tang Weiwei once again stood up and proclaimed loudly, has everyone eaten their fill? I am satiated. Thank you, the beautiful Tang. Everyone responded in unison. During this time, the name of Tang Weiwei had become known to all, as they were all from the same school and surely had acquaintances among them. Having vanquished the villains and rescued that group of women, and now providing a hearty meal for everyone, Tang Weiwei's image was exceptionally favorable in the eyes of all. As long as we are full. That is sufficient. However, I must convey some unfortunate news. This meal was prepared from all the leftover rice in the kitchen, meaning there is currently no food left in the back. What? Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Although they had their doubts initially, the sight of the fragrant rice had made them cast aside all misgivings. Now, hearing Tang Weiwei's words felt as if they had been struck by lightning. If you do not believe me, you may go take a look in the kitchen. Tang Weiwei reiterated that as her words fell, quite a few rushed into the kitchen. After a considerable time, these individuals emerged, each with a grim countenance. There was not a single grain of rice left, nor even a leaf of vegetable. The floor was cleaner than their faces. Why would you do this? Many began to question Tang Weiwei. The food inside could barely last 3 days, even if one were to subsist on porridge daily. Rather than starve for 3 more days, it would be better to have a hearty meal now. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Weiwei chuckled that if we could survive for 3 more days, perhaps rescue would arrive. Your stance effectively cuts off everyone's chance of survival. The very people who had just been expressing their gratitude now glared angrily at Tang Weiwei and her companions. Rescue, rescue. Always thinking of rescue. Do you not know how to save yourselves? Are you simply going to wait for death if rescue does not come? Tang Weiwei retorted furiously that we will be leaving soon. If you wish to escape, think of ways to detach the table legs as weapons and charge out with us. If you prefer to stay here and wait for death, feel free with that. Tang Weiwei ceased to concern herself with the others and returned to her group to discuss matters that as her words settled. The expressions of those present shifted constantly, to be honest, after all these days. They had already harbored little hope for rescue deep within their hearts, merely unwilling to confront the reality. People tend to behave this way. Only when faced with the final moment do they consider fighting for their lives. Although they had been consuming minimal porridge in the cafeteria, at least they were not starving. Each day was a day survived, and who knew when rescue might come. However, now that the food was gone, remaining here only meant the likelihood of starving to death. This moment, they finally began to confront reality, understanding that they must venture out to find a path to survival, with someone leading them out. This was their only opportunity. Should they miss it, they would be left to await their demise, and one wished to wait for death. So soon many began to detach the table legs. They flipped the tables over and kicked them vigorously. With a few more kicks, they could break them, and if necessary, they could enlist the help of others. Before long, the table legs were removed one by one. Though not particularly sturdy, they at least served as decent weapons. A group of people, armed with their makeshift weapons, turned their gazes towards Tang Weiwei. Excellent. It appears none of you wish to remain here and await death. If that is the case, we shall charge out together shortly. However, I must forewarn you, this charge will be exceedingly perilous. Prepare yourselves mentally. If anyone is afraid to slay the zombies, then you should stay behind. Are there any who fear killing zombies? Tang Weiwei Sautet? None. The crowd displayed resolute expressions. Having chosen to fight, they were determined to overcome this challenge. Tang Weiwei nodded, then approached Yang Bin. This moment. Everyone realized that this formidable woman seemed to be seeking the opinion of that individual. If I am not mistaken, the decision to cook all the rice must have originated from this fellow. After all, he had previously claimed he would consume all the food himself. Many gazes directed at Yang Bin were filled with hostility. It was genuinely perplexing why the powerful Tang Weiwei would seek the counsel of someone leading a mere three-person team. Tang Weiwei's own teammates shared similar sentiments. They too noticed that the previously composed and decisive Weiwei seemed less assured in her actions since encountering this individual. It appeared they needed to distance themselves from these few characters quickly, thought the handsome man named Mou inwardly. Chapter 56. Breaking out of the cafeteria regardless of how others thought. Tang Weiwei had now come before Yang Bin. When shall we commence? Yang Bin activated his true vision, scanning all four directions, discovering that the zombies were least concentrated in the direction from which they had just entered. And moreover, there were no third-tier zombies in that area, making it the most favorable route for a breakthrough. Grant them 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, we will charge out through the side door. At that time, I will lead my people in the front, while your team will cover the sides and the rear. The task of clearing the path ahead is exceedingly difficult. Are you certain your trio can manage? Tang Weiwei questioned with some skepticism that if you doubt our abilities, you may take the lead. I have no objections. Yang Bin waved his hand, for had it not been for the others lacking this capability, he would not have taken on this task. That I do not question your capabilities. Rather, I wonder if 3 individuals may be somewhat insufficient, considering the extreme dangers ahead. Then you should also join the front. Having more people will certainly be better, Yang Bin suggested. Agreed, Tang Weiwei nodded. Very well, it is settled. Remember, this time our primary objective is to survive. Make it clear to everyone that no one is to attempt to collect crystals. Anyone who stops to do so will be killed, Yang Bin declared coldly. Why do you not say that? Your prestige is greater. Yang Bin smiled. Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes, feeling as though she were being treated as an assistant. 10 minutes later, are you ready? Yang Bin addressed the vast crowd behind him, eliciting solemn nods from all. That a glance at Tang Weiwei revealed her affirmation. With a wave of her hand, her teammates swiftly began to clear the tables and chairs. In an instant, Chun Hao yanked the door open, and Yang Bin charged forth, wielding the barbell like a weapon, dispatching the unsuspecting zombies clustered at the entrance. Without hesitation, he surged ahead. Behind him, Chun Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Tang Weiwei quickly followed suit, and soon, others joined the fray. Suddenly, a throng of zombies, stirred by the influx of people, lunged towards them with frenzied excitement. The group formed a triangular formation, with Yang Bin leading the charge. His barbell crashing down mercilessly upon the undead, swiftly eliminating one after another to either side. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang dealt with the zombies rushing in from the flanks, while Tang Weiwei, armed with a fire axe, found herself feeling somewhat superfluous. Ultimately, she had to retreat slightly to assist her fellow teammates in fending off the zombies from the rear. That as Yang Bin pressed deeper into the horde, the others soon found themselves in close combat with the zombies. Perhaps the psychological preparations had borne fruit, or perhaps the gravity of their situation had dawned on them. At that moment, everyone wielded table legs, striking fiercely at the advancing zombies. Though their attacks were somewhat chaotic, they nonetheless prevented the zombies from closing in. The advantage of sheer numbers became apparent. With 4,000 to 5,000 zombies, if they all focused their attacks on Yang Bin and his companions, fatigue alone could spell their doom. However, with so many sharing the burden, they at least avoided being besieged from all sides. Yet, these zombies were no ordinary foes, confronted with the relentless onslaught of first-tier zombies. How could these ordinary individuals withstand the pressure? Before long, casualties began to emerge from the crowd, one after another succumbing to the ravenous zombies, eliciting horrified gasps from those around them. However, as more and more individuals fell victim to the onslaught, the remaining survivors seemed to be galvanized, their initial fear transforming into a frenzied determination. There was no turning back now. To fight was the only option to survive. Casting aside their fears, they struck fiercely at the oncoming zombies. Up ahead, Bin had lost count of how many zombies he had slain, the masses before him still seemingly endless. For every one he dispatched, another would immediately take its place, considerably slowing his advance. Fortunately, having reached the third tier, his strength of over 800 kilograms allowed him to stand unwavering amidst the throng of zombies, advancing steadily, albeit slowly, yet resolutely leading the others forward. Many were awestruck by Bin's formidable prowess. Finally understanding why even a woman as strong as Tang Weiwei heeded his commands, Tang Weiwei herself was equally astonished. Being closest to him, she felt the full weight of his strength. Although she had surmised he had reached the third tier, she had believed her own abilities would not lag far behind. However, it became strikingly clear that the gap between them was vast. In a direct confrontation, she doubted she could withstand even a single blow from him. What astonished her even more was the extraordinary strength of the two individuals flanking him. 3 of them, 2 at the third tier and 1 at the pinnacle of the second tier. Was such a combination truly necessary? The other members of Tang Weiwei's team fell silent. When she had previously asserted that their team might not measure up to Bin's, they had scoffed. Now, in retrospect, they felt a chill of dread. Had Tang Weiwei not intervened, they might have faced dire consequences. The battle raged on, the number of survivors dwindling, and the group gradually began to break free from the encirclement that if things continued as they were, it was reasonable to expect an escape, perhaps with fewer losses than Bin had anticipated, for he had not foreseen the extent to which these individuals would become utterly unhinged. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, a person, overpowered by a zombie, inadvertently grasped a crystal. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, he disregarded the rules established prior. Swallowing the crystal whole, in an instant, the crystal transformed into energy that coursed through his body. Just moments from being devoured, he erupted with newfound strength, shoving the zombie aside before springing to his feet and delivering a fatal blow with an iron rod. This spectacle caught the attention of many, prompting them to scan their surroundings eagerly. Shortly thereafter, another individual, having been bitten by a zombie and facing imminent transformation, clutched a crystal extracted from a zombie's skull and consumed it in desperation. To everyone's astonishment, his body gradually returned to normal, freeing him from the threat of becoming a zombie. It had been rumored online that first-tier evolved beings could resist the energy erosion of first-tier zombies. Now, it was undeniable. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. With zombie corpses strewn about, anyone who could acquire a crystal not only stood to gain immense power, but also the assurance that injuries would not lead to zombification. At that moment, the regulations set by Tang Weiwei were utterly discarded. In their minds, becoming stronger equated to a greater chance of escape. Thus, the throng began to covertly seize crystals, escalating their efforts into a frenzied scramble. By the time Bin and the others became aware of the situation, it had spiraled out of control. Damn it. Bin cursed. His greatest fear had come to pass. Why aren't you all keeping an eye on your people? Everyone's preoccupied with the zombies. Who has the time to watch over them? Tang Weiwei replied, exasperated that at that moment, the scramble for crystals had thrown their formation into disarray, and under the relentless assault of the zombies. The group quickly fragmented into several segments. Without Bin to lead the way, those separated could be deemed lost. Those who wish to live, follow me. Those who seek death, go after the crystals, Bin shouted, disregarding the others as he hastened his movements. Everyone, stay close. Don't mind those people. Tang Weiwei urged her teammates, swiftly catching up to Bin. Some individuals, still possessing a semblance of clarity, hurried to follow suit. As those who had managed to seize crystals lifted their heads, they were met with a sea of zombies surrounding them. Chapter 57. The escape. As the numbers dwindled, the pressure on the remaining crowd intensified. Chunhao joined Bin's side, and together they abandoned defense, launching a fierce assault against the horde of zombies. With 2 third-tier evolved beings pushing forward, the group's momentum significantly increased. Minutes later, Bin delivered a powerful kick that toppled 7 or 8 zombies, allowing him to burst through the encirclement. The survivors immediately followed suit, escaping before the zombies could regroup for another assault. However, from an initial count of over 1,800, fewer than 500 remained, a loss of more than 2/3 of their number. Run towards the teaching building, Yangbin shouted, sweeping his barbell to fend off a nearby cluster of zombies. The remaining individuals possessing a measure of intelligence heeded Yangbin's command, racing towards the teaching building without hesitation. Yangbin, along with Tang Weiwei and the others, also made their way there, slaying the pursuing zombies as they fled in no time. The group burst into the teaching building, swiftly ascending the stairs and fortifying the stairwell. For Yangbin and his companions, battling zombies in the stairwell was second nature. The stairwell of the teaching building was considerably larger than that of the dormitory. And fortunately, they were not alone in their efforts. The 5 of them, consisting of Yangbin, Chen Hao, Hu Wenliang, Tang Weiwei, and Mou, 2 second-tier evolved beings, were sufficient to secure the stairwell. Exhausted, they collapsed at the staircase's entrance while the others hastily took refuge in the classrooms. Yangbin shook his head. He had initially considered lowering his standards to recruit a few allies from among these individuals, but now it seemed unnecessary. Half an hour later, the stairwell was completely blocked, and the 5 of them lay sprawled on the ground, utterly spent. This time, they were truly exhausted. Even Yangbin felt incapable of lifting the barbell any longer. After a considerable pause, they began to recover. Tang Weiwei turned to Yangbin, expressing her gratitude sincerely. "Thank you. We owe our survival to you." "Don't thank me. We were merely looking to escape ourselves. You were just fortunate to be along for the ride." Yangbin waved dismissively. "Regardless, without you, we would never have made it out this time," Tang Weiwei insisted earnestly. She understood all too well the difficulties they had faced. Their team had dwindled from 70 or 80 to just over 40, nearly halving their number. The hardships endured by Yangbin and his group, who had led the charge, were all too evident. She knew she would not have made it out under similar circumstances. "I'm curious, how did the 3 of you manage to elevate your powers to such heights in such a short time?" "I didn't observe any special abilities," Tang Weiwei inquired, puzzled that that's not something I can disclose. "You're not Liangzi's wife," Yangbin replied cryptically. "I spoke out of turn," Tang Weiwei conceded, somewhat sheepishly. Yangbin chuckled but remained silent. The group sat on the ground, taking a moment to rest, despite their numerous injuries. The presence of outsiders prevented Yangbin from allowing Hu Wenliang to provide treatment. Hu Wenliang's abilities were quite unique. Should they be discovered, it would lead to significant complications. Thus, treatment would have to wait until they returned to the dormitory. After resting for over half an hour, Yangbin rose to his feet. "All right, night is approaching. We need to leave. I have no desire to spend the night in a classroom. The stairwell is completely blocked. How are you going to get out?" "Jump from the second-floor window, of course. The teaching building is not as enclosed as the cafeteria. There are plenty of exits. Are you not concerned about them?" "I am not their parent. It is enough that I brought them out." Yangbin rolled his eyes and said, "All right, so you are not going to collect these crystals either." Tang Weiwei pointed at the corpses in the stairwell and said, "They re a gift for you." Yangbin chuckled and then led Chen Hao and the others to another classroom. They had grown disdainful of the first-tier crystals, now merely eager to return to their dormitory to recover. "Weiwei, we should try to keep our distance from them in the future," Muyu whispered as he watched the group leave. "Why? I find them too dangerous," Muu spoke softly, not daring to express his fear of Tang Weiwei being abducted by them. "Actually, it's not too bad. Although Yangbin seems cold and heartless, he is not entirely devoid of empathy. At least he brought people out." Though reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that in terms of strength and ability, this person surpassed him. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship. In this apocalypse, having more allies increases the chances of survival. Tang Weiwei remarked earnestly, "All right then." With the conversation reaching this point, Muyu could not refute and could only be more cautious moving forward, ensuring that no one truly abducted them. Yangbin and his companions approached a window in a classroom and glanced down. The teaching building was slightly taller than the dormitory. The drop from the second floor was approximately 3.5 meters. While this height might seem daunting for those at the second and third tiers, it was trivial. Below, there were over 10 zombies, but it posed no significant threat. Yangbin was the first to leap down, and as the zombies noticed him, they rapidly charged toward him. With a few casual swings of his barbell, he dispatched them all with ease. Soon after, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang followed suit, and the group cautiously made their way back to the dormitory. Once back, the 3 of them collapsed onto their beds, unwilling to move. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally got up to treat their wounds. Although none had life-threatening injuries, they were covered in numerous cuts and bruises, necessitating prompt care. After spending over an hour, with several breaks in between, Huan Liang finally managed to heal their wounds, but he himself collapsed in exhaustion, falling asleep on the bed. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and Chun Hao felt invigorated. Thank goodness for Liangzi. What would we do if others were injured? Chun Hao suddenly remarked. Actually, as evolvers, our physical condition has improved, and so has our recovery ability, as long as we avoid fatal wounds. Minor injuries will heal within a few days. However, treatment is still preferable, so Liangzi should avoid exposing his abilities unnecessarily, or else it will invite trouble. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Continue to strengthen our abilities? Indeed, I see others expanding their teams, clearly aiming for greatness in this apocalypse. Should we also? No rush. You should understand that the authorities will not permit anyone to declare themselves king. Although their control is weakened, their strength remains unparalleled. Leaving aside their advanced weaponry, they certainly possess the most evolvers. Thus, we should not provoke their bottom line. Let us observe how the situation unfolds. For now, we must enhance our own strength, and when chaos truly erupts, we will be in a position to compete. Brother Bin, I will follow your lead, whatever you decide. Chun Hao declared resolutely. Good brother. Chapter 58. 3 bandits at midnight. The three of them and a cat once again climbed to the rooftop to gaze at the stars. Regardless of their exhaustion, they insisted on this nightly ritual, which had become their key advantage over others. They continued until 5 in the morning, returning to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. In the following days, they spent their days hunting zombies and returned to the dormitory each night to sleep and stargaze. After the cafeteria incident, Yang Bin grew more cautious, confirming that there was no danger before each action. Fortunately, the number of third-tier zombies was increasing. Though each third-tier zombie was surrounded by several others, their growing numbers made it easier to find targets to engage. Over 3 days, Yang Bin's group successfully eliminated 8 third-tier zombies. After Huan Liang also reached third-tier status, Yang Bin consumed the remaining third-tier crystals, elevating his own strength to the third-tier limit. Upon reaching the third tier, one needed to consume 7 third-tier crystals to attain the maximum limit. The required crystals for each tier increased as one progressed, making advancement increasingly challenging. Upon achieving the peak of the third tier, Yang Bin's strength exceeded 1,000 kilograms, reaching over 1,100 kilograms, surpassing the limits of human capability. Based on his estimations, the strength of a third-tier individual should be around 700 to 900 kilograms. His ability to exceed 1,000 kilograms was undoubtedly due to the additional strength gained from training. Each day of training allowed him to gain over 30 kilograms of strength, amounting to roughly 100 kilograms every 3 days. Having trained for 7 or 8 days, he had augmented his strength by over 200 kilograms. This extra strength was sufficient to overpower any third-tier adversary of equal standing. Chun Hao and Huan Liang had also gained an additional 80 kilograms, which, while seemingly modest, would accumulate significantly over time. Currently, the number of survivors within the school had dwindled to less than 1,000, out of over 30,000 initially. Only a fraction remained, a terrifyingly low ratio. This count included the 500 who had escaped from the cafeteria. With Tang Weiwei's assistance, they had successfully fled the teaching building. Now, numerous formidable teams had emerged within the school, many members of which had already reached the second tier and could handle ordinary zombie hordes. As their strengths grew, so did the ambitions of many, and with food shortages becoming critical, conflicts over resources erupted among the various teams. Even Yang Bin's group encountered several individuals who, seeing them as a smaller team, attempted to force them to join, only to leave in tears after being thoroughly beaten down on the 11th day of the apocalypse. Within the graduate dormitory, Brother Bin, we have run out of food. We need to find some today. Chun Hao sighed as he rummaged through his backpack. At this point, there is hardly any food left in the entire school. The larger supermarkets have been taken over by those powerful teams, making it difficult to find anything. Huan Liang frowned. It seems we will have to leave the school soon. Yang Bin sighed as well. Truth be told, he felt a bit reluctant to depart, although the school posed its own dangers. It was a closed environment, keeping the outside zombies at bay, and was undoubtedly safer than venturing out. Moreover, they were familiar with the school. Leaving would greatly increase their survival challenges. Yet, there was no choice. The food supply was limited, and remaining here was unsustainable. Let us find a large supermarket to scavenge for food today, and then we'll leave the school tomorrow. All right. The three of them shouldered their backpacks and set off towards one of the larger supermarkets. Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, they found the doors firmly shut. Yongbin activated his true sight to take a look inside and discovered around 40 to 50 people within. However, this was not what concerned Yongbin. His primary focus was whether there was food inside. After surveying the area, he found that the items on the outside shelves had all but been cleared, but the storage room inside still held plenty of goods. As long as there's something, that's good. Yongbin smiled and approached to knock on the door. Who's there? Someone inside exclaimed. Classmates, open the door. We just want to grab some food, Yongbin said politely. There's no food here. You should try somewhere else, came the reply from within. That we'll find out if there's food by going in. Please open the door. This door isn't very sturdy. If it gets broken, it won't be good, Yongbin said. If I say there's none, then there's none. Get lost. If you dare break down the door, I'll kill you, shouted one man angrily. Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed as a large hole was torn in the rolling shutter door, and a foot appeared within. Following that, 2 hands ripped the shutter door apart, and 3 figures walked in. What the hell? How dare you break our door? Do you want to die? The leader, a man with brown hair, raged upon witnessing the scene. That moment, another person behind him quickly tugged at his sleeve, fearfully saying, Ligo, it's those 3. I don't care who they are. The man cursed, but as soon as he recognized the trio, he immediately cowered. Captain Yang, I didn't know it was you. I apologize. You know me? Yongbin asked, puzzled. Who in the school doesn't know you? The man forced a smile. What is going on? Am I that famous? You might not be aware, but our teams have compiled a list of the most formidable groups in the school. And you 3 top the list, the man spoke in a low tone. There is such a ranking. How come I didn't know about it? You all tend to operate independently, rarely interacting with other teams. So it's understandable that you wouldn't know. Furthermore, this is information we need to keep track of. You probably don't need it. Fine, whatever. I can't be bothered with such matters. I ask there any food? The man hesitated for a moment, ultimately daring not to conceal the truth. There are still some. He then turned to the few individuals behind him and commanded, go to the storage room and bring out the food. Hurry! All right, they responded reluctantly, heading towards the back. Food is the essence of survival, and their supplies were dwindling. No one wished to share with others. Yet faced with these 3 bandits, they had no choice but to comply. Before long, they had hauled out 2 boxes, one filled with biscuits and the other with bread. Douc. Is this enough? The man said cautiously. Yongbin tossed the 3 backpacks over, stating, pack these up for us. And also bring a few bottles of mineral water. Understood. The man dared not refuse. Moments later, all 3 backpacks were filled. He handed them back along with several bottles of water, hesitating for a moment before asking. Captain Yang, with your strength, why don't you recruit more allies? Currently, all teams are at odds with each other. I believe, with your capabilities, you could easily unify the school's factions. Not interested, Yongbin replied, leading his companions away without delay. Brother Lee, they took so much. When the boss returns, he will surely be furious with us. One of the younger members lamented. What can I do when faced with these 3 bandits? If the boss asks, I'll simply tell the truth that if he's capable, he can go and ask them himself. Chapter 59. The 4th Order Zombie. After leaving the supermarket, Yongbin and his companions set out once more to hunt for 3rd Order zombies. Little Orange, due to its size, often attracted curious glances from others, so Yongbin instructed it to play alone when people were around. Little Orange had now reached the 3rd Order, not through consuming 3rd Order crystals, but through its own evolution. It seemed that mutated beasts and zombies each possessed their unique advancement methods, while humans had yet to discover their own, relying solely on crystal consumption for improvement. However, Yongbin sensed that perhaps upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, they too could transcend their limitations. The school was enclosed, preventing outside zombies from entering. After several days of extermination, the number of zombies had significantly decreased. They no longer encountered hordes the moment they stepped outside. However, the remaining zombies had grown increasingly difficult to kill, with most clustering around the 3rd Order zombies, making solitary zombies a rare sight. Currently, there were at least dozens of 3rd Order zombies within the school. Any large gathering of zombies surely indicated the presence of a 3rd Order among them. Thus, while 3rd Order zombies were easy to find, they were not so easily vanquished. With their current strength, they could confidently confront a couple of hundred zombies. But any more than that would be overwhelming, as second-order zombies now comprised nearly half of the total count, making them far more formidable. With Yongbin leading the way, it wasn't too long before they found a viable target, a horde of over 200 zombies, amongst which was a third-order zombie, perfectly within their capacity to handle. Just as they prepared to strike, a sudden roar echoed from nearby, causing the horde before them to swiftly surge in that direction. What is happening? The three were taken aback. Could it be that a companion is summoning them? Chunhao speculated uncertainly. But in all this time, we haven't seen any zombies capable of summoning others. Those surrounding the third-order zombies seemed to gather on their own, who, when Liang remarked, puzzled. Could it be? Yongbin's eyes brightened. Let us go see. The trio, along with the cat, hastily followed the throng of zombies toward the source of the commotion. Before long, they arrived outside the playground where thousands of zombies had gathered. Ever since the cafeteria's occupants had departed, the zombies surrounding it had gradually dispersed, and they had not anticipated encountering such a massive horde again. Especially not for a reason unrelated to humans. Merely due to a seemingly ordinary zombie at the center of the playground at that moment. All the zombies fixated on the central figure, as if awaiting its command. Yongbin activated his true sight and discerned that the crystal embedded in its head was larger than that of a third-order zombie, roughly the size of a peanut. Undoubtedly, this was a fourth-order zombie. Excitement flickered in Yongbin's eyes. Defeating it would elevate him to the fourth order. Yet, the sight of the 1,000-strong zombie horde left him feeling overwhelmed. The challenge of eliminating a fourth-order zombie amidst such a vast gathering was evident, compounded by the presence of 4 third-order zombies, which further escalated the difficulty. Nevertheless, the opportunity to confront a fourth-order zombie was too enticing to dismiss that if they could reach the fourth order before leaving the school, their chances of exiting safely would increase significantly. Brother Bin, is that a fourth-order zombie? Chunhao whispered. Indeed, Yongbin nodded. Chunhao and Hu Wenyang's eyes lit up, though they felt disheartened by the sheer number of zombies. Brother Bin, should we go for it? Yongbin surveyed the surroundings with his true sight and noted that the fourth-order zombies' roar had attracted all the nearby zombies, leaving the vicinity devoid of others. After contemplating, he resolutely declared, "Let us do it. Little Orange, you go ahead and see if you can lure away some of the zombies." Upon hearing Yongbin's words, Little Orange widened its eyes, as if questioning. "Are you sending me to my doom? Hurry. You're fast. They want to catch you. Lead them toward the small forest, and once you reach it, you can climb a tree," he urged. Meow. Little Orange let out a soft cry before dashing ahead. In no time, the horde of zombies detected its presence and surged after it. Little Orange sprinted away with remarkable speed, pursued by hundreds of zombies. Just when Yongbin thought this plan might succeed, the fourth-order zombie suddenly let out another roar, causing the chasing zombies to turn around and return. "Goodness, this creature is astute," Chunhao exclaimed. Eyes wide, that it was evident that the fourth-order zombie possessed a degree of intelligence. Soon after, Little Orange raced back, casting a glance at Yongbin as if to say, "It's not that I'm unwilling to lure them. They simply want to follow. What should we do now?" Hu Wenliang inquired. "Let us observe for a moment. It seems this creature is gathering the surrounding zombies for a purpose," agreed. The three, along with the cat, concealed themselves at a distance, quietly watching the horde. Indeed, it wasn't too long before, under the leadership of the fourth-order zombie, the multitude began to sweep across the school. The trio hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a supermarket, 2 groups faced off. Tension palpable, that we occupied this place first. "You should find another location," Zhao Kun stated, eyeing the unfriendly newcomers. "That in this world, the strong prevail. We have our sights set on this place, so you should leave." Zhou Xiong, the leader of the Taekwondo club, retorted coldly that you're not significantly stronger than us. If it comes to a fight, even if you win, you'll lose a considerable number of your people. Zhao Kun shot back. "Is that so?" Zhou Xiong sneered, then turned his gaze to Zhao Kun's followers. "That I'm offering you a chance. Those who wish to live may join our ranks. For each person who joins, I will provide a second-order crystal. Those who choose to remain with him should not blame me for being merciless." As his words fell, the expressions of Zhao Kun's companions began to waver. These individuals were already prone to shifting allegiances. Having seen Zhao Kun's strength, they had flocked to him, but now, with the emergence of an even stronger group, their resolve faltered. After all, the prospect of obtaining second-order crystals was enticing. While remaining with Zhao Kun might cost them their lives, that I'm sorry, Brother Kun, I don't wish to die just yet. One by one, individuals stepped forward towards Zhou Xiong's group, with one person taking the lead. More and more began to abandon Zhao Kun, gravitating towards Zhou Xiong. Soon, apart from Old He and the Slim Monkey, nearly everyone had defected. Haha, now let us see how you'll contend with me. Zhou Xiong laughed heartily. Zhao Kun's face darkened to the extreme, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "The supermarket is yours. Old He Monkey, let us go." With that, he led the two away. Did I say you could leave? Zhou Xiong interjected coldly. Chapter 60. Battle with the fourth-order zombie. What more do you want? Zhao Kun glared at Zhou Xiong. Since your people have joined my ranks, why not join us as well? Zhou Xiong proposed with a smile. Did I end your dreams? Zhao Kun retorted icily. Did I in that case? Don't blame me. In this apocalypse, I refuse to leave behind potential threats. Kill them. As he spoke, dozens of his followers immediately surrounded Zhao Kun and his companions. Just as both sides were on the verge of conflict, a tremor shook the ground, startling everyone. They quickly turned to see a massive horde of zombies charging towards them. All faces turned pale, and the desire to fight faded as they scrambled into the supermarket, hastily pulling down the shutter. Quick, move the shelves to block the entrance. Zhou Xiong exclaimed anxiously as a group of individuals swiftly sprang into action, dragging rows of shelves to the rear, effectively barricading the entrance. Before long, a horde of zombies surged to the supermarket's entrance, relentlessly battering the doors with fervor. Witnessing the incessant shaking of the doors, everyone felt a knot of dread rising in their throats. How could there be so many zombies? Zhou Xiong remarked, his expression gravely serious. Who knows? There must be at least 1,000 of them. It's utterly terrifying. Outside, after a prolonged assault, the zombies were unable to breach the door to that moment. A fourth-tier zombie let out a roar, prompting four third-tier zombies to approach and crash violently against the entrance. Bang! The door echoed with a thunderous sound, dust cascading from above, while several shelves behind it toppled over, leaving everyone pale with fear. Quickly, brace yourselves, Zhou Xiong shouted, and a group of people pressed themselves firmly against the shelves behind the door. Bang, bang! The four third-tier zombies continued their relentless assault on the rolling shutter door, warping it under their might. However, dozens of second-tier evolved individuals held their ground against the door, preventing the zombies from breaking through. Just then, the fourth-tier zombies suddenly approached, crouching down to grasp the lower edge of the shutter and heaving upward. What the hell? Nearby, Yang Bin and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. This zombie actually knew how to operate a rolling shutter. Until now, zombies had only known to ram doors, never having the capability to open them. The sight of this fourth-tier zombie, understanding the mechanism, left the three of them in a state of shock. If that's the case, how can anyone survive? Those hiding inside the supermarket clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. As the shutter suddenly began to rise, their jaws dropped in astonishment. That it's over. Despair etched itself onto everyone's faces as the shutter ascended. A swarm of zombies rushed inside, toppling the shelves at the entrance. Everyone grab your weapons and fight, Zhou Xiong commanded, swinging an axe that cleaved the head of the foremost zombie. The others quickly regained their composure, arming themselves to take down the invading zombies. The combined force of the two teams, numbering over 100, had faced their fair share of zombies before. Though hopelessness loomed, they were determined to resist. However, as the rolling shutter fully opened, an ever-increasing tide of zombies poured in, swiftly overwhelming their defenses. That a fierce battle erupted within the supermarket. But fortunately, the confined space limited the number of zombies that could enter at once, allowing the defenders to hold their ground for a while longer. In the distance, Yang Bin's eyes brightened at the sight. Let us flank them from behind, he exclaimed, brandishing a barbell as he charged forward. With the two companions quickly following suit, the trio swiftly maneuvered behind the zombies, their barbells swinging wildly as they dispatched the approaching undead. Xiao Ju's figure darted among the zombies, methodically snapping their necks. Her agility was her advantage. While she struggled against third-tier zombies, she was efficient against the first and second tiers. The zombies soon noticed the trio's presence, and with a roar from the fourth-tier zombie, the throng of undead turned to pursue them. Unfazed, the three swung their barbells with fervor, swiftly eliminating the oncoming zombies. With the main force distracted, these lesser threats posed no real danger as they continued to slay more zombies. The fourth-tier zombie began to realize something was amiss. These four individuals were proving far more troublesome than the larger horde inside. With a loud roar, it commanded the hundreds of zombies that had not yet entered the supermarket to turn and charge at them. "What the hell? This isn't a game," Yongbin cursed, decisively leading his group to retreat, that if the zombies wished to play this way, he was not inclined to oblige that a frenzied swarm of at least 600 or 700 zombies pursued them. "Bingo, what now?" one asked. "Run to the library. Lead them there, and we'll jump from the second-floor window," Yongbin instructed. "Are you suggesting? Our target has always been that fourth-tier zombie." "Understood." The three dashed into the library. A massive horde of zombies hot on their heels. The library, expansive as it was, became a chaotic scene as they darted through, toppling rows of bookshelves in their wake, taking down as many as they could. Then, they quickly ascended to the second floor, unhesitatingly leaping out of the window. Yongbin hurried to shut the library door behind them. "Let us go." The group retraced their steps, soon arriving back at the supermarket entrance. At this point, aside from the zombies inside, fewer than 100 remained outside. "That I'll handle the fourth-tier zombie. You all hold the others." "Got it." Without hesitation, the trio rushed toward the cluster of zombies. The fourth-tier zombie regarded the returning trio with a perplexed expression. "Where did my large group of subordinates go?" However, Yongbin wasted no time, swinging his barbell directly at its head, with a furious roar. The fourth-tier zombie clapped its hands, deflecting Yongbin's weapon, before lunging at him. Surprised, Yongbin had not anticipated its ability to counter his attack. Yet as a seasoned fighter, he remained composed, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's abdomen, just as it lunged toward him. Bang! The force propelled the creature backward. It rolled on the ground, but quickly regained its feet, roaring as the nearby zombies abandoned Chun Hao and the others to charge at Yongbin instead. "What the hell? No honor among zombies," Yongbin exclaimed, sweeping his barbell to dispatch the nearest attackers. Just then, the lurking fourth-tier zombie lunged at him. Yongbin's eyes narrowed. Having just exerted himself, he had to evade quickly. Though he succeeded in dodging the attack, the zombie's claws left his shoulder a bloody mess. "You guys pull the other zombies away," Yongbin shouted to Chun Hao and the others, his gaze fixed on the formidable fourth-tier zombie. This creature was indeed far more challenging than the third-tier ones. Chapter 61. New team members Chun Hao and Hu Liang swiftly intercepted the zombies barreling toward Yongbin, allowing him to focus on the fourth-tier threat. Yongbin examined his shoulder, the wound deep enough to reach the bone, rendering his left arm somewhat ineffective. Yet at that moment, the zombie surged forward again, launching itself at Yongbin, that he swung his barbell horizontally to strike. Bang! The attack was unavoidable for the zombie, landing squarely on its chest. With Yongbin's immense strength, countless ribs shattered, sending the creature sprawling several meters away. However, broken ribs had little effect on a zombie. It quickly rose again. Rather than charging immediately, it cautiously observed Yongbin, who remained still, watching in return. Eventually, the zombie could no longer resist, pouncing at him when he feigned distraction that a smirk crept across Yongbin's lips. Just as the zombie was about to reach him, he swung his barbell back toward its head. The fourth-tier zombie had an instinctive defense for its head, reaching out to grab the barbell. Fortunately, Yongbin's strength was overwhelming. The zombie's grasp not only failed to seize the barbell, but resulted in its hand being smashed. Yet the zombie felt no pain. Its other hand clawed at Yongbin's chest, its razor-sharp nails carving deep gashes into his flesh. Ignoring the pain, Yongbin retaliated with a ferocious kick, sending the creature flying, and promptly swung the barbell down again toward its head. Bang! The strike, initially aimed for its head, instead landed on its shoulder as the zombie shifted at the last moment. Nevertheless, Yongbin's might still forced it to the ground, but he offered no respite, as the zombie attempted to rise. He swung again, targeting its head. Bang! Blood splattered. Even the fourth-tier zombie's tough skull could not withstand Yongbin's force, shattering upon impact. Sighing in relief, Yongbin quickly retrieved the crystal that he observed, the fourth-tier crystal, no larger than a peanut, and a smile finally graced his face that moment. Chun Hao and Hu Liang finished off the last few zombies outside and joined Yongbin. Their faces lit up with joy at the sight of the crystal in his hand. "Bingo, hurry and consume it. Let us see how formidable the fourth tier truly is," Chun Hao urged. "All right." Yongbin nodded and promptly swallowed the crystal in no time, Immense energy surged through his body, illuminating the fourth corner of the first star in his mind. An even greater power coursed through him, leaving Yang Bin feeling invigorated. After a while, he finally absorbed all the energy, clenched his fists, and a smile returned to his face. Around 1,500 kilograms. Yang Bin exclaimed triumphantly, "Incredible! With this strength, I could probably lift a car." Hu Wenliang chuckled, "Almost there. Let us go inside and see what is going on." As several individuals entered, they were met with a scene of utter carnage. The place was littered with both zombie and human corpses. Out of the original group of over 100, only a mere 10 remained, desperately holding on to life. Had it not been for Yang Bin and his companions, it was likely that these individuals would have perished long ago. Within the supermarket, there were still around 60 to 70 zombies, including 2 formidable third-tier zombies that, if one were to conjecture, the rapid decline in numbers from over 100 to just a handful was largely due to these 2 third-tier zombies. Upon noticing the newcomers, the remaining survivors were filled with astonishment. However, upon realizing it was Yang Bin and his companions, a shadow of disappointment crossed their faces. They yearned to call for help but were at a loss for words. After all, these 3 were notorious bandits, and seeking their assistance seemed futile. Zhao Kuan gazed at Yang Bin and his comrades, a melancholic expression settling on his features. Once, they had been early allies, joining forces to vanquish countless zombies, and he had believed himself to be their equal. Yet now, any team could easily force them into a corner, while these 3 evoked fear in even the most formidable of groups. Such was the disparity. Initially reluctant to plead for assistance, Zhao Kuan, upon observing the severely injured Lao He and Shou Ho, steeled himself and turned to Yang Bin, saying, "Boss Yang Bin, could you possibly spare our lives? If you save us, our lives will be yours to command from now on." Hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Yang Bin suddenly recognized familiar faces among the survivors that he had been too preoccupied with the zombies to notice who they were. "Let us first retrieve those 2 readily available third-tier crystals," he declared. In no time, the trio charged towards a cluster of zombies, akin to tigers among sheep, wielding their steel rods with lethal precision, dispatching several zombies with each swing. Yang Bin was particularly terrifying. Wherever he passed, not a single intact corpse lay within a 2-meter radius, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief. Soon, one of the third-tier zombies abandoned its pursuit of the 10 or so survivors and lunged at Yang Bin's group, only to be swiftly dispatched by Yang Bin's powerful blow, while Chun Hao casually extracted the crystal. Before long, the supermarket had been cleared of its 60 to 70 zombies. Yang Bin and his companions collected the third-tier and second-tier crystals, neglecting the first-tier ones as they were far too plentiful. The remaining individuals watched enviously as the trio stowed away the precious crystals, which could instantly elevate 2 of them to the 3rd tier. Who wouldn't desire such a boon? Thus far, only 2 or 3 captains from the known factions within the school had achieved the 3rd tier. The majority were stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier. As 3rd-tier zombies were notoriously difficult to slay, not solely due to their strength, but also because they were typically accompanied by hordes of lesser zombies. Without a powerful team, it was nearly impossible to defeat them. However, now, witnessing 2 third-tier crystals being claimed right before their eyes, the onlookers felt an unbearable pang of envy. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled them to take risks, yet the overwhelming strength of the trio left them feeling utterly hopeless. At that moment, a battered Zhao Kuan dragged his weary body to stand before Yang Bin. "Boss Yang Bin, thank you." Zhao Kuan expressed sincerely that if you do not mind, I pledge my life to you from now on. I shall do whatever you command without reservation. Yang Bin regarded Zhao Kuan thoughtfully, that he did indeed require allies, yet his initial stance had been to exclude non-ability users. However, after days of harsh reality, he had come to terms with the fact that skilled ability users were scarce. Moreover, even if they existed, it was uncertain if they would be suitable companions. Among non-ability users, Zhao Kuan and his companions were evidently the most fitting choices. They had fought alongside one another, and despite previous tensions, they had never resorted to treachery. Their integrity was commendable. Having reached a conclusion, Yang Bin smiled at Zhao Kuan and extended his hand. "Welcome aboard. From now on, we are brothers." Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhao Kuan's anxious heart finally found solace that he had never anticipated a day where he would worry about whether his life would be accepted in exchange for loyalty. Yet, after enduring the trials of the apocalypse, he recognized the harsh truth. One could only survive by aligning with the strong. On the other side, Zhou Xiong observed Zhao Kun ingratiating himself with Yang Bin, his expression darkening. Although he had acted imperiously in front of Zhao Kun and the others, he was acutely aware that against these three formidable individuals, even a full group would stand little chance. He had just witnessed them slaughter third-tier zombies as if they were mere cattle. They might already be fourth tier. In just a few days, they had reached such terrifying heights. The members of the Taekwondo club only acknowledged strength. But he possessed enough self-awareness to grasp that he had no hope of facing a fourth-tier opponent, that he had assumed he could remain unnoticed. But with Zhao Kun now aligning himself with Yang Bin, that was no longer possible. He had nearly crossed paths with them in combat. If they chose to retaliate, he would be finished. Behind Zhou Xiong were 7 or 8 remaining members of the Taekwondo club and 2 individuals from Dormitory 21. After a moment of hesitation, the 2 from Dormitory 21 stepped forward and approached Yang Bin, smiling. "Boss Yang Bin, what a coincidence. We're with Zhao Kun. How about we join you as well?" Upon seeing these two, Zhao Kun's face darkened considerably, wishing he could eliminate the opportunistic duo. Yet he refrained from acting, fully aware that having chosen to follow Yang Bin, he must defer to his judgment. Any display of dominance would certainly cause discomfort to Yang Bin. Noticing Zhao Kun's displeasure, Yang Bin inquired, "What is the story with these two?" Zhao Kun's face twisted with disdain as he recounted the recent events. Once he finished, a cold glint flickered in Yang Bin's eyes. His greatest aversion was betrayal. "Boss Yang Bin, please don't take Zhao Kun's word alone. We merely acted out of necessity. We never intended to betray," the two hastily explained. Yang Bin ignored their pleas, turning his attention back to Zhao Kun. "How do you intend to handle this?" Zhao Kun glared at the two, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, causing them to flinch in fear. "Boss Zhao Kun, you won't really kill us, will you?" One stammered, a look of terror on his face. "Boss Zhao Kun, we've been with you for quite some time. Surely this minor issue doesn't warrant such drastic measures." Raising the steel pipe, Zhao Kun ultimately lowered it again. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." "All right, we're leaving. The two exhaled in relief, abandoning their previous intentions of joining and hastily making their exit. With a sickening thud, 2 skulls shattered, and the headless corpses crumpled to the ground. Yang Bin retracted his steel rod, coldly stating, "What purpose do such individuals serve, if not to be eliminated?" The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by Yang Bin's ruthlessness. Zhao Kun felt a shiver run through him. He understood that Yang Bin's actions were not solely about eliminating the traitors, but also conveyed a clear stance regarding betrayal. After dealing with the two, Yang Bin turned to Zhou Xiong and the others. "That I've heard you've been quite arrogant. No, absolutely not. They protested that you've already bullied my brother, and you say there's no arrogance. But they weren't your brothers just moments ago," Zhou Xiong lamented. "That doesn't matter. They're my brothers now, and for you to bully them, there must be consequences. What do you desire?" Zhou Xiong, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that resolution was unlikely. "Here's the deal. Since it's your matter, you'll resolve it yourselves. That don't say I didn't give you a chance. You'll face Zhao Kun in a duel. If you win, you may leave. If you lose, you stay. Are you sure?" Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up at Yang Bin's proposal, although both he and Zhao Kun were at the peak of the second tier. He was a Taekwondo black belt and felt confident he wouldn't lose. Zhao Kun, startled, quickly interjected, "Brother Bin, perhaps we should reconsider this. Are you frightened?" "Not frightened. I simply may not be his match," Zhao Kun admitted awkwardly. "I am concerned about disappointing you. Just tell me, do you dare to fight?" "I do." Zhao Kun replied resolutely that he understood this was Yang Bin's test. Even if he knew he might not win, he could not back down. "Good man." Yang Bin clapped Zhao Kun on the shoulder before turning to Zhou Xiong. "What is your stance?" "Agreed. We must agree," Zhou Xiong quickly replied. "But how can I be sure you want to go back on your word? What if you can't bear the loss, or if your companions interfere? Rest assured, I guarantee with my integrity that this duel will involve only the two of you, that it will be entirely fair. If you win, you may leave unharmed," Yang Bin assured him earnestly. "All right, I hope you keep your word and don't disgrace yourself." "Have no fear. My integrity is beyond reproach," Yang Bin chuckled and said. "Since you have agreed, then it is settled. You are all quite severely injured. Let us take 5 minutes to recuperate before we continue." Both parties nodded in agreement and promptly settled on the ground to rest. Zhou Xiong sneered derisively at Zhao Kuan, saying, fighting against me. I'm curious where you found the courage. Zhao Kuan remained silent, simply closing his eyes to regain his strength as quickly as possible. Liangzi, assist Zhao Kuan with his injuries, Yang Bin remarked with a smile. All right, Hu Wenliang nodded and moved to stand before Zhao Kuan, extending his hand to touch the wound. Although Zhao Kuan was puzzled, he did not resist and allowed Hu Wenliang to examine his injury. Soon, a radiant white light emanated from the point of contact, and Zhao Kuan's wound was healing at an astonishingly visible rate. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. That an ability user? A healing ability, no less. Zhou Xiong exclaimed, "You're cheating." Cheating? I merely suggested a 5-minute break for healing, which you agreed to. Yang Bin replied, but Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, at a loss for how to counter. Indeed, they had been given permission to rest for 5 minutes to heal, yet he had not anticipated such a method. 5 minutes. In his mind, merely meant a brief respite to regain some strength. However, with this approach, their opponent would soon be revitalized while he remained gravely injured. Yet he had no grounds to refute. It was indeed something he had consented to, and it seemed the other party had not violated any rules. Thus, he could only swallow his indignation. Even if I'm heavily injured, I fear you not. Zhou Xiong scoffed. Hu Wenliang took 2 minutes to treat Zhao Kuan's significant wounds, after which Yang Bin retrieved a Tier 3 crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Kuan, saying, "Here, take this to replenish your strength." What? Zhou Xiong bellowed, his voice cracking in disbelief. This time, he could no longer hold back. That if he were merely heavily injured, he could endure, but facing a Tier 3 Zhao Kuan while he was still Tier 2 was an insurmountable challenge. Cheating? Not at all. We're just resting. One must replenish their strength, Yang Bin replied with a grin. This is called replenishing strength? Zhou Xiong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, you may partake as well. I have no objections. Yang Bin stated casually. Zhou Xiong was momentarily speechless. If he had a Tier 3 crystal, he would not still be at Tier 2, but that doesn't count. It's unfair. Zhou Xiong protested loudly. Unfair? Such concepts were non-existent even before the apocalypse. Much less now that I've granted you a one-on-one opportunity, which is the utmost fairness. Whether it counts or not is not for you to decide. In 5 minutes, you could have sought ways to improve. And if you fail to do so, that is your own issue, not one to blame others for, Yang Bin replied coldly. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth but found himself unable to retort. Zhao Kuan looked at the crystal in his hand, feeling a tumult of emotions. That it was something they had desperately sought but could not attain, yet it was so casually offered to him by his opponent, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Hurry and consume it. If you still can't win, then don't bother coming back to me, Yang Bin urged. Zhao Kuan did not hesitate, accepting the crystal and stating solemnly, "If I lose after this, you can just kill me." Subsequently, he swallowed the crystal. In no time, his strength surged to Tier 3. All right, time is nearly up. Let us begin, Yang Bin announced. Can we forego this fight? Zhou Xiong asked, grimacing. Certainly, I can declare you surrender right now. And you can all leave, Yang Bin replied nonchalantly. No, I'll fight, Zhou Xiong said, startled. Can we switch opponents? Yes, among the 3 of us. You may choose one, Yang Bin indicated towards himself, and Chen Hao. Then I'll fight him. Zhou Xiong said, nearly in tears, surprised to find himself in such a predicament after having been so domineering for so long. Before long, both sides took their positions. Chen Hao handed Zhao Kuan a barbell, saying, "That weapon of yours is ineffective. Use this instead." Zhou Xiong's mouth twitched as he looked at the fire axe in his hand, then glanced at the imposing barbell of over 6 feet in length, despair flooding his heart. However, he refrained from protesting further, knowing such objections were futile in the face of their opponent's authority. Soon, both sides stood ready, and before Yang Bin could call for the start, Zhou Xiong lunged at Zhao Kuan, swinging the fire axe towards his neck. Yang Bin furrowed his brows but did not intervene. This was not a duel but a fight for survival. If Zhao Kuan could not adapt swiftly, his chances of survival in the future would be slim. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan did not disappoint. Just as the fire axe was about to strike his neck, he swung the barbell, landing a blow to Zhou Xiong's chest first. With a thud, the powerful impact sent Zhou Xiong flying, narrowly missing his target. Had Zhao Kuan still been at Tier 2, Zhou Xiong might have been able to withstand the blow and sever his head. However, with Zhao Kun at Tier 3, his strength was overwhelming. A single strike rendered Zhou Xiong unable to resist. Zhou Xiong quickly rolled to his feet after hitting the ground, but Zhao Kun did not give him a moment to breathe. He charged at Zhou Xiong again, swinging the barbell down upon him. In a critical moment, Zhou Xiong raised the fire axe to block the blow. The clash produced a deafening sound, and Zhou Xiong felt his hands go numb as the axe slipped from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kun lifted the barbell once more, aiming for Zhou Xiong's head. Zhou Xiong swiftly rolled away to evade the strike, then leaped high, delivering a powerful kick towards Zhao Kun's head. Zhao Kun raised the barbell to defend, yet Zhou Xiong's kick struck the barbell with such force that it left him grimacing in pain. Zhao Kun capitalized on this moment, executing a side kick to Zhou Xiong's waist, sending him crashing to the ground once more. In an instant, Zhao Kun followed up with another fierce strike of the barbell. With no weapon left, Zhou Xiong raised his arms in defense that a dull thud echoed as the barbell smashed down upon his arm, breaking it instantly. Before Zhou Xiong could even let out a cry of anguish, Zhao Kun delivered another strike. No! Zhou Xiong screamed in terror, yet it was too late. Zhao Kun's blow landed squarely on his head. With a sickening crunch, Zhou Xiong's skull shattered like a watermelon, and in his final moments, he regretted ever having crossed paths with this formidable opponent. The conclusion of the battle left even Yang Bin astonished. He had to admit that Zhao Kun fought with a ferocity that left no room for his adversary to recover. Both Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were equally taken aback by Zhao Kun's ruthless prowess. The 7 or 8 members who had followed Zhou Xiong were left dumbfounded, staring in horror at the decapitated body of their leader. In an instant, they fell to their knees before Yang Bin and the others, repeatedly bowing their heads and pleading, "Please spare us. We had no choice. It was all his doing." Seeing their desperate state, Zhao Kun hesitated for a moment before glancing at Yang Bin. Yang Bin sighed and said, "Leaving roots behind when cutting grass is the greatest folly that if we choose to kill, we must ensure there are no lingering threats." Understood. Zhao Kun nodded, recognizing that these individuals could not be spared. Having reaped the benefits of Zhou Xiong's leadership, they must now face the consequences of their actions. Given Zhou Xiong's character, they likely had committed numerous acts of bullying against the weak. Haozi Liangzi, lend a hand, Zhao Kun instructed. All right, Hu Wenliang agreed without hesitation this time. Some things, once set in motion, become easier with time. Amidst a cacophony of curses and screams, it was not long before the remaining members were all dealt with. In truth, Yang Bin had already determined that these individuals could not leave alive the moment he had Hu Wenliang treat Zhao Kun. He could not allow Hu Wenliang's abilities to be exposed so soon. Yang Bin was not a bloodthirsty killer, but he understood that some people, once they become a threat, must be eliminated entirely. Even seemingly insignificant individuals could cause immense trouble if left unchecked. Hu Wenliang and the others were still students, not yet fully mature, but Yang Bin had experienced the darker side of humanity and understood that he could not afford to be as naive as they were as the leader of the group. He had to take responsibility for their safety. Chapter 64. A frenzied slaughter. With the matter resolved, Zhao Kun hurriedly dragged out Lao He and Shou Ho, who had been hidden beneath the bodies. "Bin Gu, could you please have Liang Gu save Lao He and Shou Ho?" Zhao Kun pleaded. Both were gravely injured and still unconscious. Had Zhao Kun not fought fiercely to protect them, they would have long since been devoured by the zombies. Yang Bin looked at their condition, feeling a pang of shock. It must be said that Zhao Kun was truly a commendable brother. "Liangzi, save them," he commanded. Understood. Hu Wenliang hurried over, placing one hand on a man's wound to begin the treatment. After several minutes, he successfully tended to the severe injuries of both Lao He and Shou Ho, leaving the minor wounds for them to heal on their own, as Hu Wenliang himself was feeling somewhat drained. Had he not attained the 3rd tier, he would have collapsed long ago. Before long, the two gradually regained consciousness, gazing around in a state of confusion. "Wonderful! You have finally awakened," Zhao Kun exclaimed with excitement. "Kun Gui, are we still alive?" The two responded in disbelief, as they had thought their situation was dire. "Indeed, we are alive. Bin Gu saved us." Zhao Kun briefly recounted the events that had transpired. The two quickly rose to their feet and knelt on one knee before Yang Bin. "Thank you, Bin Gu. Kunji's decision is our decision. From this point forward, Our lives belong to you, they declared with solemnity. What are you saying? We are all brothers now. We shall support one another and strive to survive in this wretched apocalypse. Yang Bin replied with a smile. Agreed, the group nodded vigorously. Now that we are more numerous, we should be able to face those previously insurmountable third-tier zombies, Yang Bin remarked cheerfully. Bin Ge, can you see the levels of the zombies? Zhao Kuan suddenly inquired. Yes, I possess the ability to see through. I can gauge a zombie's level by the size of the crystal within its head, Yang Bin affirmed. Since we are all allies now, there is no need for secrets. That explains it. Zhao Kuan nodded in understanding that he had previously suspected Yang Bin's knowledge of the crystal extracted from the unique zombie's head on the very first day. Who would have thought to look for such a thing without the ability to see it? This skill was virtually divine in the apocalypse, as a zombie's strength could not be discerned by its appearance. They all looked the same, and one only realized the danger upon engaging. However, once combat commenced, escaping became a challenging endeavor, leading many teams to suffer heavy losses due to misjudgments. Moreover, teams seeking high-tier crystals often found themselves disappointed after the battle, realizing that the coveted crystals were not among their spoils, resulting in wasted efforts. Therefore, possessing the ability to foresee a zombie's level was a coveted skill for any team. Tio think that this trio not only had healing abilities, but also possessed the power of perception was astounding. It was no wonder their progress was rapid. Zhao Kuan and the others felt an overwhelming excitement. Who wouldn't want to be part of a formidable team? How good is your ability invisibility? Zhao Kuan suddenly turned to Chun Hao. Indeed, Chun Hao smiled, as it was not surprising that they had witnessed his invisibility. All three of you are supernatural beings? Lao He exclaimed in astonishment. Bin Ge, is there a secret to it? Can we become supernatural beings too? Zhao Kuan gazed at Yang Bin with eager anticipation. Don't look at me. You have no chance. Supernatural beings likely emerged on the very night of the apocalypse. If one had it then, they did. And if not, they did not. I ask for other means of obtaining powers in the future. I cannot say. Yang Bin shook his head. All right, the three nodded, somewhat disappointed, and no matter. Supernatural abilities are merely a means to an end. As long as we strengthen ourselves, we can be formidable even without them. Yang Bin reassured them. Indeed, they nodded in agreement. Haozi, give the remaining third-tier crystal to Lao He. Having another third-tier power will give us a better chance against the zombies. Yang Bin instructed. Understood. Without hesitation, Chun Hao retrieved the third-tier crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lao He. Thank you, Hao Go, Lao He said, his face alight with excitement as he accepted the crystal. The three of them had already reached the peak of the second tier. However, they had been unable to confront third-tier zombies, which left them stagnating at their current level. Little did they expect that upon joining this team, they would be directly promoted to third tier. The benefits were simply too great. Lao He quickly consumed the crystal, and soon his strength surged to the third tier. With 6 members in the team, 1 at the 4th tier and 4 at the 3rd, adding Xiao Juji would make 5 at the 3rd tier, which would undoubtedly overpower any team they encountered. Half an hour later, everyone had mostly recovered, and the group followed Yang Bin outside. Finding a horde of zombies numbering in the hundreds, particularly a few third-tier zombies, was no easy task, but if they widened their criteria to 300 or 400, there were plenty at the school. Upon exiting, Yang Bin whistled, and Xiao Juji leaped down from a nearby building to join the group. Although Zhao Kuan and the others were somewhat taken aback by Xiao Juji's size, they were not surprised, as Yang Bin had forewarned them. Under Yang Bin's guidance, it did not take long for the group to find a horde of approximately 400 zombies, among which was a third-tier zombie. Yang Bin had seen this particular horde before, but due to the lack of advantageous terrain, he had refrained from attacking. However, now that their team was stronger and he had reached the 4th tier, he felt confident enough to engage even without terrain advantages. Attack! Let us make this quick! Yang Bin exclaimed, charging towards the horde of zombies. The others swiftly armed themselves and rushed forward upon sighting them. The zombies surged forward en masse. Yang Bin swung his barbell, causing the heads of the zombies in front of him to explode. That is a 4th-tier individual wielding the barbell. He hardly felt its weight, swinging it with the agility reminiscent of the Monkey King's golden staff. The others did not lag behind. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang, seasoned from high-intensity battles, moved with practiced ease. Zhao Kuan and his companions also held their own, wielding fire axes and executing swift, precise strikes aimed at the zombies' heads, dispatching one with each blow. The six of them formed a defensive circle, continuously fending off the zombies that charged from all directions. Finally, after a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, they had slain all 400 zombies, including the third Tier 1, that Zhao Kuan and his companions bore some minor injuries, primarily due to the short length of the fire axes, which allowed the zombies to scratch them even as they fell. How go, your barbell is nothing short of a divine weapon. Lao He remarked enviously at the sight of their barbells, that of course. This is called foresight. Chen Hao replied with a smile that don't be envious. I'll help you all get a few later. Yang Bin chuckled. Now let us clean up the battlefield and prepare to move on. Right. With Yang Bin leading the way, they entered a frenzied killing mode, continuing their assault from noon until nightfall, ultimately slaying over 2,000 zombies. They acquired 8 third-tier crystals, elevating Shou Ho to the 3rd tier and pushing Chun Hao to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. This was Yang Bin's directive. Those capable of advancing should do so first, as the benefits of leveling up were substantial. Once they all advanced, they could each reach their peak, ensuring the team boasted high-tier combat power while preventing anyone from lagging behind. As for who advanced first, that was determined by Yang Bin, and the others had no objections. In this team, Yang Bin held absolute authority. Chapter 65, a shortage of food upon returning to their dormitory. The group divided the food they had pillaged earlier. What was initially enough for 2 days was consumed in one, owing to the increased number of individuals. Thus, while their greater numbers provided strength, it also led to higher consumption. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan and his companions had brought some food, but even with 6 people, it would only suffice for 1 meal the following day. It seems we must find a way to procure more food before we set out tomorrow. Yang Bin remarked, food is hard to come by at the school now. Nearly every supermarket has been raided multiple times, and the dining halls have been stripped bare. There are likely only 2 large supermarkets left with some food. But they are occupied by the 2 strongest teams, Zhao Kuan explained helplessly. The strongest teams? Which 2? Yang Bin inquired curiously. Point 1 is led by the Physical Education Department. Their captain is named Qin Wei. They were among the first to venture out and fight zombies when the apocalypse began, and this person has a knack for rallying people. Their team now has nearly 200 members, most of whom are second-tier evolvers, and he himself has reached the 3rd tier. The other team is led by a woman named Tang Weiwei. She is a supernatural being with strength-based powers and is also at the 3rd tier. She is extremely formidable and has some means. I heard she rescued people from the dining hall, and many have joined her, so her team now numbers over 200. These 2 teams occupy the 2 largest supermarkets in the school. But with so many of them, their consumption must also be significant, that I suspect even if there is still food in the supermarkets, it cannot be much. Zhao Kuan added that Liangzi, your girlfriend is quite impressive. Yang Bin teased. Bin Ge, can we not bring this up? You coward, no wonder you're still a virgin in your 20s. Bin Ge has helped you so many times. If you were a bit more proactive, perhaps you would have succeeded by now. Chen Hao remarked. I merely find her somewhat pleasing to the eye. It's not even close to affection. Stop stirring the pot. Men only need to find them pleasing. Were I in your shoes, I would have secured the deal without hesitation, but that's why you ended up with a green hat. You've gone too far. All right, you 2 stop bickering. This matter is for Liangzi to decide. Tomorrow, we shall first pay a visit to Qin Wei to procure some provisions, after which we shall depart from the school. Yang Bin directly inquired, Brother Bin, why not seek assistance from Liangzi's wife? Chun Hao expressed his confusion. It feels too familiar. It would be awkward, that seems reasonable. Yang Bin conceded. Food has become a lifeline for everyone, especially for Qin Wei. He is unlikely to lend us anything. Zhao Kuan asserted that he will lend it. Yang Bin chuckled. Zhao Kuan paused momentarily, soon grasping the underlying truth. In this world, strength reigns supreme. All right, let us retire early. We must rise later to gaze at the stars. Yang Bin stated. Gaze at the stars? What stars? Zhao Kuan queried. You will understand when you join us, came the reply. Very well that I end the IoT supermarket. A woman approached Tang Weiwei and whispered, Sister Weiwei, the food supply in the supermarket is dwindling. We found little during our search today. If this continues, we may have no choice but to leave the school. Leaving is inevitable. The resources here are limited, and we cannot remain indefinitely, Tang Weiwei replied. Have everyone pack their belongings. We shall depart in the next couple of days. That understood. That by the way, what is the situation with the other teams? Qin Wei's team still occupies the Wumei supermarket, but their food supply is likely running low as well. As for the other teams, they have probably begun to leave the school. Ditto. And Sister Weiwei, we discovered that Zhou Xiong's team has been completely wiped out. Surrounded by zombies? It appears so, but a few individuals had shattered skulls while their bodies remained intact. It doesn't seem like the work of zombies, the woman replied uncertainly. Shattered skulls? Tang Weiwei furrowed her brow, suddenly seeming to have an epiphany as she murmured, could it be that they crossed paths with those individuals? At Wumei supermarket, a tall man reported to the equally imposing Qin Wei, "Boss, I just assessed our food supply. If we ration carefully, it should last us about 2 more days. 2 days is rather insufficient. With the number of zombies in the school having diminished significantly, this is a prime opportunity to enhance our strength. I would prefer not to leave the school so soon," Qin Wei replied with a frown. "There is nothing we can do. Other teams are likely in the same predicament, and only Tang Weiwei's group might still have some supplies left. Let us not count on Tang Weiwei. That woman possesses formidable abilities. We cannot take her on. Tomorrow, let the brothers continue searching. I suspect that most others will leave the school soon enough that if we can stay even 1 more day, it will be worth it." Agreed that I in the dead of night. Yang Bin and his companions stirred, rousing Zhao Kuan and his group from the adjacent room. The 6 of them, accompanied by a cat, made their way to the rooftop, seeking a clean spot to lie down. "Brother Bin, are you truly calling us up here in the dead of night just to gaze at the stars?" Lao He mumbled, still drowsy. "Indeed, we are here to gaze at the stars. Once the Big Dipper appears, concentrate intently on it. It can enhance our strength," Yang Bin replied. "Watching stars to enhance strength? That sounds rather unscientific," Shouho exclaimed, wide-eyed. "That if you trust science so much, then explain how zombies came to be." Just focus. We are not here to waste time." Chun Hao chuckled. "Very well." Soon the Big Dipper reappeared in the night sky, and Yang Bin and his companions quickly entered a state of concentration. Zhao Kuan and his friends observed them, then looked up at the stars, their expressions a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, one man pondered aloud, "Brother, what do you think those zombies stare at in the sky every night?" "Who knows? Aside from those 9 stars, there is nothing else. Could it be that zombies enjoy stargazing? Perhaps this is their method of cultivation. Otherwise, why do they seem to grow stronger every night? Cultivating by stargazing. You really came up with that. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a thing." "Exactly. Let us take advantage of this quiet moment and get some sleep. We need to rise early to deal with the zombies." "I'll give it a try. Who knows, it might be effective." But a little later, he muttered, "Damn it, I'm such a fool. This is pointless. All it does is give me sore eyes and a stiff neck." At 5 in the morning, as the Big Dipper vanished, Yang Bin and his companions rose, stretched, and turned to Zhao Kuan and his group, asking, "How do you feel?" Zhao Kuan clenched his fist, visibly excited. It seems there has been some improvement. Lao He and Shou Ho also wore expressions of disbelief. "Brother Bin, how did you discover this?" Zhao Kuan asked, astonished that my ability allows me to perceive the flow of energy when I concentrate on the stars. Energy surges into my body. However, the influx from humans is minimal, making it difficult to perceive any effects unless one gazes for at least an hour or 2. Yang Bin explained that. "I see, Brother Bin. Your ability is truly remarkable," Zhao Kuan admired. "All right, let us catch some more sleep." Agreed. Chapter 66. Swallowing what cannot be swallowed at 9 in the morning, the group rose promptly, packed their necessities, and set out. At Wumei supermarket, Qin Wei addressed his companions. "Old Wu, ensure that the supermarket is well guarded. Do not let anyone approach that we are heading out to deal with zombies. Rest assured, boss, we will keep a close watch. Besides, no one in the school dares to provoke us now." Old Wu replied confidently. "Very well, we shall take our leave." That as Qin Wei prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed a group approaching. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the newcomers, quickly recognizing the leader, his expression darkening. "Did it's them?" Yang Bin and his companions soon stood before the group, and Yang Bin remarked, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" "Brother Bin, indeed we have. We encountered them when we were changing dormitories, and they even invited us to join them." Chen Hao recalled, "Oh, right, I remember now. That's why it feels somewhat familiar." Qin Wei's expression shifted several times, but he quickly donned a smile. "I apologize, Captain Yang. I did not recognize you that day. May I inquire what brings you here today?" "Nothing much. We are simply in search of some food," Yang Bin replied with a smile. Qin Wei's smile faltered. Then he forced another grin. Captain Yang may not be aware, but this supermarket is already under our control. Perhaps you would like to look elsewhere. I don't recall this being your establishment. Yang Bin countered. You jest, Captain Yang. In these apocalyptic times, who still cares whose establishment it is? It is now claimed by whoever occupies it. I believe you understand that principle. Indeed, so you are saying this supermarket now belongs to you. Precisely. Then might you lend us some food? Just enough to fill these backpacks. Yang Bin indicated the bags they carried. The expressions of those behind Qin Wei immediately shifted, as they were already troubled by a lack of food. The thought of others attempting to seize their provisions was intolerable. Several individuals nearly erupted in anger, but were quelled by a tall man's glare. Qin Wei inhaled deeply several times to suppress his rage, maintaining his smile as he replied, Captain Yang, you arrived too late. We have no food left. We were just about to head out to search for some dough. Then you should go ahead. We will search inside. If there is truly nothing, we will take our leave, Yang Bin said casually, preparing to enter. Qin Wei swiftly blocked his path, his smile evaporating as he glowered. Yang Bin, do not push your luck. Push my luck? I see no issue in simply asking for some food. Why such stinginess? We have approximately 200 people relying on us for sustenance. We have no excess to lend you. It would be best for you to leave. Since you refuse to lend any, I must declare this place as mine from now on to, as you said, whoever occupies it, it belongs to them. Thus, you should leave, for this place is now under our control. They say your team is the one to avoid in school. Today, I shall see how few of you are truly formidable. Surround them. At Qin Wei's command, his followers swiftly encircled Yang Bin and his companions. Why must I resort to theft when I could simply borrow? I am not a bandit. Yang Bin shook his head. Attack. With that, Qin Wei charged forward toward Yang Bin, and the others immediately launched their assault. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Wei was sent flying, knocking over 7 or 8 individuals in his wake. Chen Hao and the others wasted no time in retaliating, wielding a barbell that sent opponents sprawling, preventing anyone from getting close. Fourth tier, Qin Wei, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to rise, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Yang Bin, having already attained the third tier. The only possible explanation for being kicked so far was that Yang Bin was a fourth tier evolved being. Yet, while everyone else was laboring to reach the third tier, how could anyone have ascended to the fourth? However, the evidence was right before his eyes, leaving him no room for doubt. Soon, he witnessed the battles of others, which were overwhelmingly one-sided. The shock on Qin Wei's face deepened. These individuals were all above the third tier. Stop! Qin Wei shouted urgently. What the hell are we doing here? Upon hearing Qin Wei's call, those who had intended to rush and began to retreat, realizing that this group was composed of absolute monsters. Utterly unbeatable. Old 3, go and fetch them some food, Qin Wei commanded sternly. Understood. Old 3 dared not hesitate and hurried into the supermarket. Before long, he emerged with several large boxes of bread and biscuits. Why didn't we do this from the start instead of resorting to weapons? Yang Bin chuckled. Qin Wei fell silent. How could he have imagined that these individuals were so extraordinarily powerful? Help us fill these up and put a bottle of mineral water on each side of the backpacks. Yang Bin tossed a few bags over. Old 3 wasted no time calling others to assist in packing. In no time, several backpacks were filled to the brim. Old 3 handed the packs to Yang Bin, speaking cautiously. Is this sufficient? Thank you, Yang Bin replied with a smile, and soon the group swaggered away with their backpacks. A collective sigh of relief washed over the onlookers as they watched them depart, though a sense of resentment lingered. How could so few individuals bully so many? Someday, I will settle this score. Qin Wei vowed fiercely. His strategist, Jie, cast a wary glance at him and frowned. That thought is perilous. It could lead our entire team into an abyss of despair. What? Do you think we are inferior to them? Qin Wei retorted darkly. Indeed, we cannot compare. They have elevated their power with just a handful of individuals that I dare say there are few teams globally that could rival them. Fourth tier. Just imagine if you were given another 5 days. Could you reach that level? Jie delivered his words without mercy. Upon hearing Jie's remarks, Qin Wei fell silent. Let it go. It's merely a loss of some food, that in truth, they only took a few backpacks, representing just a few dozen meals. How significant could that really be? Do not risk the entire team over such trivial matters. As the captain, you must consider the bigger picture, see Jia advised earnestly. But I cannot swallow this humiliation. You must, whether you like it or not. Chapter 67. Yongbin drives boss. Where are we headed now? As they exited the school gates, the group found themselves in a state of confusion. Unsure of their next destination, do any of you have homes nearby? Do you need to check on them? Yongbin suddenly inquired to this. The group fell silent. In the apocalypse, nothing was more concerning than the fate of family, especially after communication lines had been severed, leaving them unaware of their loved one's situations. Old Hay and I are from Liaoji, while Slim Monkey is from Bashu, which is quite far from here, with all flights and trains grounded. Returning home is easier said than done, Zhao Kun lamented, shaking his head in despair. Well, it seems that Haozi and I are somewhat closer, but it's still 400 to 500 kilometers away. Getting back would still be challenging, and Liangzi from Jinling is even farther. Yongbin added, exasperated. 400 to 500 kilometers. If we can get a vehicle, we might make it back, though I fear the roads will be congested. Congestion is inevitable. The highways leading back to our hometown are always busy. Regardless of the time that TO return, we'll have to contend not only with zombies but also with the sheer volume of traffic on the roads. Taking national roads is even more unrealistic, so it seems we won't be able to return anytime soon. Zhao Kun sighed. Not necessarily, that if we could leverage official connections, securing a helicopter might make the journey home relatively simple. Old Hay suggested. That's not very reliable. You must understand, it's not just zombies we're dealing with. There are mutated beasts as well that if even a cat can be so formidable, imagine a mutated eagle bringing down a helicopter. That wouldn't surprise me at all to that point. We'd be in real trouble. Yongbin shook his head at true that it appears that returning home is indeed a luxury we cannot afford. We can only hope for prompt rescue from local authorities. Well, if we want to return, we should focus on enhancing our strength. Perhaps if we reach a certain level, we might even be able to leap tall buildings and fly home. Old Hay chimed in. Brother Ben is right. Strength is the foundation of everything that I feel that if I just run, I could outpace Bolt. With enhanced abilities, anything is possible. Then let us develop here in Xingqing for now. We should find a place to settle, preferably with a villa. Damn it, I've never lived in a villa before the apocalypse. I should at least experience it now. Yongbin declared, that sounds good. I've never lived in a villa either. Chen Hao agreed. How about we go to Jinga Garden? I've heard it's a place where the super rich reside, with spacious villas that even include gardens and pools. Living there would undoubtedly be quite luxurious, Slim Monkey expressed with yearning. You actually know about this? Well, I used to wander around that area and often fantasize about living there one day, Slim Monkey admitted sheepishly. You really have some bold aspirations. All right, today I'll help make your dream come true. We're going there, Yongbin said as he patted Slim Monkey on the shoulder with a smile. That is fantastic. Thank you, Brother Ben. I never imagined my old dream could come true in the apocalypse, Slim Monkey exclaimed, filled with excitement. However, Brother Ben, that place is a bit far. How far? Over 20 kilometers. That really just a bit far? 20 kilometers in the apocalypse is akin to being at the ends of the earth. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Yongbin's lips twitched. Traversing over 20 kilometers through the city of Xingqing seemed like a mere fantasy. Don't worry. We don't need to navigate through the city. Now we can take the outer ring road to bypass the city and reach there. Slim Monkey quickly reassured you've done your homework well. Just a bit doubt if that's the case, then going there is feasible. But is there a commercial area nearby? If there is nowhere to get food, it's pointless. Yes, there's a large Walmart supermarket about 5 kilometers from the community. It is one of the largest supermarkets in Xingqing, and we should be able to find all the daily necessities there. Moreover, there are plenty of other supermarkets in that area. Food will definitely not be an issue. Slim Monkey confirmed. All right, then let us go there. I want to experience the world of the wealthy as well. The others had no objections. Who wouldn't want to live a little better? Let us go find a vehicle. Okay. After confirming their plan, the group headed off into the distance. Not far from the school, they encountered a bustling thoroughfare filled with disordered vehicles. Most of these cars had crashed into roadside greenery or collided with one another after losing control. At the same time, they spotted numerous wandering zombies. Upon noticing the group, these zombies immediately surged toward them with eagerness there is even a third-tier zombie. Yongbin remarked in surprise. That is perfect. A crystal gift delivered right to our doorstep. The others chuckled. With swift efficiency, they dispatched the dozens of approaching zombies, extracting crystals and handing the third-tier crystal to Hu Wenliang that it wasn't favoritism on Yang Bin's part. All of them possessed abilities. And as Hu Wenliang's healing capabilities improved with his strength, he could sustain them for longer periods. Zhao Kun and the others had no objections. They positioned themselves rightly, so long as Yang Bin didn't mind them. After searching the main road for a while, they finally found a relatively intact 7-seater SUV. The owner had already turned into a zombie, but hadn't ventured far. After swiftly dispatching the owner and obtaining the keys, they climbed into the vehicle. The 7-seater was just enough for 6 people and 1 cat. "Brother Bin, when did you get your driver's license?" "I had no idea," Chen Hao asked, perplexed as he observed Yang Bin in the driver's seat. "License? Where would I have gotten the money for that?" Yang Bin replied with innocent eyes that you and Brother Bin, "Have you ever driven before?" Zhao Kun inquired cautiously. "No, but I used to work part-time at a car wash." He replied, "Brother Bin, how about I take the wheel?" "I got my license," Zhao Kun suggested quietly. "Have you driven since getting your license?" "No, then it's the same. Relax, just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. I'll drive. You can trust me," Yang Bin reassured them. The others looked on with skepticism, but Yang Bin's long-established reputation soon won their trust. Until, why is there a pedal missing in this car?" Yang Bin asked, peering down with curiosity. "That's because it's an automatic. It doesn't have a clutch." Zhao Kun replied softly, "Oh, I see that, so I just need to press the brake to start it. Right?" "Yes, all right." Yang Bin was quite clever, and before long he successfully started the engine, released the brake, pressed the gas. "Isn't it moving?" "Brother, the handbrake hasn't been released. Didn't you see the handbrake lever? This is an electronic handbrake." Zhao Kun is on the verge of tears. The others, witnessing this scene, hurriedly tightened their seatbelts, ensuring they were securely fastened. "I see that I pressed it once, but it didn't release. That I pressed it again while stepping on the brake, and it finally came loose. It seems I'm quite clever after all. Let's go." Release the brake, step on the accelerator. The car suddenly shot forward. Bang. Chapter 68. Surrounded on Shenghua Avenue, a 7-seater SUV lay overturned. Its wheels still spinning furiously. In no time, 6 figures struggled to crawl out through the windows of the vehicle. Cough, cough. Do you believe me when I say I couldn't control the accelerator?" Yang Bin awkwardly inquired. "We do. So, shall I find another vehicle to try again? I will definitely get it right this time." The group shook their heads vigorously, like a wave drum. Even Xiao Juzi was shaking her head emphatically. "Brother Bin, even though we are evolved beings, we cannot endure such recklessness from you," Chen Hao said with a dark expression. "Indeed, Brother Bin, perhaps it's best if you just enjoy the ride while I take on the role of the driver." Zhao Kun quickly interjected. "Fine, it's not that I particularly wanted to drive. It's mainly because I can see if there are zombies ahead and can anticipate accordingly," Yang Bin retorted. "Then you should sit in the passenger seat and direct the operation." "All right," Yang Bin said helplessly. In truth, he still wanted to drive, but these guys were not giving him the chance. The group continued their search for a vehicle, and fortunately, there were plenty on the road. Before long, they found another van. This time, Zhao Kun immediately took the driver's seat, genuinely afraid that Yang Bin would attempt to drive again. The vehicle started moving, slowly advancing. Although Zhao Kun had merely obtained his driver's license and had never driven before, he had at least practiced in driving school, proving to be steadier than Yang Bin, albeit slower. However, given the state of the road, speed was not an option. The area was littered with overturned cars and scattered zombies. They occasionally had to disembark to clear away zombies and move vehicles obstructing their path. Fortunately, they had enough strength among them. 2 people could easily lift a car at this rate. "When will we arrive?" Chen Hao complained. "There's no choice. This area is congested with cars. Once we leave the city, it will be better. Just consider it as zombie clearing," Shouho suggested. "How about this? For this stretch of road, we won't ride in the car but instead clear the way ahead, allowing Zhao Kun to drive behind us." Yang Bin proposed with that. They began to clear the path. This was a major road with houses spaced relatively far apart. And the zombies on the road were sparse, primarily transformed from the passengers of the vehicles, making the clearing process not too arduous. However, unbeknownst to them, despite the distance between the houses, their commotion was rather loud. And not far away, a zombie dressed in black had locked onto them on the road. "Brother Bin, I think clearing zombies like this is quite pleasant. There aren't any large hordes, and we occasionally encounter third-tier zombies, which is far more comfortable than facing hundreds of zombies at school." Chen Hao remarked, as if he had discovered a new world. That I agree. Why don't we simply clear the way all the way through? It's only about 20 kilometers, Lao He suggested. That works. Yangbin replied somewhat absent-mindedly. For some reason, he felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The group continued clearing the path. Having progressed 2 to 3 kilometers, less than 2 kilometers ahead lay an elevated road, and once they ascended, they could transition to the outer ring road, where traffic would be significantly lighter. However, they suddenly came to a halt because ahead, a horde of 700 to 800 zombies had blocked their path. Yangbin frowned, not because of the horde, but because it seemed as if the zombies were intentionally waiting for them. Let us retreat, Yangbin said sternly. The others were puzzled by Yangbin's demeanor, as it was their first time witnessing such a serious expression from him. 700 to 800 zombies, while troublesome, shouldn't provoke such a reaction, should it? Nevertheless, they hesitated not and quickly followed his lead. However, they soon halted again, as a large number of zombies appeared behind them. Almost simultaneously, zombies began to swarm from both sides, closing in on them from all directions. How could this happen? Why did these zombies suddenly appear? The group was in shock that it was clear that a high-tier zombie was orchestrating this ambush. Yangbin spoke gravely. Fourth-tier zombies? No, fourth-tier zombies lack such capability that if I am not mistaken, it must be a fifth-tier zombie. Yangbin's expression turned exceedingly grave. Fifth tier. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had barely encountered 2 fourth-tier zombies. Yet they were now facing a fifth tier. The apocalypse had only begun a little over 10 days ago. How could there already be a fifth-tier zombie? Zhao Kuan swallowed hard. Zombies do not rely on crystals like us. They evolve autonomously, and exceptional talents occasionally emerge among them, which is not surprising. So, what now? The group's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated encountering such a situation so soon after leaving campus. Quickly, push a few cars over to create a barrier. This will help mitigate the impact of the zombies. Yangbin swiftly devised a plan. The zombies did not rush in recklessly, but were approaching slowly, giving them time. The group quickly moved nearby vehicles to form a line and then climbed onto the roofs. Once atop the vehicles, they gained a clearer view, but this clarity only deepened their dread, especially for Yangbin, who perceived more than the others. The zombies surrounding them numbered at least 3,000 to 4,000, with dozens of third-tier zombies among them and 2 fourth-tier zombies. Most alarming was the presence of a fifth-tier zombie, which Yangbin had yet to see. Yangbin was uncertain whether he could contend with a fifth-tier zombie. Most likely not, as he had only just ascended to fourth tier himself. Previously, when dealing with high-tier zombies, he had been at the pinnacle of his level, supplemented by the enhanced strength from his training. Now, having just reached fourth tier, encountering a fifth-tier zombie filled him with trepidation. That moment, the zombies had closed in. What left the group in disbelief was that many zombies were armed with weapons. Damn, why do the zombies from school seem more straightforward than those outside? Lao He swallowed hard. That must be the fifth-tier zombie directing them. This complicates matters further. Yangbin's expression was grave. Everyone stay alert. This battle will be perilous. As Yangbin's words fell, the zombies seemed to receive an urgent command, frantically lunging towards the crowd. The group stood atop the vehicle, forming a protective circle, wielding their weapons to strike at the relentless horde of zombies approaching from all directions. The onslaught was fierce. Fortunately, their elevated position rendered the zombies' force ineffective against them. However, the vehicle below was being battered and distorted, and if this continued, it would likely not withstand for long. The battle commenced with unparalleled intensity. And though the individuals present were seasoned warriors, they managed to hold their ground against the first and second-tier zombies. Yet soon, with the emergence of third-tier zombies, the situation grew exceedingly perilous. Unbeknownst to them, a black-hued zombie had stealthily infiltrated the horde, gradually closing in on their position. Chapter 69. The soldiers, the third-tier zombies, posed a formidable challenge. Apart from Yangbin and Chen Hao, none among them could guarantee a swift kill. In this dire circumstance, failing to secure an instant kill meant facing a swarm of zombies. Soon, Shouho encountered such a predicament. He failed to eliminate the third-tier zombie before it could retaliate, resulting in a horde of zombies lunging at him, seizing his leg and forcefully dragging him down. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan, quick on his feet, swiftly severed the zombie's grasp with a few precise axe swings. However, this delay allowed more zombies to swarm in, and he soon found himself beset. Bloodied from their bites, with a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. Zhao Kun sucked in a sharp breath, gritting his teeth to stifle his cries, as he wielded his fire axe to fend off the approaching zombies. With Chun Hao's assistance, he managed to regain control of the situation. The battle raged on, punctuated by sporadic assaults from the third-tier zombies, which kept them on high alert. Before long, aside from Yang Bin, all others bore varying degrees of injury. Yang Bin, however, remained relatively unscathed, as his prowess kept both second- and third-tier zombies at bay. This precarious balance shattered with the sudden appearance of a black-clad figure. Amidst Yang Bin's frenzied attacks, a zombie dressed in black lunged towards him. Initially, Yang Bin paid it little heed, swinging his barbell towards it. The adversary raised its fire axe, striking the barbell directly. The resounding clang reverberated, and Yang Bin's expression shifted as the tremendous force nearly sent him tumbling. Just as he regained his balance, the creature leapt onto the vehicle's roof, delivering a vicious axe strike aimed at his head. Yang Bin swiftly raised the barbell to shield himself. Another deafening clang echoed as Yang Bin felt a numbing pain in his arm, causing him to stagger back and fall from the vehicle's summit. Bingo! The others gasped in alarm, eager to assist but unable to break free from their own struggles. Fortunately, Yang Bin quickly used the barbell to brace himself against the ground, flipping over to land safely. He then executed a sweeping motion with the barbell, repelling the surrounding zombies. Before he could catch his breath, the black-clad zombie attacked once more. Yang Bin blocked with the barbell yet again, only to be forced back once more. Fifth-tier zombie. Yang Bin's expression grew grave. He recognized that only a fifth-tier zombie could exert such pressure on him. The surrounding zombies continued to surge towards him, leaving him no choice but to clear them away. However, every time he made a move, the creature's axe would come crashing down, forcing him to defend himself with urgency. In that moment, Yang Bin found himself in a pitiful predicament, severely outmatched. The creature's strength surpassed his own, conservatively estimated at no less than 2,000 kilograms. Each time he parried the axe, pain shot through his arm, and he knew that if this continued, he would surely meet his end here. Yet he found himself trapped within the deep encirclement of zombies, and Chun Hao and the others were similarly engaged in their own desperate battles. Unable to come to his aid, a fourth-tier zombie had already begun its assault on them, with only Chun Hao managing to hold his ground while the others contended with their own foes. "Damn it, am I really going to perish right after emerging?" Yang Bin lamented. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted nearby. He turned to see a convoy of military vehicles approaching, from which emerged over 100 soldiers clad in camouflage, armed with assault rifles, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the zombies. The power of their firearms remained formidable. Under the barrage of rifle fire, the first- and second-tier zombies fell in droves. These soldiers were evidently seasoned combatants, targeting the zombies with precision to the head. Within the cab of the first military vehicle, two men observed the unfolding scene, their brows furrowed in concern. "Why are there so many zombies congregated here?" inquired a middle-aged man, clad in military attire, his expression stern. "I don't know, but this is a crucial route to Zhongxiang Academy. We must clear the area," replied a resolute young man in his late 20s. The middle-aged man nodded, then lifted a pair of binoculars to his eyes. "There's someone in the center," he exclaimed in surprise. "Someone? That's impossible," the young man gasped, his eyes widening. The middle-aged man swiftly handed the binoculars to him. Moments later, disbelief washed over the young man's face. Unbelievably, there are people who have managed to survive amidst such a zombie horde for so long. "Increase firepower. Those individuals are on the brink of collapse," he commanded urgently. "Understood." Before long, the soldiers below began unloading several heavy machine guns from the vehicles. As the rapid-fire sound echoed, zombies fell like wheat before the scythe. The previously despairing expressions of Yang Bin and his companions transformed into astonishment upon hearing the gunfire. The sight of the military vehicles dispelled their hopelessness entirely. In Huaxia, while certain officials may not be entirely trustworthy, one could always rely on the soldiers. Even in the apocalypse, the sight of those dark green camouflage uniforms provided solace. The fifth-tier zombie, which had been relentlessly attacking Yang Bin, now displayed a flicker of fear upon witnessing the roaring heavy machine guns. It glanced at Yang Bin, then at the rapidly falling zombies, and to everyone's astonishment, it turned and fled into the throng of corpses. Yang Bin stared in disbelief at the retreating figure of the fifth-tier zombie. A fifth-tier zombie capable of fleeing. He muttered with indignation that I will remember this debt. Your crystal core shall be mine. Yang Bin vowed, frustrated at his inability to pursue that if not for the sturdy barbell in his grasp, he would have surely been cleaved in two. As it stood, his palms were bloodied and his arms trembled. Under the relentless fire from the heavy machine guns, the zombies fell in droves and soon, over half of them lay defeated. Following this, the soldiers decisively stowed their firearms, retrieving military daggers from behind, and charged into the remaining zombies, engaging in close-quarters combat. The reason for their cessation of gunfire was twofold: to avoid friendly fire and to conserve ammunition, as their supply was limited and precious. Most of these soldiers were at the pinnacle of the second tier, with a portion already at the third tier, showcasing exceptional combat prowess and synergy, dispatching zombies at a pace far beyond that of ordinary individuals. In no time, with the combined efforts of Yang Bin and the over 100 soldiers, the remaining hundreds of zombies were swiftly eradicated. The fourth-tier zombie that had battled Shun Hao ultimately fell to him, and the crystal was quickly collected. After the zombies were vanquished, the soldiers wasted no time in gathering the crystals, and Yang Bin and his companions said nothing. They understood that this was their due reward. At that moment, two individuals descended from the first military vehicle and approached the group. Upon seeing the insignia on their uniforms, Yang Bin and his companions were taken aback. One was a lieutenant colonel, and the other a colonel. Moreover, Yang Bin discerned that one was at the peak of the third tier, while the other had attained the fourth tier. Indeed, the official forces are the mightiest. Chapter 70. Arrival at the destination before long. The two men stood before Yang Bin and his companions. The leading colonel, the middle-aged man, regarded them with surprise that I never anticipated encountering such young individuals here. Young ones, judging by your ages, you must be university students. Correct? Are you from Zhongxiang Academy? Indeed, Yang Bin nodded. Excellent. Truly remarkable to see such talent at such a young age. However, how did you find yourselves besieged by so many zombies? The middle-aged man inquired, puzzled that we intended to escape the school in search of a safer location. But upon arriving here, we were inexplicably ambushed by a horde of zombies. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, we would have met our end. Yang Bin replied with a wry smile that Tio have endured for so long amidst thousands of attacking zombies. Your prowess must be at least third tier. How about joining the military? The middle-aged man extended an olive branch that in the pre-apocalypse era, recruitment into the military would not have been so casual. But now, in this dire time, the government desperately needed powerful, evolved individuals. Apologies, sir, but we have grown accustomed to our leisurely ways and do not currently wish to join the military, Yang Bin replied. Yang Bin politely declined, saying, there is no need to rush into a refusal. You may take some time to consider that if you choose to join the military, they will provide you with crystals to enhance your abilities, which is certainly much safer than attempting to procure them on your own. Although your strength is commendable, the number of individuals is simply too small, and situations like today's will inevitably arise in the future. Thank you for your kind offer. We will consider it. Yang Bin responded courteously that he had no intention of joining the military. As appealing as it may seem for safety, the military was rife with regulations, and any crystals acquired would undoubtedly have to be surrendered for redistribution, that he had no desire for that arrangement. Very well. Take your time to think it over. By the way, how many survivors remain at your school? We are preparing to head there for a rescue operation. Approximately 600 or 700, I believe. Only that few. A look of sorrow crossed the middle-aged man's face that a school of over 30,000 had been reduced to merely a few hundred. The devastation of war was truly unimaginable. Let us go. Get in the vehicle that we must head to your school to rescue them. Perhaps we should refrain from going that we have just escaped from the school, and our injuries are not conducive to strenuous activity. Yang Bin gently declined. That makes it even more imperative for you to get in the vehicle that we have medical personnel on board who can tend to your wounds. Once we return to the survival base, we have established a medical system capable of treating most external injuries. You have already established a survival base? Yang Bin inquired, somewhat astonished. Yes, the outer walls are complete, and it is entirely secure that we have broadcast announcements across all channels, informing all survivors within Star City to make their way there. In that case, why not have you go to the school for the rescue while we head to the survival base? There are still about 20,000 zombies within the school, and we cannot afford to take any more risks. Yang Bin reiterated he truly did not wish to accompany them. Following them would render him powerless to act. It is still over 10 kilometers to the survival base. Although we have cleared the path of zombies, we cannot guarantee that new ones once appeared at IT would be too dangerous for you to proceed alone. Rest assured, we possess a certain degree of self-preservation capability. After all, we survived an assault from thousands of zombies. Wouldn't you agree? Yongbin chuckled. The middle-aged man regarded Yongbin for a while before responding. Very well, just be cautious. Take the elevated road and follow the outer ring highway for approximately 15 kilometers. The abandoned factory area has now been transformed into a survival base, where you will find someone to guide you. Thank you very much. Yongbin expressed a sincere gratitude that if not for their unexpected arrival, they would have met a dire fate to AT that moment. The soldiers had nearly finished collecting the crystals from the ground. Take care, and we shall be on our way to soon. The two returned to the vehicle, followed by a group of soldiers who also climbed aboard, and the troop transport began to move forward. Along the way, all the zombies and vehicles had been cleared by Yongbin and his companions, making their passage considerably easier. Inside the vehicle, Shou Feng, what do you think of those individuals? The middle-aged man asked the young man beside him. They possess formidable strength, but they seem rather arrogant, the young man replied. Indeed, it is more than mere arrogance. Their ambitions are quite grand. The middle-aged man shook his head that I am certain they will not venture to the survival base. Why is that? Because I can see in their eyes a desire to not be subordinate to others. Such individuals typically reject the notion of seeking refuge. They prefer to develop independently. Unfortunately, such people often meet an early demise. Indeed, it is natural for the youth to possess some ambition. Let us hope they come to terms with reality sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Brother Ben, surely we are not truly going to that survival base? The thin monkey expressed worry. What purpose would that serve? The villa by the pool is far more appealing. IT is likely still under construction, and going there would probably only result in hard labor. Yongbin remarked. That is reassuring. I still wish to go to the pool villa. Let us find another vehicle and continue our journey. This route has been cleared, so it should be passable. Alright, as they continued their search for a vehicle. Yongbin sensed someone watching them, but he activated his true sight and looked around. Indeed, he spotted a zombie clad in black clothing standing coldly at a window, observing them. Yongbin snorted disdainfully and made a gesture across his throat. It was unclear whether the zombie understood, but its expression seemed to grow colder. Your minions are all gone, that if you dare approach again, I will ensure your destruction. Yongbin declared coldly. Brother Ben, what is the matter? That fifth-tier zombie seems to have set its sights on us. Yongbin replied. What should we do? The others were taken aback. Fear not. It no longer has minions, and likely will not dare approach. Let us leave first and return when we have gained strength to eliminate it. Yongbin stated he knew the creature harbored a grudge, having inflicted considerable harm upon them, and it would be dissatisfied unless it could recover its crystals. Before long, they found a vehicle that was operational. Although it was a 5-seater, it was a large SUV with sufficient space to accommodate more individuals. The vehicle moved slowly away, under the watchful gaze of the fifth-tier zombie. Inside the vehicle, Hu Wenliang began to treat the wounds of his companions. Each person had sustained serious injuries during the battle. Even Yongbin was no exception, having endured primarily through sheer strength. The route had indeed been effectively cleared, with only the occasional zombie appearing, likely newcomers, but they posed little threat. After 15 kilometers, they spotted the towering walls made of stone and concrete, standing 3 meters high. That must be the survival base constructed by the authorities. They observed many people hastening towards it on the roadside. Officials were directing individuals toward the entrance. Yongbin and his companions did not linger, but continued on their way. Finally, after traversing another 10 kilometers, they arrived at their destination, Jinha Garden. The entrance to the survival base was wide open, allowing for easy access into the complex. Within the compound, the ground was strewn with the corpses of zombies and the remnants of battle. It was evident that the authorities had already intervened. Indeed, even in the apocalypse, social stratification persisted. Those residing here were either affluent or noble, making them prime targets for rescue. However, this fortuitously spared them the need to clear out zombies. After searching the area for some time, they finally located a villa that was clean and well kept. The inhabitants of the villa were either absent or had been rescued before turning into zombies. However, there were no signs of any struggles within, indicating that they likely were not home. After all, It is quite common for wealthy individuals to possess multiple residences that to avoid damaging the locks. They opted to climb to the second floor and enter through a partially open window. Wow! Upon entering the villa and beholding the opulent decor, the group expressed their astonishment in unison. Indeed, poverty has severely limited our imagination. Such extravagance. I could probably work a month of part-time jobs and still not afford a single tile in this place. Strangely, the apocalypse seems rather advantageous. Otherwise, individuals like us, struggling financially, would never dream of living in such a villa. Before the apocalypse, the rich grew richer while the poor remained steadfastly impoverished. A lifetime of effort pales in comparison to their monthly allowance. It is infuriating to contemplate. Exactly. Especially concerning women. You pour your heart and soul into them, only for them to run off with a mere flick of the finger. Such is the allure of wealth. Hu Wenliang lamented, Hu Wenliang. Keep talking and see if I don't retaliate. Chun Hao retorted angrily. Why are you so upset? I'm not talking about you. In this apocalypse, money has lost its value. Society will undergo a complete transformation. Henceforth, strength will reign supreme. Therefore, let us strive to enhance our abilities. Only with sufficient strength can we attain what we desire in this new world, Yang Bin asserted. Brother Bin is correct. Once we grow stronger, we can compel those wealthy individuals to serve us. Lao He chuckled that do not underestimate the wealthy. Their ability to thrive before the apocalypse indicates they possess insights and means beyond the ordinary. And with their resources, they will likely fare better than most even in this new reality. Indeed, however, with Brother Bin leading the way, I am confident we will surpass others. Chen Hao declared resolutely, I share that belief. Zhao Kuan and the others nodded in agreement. Enough with the flattery. Did any of you manage to acquire high-tier crystals? Yang Bin inquired that I did. Here, I have 1 4th-tier crystal and 1 3rd-tier crystal. Chen Hao said, producing the 2 crystals from his pocket, that I also have 2 3rd-tier crystals, that I possess 1. Several others also took out their crystals. They had no time to retrieve those of the 2nd rank or below. But they managed to snatch a few of the 3rd rank amidst the chaos, that I have a few here as well. Yang Bin also produced 3 3rd-rank crystals, which he had acquired after the 5th-rank zombies had fled. The group tallied their crystals, smiles illuminating their faces. Despite the perilous nature of the battle, their gains were quite commendable. 1 4th-rank crystal and 9 3rd-rank crystals. Yang Bin handed the 4th-rank crystal to Chen Hao, who had now reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. Consuming this crystal would elevate him directly to the 4th rank. Moreover, as he had single-handedly slain the 4th-rank zombie, it was only fitting that it belonged to him. Hu Wenliang consumed 3 of the 3rd-rank crystals, reaching the peak of his rank, while he bestowed the remaining 6 upon Zhao Kuan. The team's strength had significantly surged once more. All right, let us find a room to rest. We'll set off for the supermarket in half an hour, Yang Bin declared. Understood. The villa was spacious, with numerous rooms, and each person selected a room for themselves. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, they reclined onto the beds. The luxurious mattresses were a considerable improvement over the hard beds at school, providing a far more comfortable sleep. While others struggled for survival in the apocalypse, they found themselves living in greater comfort than before the disaster. A stark reminder that comparisons can breed discontent. Of course, danger was ever present, and they had narrowly escaped, which heightened Yang Bin's sense of caution. Henceforth, he would be even more vigilant that I in another villa within the Jinga Garden. 2 individuals stood by a 3rd-floor window, observing Yang Bin and his companions in their villa. Although official personnel had come to provide assistance, not everyone had chosen to relocate to the survival base. Some preferred to remain behind. These 2 were among that group. Initially believing that the residents of this community had all departed, allowing them to act freely, they were surprised to discover outsiders arriving. The handsome leader frowned. They are probably a bunch of impoverished individuals who have never lived in a villa, seizing the opportunity to experience the lifestyle of the affluent now that the officials have cleared out the zombies. The other young man replied, let us hope they don't ruin my plans. The leader coldly remarked, Kai, should we just eliminate them? The young man made a slicing motion across his throat. Kai shook his head. From how easily they ascended to the 2nd floor, it's evident they are likely evolvers. We should refrain from acting rashly until we ascertain their strength. But Kai, you are a peak 3rd-rank evolver with unique abilities. Even if they are evolvers, what can they do? They can be easily eradicated. Do not be blindly confident. How can you be certain there isn't a fourth-rank evolver among them? That seems impossible. Aside from the officials, how could there be a fourth-rank evolver out there? Never harbor a sense of invincibility. Otherwise, the consequences can be dire, Kai cautioned. Yes, you are right, Kai. This is a critical moment that as long as they don't come here, we should avoid conflict with them. Once the third-rank zombies in the backyard evolve into fourth rank, I too shall ascend to the fourth rank, and with my powers, I will have little to fear from anyone at this stage. Indeed, Kai is formidable. By the way, did that woman Lin Yifei also go to the survival base? Yes, that I will have my father find a way to keep her under control. Her abilities are formidable, and it's best if we can manage her. Understood. Meanwhile, after Yang Bin and his companions rested for half an hour, they set out, leaving Little Orange at home to guard the place. This time, they opted not to drive, as the distance was only 5 kilometers. Unnecessary. The vicinity of Jinga Garden was well landscaped, with no other buildings within a 2-kilometer radius, emphasizing a serene environment. Thus, apart from the community itself, there were hardly any zombies nearby that, if not for the issue of food, they could have lived quite comfortably within. They walked for over 10 minutes before finally reaching another residential area. Yang Bin activated his true sight to survey the area, his expression darkening. Monkey, we want to have to pass through this residential area to reach Walmart. Will we? Not necessarily. We could take a different route, though it might be longer. That's good. Let us take the detour. Upon glancing over, he noted an overwhelming number of zombies in that area, making it impractical to traverse through. The officials had gone to Jinga Garden for rescue. Yet this nearby region had been entirely neglected. Even in the apocalypse, some individuals still enjoyed privileges. Chapter 72. Barehanded Bullet catching Yang Bin and his companions took a wide detour and finally arrived at the Walmart supermarket. Although they had avoided a direct route, they still encountered numerous zombies along the way. Fortunately, their considerable strength allowed them to handle the situation, as long as they weren't confronted by hordes of zombies. This supermarket was indeed one of the premier establishments in Star City, covering at least 10,000 square meters. That moment, the doors of Walmart were firmly shut. Yang Bin activated his true sight once more and, as expected, found the interior occupied, and there were quite a few people inside. However, due to the size of the supermarket, he couldn't ascertain the exact number of individuals present. His powers allowed him to see far in open spaces, but obstacles significantly hindered his sight. Currently, he could see through about 4 or 5 walls. Yang Bin's expression soured. Despite not seeing everything, he caught sight of some distressing scenes. The lifestyle of these individuals appeared to be more comfortable than theirs. Not only were they well-fed and clothed, but they had also captured a group of women for their own gratification. The condition of those women was evident. They had clearly endured extensive torment. Brother Bin, what is going on inside? A group of evolvers along with a number of women who have been thoroughly abused. Yang Bin replied coldly, damn. Another bunch of scum? Brother Bin, let us storm in and eliminate them. Chun Hao exclaimed angrily that we can't just charge in. The roll-up door is fortified and there is a layer of iron mesh inside. Most importantly, they have barricaded the back with shells how do we get in? Through a second-floor window. All right. The group approached a window, and with a powerful leap, Yang Bin grabbed the edge of the second-floor window and forcefully pried it open, easily entering the supermarket. Following suit, the others also jumped up. As third and fourth rank evolvers, this height posed no challenge for them. Once inside, they could faintly hear laughter emanating from below. As they descended the stairs, the scene before them ignited their fury. Below sat 50 to 60 shirtless men, jovially eating and laughing. Each of these men bore tattoos and scars, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Not far from them lay a group of over 10 naked women, their bodies bruised and battered, with hardly a patch of unmarked skin remaining. The women's eyes were dull, devoid of expression, merely a reflection of their numbing despair, clearly having suffered greatly to end up in such a state. At that moment, one man, seemingly satiated, rose and approached the women, casually seizing one to inflict violence upon her. Beast! Let that woman go! Lao He roared, his voice instantly drawing the attention of those below, who turned to stare at them in shock. How did you get in here? A heavily tattooed man glared at them with rage that a cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. Kill them all. Understood. Chun Hao and the others immediately brandished their weapons and charged towards their foes. Damn it, seeking death. The leading man shouted that in an instant, Dozens of individuals emerged from behind the shelves, brandishing knives and rushing towards Chen Hao and his group. All were revolvers, most of the second rank, while the leader had already reached the third rank. However, this assembly posed no real threat to Chen Hao and his companions. The issue lay in the fact that the adversaries were armed with knives, which created some danger for Zhao Kuan and the others wielding fire axes, as their axes were too short to defend effectively against the onslaught. Fortunately, Chen Hao was fierce. He charged forward, swinging the barbell rod with devastating force. The heads of several advancing foes exploded upon impact. Although they attempted to block with their knives, it was utterly futile, with Chen Hao's strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms as a fourth-rank evolver. These second-rank foes stood no chance. Their knives shattered, and their skulls were crushed. This scene startled the assailants, but they were a band of desperate individuals, unwilling to retreat as even more surged towards Chen Hao. Hu Wenliang quickly joined the fray. With one at the fourth rank and the other at the peak of the third, they unleashed a flurry of blows, sending the attackers flying. Seems like this has nothing to do with us. The lean monkey mused that I've made up my mind. Once we get out of here, I'll find a gym and grab a few barbell rods, Zhao Kuan declared resolutely. Indeed, that is a necessity. Bang, just as Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were engrossed in their battle. A sudden gunshot rang out, startling everyone present. The leader of the group had, unbeknownst to them, produced a handgun, aiming it directly at Chen Hao and his companions. The two halted, exchanging glances at the smoking gun in each other's hands, their hearts experiencing a twinge of fear. Despite their newfound strength, the instinctive dread of facing firearms lingered, leaving them uncertain if they could withstand a bullet to go ahead and try to kill me again. The man coldly remarked that I didn't expect you little brats to possess some skill, but no matter how strong you think you are, can you withstand a bullet? The group fell silent, casting wary glances at the handgun that the man held. I want to give it a shot. Yang Bin suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chen Hao and the others. Brother Bin. The others looked on with concern at Yang Bin's audacity. What did you say? The man questioned, incredulous. Do you think the gun in my hand is a toy? No, I know it's real, that I just want to see if I can handle it. Yang Bin fixed his gaze firmly on the gun's muzzle. This was a confrontation he would eventually have to face. He wanted to test whether his fourth-tier abilities could endure a bullet. Damn it, you lunatic. If that is the case, I'll oblige you, the man declared, pulling the trigger with a swift motion. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the bullet hurtled toward Yang Bin's head. The speed of the bullet was nearly imperceptible, yet Yang Bin, with his enhanced vision, was able to trace its trajectory, in a swift motion. He waved his hand and caught the bullet, feeling a searing pain in his palm, but ultimately unscathed. As he opened his hand to reveal the bullet lying quietly in his palm. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Catching a bullet with bare hands, what kind of sorcery is this? Brother Bin is incredible. Behind him, Chen Hao and the others gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Unbelievable. The man cursed in frustration. I refuse to believe it. He pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 for shots were fired in quick succession. Yang Bin quickly waved his hand in front of him and then extended his palm downward, opening it wide. Clink, for bullets clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. However, to the man, that sound was akin to a death knell, draining the color from his face. Chapter 73. Destiny is in one's own hands, having felt the power of the handgun. Yang Bin gained a clearer understanding of its capabilities that he decided not to waste any more time with these men. And with a swift motion, he thrust the barbell rod forward, piercing the skull of the leading man before he could even react. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals were taken aback and immediately scattered, seeking to escape. After witnessing Yang Bin catch a bullet, they had lost all courage to resist. Leave none alive, Yang Bin ordered coldly. Understood. Chen Hao and the others nodded, instantly pursuing the fleeing men to their dismay. The group found that every exit of the supermarket had been barricaded by their own shelves to that moment. They regretted not leaving a single exit open. Under the relentless pursuit of Chen Hao and the others, one after another, the men fell to the ground. With only a handful left, seeing no hope of escape, they knelt in desperation. Please spare us. This was all the boss's idea. Yes, we were merely following his orders. We haven't done anything wrong. A group of men pleaded on their knees, hoping to invoke pity from the young group. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. While Hu Wenliang might possess a shred of compassion, Yang Bin did not. Having issued his orders, Yang Bin was resolute in their execution. Moreover, after Yang Bin's continuous guidance, Huan Liang was quickly adapting to the survival rules of the apocalypse, and this time, he too felt no hint of mercy, for the actions of these men had crossed his bottom line. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, the barbell rod struck mercilessly against their skulls that I in no time. A group of 60 to 70 men lay slain. The crowd returned to Yang Bin, who was meticulously examining the handgun of the fallen man. This was a sight he had often seen on television. Yet this was his first time holding one that every man seemed to harbor a unique fascination with firearms, and Yang Bin was no exception. Regrettably, the gun was devoid of bullets, and the man had no ammunition on him either. It was unclear where he had procured this weapon. "Brother Bin, how much of a threat does this pose to us?" Chen Hao inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. The others also looked on, intrigued by the gun in Yang Bin's hands. To be honest, they felt they could withstand it, yet a primal fear of firearms lingered deep within them, a fear that any normal person would feel, especially when staring down the dark muzzle pointed at them. Yang Bin chuckled softly. "For my recent experience, this weapon poses a significant threat to first and second tier revolvers, but for those above the third tier, it holds little danger.